Thank you. Auntie, you had your hand up, and then Herman.
Yeah, so to the earlier point, I'm sorry I didn't open my mouth before, but to the earlier point about the weight of MBTs, the Leopard 2, when it was first introduced in 1979, weighed 55 tons, and the current most current variant of it, the 2A7 Plus, weighs 64.1 tons. So the weight has only gone up with itinerations, and the Panther also weighs 59 tons. And even though, I mean, it's still on prototype stage, and the Leopard 2 is expected to remain in service in one way or another at least up until 2035. So I don't expect the amount of commitment to passive armor to be diminished whatsoever, because and it will take time for the active measures to be developed and tested to a point where that would be the case. Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out.
And real quick, Madi, Auntie's very modest, so I want to just say this, Doman. We had a great segment, and I'm just wondering. So we're told we'll get that up on Spotify soon, right? Could you describe a little bit the segment we had?
Oh, it was great. We had Auntie on for 3 hours yesterday. It's I feel bad for his bookshop bill, because that's going to eat severely into his annual words allowance. You know, everything gets one, and you can get more by buying books. We've established this is the secret. It was fantastic, because Auntie knows everything there is to know, at our level at least, about the Finnish Winter War. And we drew a whole lot of parallels between the then Soviet invasion of Finland and the now Russian invasion of Ukraine, from made-up territorial requests, albeit in a slightly different way, to exceeding amounts of hubris, bringing parade uniforms. In the Finnish case, the Soviets even bringing with them a military band to play them to victory, to play the parade immediately after victory, too. The extensive Russian, the then Soviet lend-lease to the Finns. No, parallels are truly endless, and it will be on Spotify soon-ish, hopefully sooner rather than later, because I got literally several requests that it be published in podcast form, and I don't really think it needs any editing. I think we're good as it is, so hopefully it can be up there soon. And thank you again, Auntie.
Well, maybe just a little editing to balance out the voices and stuff. Auntie, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're quite welcome, and I'm still in recovery after that 3-hour segment. But I mean, I believe you wanted to badger me further about Soviet information operations. So I'm a glutton for punishment. So I'll probably be here quite a lot today. So whenever you're up for it, Domen, I'll give it my best. If you want to bombard me with the questions I probably don't know the answers to.
Excellent. Oh, that's fantastic, Auntie. I might bring someone to back me up on the question. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll be in touch about that. Let's see how it goes. Let's go, Joseph. You run the show.
Yeah, no problem, Doman. Yeah, we'll run the show for a little bit here. Anda's really running the show here, Doman. This is the first time I've talked like all night. Anda, go ahead.
Well done.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted to ask the speakers if anyone else has a question for Colby, because it's really late where he is, and we would like to have him tomorrow also. So if it's not very long,
give it a wave. If it's a Colby
Yes.
question.
If it's a Colby question, give it a wave. If not, we will thank Colby. Oh, Sebastian has a question. Sebastian, please.
Last question for Colby.
Yes, and then the train is going out of the train station. So, Sebastian,
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry to spamming questions here, but Colby, it's such a pleasure to get everything answered in such a depth. So here's my last question to you. In German television, I've heard a lot of generals. They're usually talking, having a lot of shitty opinions. To be honest, what's because they were talking about Ukrainian bridges can't handle or not being able to handle the weight of the MBTs. So maybe you could just say something about this, if that's right, if that's a problem, or if it's not.
Not every bridge in Ukraine is built to some single standard. So, are there some bridges in Ukraine that wouldn't be able to support a Western main battle tank? Yeah, probably. Would would MBTs just not be able to cross any of the bridges in Ukraine? No, I don't think that's a problem. I've spoken about this, that it's a concern that you have to be aware of because Western MBTs are much heavier than Soviet MBTs. So it's a consideration, but overall, I don't think that it would preclude the delivery of MBTs to
Colby,
Ukraine.
sorry.
It sounds like you unplugged your mic. You're very mono.
I think we just let Colby finish.
Back in the you're back in the can. So
I know it's Twitter. I haven't changed anything.
I think we got the main point, Colby, which is, like you said, there's not a standard of bridge building in Ukraine. Obviously, there's going to be some smaller bridges that NATO battle tanks can't get across, but it's not a serious engineering challenge, right? Ukrainians have tools to get them across rivers without bridges at all, let alone the ones that have bridges. So I think you said it's not going to be a big obstacle. Anything you want to add, or we'll let you go to bed, buddy?
Olaf Scholz paid those talking heads on German television.
Okay,
Feed
thank
the
you, Colby.
pandas.
As always, we appreciate all your help tonight, and have a good night.
thank you, Colby. Let's give him a round of applause. He was our star tonight, and then we will go to Herm and to back to Andy and Dan.
Thank you, Anna. And also, Antti, very much appreciated what you added to the tank philosophy, the question that I had earlier. And so, yeah, I actually had a question for Colby, and he's gone. So I'm gonna bank that for another day when he or somebody else is on for air defense systems. And yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed too. Okay, bye guys. Good night.
Thank you, Herm, and thank you for your contribution today and for the questions. Dan? Sorry, Andy. Andy, you were first. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I would just on the bridge thing. Yes, there are probably many smaller bridges that can't handle the weight of 60 tons and upward, and past 50 tons as well. But if I'm not mistaken, the Panzerhaubitze 2000 weighs 55 tons plus already, and I haven't heard a peep from the Ukrainians that oh my gosh, we can't deploy these anywhere because they can't get over bridges. And just like Colby said, if there's a case that that there's a local small bridge that can't handle the weight, then Ukrainians have engineering solutions for that. They have bridging tanks. They have other vehicles with bridges, and they can also you can strengthen existing bridges as well. So I mean, it's a consideration, but if Bundeswehr generals are really using that as an excuse on German TV, then they're really starting to run out of excuses.
I think just Charles's military engineering background might have something to add here. Then we'll go to Dan. Okay, Charles, go ahead.
Yeah, just shortly. So I hear the same thing in Germany about the bridges, and I actually thought kind of the same thing early on. Just a little bit of background. I think where that comes from is obviously in the Cold War, the Bundeswehr was very. First of all, they had to rebuild all the bridges a couple times. First after the war, and then they had to rebuild them again after tanks got heavier. So it was a huge effort. And actually, in Germany, you will see all of the bridge markings have the markings for the load classification for tanks because it was there. It was super important in the Cold War. So I think it's just something that comes out of their tradition. They've always thought about that because they've had to. But I don't think it's a major issue like the others said. Yeah.
Thank you, Charles. Dan?
Yeah, I thought Colby did a fantastic job, left to right and top to bottom. Wanted to make one very general comment and then a very specific example. The general comment is that the newest tanks that we're actually seeing fielded in Ukraine are at least 20 years behind top line US/NATO standard. And I emphasize the at least. And a lot of the tanks that you see in Ukraine are literally 50 plus years old. So you see things all the time in tapes, in videos that just would not happen if there were modern NATO tanks on the battlefield. And then, so that's the general part. The very specific part, and someone brought this up 30-ish minutes ago about tanks and clearing trenches. The newest tanks and tank ammo, they can now precisely set a high explosive round to detonate at a certain range. So the tank uses its rangefinder on a trench, says it's, okay, so just random number here, it's 800 yards that way. So it sets its shell to explode at 800 yards and fires it 5 or 10 yards over the trench. And it just completely showers the trench with shrapnel. And when it works right, it's an order of magnitude improvement in effectiveness. And just as an obvious instance in today's news, that the attack on the trench that made the video rounds today, that was a T6, I think a T62. So that was literally a 50-year-old tank. And an Abrams, a top of the line Abrams would have fired 220 millimeter, ranged air bursting shells, and everybody in that trench would have been dead. Just end of story, full stop. Next trench, please. So I mean, it's everything you're watching, almost without exception, is very out of date when it comes to armored vehicles. And that's what I want to say. And again, Kobe did a fantastic job.
That he did. Before going to Auntie, I will bid you good night for the ones for our listeners in North America, and good morning, good day for the ones who are waking up in Europe. I will be signing off, letting Domen take over, and I will be listening and maybe contributing later some. So have a good one, everybody. Antti, please continue.
Thank you so much, Anda. Have a great one. I would just pile on to what Dan was saying about the technology gap on what's currently used on the battlefield and what would be available. Is that the Western main battle tanks, the sheer amount of variation and adaptability and the sort of the fine tuning you can do with a modern Western main battle tanks munitions is off the charts compared to what the Muscovy fielded tanks and the Ukrainian fielded tanks on the field can do. Would you agree, Dan?
Sorry, who's that directed at, Antti?
To Dan, or did he drop?
Okay, we're getting Dan back up right now. Might be stuck in the pipes though. Oh, here he goes. Okay, Dan, whenever you're ready, take it away, buddy. Dan, did you get the question?
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. Hang on just a second.
Yep, no worries. So real quick, oh, go ahead. You're ready?
Yes. So what's happened in the 20 years plus, just in the last 20 years, where the microelectronic revolution has been applied to both aiming and ammo is just, I mean, it's, you know, someone mentioned that, like how we went from, you know, 1903 to 1913 to 1918 to, you know, the B-52 was in, you know, 1952. Tank ammo has done the same thing in the last 30 years. And at least Western tank ammo has. And this, the capability difference, it is almost incomprehensible how much more effective Western tanks would be in some of these situations. Now, it's worth pointing out that they've improved vastly more in some things than in others. So the ammo and the lethality has increased enormously. The great unsolved problem is artillery fire, unsolved problems rather, is artillery fire and mines. So those are the two great unsolved weaknesses. But if, in terms of a known target downrange, what a modern Abrams or Leopard can do to it versus even a T-90 is just, it's just not in the same league. Especially when you think that the thermals on an Abram can, you know, basically monitor insect reproductive activities at 2,000 yards. I'm only sort of joking.
Yeah, and even with mine protection, as you said, it's still an Achilles heel for an even on Western MBT. Even there, the crew protection from mines has. I mean, you really can't compare a Russian-based MBT to a current modern Western one, can you?
Oh no, there's no comparison in terms of crew protection, but it just really hurts to lose you know, $8, $9, $10 million MBT to $100 AT mine.
Yeah,
that's a problem that needs more thought applied. And I mean, a lot of thought has been applied, and it's just not solved yet. The Ukrainians have come up with a reasonably effective short-term solution where they just hung so many wheels and weights and other things to set off mines off the front of a T-72 chassis that they literally had to take the gun off of it. I think also they just basically sacrificed the vehicle just for the sole purpose of running the front of the column and detonating mines, which is a reasonably effective brute force solution, although it takes a brave man to drive it.
Thanks for that, Dan.
Thanks, guys. So, oh, go ahead, Dan. Did you have anything else you want to add?
No, I was just saying thank you and goodbye. It's past midnight here on the west coast of the U.S. I've got to sign off here, at least as far as talking. Thank you so very much.
I feel you, buddy. Yep. Thank you for your input, Dan. We do appreciate it, and Auntie as well. Like we said, thanks so much for that great segment, and it'll be up on Spotify in a few days. We were told, so we're looking forward to it. Yeoman, speaking of things on the Spotify, it looks like, or I should say, things that are going to be on the Spotify. It looks like we have a guest coming up. You know what time it is. I started asking you about guests.
Looks
so
like
we
we have a
today.
backlog, Joseph. Looks like we have a backlog. That's what it looks like. But yes, we do have a guest coming up. Who is it, Joseph? Who is it?
Well, today,
There are
Yeoman,
actually several guests, isn't it? But all at once.
Oh, I don't know about. I thought we were talking about John Culp, Yeoman. Is that right?
Friends.
Oh, okay. That's not on the card, buddy. So yeah, it's Lieutenant Colonel John Culp. I don't know where I got Daniel from. Lieutenant Colonel John Culp in the U.S. Army, retired. He's running the Ukrainian program for Bomb Techs Without Borders. It is in the card. He'll be joined by Tony and Elena as well. I assume these are people who also work in Bomb Techs Without Borders domain. So bomb disposal experts, it sounds like, yeah?
Bomb disposal experts, I suspect demining experts, right? Maybe not. Maybe they work more with unexploded ordnances rather than mines. We will ask them. We will learn from them. But that is indeed what they do. They look at explosive devices that shouldn't be there and get rid of them without, killing themselves, other people, or destroying property. Other than the explosive device itself, they inactivate that. But other than that, they don't cause any harm, which is, a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we hear both from Ukrainians on the ground and foreign volunteers that this is a very important work, right? I mean, we've talked to Ryan Hendrickson in the past, or CJ has interviewed him, and that was a great interview where he talked a little bit about UXO disposal. And we talked recently to Matthew Van Dyke, who is also training soldiers, and he mentioned this is a very, very highly in-demand skill right now in Ukraine for obvious reasons, right? I mean, there's farmers out there trying to make a living, working their fields, and they're running their tractors over this stuff and being injured or killed. And that's not to mention the other stuff, children playing. I mean, there's lots of people who are could potentially be maimed or killed by these mines. And a lot of this Russian stuff. First off, the Russians are just indiscriminately throwing this stuff everywhere, shelling everywhere, and a lot of these Russian mines are designed to be pretty bad, pretty nasty. I'll put it that way. So this is a very, very important work. It's very skilled work. Like, it's not an easy thing to pick up and learn. But of course, a lot of Ukrainians are willing. So people who are able to train them are in super high demand right now. I mean, it's hard to kind of overstate the importance of this kind of work of training these guys. Would you agree, Doman?
With the amount of mines and UXO scattered all over Ukraine, I literally could not agree more. It's going to be a long, tough job, and every qualified pair of hands is going to be incredibly important in that. What's easy to underestimate is the sheer scale of this war. What's easy to underestimate is the sheer number of shells fired, sheer number of cluster munitions, the dispensing rockets that Russians fire at Ukrainian cities. What's very, very easy to dismiss is the sheer volume of mines that have been planted, often in unmarked minefields, against all rules and conventions, across vast swaths of territory, and all of that needs to be gotten rid of. Not to even start, thinking about missiles stuck in people's sinks, as that famous image from early on in the war suggests. So it's crucially important that they're there, but also this is not going to be a short-term project. This is going to take years, possibly decades, to rid Ukraine of the menace that are mines and UXOs. There's still bits of France where nobody really goes since the First World War because it's still full of unexploded shells. And if you remember those graphs from Volodymyr Datsenko from Forbes Ukraine from the summer, the scale of Russian shelling at some point was only comparable to belligerents in the First and Second World Wars. Now, obviously, the duration of the war isn't the same, and it will not be because Ukraine shall prevail well before we hit a 4-year mark. However, it is still an insane volume being fired, and an insane volume of duds at that, right? So absolutely, it's crucially important. We've had Ryan Hendrickson on before, who's been doing demining in Ukraine, and I'm glad that we're going to be focusing on that yet again later today. In what, 9.5 hours? Is it, Joseph?
That's right, 9.5 hours, Doman. 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's New York time. And to my knowledge, that's our guest today. Yeah, we don't have any others.
I believe that's correct.
But what a guest, a group of guests, as you said it will be. Looking forward to hearing about that. Yeah, I think we discussed how important it is at length. So yeah, we'll just put out a call to our audience. If you guys are so inclined to come on up and ask any questions about the current Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think it sounds like the Telegram accounts, the Russian Telegram accounts, are talking a little bit about what's going on in Kherson, Doman. I don't know if you've heard the word on the street, but things might not be looking great over there for the Russians. Anyway,
No, really?
yes. Oh yeah, that's on the Telegram, that seems to be what they're saying. But anyway, if anyone has any questions maybe about what's going on, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That should bring you up here, and we'll do our best to answer your question. Of course, we support here at the MriyaReport, we support MriyaAid.org. It's a separate but beloved charity of ours that supports Ukraine by sending non-lethal aid, things like bandages, body armor, drones, thermal vision, night vision, mine disposal equipment. Hey, Doman, I think we just talked about that, and also firefighting equipment. So it's a great charity. It's run completely by volunteers, just like MriyaReport, and that means there's no overhead costs, no cell phone bills, no pizza parties, as we like to say. It's just directly about getting the non-lethal aid to Ukraine. So please do check out MriyaAid.org. Follow them here on Twitter. Check out the website. See what they're doing. And if you're so inclined, please do consider giving them what you can. And as always, please do let the world know we exist. Retweet the space. Tell people about us. Tell people about Ukraine. Let them know you can come here. You can learn about what's going on. You can talk about what's going on. You can ask us questions, and we always appreciate you guys listening and contributing to the discussion. So, with that, Doman, I don't know. Is there anything you've got your eye on as far as what's going on in Ukraine right now, buddy?
Honestly, I had my eye on something very different this morning, which was Russian imperial naval activity in the Aegean in the late 18th century. So no, sorry, something slightly tangential.
I'm sure it's somehow related to wine, but I'm not going to ask.
It's not.
So,
It's not. It is related to Ukraine, but it's not related to wine at all.
interesting.
Actually.
Well, but ultimately for you, Ukraine is about the wine, I think. So it does in a sort of roundabout way. No, I'm just kidding. Doman, of course, works harder than anyone here at the MriyaReport. A very hardworking guy, puts in the time out here co-hosting. I'll tell you, I was just a listener, just like you guys. And one day at like 2 a.m. my time, Dylan was here, just like anyone got any questions? And there's no one there. And so I started asking him questions. I was like, what about this whole famine thing? And Dylan was like, there's not going to be a famine. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, no, I've looked into it. He explained to me like in atrocious detail the grain ships and all the plans and how it was all going to work out. And I was like, okay. And yeah, I mean, look where we are now. Is there a global famine, everybody? Or did they figure it out? I mean, he was right. So ask him how the grain thing's going. Doman, or anything else, right? I'm just saying you guys can come up here and press the microphone button. But Doman, how is the grain thing going? It's not something we bring up a lot because it's been taken care of and everyone sort of takes it for granted now. But remember when everyone was freaked out about it? So if you could just maybe update us a little bit.
I can give you a little bit of a cursory update. Actually, I have a bit of a warning, which is Russia doesn't like losing. So now they've been threatening in various different ways that they're going to end the ability for Ukraine to export stuff from the southern Ukrainian ports, the greater Odessa ports, right? The maritime ports. So that's not a good thing. It's something that one of our multiple time guests now, Elena Neroba, has been focusing on rather. And it is something of a worry for people who work in that sector in Ukraine. Beyond that, it's been going pretty well. They're finally up to something similar to what the exports should be typically at this time. However, it's there's attempts by both Turkey and Ukraine to continue it, but Russia is using it as a cudgel, just like we all expected it to. And this is something that we're warning about in late July when that Istanbul Initiative was signed. Now, we were wrong on one thing. We're very happy to admit, very glad to admit that we were wrong, that it was going to take many weeks to demine the area in front of the ports to even be able to start exports. Apparently, charts were appropriately detailed as need had been to be able to get ships out much more readily than that, which is great. The other thing we were saying, look, this has a 120-day expiration time. Basically, it's only valid for 4 months. As we go into the latter half of that period, there are going to be serious suggestions by Russia trying to scuttle an extension. Previously they were using the temptation of such an agreement as a cudgel. Now they're going to be using the agreement itself as a cudgel, and that's important to note. However, and this is a big flashing however, Ukraine has been working with partners in the near to Ukraine, be it Moldova, Romania, Poland, on finding alternate routes out for exports. Basically, various train routes out for exports, and to a lesser degree, truck. And those have been improved substantially over the course of months. So they are much more of a backup than people might suspect. So even if it came to a situation where Russia, said nope, no more, we will now fire upon civilian vessels trying to get into Ukraine, leaving Ukraine. Even in that situation, there still will be exports. It will just be less, right? This isn't a binary switch. It's a question of scale. There you go. Just I hope that that covered it reasonably well.
Yeah, very comprehensive, Doman.
Anda.
Yeah, pick me.
Did already.
So I was the girl with the numbers today. It was a good thing. I was up late last night and listening to M, and after that reading a bit, so I can share some info with you. So about the ships. Until September, so a month ago, we had Ukraine, not we, but I told you earlier, I'm a partisan, so if I stand with someone, it's we, and if I don't, it's them. Okay, so Ukraine has shipped almost 4 million tons through 167 ships filled with grains. So they are everybody is trying hard to um, further the export of Ukraine through this channel. But as Domen said, there are other ways in which Ukraine shipped grains, because they had a lot in store when the war started, and they have at least half of the normal production this year, to add to what was already in stock. So through Romania, and this is a piece of news that was issued 2 days ago. 5 million tons of grains were exported. This is approximately 60% of what Ukraine exported this year. Romania is trying as good as it can to improve logistics, to improve its logistics in order to um, um, speed up this process, basically. By logistics, I mean roads, railways, the facilities in Constanța port, in Agija, which is a port further south from Constanța. And in some cases, because grains can be easily and more readily transported by railways, when we had cases in which the classical process of improving infrastructure in Romania didn't work, the regional, it's called CFR in Romania, the Romanian railways, they basically do it by themselves with with government's help in money, because they are state funded partially. So they managed to open a wider gauge railway in Galați, and they are trying to do the same up north, further west, but from Suceava, in order to facilitate this transfer of grains from Ukraine to Romania, and then from Romania through our ports. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
So I put something in the nest, Anda, thank you very much. For those interested in many more details still on the state of the grain deal, the state of the Istanbul Initiative, check out the nest. There's a link down to an extensive thread with great details on exactly what was shipped, how much, where to, etc. So have a good look at that for all the details you didn't know you ever wanted to know that they exist. So if you're interested in that, check it out in the nest. There are some things simply not very well suited to radio, and reading out spreadsheets is one of them. But maybe later today, if we're bored, I might pick out some nuggets out of that, and we can delve into some analysis of what those numbers mean. War Doggo, shoot.
Hi, dears from
Just
Ukraine. To give you some logistic complexity background related to this grain stuff, the point is that if you imagine one overseas cargo ship full of containers, moving, I don't know, for instance, northern seas from Antwerp to, I don't know, imagine to Polish port of Gdynia or Gdańsk, you can imagine that the usual transshipment time from Antwerp to Gdynia is like 24 hours. And if you see on the map, like there are like flight radar, but also available some ships maps similar. If you see the quantity of the ships constantly moving there, I mean, this is a pretty significant flow over there. And in order to deliver the cargo that one ship is carrying via truck, you most probably would need 60 days, 60, just to transship the same volume for the same distance, just using the road instead of the ship. If you intend to use the railroad instead of the sea transport, you will most probably spend not less than 14 days, like 2 weeks, to transship the same volume via the railroad. So by that, you understand why overseas shipments from Ukraine related to the grain export is so important. And by the way, if you noticed during the ongoing exercises of 101st, if my memory doesn't fail me, brigade from states together with Romania on the eastern borders of Romania. It is also mentioned that the alliance is ready to protect the NATO allies from the land and from the sea. So it's also to mention about the importance of overseas deliveries. About that. Overall, the night in Ukraine yesterday was relatively calm. Unfortunately, still 3 group of those bloody drones were arriving, like 9. What they were saying, like 9 units per group. Total 3 groups arriving from area of Crimea, from northern, from southern west of Kherson, from southern east from Yalta, from southern east from Meganom, and like around 9 o'clock Kiev time, they were approaching some territory of Ukraine from Crimea. For the moment, no information, no many details in the media of the further development, just some info of the groups of drones that were arriving. Thank you so much. That was all from my side.
Thank you, Vordaga. Do you want to remind people before we move on, what were the Russians striking yesterday in the west of Ukraine? What town?
There were.
But you know what I'm getting at. From a logistics perspective, you know what I'm getting at.
From the logistics perspective, one of the important cities in that perspective related to rail is Kovel, and that's the big transshipment point close to the western border, and that's one of the railroad hub on the western part of Ukraine. And from the arrivals yesterday, we have a good guess. I mean, to some extent, it's a little bit speculation for the moment, but I assume that a lot of interesting stuff is on the way that we will know more in details later on.
So Ukrzaliznytsia during wartime extended the standard gauge rail line from the Polish border, from Helm to Kovel, which is about 50 kilometers-ish within Ukraine, right? And that allowed them many more transloading points rather than just the one on the border, which speeds up logistics because there's an age-old problem, and people listening to this space are probably all very well aware of it. But Ukraine works on a different rail gauge than most of Europe. Ukraine works on the Soviet rail gauge at 1520 millimeters, while the rest of Europe is on 1435, right? So you need to move stuff from one type of rail carriages to another type of rail carriages, and that's why that's a big problem, right? So when Russia is hitting at this kind of big logistics hub within Ukraine, probably hitting for a reason. Honestly, I was surprised that they hadn't been doing this previously, but I think that means that they're getting particularly desperate and they're really trying to deny Ukraine supplies. However, we know that the Iron Army, the good people will be up and fixing whatever happened very quickly, because as we know, those cruise missiles simply do not have the explosive punch to disturb things for more than a day or maybe two when it comes to the railways. Wardaga?
And by the way, the city in Poland called Helm is the most further point that you can get using the same railway that Ukraine is using.
Exactly.
So practically the big transshipment and hub is not only on Ukrainian territory, but the most convenient one is related to Helm. But guess what? Nobody and at any time will not put Helm in danger, because I mean, Russia can hit the one who is weak at the point where he is the weakest. But unfortunately, we are fighting an enemy who is pretty tricky and using all possible, information plus on the ground warfare to fight the enemies.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Wardaga. Daniel, morning. We speak of trains going to Romania, and of course, Galați is a major
Real quick, guys.
intermodal point. Joseph, are you heading off?
Yeah, I got to head off, but I just wanted to reiterate, we got John Culp, we got Tony and Elena from Bomb Techs Without Borders. They're going to be here in a little over 9 hours, so looking forward to that, guys. Have a good night. Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slava. Daniel, where were we?
Tell me why we talk about grains again and trains.
Because it matters.
For who?
It matters for Ukraine. It matters for Ukrainian farmers. It also matters for people who end up buying it, like Erdogan.
I don't care about Erdogan.
Yeah, but Erdogan cares about Erdogan.
This is right, but I don't care about Erdogan at all. And why we still talking about this grain shipments? Because I don't see the point. Grain shipments will work, and will not stop working. Why we still talking about this subject? Because they said they will cut the inspections.
Nope.
Okay.
In 28 days, they might scuttle it altogether. That's why.
Okay. And tell me, what happened if you continue to send grains?
See, this is the thing, and we've had this conversation before, right? What happens if Ukraine just keeps shipping stuff? Well, the question is, can it? The question is, will the shippers be willing to send ships through? Because the ship is worth a whole lot more than the cargo it's carrying, but the cargo might not be worth insuring the ship for.
Mate, what we talked 2 propositions ago, Erdogan.
He wants it to continue, and he shall put his efforts into having it continue. Absolutely.
Let's talk about efforts. What does it mean, efforts for Erdogan? Because he loves to take some commission for piloting. He loves to make some transportation in his ports. He loves to have some grains cheaper to sell to his population, which are affected by inflation. So again, what the Turkey must do? Use their frigates, destroyers, corvettes, submarines to cover that shipments. If he doesn't, he can get the grains. He can get the image of the savior of the Muslim world. He can go to North Africa and say, look, how important Turkey is it. So why do we talk about grain shipments? Because we know how he will act. He will not act in the interest of Putin, but in his interest. People usually look at he make discussions with Putin, and he make a gas hub, and he talks with Putin. Okay, but when it's about his skin, he will do it. No need American destroyers there. And I don't think many of the ships you see delivering grains are European ships. Most of them are not, if you look at flag, but companies behind that flag are usually from United Arab Emirates, Turkey, and China. So what do we care? For me, this subject looks interesting, how much attention it gets, not because it's interesting. By the way, why is it in the interest of Europe to deal with the Turkish problems? If Turkey has a problem, deal with it. And I think this will be the right approach for any European leader. Hey, Turkey, you want that shipments? Work on it. We cannot get ammunition, get winter gear, get radars, anti-air missiles. You need grains. Make it happen. It's so easy. Why we need to complicate the stuff? What I want to tell you is something very, very different. Why Ukrainian authorities arrested the owner of Motor Sich?
Not the owner, the president.
Not
Chairman.
the owner? Chairman, president. Okay. Okay.
But he does own a big stake. One of the owners, I guess we can say.
One of the owners. So he is suspected for collaboration with Russian Federation, sending parts for their aircrafts, right? And until now, nobody in the Ukrainian state acted, and now they feel they have enough power to do it, or maybe, just maybe, is the justice system which wants to get European Commission attention. Usually, second part look more plausible. But it's very interesting. I watch Ukrainians saying, wow, Ukrainians are bold now. They arrest the influencers of Russia in Ukraine. I saw yesterday also they put outside the law all the parties which are pro-Russian. Most of them are communists.
But they're
This is
called
a problem.
communists.
What?
They're called communists. They're not necessarily actually communists.
Ah, of course. I don't care. For me, communists, Nazi, fascists are the same topic. Evil. They are not political organizations. If you want to call me hammer and sickle, I will send you to Siberia. Maybe we need to start a gulag program for the guys like that. A nice gulag, a digital gulag, something like, you know, all the wardens and security staff is gay, transsexual, or eventually Muslim and black.
Sorry, Daniel, I missed something. I tuned out. I zoned out for 5 seconds. What? Go back. What? How did you get to the prison?
Imagine something like this. These guys who are enraged with full of hate, right? When you send to prison, don't send in a Dutch prison. You know, elegant, open doors, everybody's polite, you have television, internet access. No, let's make them a special gulag. If you are fascist, Nazi, or communist, or just you love so much Putin, we make a special penitentiary for you with all the people who need to take care of prisoners to be gay, transsexual, Muslims, and blacks. Because they love them so much, maybe, just maybe, half of them will discover they're just people, normal people. And there you go, you have rehabilitation of a monster who raised their hand and shout stupid things like long live Putin, or I don't know. You know, the fascist cunts.
Oh my god, I love Sunday morning, Daniel. Do you know what? I would extend this and say I have the most let's call them homophobic societies, right? Probably ones with the highest degrees of what should we say it, latent tendencies, I guess. I mean, look at
I forgot about the Jews. They need the Jews. They also hate the Jews. So Jews, Muslims.
I'm going to go back to where this was practical instead of Daniel throwing all the Putinists into gulag staffed by my fellow Jews, along with every LGBT and minorities. We're going to go back to the Ukraine question. You actually asked a useful question, and I'm laughing at the idea, but I'd like to go to something more practical. So there is a solid question here, which is why is Europe pushing, broadly speaking, the UN pushing for these broadly shit grain deals when Ukraine is showing an impressive ability, as we've heard from our friends at Ukrsavzanica, Mr. Kamishin himself. They have so massively increased and continue to increase rail capacity to get the grain out of Ukraine that clearly much or most of it's coming out. Unfortunately, as he pointed out, next year's harvest is going to be significantly down due to the genocidal war. So, you know, they're going to catch up for unfortunate reasons. Rail should be able to cover it at this rate. So the question is, why are they pushing for it? You know, why are they behind it? And, you know, Occam's razor at this point, it got some stuff out. Why would they want it to continue? Because there's still a bunch of grain stolen by the Russians that probably hasn't gotten out yet. And global food prices are still higher than they were. So inflation is a pressure that they're feeling. They care more about money than genocide in many of these places. Please see Macron considering his new Vichy residence half the time. And yeah, that's sort of my cynical take on why they're pushing for it, because clearly the only thing that this does get out is stolen grain by Ukraine that has gotten its way into the Russian Federation, and or it lets the Russian Federation get stuff out without sanctions. Nice to see them going after airplane parts. That is something that we were discussing pretty heavily when it looked like literally Russia was going to be unable to fly anything because they couldn't get parts in, and then we didn't hear about it. You know, I was actually talking with Madi on the back end, and Peter Duran. I pointed this out to where this had become a problem, then it wasn't. So we know they're getting them on the black market. The problem is they fly to so many places that I'm unclear of how you could shut them off of the black market, because you just fix a plane when it hits the ground. That solves your problem. And like Iranian Air, they fly to China, they fly to Armenia, they fly to multiple Central Asian countries. They obviously fly to Europe as well, but I'm commenting that all those other places are things where I'm sure it's pretty easy to hand a pile of cash to a gentleman, and he will load some baggage onto the empty part of your plane, and voila, there's your plane parts, as well as fixing them up when they're there. So the two things you brought up earlier that are not comical but dead serious, the grain deals at this point are just helping get Russian stolen and Russian grain out. A and B, on the plane part thing, nice to see Ukraine arresting a guy who was doing black market plane parts. Just shows they're serious, shows that people are tracing it. Unfortunately, Russia, I expect, will be able to continue acquiring black market plane parts because of where Aeroflot flies to.
Should we talk a little bit more about Motor Siege? Because I think this is very significant. Finally, did you see what actually went down? Why it seems he was likely arrested? Did you see the older articles?
I know only the headlines. Literally, when it was brought up, that's the amount of knowledge I knew walking in. So if there's stuff I need to read up on, I need to read up before you ask me anything in detail.
Give me a second, because Arthur was sending me some stuff. Give me a second too. So find the actual article. Where it is. Here we go. Okay. And I shall forward it to you. There we go. So this is an article from 2019. So it's slightly old. And then Wardoggo can help us out with more detail. I'll just outline a little bit.
Overall, if you...
Oh, you can go for it. Go ahead, Wardoggo.
If you Google the guy, practically you will find that since 2013, he was no longer like in the operations of the Motor Siege, but he was like honored president, but he moved from any, how to say, position from Motor Siege, because since 2013 he was in the parliament, and the law says that if you are in the parliament, you cannot make it double, like business position plus the political position. So
It was on the supervisory board only.
Exactly. And being in the parliament, just important to say that he was in the part of pro-Russian parties, so it could be part of the story why he is now being arrested. And the second part, he was the one in the committee of the parliament related to interparliamentary connections with China, with Kazakhstan, with Indonesia, Belarus, and Arab Emirates. So
And Germany.
exactly. So you never know what kind of stuff being shared there, but those things, they are not usually public. On other hand, they are usually well recorded by the government, and you never know who opened those books and found something that he is now being claimed for.
So something is from this is from 2019. Apparently, he had some other company called VKMS that was supplying some parts of a particular engine manufactured by Motor Siege through a Bosnian intermediary to the Russians, which they then used for fixing up military aviation somehow. I didn't really care about the details, but basically, I suspect it's probably going through that, and obviously it's not good, right? It's definitely no good. Was he still in Parliament after 2014, Wardoggo?
He was he was in the Parliament of the, how they call it, sevens.
In the 7th, so that's until 2014, until Yanukovych
2014,
left, yeah.
about 2014. To be honest, I was not following. I don't have an idea.
Okay, but since then, was he still in parliament in the 8th and the 9th?
No idea, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough. Well, it is a big deal in itself, right? It's a big deal because this is not a trivial sort of person. This is not a person of trivial importance. And actually, Motosic is still very much relevant from an engineering standpoint, right? One of relatively few Soviet industries that stayed relevant, thoroughly relevant, not just for production of things, but actually from an engineering innovation perspective. Yeah, it's
Going, if we go
Oh,
a
okay.
little bit deeper, we can also see in the media that somewhere earlier, this enterprise called Motor Siege was close to sell part of their stocks to
China.
to Chinese company. Yes, and if you know that that guy was among the parliamentary committee who was probably involved in or making the deal or at least preparing the deal, so that could be the case, but this is more like speculation from the media, and most probably when we see the official charge from the government, we see more details.
Thank you, Wardago. Chris, shoot, and then finance is read up, and we'll tie it all up together. Chris.
Morning, everyone. Well, I suspect probably Axel knows the detail here from things he said in the past, but I thought that coming up to date, well, certainly in 2021, that the Ukrainian government had taken control of Motor Siege. So I'm assuming that all of this stuff is really stuff that this person has done in the past, right? Because certainly I've raised it before, the fact that the connection with China, that was all stopped. China's attempted investment into or takeover of Motor Siege was all stopped. And okay, now I know a bit more because you guys have just told me about this. This guy that's been arrested. But I'm just trying to come right up to speed here. I thought that the Ukrainian government now controlled Motor Siege, and surely they can't. Surely are they still manufacturing and exporting from Motor Siege from Ukraine abroad? So it's a question, really.
I don't think anybody can give you the answer to that question because that's the sort of thing that they're keeping kind of quiet, right? There were strikes on Zaporizhzhia in the general area of where Motor Siege manufacturing is some months ago, but it was not detailed to my memory anywhere whether it actually hit, or what they actually hit. And there's a reason for that because if anything that might be of military importance, of course, you wouldn't go and tell.
Yeah. Okay, so go back to who controls it now. Then
it's still the same that the Ukrainian government forced the buyback of shares from the then Chinese minority investor with a view to negotiations with what was the group concerning Bayraktar's investments with Turkey. So that was an ongoing story since 2021. At the moment, Motor Siege remains in Ukrainian government hands.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I mean, there's minority investors and the likes, but that's irrelevant at this point in time. Control is exerted by the government.
Okay, thanks.
Finance.
Morning. Assuming everything I just read is correct on Botoslav, I'm probably mispronouncing the man's name.
Boguslav.
Botoslav. That said, he's such a prick. If I just read that right, I don't care if I mispronounce his name. I hope he takes offense. This is like Lenin made the comment. They'll sell us the rope we'll hang them with. This is the guy who sells the fucking rope, knowing full well it could hang him with it. So yeah, he specifically helped set up the companies that he could keep selling Russian aircraft parts to Russians. Since after 2014, he set up the Bosnian trick in 2018. Yeah, I hope the Ukrainians have a nice dark jail cell that he can sit in for a very long time.
Yeah, he's like 80 something, right? It's not going to be that long.
Less is
but
more.
Then again, we
Less
said
is
that
more.
about. But then again, we said the same about Mugabe for God knows how long.
And most of the world would be better off if Mugabe had spent the last 20 years of his life in a jail cell instead of being able to keep sponsoring the horrors that he's sponsored on his own people. So,
yeah, quite. Finance. Should we talk about the new Czech deliveries to Ukraine?
I am unaware of the new Czech deliveries to Ukraine. When you said Czech deliveries, I thought you were going to tell me about some new Czech deliveries in Turkey, which like, what else have I missed in the news? No, Czech deliveries to Ukraine sound much better though. What are the Czechs delivering?
Well, Oryx is reporting that the Czechs are delivering. Let me see the right numbers here. They're delivering 6 buses and 22 trams.
When you say tram, what am I thinking of here? Like a streetcar?
Streetcar, yes.
Streetcars, exactly. They're phasing
So
out,
nice, boring civil
streetcars
infrastructure
in
needs for
Prague
Ukraine.
and in Brno, and in Prague and in other places, and not Brno. Prague, they are delivering those nicely packed up to replace those which have been shot up in Kharkiv.
That's good. Speaking of Kharkiv, after the big offensive that pushed Russians out of Ukraine nearby, there's unfortunately still a Russian border that's not so far from Kharkiv. Are they out of normal shelling range? Like, can they only be hit by air and
Yes.
projectile things now? So it's not. They're out of normal shelling range, though, right?
Yeah, it's not regular artillery.
So the level of destruction that city's faces at least something similar to what Kyiv now has to deal with, basically. Is that the way to understand this from a non-military perspective?
Yeah, the Ukrainians face off missile attacks as well as drone attacks, which could reach Kharkiv.
Is the proximity again of Kharkiv to Russia allow for more attacks still to be hitting Kharkiv, or are they, as I said, are they down to unfortunately what is still a high level of attacks, just the way say Kyiv is?
The range of the Russian rocket artillery is a risk for the troops the Ukrainians muster for border control and for certain border villages. So, for example, if they are stationing their NLRS systems in proximity to the border on the Russian side, they can hit, for example, those villages which have now been liberated and those border posts. And there were reports that is happening, but it does not afflict the city.
Well, I am glad to hear then that the Czechs are helping to rebuild Kharkiv while it is recently, at least not under regular mortar fire. The sooner the residents thereof can try to do something closer to a normal life, the better.
Yeah, what we heard from Roman and his troops in the fire department was that essentially missile attacks continued, and that was still quite harsh, at least 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Roman, do we have on the list of the past couple of days? There was 1 or 2 mentions of Kharkiv, but that was it.
Exactly. Of course, Kharkiv is still well within reach of Russian longer-ranged rocket artillery, right? The Smerch Urahan, but not within range of Grads, not within range of tubed artillery that Russians have somewhere in Belgorod Oblast. Sorry, Belgorod
Yeah,
Narodna Republic.
they're not using any Urahans in that region because they've put them all into Donetsk.
Exactly. That's why the shelling of Kharkiv is much less intense than it was previously. That final push when the Russians organizedly retreated from areas to the north of Kharkiv really helped matters in that regard.
All right, well, so waiting. Chris, can you update us on the impressions and maybe also send us a screenshot of the impressions the campaign for Free the Leopards has made so far and where we stand? Chris is dealing with the Malamutes.
Sorry, are you after me, guys?
Yes, I was trying to find
Yeah, you're getting to know me now. I was Malamuted.
That's all right.
What's going on?
Favor? Yeah,
Yeah.
could you tell the audience maybe where we stand with the campaign and its impressions and, you know, the overall audience size again for Free the Leopards? Maybe you can share a few thoughts.
Well, okay. We're a little bit hamstrung, if you like, at the minute. If that's the right word. By the way, am I loud or like
loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
No
Okay, cool.
howling Malamute in the background.
Okay. They've decided not to howl at me. Yeah. So we're a little bit hamstrung because the version of the application that we've got, we've burst through it. So we burst through it at 22 million reach. But what I sort of can do is I can look at the other factors, which is like basically the likes and the post shares and all the rest of it, and then I can, make a sort of a guesstimate of where we are reach wise. So that's what I'm doing basically. I'll tell you something else that we're doing in the background as well. But so like my estimate, if you like, on reach is that we're probably about 40 or 50 million, something like that, reach, global reach. And obviously one of the great things is that within our community here, it keeps getting mentioned and that, so I keep popping up as well at odd hours, just to remind people to say Free the Leopards. So not last night, but the night before, I was awake, I think at 3:30, 4:30, or something like that. So all the Americans were on. So we had a bit of a funny session about that. So we were just explaining some of the things that were happening with leopard skin clothes and thongs and everything else. So that was interesting. So basically,
I would suggest there's usually for underclothes and ideally underclothes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So like the word is spreading, and and I think as well, and it was interesting, and I think I said this yesterday, but if you don't mind me repeating, that there was a discussion going on, with our American friends, 3 or 4 in the morning and that about from the ladies. Actually, it came up from the ladies, because they were basically saying, look, I don't know anything about this military stuff. I don't know. I don't have that much money. What can we do to help? So this was part of that discussion. Was, look, here's what you can do. That's really easy to do. Is you can, get on Twitter and you can do a post about Free the Leopards, and make it as what's the word, innovative and interesting as possible. So at least some people went away happy with that was something that they could do. And of course, we we always have to connect, don't we, the fact that the reason we want to free the leopards is because we want to get the fucking Russians out of Ukraine as quickly as possible, and because, to use Axel's phrase, the leopards will cut through the Russians like a hot knife through butter. That's it, isn't it? I couldn't get to say that in my head. So that's that. So those are my estimates, and perhaps what I'll try and do next time, because the application still tracking, is give you an idea of the increase of number of posts, likes, retweets, etc. By the way, we should not think that, and this is an exercise actually, Axel, that you can do just out of curiosity. We should not think that Twitter is the only platform that the hashtag Free the Leopards is appearing on. So this might get a bit what's the word, detailed, but I think it's interesting. Is if you now go to, for example, Google, and you type in hashtag Free the Leopards, you will see that Free the Leopards is being promoted on many different platforms. So simply, for example, I'm certainly posting it on LinkedIn. It's also being posted on Facebook. People have in the community have also chosen to post it on I'm just going to give you an example, like Reddit, for example. So that the hashtag Free the Leopards now exists, if you like, on many different internet and social media platforms, right? Which makes it interesting for hashtag trackers to track, because they've got to track a whole load of platforms and that, right? And so you can think about this as well as, obviously not to trivialize this, but at the same time as we are increasing the reach of hashtag Free the Leopards, we are raising the profile of at MriyaReport. So that I hope that connection is sort of fairly clear and obvious to people, right? And obviously, if we raise the profile of MriyaReport, then we raise our ability to influence on anything, not just on hashtag Free the Leopards, right? So this is a long, it's a long discussion on that, but I think people should just be aware of that by promoting Free the Leopards, we're also promoting MriyaReport. By promoting MriyaReport, there are lots of other things that we can do. We become a major influencer in the world, and obviously an influencer for good. So there's, I could bang on about all this stuff for ages and ages. And then just to let you know that through Ander, I have connected with somebody who uses and has used the application that we've been using to track the hashtags, and that company happens to be Romanian. So they're based in what I gather is a very beautiful town in Romania. God, I think it's
Iași.
Thank you. Iași, yeah, which I gather is is that a university town as well? It's like a
Absolutely.
fairly, yeah. So and probably therefore, if it's a university town, then it's like a startup town and a tech town I'm guessing. Never been there, but sounds it's on my to-do list now. So the company is based there, and so we have somebody that I'm, obviously I'm speaking to certain people there, but now we have another person within the community. Actually, he's in the NAFO community, and actually, just as I remember it, Axel Doman, he was asking if you guys, Axel Doman, were communicating with the NAFO community, and I said, well, I'm pretty sure they are. Is that right?
I mean, all the time. War Doggo, do we communicate
absolutely.
every day? You're part of the NAFO community.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. So obviously, I don't want to say like now who it is that I'm talking to there, but obviously, if people from the NAFO community, want to try and close the circle here, if you like, then I can do that. So anyway, he and I now, are basically communicating with this company that's providing us the hashtag, and now that I've told you, really it's the brand tracking as well, because this hashtag tracking application tracks many more things than just hashtags, right? It basically tracks brand power, if you that's basically what it does. And so obviously I don't know the detail, but I know that you guys have got various plans with for the future of MriyaReport, and obviously you can say that, well, the influence of MriyaReport is growing all of the time, and then if somebody says to you, okay, well, how influential are you? Well, we actually have numbers then to back this up, because when they talk about brand power and that, they talk about, well, okay, how many people do you reach? How many people can you influence? And things like that. So there's a much bigger thing here, which we have to get into. But certainly the NAFO community can and are helping, a lot in this, because a lot of the posts are coming from the NAFO community. So in a very positive way, MriyaReport is becoming very, very powerful and influential and a force for good. And sorry if that's a long answer to the question, but hopefully useful.
Luis, do you want to jump up? So one of our good friends here, Luis, who's working on the MriyaReport website. Chris, you and Luis should connect. We'll get Luis up in a second. You guys should connect and talk offline because 2 minutes. He'll be up in 2 minutes. Yeah, you should get in good touch, Chris. I'll put it that way. We'll circle back and get Luis on. Thank you so much for all you've done, Chris. This is it's really good. It's really important. And free the leopards. War Doggo.
Following the topic of free the leopards, I'm just curious, probably a stupid question. How many leopards would be needed to put on a coastline to make the grain export, to support the grain export?
I mean, it's very easy, right? All Ukraine needs to do is get Crimea back, and then there's no problems with grain export ever. So really the question is, how many leopards are needed to liberate Crimea? And that is a question for finance, because he's the military expert.
What?
Did I make you choke on your coffee? I hope I did.
I am enjoying coffee. It's true. You have correctly stated what I am doing at the present time, enjoying coffee. My level of military knowledge has advanced to the boom go good phase, which is how I became the speaker of the Atacama Korean Cigarette Company. It, like myself, has a totally sophomoric sense of humor and almost no military knowledge. So I can tell you what we've been told by the military guys, that lots of Atacam should go to Ukraine. We've now reached the extent of my military knowledge. Let's go back to Daniel.
And Daniel will say, you don't need Leopards, you need ITVs, MRAPs, APCs. Believe me, are more important than tanks because they have tanks. Imagine how many Russian tanks they have. A lot of them. What they
Daniel,
need?
we don't disagree that they need IFVs. We've always said so.
Yes, Axel, because people sometimes don't understand how important are data IFVs. And I think I saw in Kharkiv, I saw in Kherson, the fast-moving soldiers, spearhead, who go on the flanks and attack the rear are Humvees, a lot of Humvees. I saw the Finnish Sender Patria, I saw some small things like little MRAPs from France and Germany. I know they have BMPs. I don't know how many BTRs they produce, how many they upgraded if they get from other countries with autocannon of 40 millimeters. But in my opinion, the lack of IPVs is... I saw many offensive where the Varti or the Czech tanks are in the front, and these T-72s don't lose their turret when they are hit. But I look at infantry, and very, very rarely are anything other than BMPs or Humvees. They need a lot of IPVs. Infantry is essential. You go with armored brigade, you need IPVs. Is my totally unknowledgeable about military. They need IPVs and MRAPs, a lot of them, maybe 1,000. And I think that we must focus a lot and send the Martyrs, send the CV-90s, send all the BTRs from Romanian army, send all the Gepards from Romanian army.
I'll put it this way, Daniel. If modern Western MBTs are sent, there will no longer be any lack of IFVs and APCs either. Do you see where I'm getting at?
Yes, mate, but look at Scholz. Scholz will never send that Leopards until he sees a company or a battalion of Abrams there. And we are in the full circle this. Abrams will not be sent, and also Leopard will not be sent. Because, you know, politicians. Let's fix the easy stuff.
Daniel, are you having some hecklers around you?
What?
Do you have some hecklers around you?
No.
No? Okay. Was it just me, Finance, or did it sound like Daniel had some hecklers in room?
There was something going on over there. I have no idea what, but it was something.
Aha. Okay. Got it. Well, tell her that this matters, and this matters for the future of free Romania as well, and the future of the Western society. Daniel, no, this is the thing, right? When main battle tanks are in theater, when Western-made main battle tanks are in theater, be it Abrams, be it Leopards, be it whatever else, the floodgates will also open for the Western-made IFVs, right? And this matters. And you're right, it's not just about the tanks, but the tanks seem to be the pinnacle of what we're trying to get. So if that goes, everything else will have gone as well. That's why. Also, you know, there isn't any... I mean, who dresses up as a bloody Martin ever? How are you going to get MADA clothing, you know? Or I mean, Fuchs might be a little bit easier, but Leopards just work way better as a marketing campaign.
a moment. Why any country which has legacy BTRs don't get the know-how from the Ukrainians to upgrade them, put them optics and 30 millimeters autocannons, and send them after that to Ukraine? I don't know, maybe Poland and Romania do this. I have no idea. But I think it's very, very easy and very fast to do it because you have this legacy IPVs. You get the BTR, is old, work what you need to work, put the turret, put the optics, and send them. And nobody need to say anything. Just send them. Same with Humvees. What Romania need the Humvees which it have, or Poland? What we need? We'll not fight in Odessa with Humvees. We'll fight with Atacams. So it's very simple. Send the Humvees. Send the BTRs.
Absolutely. I literally couldn't agree. Especially the Gepards. I didn't know Romania had Gepards. And
We
that
have
would
a
make
big fleet of Gepards.
that would honestly make a huge difference for Ukraine right now, assuming they have enough trained people. But I'm guessing they probably overtrained crews for those. That would make a huge difference right now. Yeah. Chris?
Yeah, I'm having trouble with the Malamutes today because it's raining here in the UK, and Malamutes hate rain, so it's a challenging bit of Malamuting. But you know,
Yeah,
like
it's too warm, isn't it? It's just too warm for them.
Well, it's warm, and they hate the wet. You know, snow,
They're
obviously,
fine with precipitation. It just has to be cold enough.
That's correct. That's the one. I totally agree with Daniel. You know, actually, and to go back to his point about the grain shipping as well, I agree with him there as well. You know, the answer should be something like, you know, Russians, if you dare to hit one of these grain ships, we're going to sink your whole navy, or something like that. Whatever it is, you know, I haven't really thought that through. But anyway, you know, some threat back to them that if they dare to sink one of those things, it's going to be, you know, drastic. Oh, now the Malamutes are howling. Okay. And actually, I don't know whether it was the same video, but just one of them says, "I'm going out in the wet, whatever, Dad." So just let me go. I saw this video. Oh man, it was amazing, and it may be the same one that Daniel is referring to. You know, where the Ukrainians were charging a position, and it was sort of like, you know, charging a light brigade type of thing. You know, they were driving into this position with guns firing from the IFVs, and that, you know, oh wow, you know, I mean, basically the Russians had absolutely no chance there. And so you know, you can see the power of the infantry fighting vehicles. So I sort of go back actually to what I said, right? And I think what you were inferring actually, Doman, you know, that is with the campaign Free the Leopards. You know, I think they're also the Americans. You know, when we were discussing it, they said, "Well, we'll just do Free the Abrams," and I said, "Well, fine. You know, to be honest with you, with whatever, you know, leaving aside all of the, you know, training and supply chain issues and all the rest of it. You know, we don't actually care which main battle tank goes. In some respects, you know, we just want main battle tanks to go. We think the Leopards are the best. But you know, we by doing Free the Leopards and by raising the profile of MriyaReport and the influence of MriyaReport, you know, we are then making it easier to campaign for other things like infantry fighting vehicles. And I do agree that, you know, if you know, that obviously, you know, getting the main battle tanks sent is or apparently, quite a difficult thing, although, we do difficult things. So, okay, let's at the same time make sure that they are sending infantry fighting vehicles. And I'm reminded of Yehuda's list that I asked him for a while back, where I said, okay, Yehuda, if you could, if you were in control of everything, what would you send? And I think it was something like, off the top of my head, I think it was something like, well, 500 main battle tanks and 2,000 infantry fighting vehicles was like the top of the list at that time. So I sort of wanted to support Daniel on that, but I think that the Free, as you said, Demin, the Free the Leopards campaign, is just a bit catchier than Free the Martyrs, So
yeah, look, as far as things go, I say that anything with four wheels that drives or track and drives, Ukraine will use right now. If it has four wheels and drives, they need it for logistics. If it has a track and drives, it will save lives. I mean, we're seeing some really cool Mad Max looking crap at the battlefield, but you don't need to be a military genius to realize that when your vehicle looks like it's something out of Mad Max Fury Road, it doesn't have any protection. So you have a lot of Ukrainian guys driving into battle. They might have a technical, like if you drive into battle like a Somali warlord with a pickup truck or an ATV with a machine gun on the back, it's a lot easier to get killed than if you're in a Leopard or even a Martyr. So the more of those we get to the Ukrainians, the more Ukrainian soldiers' lives will be saved. This is not rocket science. I completely agree with that. Also, if we were to hand them a pile of ATACMS, the Russians would have a really difficult time getting to Ukraine, or quite frankly, anywhere within 300 miles of Ukraine. And we have the stockpiles. I think it would be a really good explanation to say that for every missile that Russia fires on a civilian target, every single missile, I think Ukraine should get an ATACMS. So when they fire 67, 75 missiles towards Kyiv, just hand Ukraine 75 ATACMS. And if you've asked any of our military guys, the number between 30 and 60 is enough that Russia doesn't have railroad infrastructure that can get them anywhere near Ukraine, at least until they could try to get that repaired. But if it all goes down at once, good luck. So yeah, I'm there. I think anything tracked that has protection, the Leopard is obviously the best, but even if we were to hand them a pile of Martyrs, it would save a whole bunch of lives, because it's better than the Mad Max shit they're using now. And while it looks cool, it's certainly not safe. Scott, you got a hot mic, baby. All right.
Scott?
Scott got pushed down.
No, Scott's a good guy. I don't know what he's been watching some weird videos.
He probably butt opened. I didn't kick him from the space. I just pushed him down. He probably butt opened his mic or something.
Let's go to Christo.
Christo, am I pronouncing that right, sir?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Christo.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I've been listening to you guys for quite some time, number of hours a day, And so I think we can summarize that the Western battle tanks, IDFs, pretty much technology is far superior. So we have the numbers, we have the better technology, and we're not afraid from the Russian, retaliation. No fear mongering. We know that NATO can destroy their fleet, their army, with non-nuclear arsenal, etc. Why on earth that technology is not in Ukraine yet? Since if we're not afraid of anything, if we have the technology, and we know that the Ukrainians are motivated as hell to use it, we know they're capable. I honestly, I'm kind of a bit offended on their behalf that when they say, when the Germans mostly say, oh, they need super special training to drive a tank. It's a tank. It's not a space shuttle. People who have been assembling, tanks from 3 different versions of crappy Soviet technology are far more capable than the average German soldier on that matter. So what's the point? Is this do you think it's just a political, game to prolong this, or what? And if so, maybe our focus with campaigning should be towards the political aspect of things rather than,
absolutely.
100%.
That's exactly what it is. What it is people who have power to change things are governed by inertia, right? The very few specific people who really want to change things are governed by inertia, and they seek excuses. They look for reasons that they can make up to not, right? And the current excuse is, oh, but escalation. But we don't want to be the first ones. We don't want to be the only ones. As the former president of Estonia, Ilves, said yesterday, yeah, but Greece and Spain wanted to send theirs, and you didn't let them, and you snuffed it out in the bud. Can you snuff something out in the bud? Is that the saying, Finance? You're the I am but the intermediate English language student here. Finance, you're the expert, right?
All I hear is you're sniffing butts, man. Just quit the analogy. Keep going.
Right. So, that's exactly what it is. It's really seeking excuses. It's generating excuses. That's why Axel, whenever he posts another picture of someone clad in leopard print, he always tags the Bundeskanzler, because it lies with him. It is with him that this decision lies with. So absolutely, it is political. It is entirely political. It is nothing but entirely political.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer. I'm a bit of really saddened that in Europe we don't have any actual leaders, and the guy that we were all making fun of and criticizing for the dreadful decision to cause Brexit somehow turned out to be the one with the biggest bear in all Europe, of course, after the Iceland Prime Minister. Ironically.
Quite. So I'm told that you nip it in the bud or you snuff it out, and I was combining two different idioms. That's not good. Right, but Krista, I agree. I think things would be a whole lot better if Kaja Kallas was just in charge of the whole thing. Just make her in charge for the next, year and a half. She gets to decide, and I think Germany would be far better off for it, as with the rest of the world, as with Ukraine, because she knows what's
charge
up.
of which? What are we putting Prime Minister Kallas in charge of?
Just everything, really.
The whole world, just
at least like all of the EU. How about that for a start?
I mean,
yeah.
Why don't we put her in charge of Russia? Like,
yeah, no. See,
yes,
Kaya's great, but there are certain things that are even beyond her abilities to fix.
Like, why don't we put her in charge of the thing where she can pull the armies back? Have democratic ideals. Stop them from being a genocidal shit show. Maybe allow some decentralization and some autonomy for the different regions. Whole new countries like Tartarstan. Like, why don't we put someone good there? Instead of the dictatorial authoritarian disasters that run the exact same system. But no, I hear what you're saying. If that's not an option, and unfortunately, if Putin finds a window, it's just going to be more of the same under a different name. So please find a window, Mr. Pooty Poot. But I'm not saying that's the perfect solution, or even a solution, possibly. Patrushev takes over. But yeah, I'm there. The fact that we haven't sent Ukraine every single possible IFV, especially all the old ones, which would still be a major improvement, is pretty disgusting to me.
Oh, absolutely, exactly. And it is. I mean, what else is it? But it being an excuse generating approach by the powers that be. Finance.
I don't. I mean, at this point, from everything we've heard, I don't get how every possible martyr and every A-10 warthog isn't just in Ukrainian hands right now, because they're going to be retired anyways. better than some of the kit Ukrainians are using for the exact same purpose. There's literally no excuse. You can't make any comments or complaints that they'd be there. Like, if you can't give them that, like, what, I don't get, like, I do get it, but the answers I come up with are things I hate, and they start with things like Olaf Scholz licks Putin's boots when he wakes up in the morning and goes to bed at night. That's his daily prayers. And I can't explain the warthog thing at this point because, I'm also for F-16s. Let's go all the way. But I think more planes for the impressive Ukrainian Air Force has been destroyed completely 15 times by the Russians is a good idea. But as I said, so is more anything that has armor and goes on the field. I think it was General Mark Hartling on the space was asked if tanks were obsolete, and he said, well, I like mobility, I like firepower, and I like armor, and a tank gives me all three. So I don't see them going out of style anytime soon. The problem is sort of the way the Russians are using them, not the tank in general. So, we have stuff that gives all three, especially stuff that holds more troops, and we're not using it, and the Ukrainians are fighting for their lives. So why the hell aren't they in Ukraine? I do not have good answers at this point. I haven't had good answers for this question since, February, March. Like, once it became clear that Ukraine wasn't just going to roll over to Russia, like, they should have just rolled them all in. Should have been a fucking whole single file line of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of IFVs and tanks just rolling right on into Kyiv. And I think they would have used them just fine, just as they're using them just fine today.
Exactly. Daniel.
Let's put it this way. If Germany at this moment has 1 million people on the streets asking to Mr. Scholz send the Leopards, he will not send them. If America send 1 battalion of tanks, he will send 1 battalion of Leopards. But will be a problem, because if you send 1 battalion of Abrams, you need at least 3 times more people to take care of them, because a tank necessitates a lot of work, are fragile systems. They need a lot of maintenance, a lot of caring for engines, optics, tracks. And if you add Leopards with different systems, this will complicate the entire business very, very much. And I can say something different. Not only IFVs they need, the Ukrainian army. I think something more interesting will be something similar like HARM. So a missile you put on the plane, your jet go to some height, and you have less air drag, and send this missile air to ground and destroy targets like attackers. We say attackers. Look at Russians. Russians get the planes in Rostov-on-Don, before that in Caspian Sea, and release a huge missile which can destroy big targets. I think a similar strategy, and I believe NATO has some weapons like this, put on the MiGs, go through it, launch the missiles, and the missile go to Moscow. I think that is probably the best choice they can use. And I think Axel at this moment jiggles, but this system will make their airports destroyed, their logistics destroyed, and will project danger far behind enemy lines. I think is more strategic. I don't know what missiles NATO have, like Kinzhal or KJH, what Russians have. But instead of something like ATACMS, use something launched from airplanes. Because they still have airframes, fast jets like MiG-29. I don't know if you can put on Sukhois, but I think is a much better solution. And you don't have the problems with ATACMS 500 kilometers range. Oh no, look, 300 kilometers, because we launch, I don't know what missile, because I'm not a military, but I think it's a elegant solution, effective, and in this way you destroy any strategic target in Russia, and Russia must be destroyed. You don't have attackers, other.
Chris. But I agree, Daniel. I agree. I think it'd be a great idea. And it avoids the strategic whatever nonsense thing. Concerns. How close do they need to fly, though? I think that's the question. Chris. Chris, we hear you shuffling.
I got someone calling me. Can I ask my question?
Christo, go ahead. Go ahead, Christo.
Yeah, sorry. When somebody calls you, obviously everything goes to hell. I had to reboot my phone, which I haven't rebooted for ages. Yeah, so I was saying that basically technology-wise, I see no problem defeating Russia. I mean, I see no problem NATO reaching Moscow. If it's not for the ICMBs, etc., all that fear-mongering crap. But so it turns out that the only Russian weapon that's working really, really, really well is disinformation. And with the midterms, we saw that with Brexit, with what's going on in Italy right now, and with midterms in the United States. It's becoming very, very difficult for me to monitor each important part of the world that's getting that's getting into trouble because of the Russian propaganda. But we've seen more apologists, more people who are obviously part of the Russian disinformation machine. And honestly, so far, that's probably the only weapon that we haven't found. And by we, I mean the West in general, the free-minded world, the democracy. We haven't found a way to counteract in any meaningful way. Yeah, we have the ATACMS, but why? But what's the point of having them since we don't send them to Ukraine? We have Leopards, we have Abrams, but what's the point? Even in Bulgaria, we have some C-300 systems and some
S-300.
Yes, and MiG-29s, which are completely useless. They're flying, but our corrupt government failed to upgrade them, so they don't have the enemy friend technology inside of them. So if there is a war tomorrow, an active war, including Bulgaria, we won't be able to use them because they cannot fly together with NATO fighters because they lack the system to recognize enemy from a friend, and they would be shot down by our allied F-16s, for example. So they're completely useless in terms of actual warfare needs. But we're not sending them to Ukraine because the Russian mafia, the Russian corruption has corrupted a number of Bulgarian parties, and this fear mongering is continuing. We need to preserve our defensive capabilities. We have seen S-300s being blown on a daily basis in this war. And we have like 3 of them. I mean, just send them to Ukraine. What are you gonna do? You're gonna stop Russia with 3 S-300 systems from bombing Sofia or Varna, or like the 10 them MiG-29? Just send them to Russia, to Ukraine. But no, we're not sending them because political parties, disinformation, they keep fear mongering. We gotta stay out of war. we should not arm Ukraine because that will prolong the conflict. And this is we've been having fun with that guy from Romania. That it's all the same. It's the same sentences, the same grammar, the same narrative. Like literally, some orc in Moscow writes this shit down and sends it to, I know, a Viber or a Telegram group, and all those people keep repeating it. And we have American social media spreading this crap. We have Facebook being a great enabler of the Soviet propaganda, and I see no reaction to that, no meaningful reaction, no sanctions against Facebook enabling Russian propaganda, no sanctions, no real actions against people spreading disinformation within our own countries. And this is what worries me, that actually, why is Putin trying to prolong this war? What is he hoping for? Some miraculous weapon that will, wipe out Ukraine? No, he's prolonging it because he hopes that his proxies, his cancer that he's been spreading across the world, will become toxic enough to allow people like Trump, like Orban, to put a lid on that, so they can keep what they have stolen, put a lid on it, make us all forget about it, spend some money, further weakening the European Union, the United States. And then after 20 years, when people forget about it, oh, let's do it again. Who's going to be? Armenia, Ukraine, Moldova? Why not some of the Baltics? And that
we know what the answer is, right? Why not some of the Baltics? Because NATO. Russia doesn't attack those that are not weaker, right?
I understand the fear of mutual assured destruction. I don't understand the inaction against clearly criminal acts against multiple countries being performed by corrupt politicians. Because Russia is what it is right now because of corruption, because this cancer is spreading so deep in their society that they're way beyond the point of no return. And they're spreading this within our own societies, and that's their main weapon. Not the Soviet era nuclear warheads that may or may not even explode. I'm pretty sure with the amount of birds flying on top of the war zone, if they ever fire something nuclear, it's gonna be shut down by an F-35 or something that we don't see on flight radar for sure. But I really hope that we start seeing some action against that propaganda, against that corruption, because it's tied to corruption. People say, but sanctions. No, sanctions don't work. They really don't work against that corruption because it feeds on the country they're corrupting itself. It feeds on the local mafia and the local corrupt government representatives. And yeah, it may sound, a bit too optimistic, but to root out corruption in the world. But now we can clearly see. We can see who is who. We can see that there are people working against their own countries because of the Russian money, because of the Russian blood money.
Christo.
That's sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, man. Two things. One, some kinds of sanctions do work against corruption. It depends how extreme those sanctions are, though, right? Like North Korea can't engage in hybrid warfare. Iran, while they can get their agents all around because they are not fully sanctioned, they do not have the capability to influence the way Russia does because they have been both cut off from funding and thus economically significantly weaker, as well as they don't have, when you're cut off from markets like that, your businessmen are not involved. And there isn't a difference when you're looking at someone like Russia between business and government and thus security services and influence, right? So one of the biggest things that happened in this war As far as long-term Russian influence dying, is Sberbank was forced to sell its huge network of Balkan banks, right? They had a whole bunch of banks in post-Yugoslav countries, and because of all the different sanctions coming down, being moved from SWIFT, they had to get rid of all of them. And they all got sold at basically fire sale prices. Whether you say they should or shouldn't have gotten money, that's not even important for this discussion. What's important is they no longer control all of these banks and all those operations. And that means they no longer have bankers in all those places. They no longer have people coming in and out, money going in and out that they control, and the ability to spread influence via their presence that ties directly back to offices in Moscow, ergo the ability of the Kremlin to just reach through it. You see this very clearly in Chinese tech and social media based companies, right? Like if you ever heard about TikTok, which I don't particularly recommend for the security reason that it is quite well known that all of their data flows straight to the CCP. So when you look at a country like this, right, because we've allowed Russia for so many years into the global economic system, that also meant that we allowed them to massively spread their influence, and it gave them enough money to do the exact same thing. So, you know, the sanctions can work, but we have to say, as the term has been gone, if you're going to act like North Korea, you have to treat them like North Korea. The halfway stuff isn't the way to go. I was pretty outspoken against the Iranian nuclear deal when it came up for all the same reasons that everybody in the Middle East was against it, which is that when you give Iran $2 billion plus, while people argue that it may have slowed down their nuclear program, that billions of dollars immediately that went to their government saw huge increases in their ability to finance the IRGC and their proxies. And while those costs may not have been borne by America, and they may not have been borne by, you know, France and Western Europe, they were absolutely borne by Middle Eastern nations. I wish Em was still up here right now. You know, Saudi Arabia, Israel, you know, Lebanon, Syria, like they were able to extend their terror network with a lot of that extra funding, right? Insofar as Russia has been part of the economic system since the 90s, and they have responded to that with their mafia state, with, you know, leveraging of the oil pipelines, with massive, you know, the ability to create what we now call hybrid warfare, right? With huge disinfo campaigns that we've seen on their networks and Facebook and all this stuff in social media that they did on Dirty Tricks, you know, et cetera. So yes, sanctions can work, but they really have to be far more complete. And the amount of time Russia has been either not under sanctions or so incredibly lightly sanctioned it's a joke before February, is why I agree with you that sanctions on Russia haven't worked, right? But if you want to cut their influence, you have to really cut. Like we have to say, look, if you're not going to behave like a normal country, like a normal democratic nation that respects the rights of other countries and other peoples to choose their own way and have free rights, we can't let you play in the sandbox with us. You need to go home and you need to fucking stay there, right? That's the thing on sanctions. So I do appreciate your views. I broadly agree with them. And my comment is we haven't been serious on sanctions against these guys since they were the Soviet Union. And as a result, we just allowed them to misbehave and nobody shut it down.
I agree with you completely that they work. I'm just not happy that they're not severe enough to cripple them and disable them from doing what they're doing every single day.
I completely agree. Look, as our finance guy, I wish I could tell you that sanctions will win the war. They won't. But they have deeply constrained Russia's ability to do certain activities in the war. Certainly their ability to field modern equipment is pretty bad, as we see all of this stuff that they are rolling out onto the field is not so, you know, they're waging war like it's World War I with some extra tanks involved, right? Like they are not building stuff that has an industrial semiconductor in it, and their rail system is under serious strain because they don't build the ball bearings for their own train cars and they can't fix and replace them. So it absolutely is having helpful effects towards the Ukrainian war, but it cannot win the war on its own. That's going to have to be the Ukrainian military on the ground. And thank God those boys and women are doing an excellent job kicking some Russian ass, which is the only way this war is going to be ended in the near term, because the Russians will just keep sending waves of bodies with World War I rifles if they have to. They don't care.
Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, Herom Slava, Hristo. That wasn't aimed at you. Sorry if I'm fiery this morning. I'm fiery. I think Hristo's great.
Because you're well rested.
Yeah, please don't think that was aimed at Hristo. Hristo's great. My ire is aimed directly, I'm currently in Estonia, at the country a bit to the east of me, the genocidal assholes. All right, Doman, you know the order of hands. Take it away, baby.
Yeah, let's try Chris from England again. Let's see if his stuff works, and then lunchtime and bridge. Chris.
Yeah, making progress here. Just had to dry off the big Malamute. I just go back to briefly, just while I think about it, free the leopards, hashtag free the leopards, and that when people are doing hashtag free the leopards, if they would also tag MriyaReport, which means on Twitter do @MriyaReport in the same post, that will directly help. Obviously, when we do hashtag free the leopards, indirectly that's linked to MriyaReport, but it would be good to directly link it to MriyaReport. So that was just on that, as I thought about it. The other thing then that I was just going to say that I just noticed, and I guess I'm sure you guys did as well, but I gather that the Screaming Eagles arrived in Romania. Do we know about that?
It's awfully expensive. Okay, that's a wine joke. At least 4 people got it.
Okay.
And yes,
Okay.
they have. My understanding is that yes, they indeed have. Actually, I was talking about this yesterday. Does the 101st Airborne, right, Chris?
Yeah, I sorry, I don't know all the details of that. I just remember that they were called the Screaming Eagles, and I know, obviously I know that patch from the Second World War. So that seemed great to me. Now, so let me just develop this, if you like. What tanks do the Screaming Eagles use?
They use tanks. They're airborne. They use tanks.
Okay, so it's my question. I assumed that they use tanks. Do they use tanks?
I don't know. The airborne use tanks. I don't know, Chris. You were in the Navy. I don't know, Jack.
You said the right thing. I was in the Navy, mate. Right, but I know that they're an armored division. Okay, somebody will answer us, won't they? Somebody will answer us, because I can even without the answer for the minute, I can develop the point.
So okay, I'm looking at their organizational chart.
Yeah.
And I see 3 cavalry squadrons.
Yep.
Sorry, 1 squadron, 3 different regiments within 1 squadron. That's how it works. Okay. The 32nd, the 75th, and the 33rd cavalry regiments, and the 17th cavalry regiment. I thought you can't do tanks airborne. I don't know. Let's call out for tankists, not tankists. Daniel, what up?
Strikers.
What was that?
Strikers, as opposed to Abrams, right? So the IAV type things. I don't know.
So they only have IFVs then, do they?
I don't know.
Okay, well look. Let's move on. Because I know for sure we'll get the answer to this somewhere, right? But even without it, so I sort of was thinking, I wonder if they've got Abrams tanks, right, with them. Yeah. So we'll find out the answer on that, right? But even without that, what American tank is being positioned all along the NATO front line? The answer is the Abrams, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So
in Romania, the French one.
What, Leclerc's as well?
Leclerc in Romania.
Really? Okay, fine. Okay, so whatever, whichever one it is, right? All I'm going to say is that those tanks and all of the supply chain and support chain for those tanks is just across the border from Ukraine, right? So that don't mean to say it's in Ukraine, but it's just across the border from Ukraine, right? And so I don't know the detail, but what I'm thinking is that the support and the maintenance facilities for Abrams tanks in particular, didn't know about Leclerc's, are being built up all the time just across the border from Ukraine. So although we don't have the support facility actually in Ukraine, we have it next door to Ukraine, right? So I hope all I'm saying is that obviously I still want to see the Leopards in there, but it seems to me that there's another tank option that's building all the time. And that now, obviously, I know that we've still got the political will problem, but I just think that, and then when I ally that to, as somebody mentioned, and as I always mention, right, the amazing ability and deep knowledge within Ukraine of tanks, and that I think they're just going to basically fix what they can fix in Ukraine, and then they're going to send the rest back into Poland or Romania or wherever it is. So this supply chain thing, if you like, is becoming less of an issue all the time. So I think that I had another point, but I can't remember what it was.
You know where you are wrong, Chris? From here, which I am very close to the border, to Odessa are 200 kilometers. To Kherson are 350. From the Polish border to Kherson are 1,200 kilometers. So even closer to the border, inside the border countries, is impossible. You never drive a tank 200 kilometers to get maintenance. You put on the platform, but it's very long distance. They need first grade maintenance, which they have. You need a second level where you can change the engine, change the barrels, which probably they started or they have. And you need a third level, which you say. And this probably will need to be built in Romania and Poland. Also the ammunition factories or anything upgradable. But idea is the supply chain is huge and very, very long. Ukraine is a very big country.
Einstein.
Morning. Bloody hell, that's expensive. Clunky. Screaming Eagle, I'm taking a look at. Blimey.
As I said, about 4 people got that.
It's crazy. So guys, like, I love a good tank chat, but we really have to be a bit realistic, don't we? I mean, the guy who has the Leopards has just signed on to, well, although I'm assured that it won't persist, but he's sort of defying the entire rest of his government and all common sense to sell half of Hamburg to China or something. Look, this is someone who's got his head firmly stuck, where the sun doesn't shine. So really holding out for tanks, it's time is an issue. We really have to consider that there might be better alternatives, or some alternatives. I'm not sure what they are because I'm not military, but maybe we should just focus on getting Abrams. I don't know. And also, like Jingu yesterday was talking about, there's a possible ramp up in China, China's sort of attempt or any future attempt towards Taiwan. He seemed to he seemed to think basically that Winnie the Pooh took a look at what Putin was doing and was like, "Oh, I want some of that action. I want to do the same thing." Now, why would someone want to do that? And obviously, I don't have the dictatorial mindset, but I would hazard a guess that, as with Putin, that class of people in that country is so divorced from consequence because they've stolen so much money and they've shored up their position so thoroughly that it literally doesn't matter to them at all that it's, in Putin's case, that his army's going to freeze or whatever. He doesn't care. He's so far removed from it that he just doesn't care. Economic sanctions, they will hit people on the ground. They'll hit average people maybe in Russia who will find it annoying that they can't have OG McDonald's anymore and have to settle for whatever it is, Uncle Vanya's. But it won't affect him, and that's what he counts on. I think I don't know what the solution is, but I don't think it's sanctions. It needs to be much stronger than that, and I don't see the real appetite for that yet. It worries me that basically, I'm not sure. What worries me is a scenario where we just leave it too late, and then it just becomes, the situation gets even further out of hand. But I guess we have to trust in people that have better information to ensure that that doesn't happen. But as far as I can see, if Winnie the Pooh is gearing up to really have a crack at Taiwan, which I just can't see any logical sense in at all, if he is actually going to do that, if he's signaling that he's willing to get combative with the West and so on, and it's not just the usual trying to look strong in front of your party horse shit that dictators are prone to, then if that is what's happening, then this conflict, this war, has it becomes a different animal really, and you can expect sort of covert cooperation from China and so on. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be too much of a doomer about it, but yeah. Anyway, there we go. That's my thought. And I was hoping for more puns, Domin. I don't know.
I mean, it's just not been the morning for it. I exhausted all of my puns yesterday in another chat, so I guess I need to brood on those a little bit. Sorry, lunchtime. Luis, are you finally ready and able to talk to? Okay, Chris, follow Luis. That's my point, basically. But Luis, do you want to tell Chris what you want to do to amplify the Free the Leopards?
Yes. Good morning. Good morning to every one of you, wherever you are in the world. Good morning, Chris. I was listening to what you were saying regarding the Romanian company and the hashtags. And that's actually a very interesting tool that I would like, or we should integrate on the website, where I'm working hardly today. So if we can get together and you can connect me to those guys, that would be amazing. Because like I said 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I don't know what day it is today, hashtags are really, really important. Hashtags are one of the most powerful tools in Twitter, but also on other social media, because when you put an hashtag into a tweet, you link that tweet to a bunch of other tweets that have the same hashtag. And so this hashtag or this topic becomes trending. I mean, look at the hashtag Putin that went viral.
Don't look at that hashtag.
Look at the hashtag I think created here in the MriyaReport, Free the Leopards. They were trending, and people, when they are searching for something, they will see the trends and just inform about that topic. That's why if you retweet the space, please put a few hashtags in it. Mark the MriyaReport, so we get more people informed about what's going on, and we can push specific topics to the attention of many users. That's why, Chris, come back to me. It would be really nice to integrate some of that stuff into the website.
Yeah, Chris, follow Luis. Luis, follow Chris. Go have you guys go off, have your chat, figure stuff out on the back end, and then let the impressions roll in. I don't know what this is. This is way beyond me. All this modern tech stuff. But there you go. Thank you very much, both. Rich, shoot.
Hi everyone, thank you. Apologies, I've got a bit of a cold today. But I had a question regarding the tanks that like Greece have, for example. Is there anything stopping like the United States buying those tanks from Greece and then handing them over to Ukraine? I mean, I presume it would upset the Germans somewhat, but I mean, I don't think it's going to cause too much trouble. Yeah, that was just my question. Thank you.
So that's a way to get around it, right? Kind of. Now, legally speaking, when Germany when there's weapons made in Germany that then Germany sells to someone, that a German company sells to someone, in this case, a German company makes Leopards, sells them to Greece. There is something in the contract that says, by German law, the German Minister of the Economy, I think it is, which in this case it's Robert Habeck, has to issue, and Antti, close your ears. I know you're listening, but close your ears. Okay, he's had enough time. A re-export permit, which basically means that if Greece then wants to sell those tanks to someone else, it needs to get clearance from the German government to be allowed to do so. This is done so that this is normal practice. This isn't just a German thing. This is perfectly normal practice. This is done so that the initial state of production kind of keeps tabs and keeps controls over where things go, over where weaponry produced in that country ends up, whose use it ends up, I guess. Why does that matter? That is done so that, for example, weaponry sold to a country can't then end up in the hands of say there's a major change of government in that country, but that country doesn't go all the way to being hostile, but that third party can't then sell stuff on to someone truly undesirable. I don't want to give you examples, because examples would be all of them would be somewhat inappropriate, but you can imagine a case where that could happen. Make up your own example. Okay, so the German government obviously would be perfectly fine with Greece selling Leopards to the US, right? The German government would be perfectly fine approving that. But then the German government would still be like, yeah, no, we don't really want you to send those to Ukraine, because then it puts us in a hard position. However, it is a way around it, because the one government that the German government can't really say, no, you're not allowed, is probably the US government. And so if the US were really decided on this, that's how it would happen. But it also means that this is how we know that there isn't the full-throated, wholehearted dedication to it. Because otherwise the US government would have just said, do you know what, Germany, when Spain wanted to send those, you should let them do it now, right? Because Spain was actually strongly considering sending some Leopard to a A5s, I think, that they had in storage for a long time, maybe 2 A4s to Ukraine. So that's kind of the difference of it. Rich?
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, so it's purely just about appetite, really, from other countries to actually get it done. Is that basically it?
Thank you, Rich. And here comes Andy, who's the expert on re-export permits. Andy.
Yeah, good day. I just wanted to kind of continue where you left off with the I'm not going to use the word, but when there was difficulty in providing the Panzerhaubitze 2000s to Ukraine, it was the Dutch PM Rutte who basically said to the German government that you will not, I will be selling these to Ukraine, and you will not dare to refuse me. So, if you can allegedly, yes. So, if this is in fact true, I have no problem whatsoever imagining that Secretary Lloyd Austin would pick up the phone, or President Biden would pick up the phone, call the Bundeskanzlei. By the way, we're buying these 100 Leopard 1A5s from the what was the name again? Krauss-Maffei, yes. And by the way, we're buying 200 Leopard I think you might be correct that it was A5s that Greece had. I have that information somewhere, but I don't remember offhand. But yeah, by the way, we're buying those too, and we're giving them to Ukraine. And you're gonna acquiesce, and then you're gonna find it in yourself to match whatever we give to Ukraine. Thank you. Bye bye. So there is political will lacking, just like was already mentioned, and there is a sense of urgency lacking as well. And yeah, that's what I had.
Yeah, completely agree. That's exactly what it is. If there was more political will in a number of places, right? There are two, let's say, single. There are two places of paramount importance in this. One is in Berlin, one is in Washington. Really, at the end of the day. Either of those makes a decided increase in their political will. It makes everything happen. One of the two dominoes has to fall, right? And then all the rest will, or pretty much all the rest will. So yeah, completely concur, Antti. Completely concur. Understand?
I mean, you're absolutely right. It has to be. I mean, it's not confined to just those two, but in terms of immediate need, yes, we need. Tanks are clearly desirable, and Berlin's got them, so yes. But really, the US outweighs all of that by a huge factor, and really, actually, it kind of curtails what Putin can do, because if he does cross the line, he really runs the risk of uniting and hugely motivating the sort of coalition that's against him. Do you know what I mean? Because at the moment it is dribs and drabs, and it is a bit half-hearted in places. I mean, I'd go further with. I mean, some actions to me are it's farcical. It's collusion or idiocy or both. it's hard to tell the difference. A number of times we've had like a strong sort of announcement being completely fractured by an idiotic statement that completely breaks the will of that statement, of the preceding one. You know, so there's no unity in messaging, and there's no sort of keeping the other side guessing as to what our response would be, or you know, instead it's just been a constant stream of assurances that we are being measured and so on and so forth, thus taking any guesswork out of it for Russia. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not quite sure how to analyze the sort of. I'm not a game theory expert, so I'm not sure how to analyze the balancing out there. But yes, if the thing that we should consider is that Putin is kind of confined in what he can do, and he, you know, if you see his actions outside the direct sort of arena of conflict, they've all been just on the just on the edge, like right at the border of sort of non-territorial waters, that sort of thing. So all these moves are quite calculated. So yeah, anyway, there we are. So that was my little observation, really.
Antti? Yeah, I think there was a one term that was used quite a few times by Axel and some others over the past week, and that was disproportionate response. And I think that every time we get news from Ukraine that Russia has hit the center of Kyiv with a cruise missile, every time we hear that Russian S-300s have been used to bombard Melitopol, every time we hear of another mass grave being found in the newly liberated areas, every time such news is heard, there should be an immediate press conference either in the White House, the Pentagon, the Bundeskanzlei, yes, I'm stretching this a bit, or in NATO headquarters in Brussels. Oh, by the way, we're giving 100 Leopard 2s to Ukraine. Oh, by the way, F-16 training, that's already ongoing. There's going to be F-16s accelerated delivery that will, speed past all other considering procurement on that score. And oh, by the way, there's going to be 100 Orlacon 35 millimeter autocannons, air defense weaponry delivered to Ukraine, and so forth, because that is the only response that is noted in the Kremlin. The disproportionate response using strength in this way. I think if that were to take place, I mean, this is just my supposition, perhaps a bit naive, but I would suspect that that would follow de-escalation on Moscow's part in how they target civilian infrastructure and schools, daycare centers, nuclear power plants, and so forth. But that's just maybe a bit of Sunday irritation coming out.
I agree with the sort of the broad sentiment of it. I'm not sure it would be guaranteed to produce discernible results, because I suppose the problem with it is this, right? First of all, the sort of the elite in Moscow don't give a crap about who dies on the battlefield. That much is patently obvious. So initially, I don't think it would really affect them because it's not Russian territory that's under attack. So who cares, right? But I do agree that it would send a message, and yeah, I mean, certainly much sterner condemnation would perhaps unify the messaging to the people of the free world, some of whom seem to be completely blissfully unaware that there's a war on, and indeed that they're kind of part of it, whether they know it or not. You know, the target is the US, the UK, all the European countries. I mean, these are the targets and have been during Putin's sort of, I don't know for how long, what, 20 years now? I don't know, but these sort of interferences and so on add up to a coherent hybrid attack on the Western world. And a lot of people are just, even now, are kind of unaware. They don't really join, they don't make the connection. And that's because, you know, if you're working all day or whatever, and you switch the news on in the evening, but the kids are playing up, so you don't really pay attention, and then there's other stuff to do, and you know, maybe you get 5 minutes of news or something, maybe once a day, maybe less frequently, and the rest of the time, stuff on social media, which is possibly contaminated anyway. So perhaps it's not that surprising people are only aware of the very broadest strokes, but the utility and the idea you had, Antti, I think, would be if there was like a strong press conference from Western leaders condemning these attacks, and they're happening every day, right? So if it's a daily thing, surely even the most ill-informed person in the West would become aware, and it would certainly sort of raise public awareness and support for Ukraine's cause.
Yeah, and the idea is that press conferences alone are useless. Then it's need the if there are strong words, they need to be followed by concrete action. And even if the reaction to that in the Kremlin is something that is difficult to anticipate whether or not it has the meant effect or not. But the thing is that if there is a strong infusion of Western modern kit to Ukraine, much more, even a stronger training mission, if there are acts that give credence to the long-term military and economic and political support to Ukraine, then those things by themselves will also affect outcomes on the battlefield as well. So I think that's the key, and whatever side effect it has in the Kremlin is that would be really good as well. But the main thing would be that there would be concrete action, something that would aid Ukraine on the battlefield and to protect its civilian population and its critical infrastructure.
I mean, I agree with that, of course. I don't know. I mean, perhaps, yeah. It just seems like a real. I really do feel like there's a lack of will, and I don't know. I don't know what to do to affect that. Really, perhaps I don't know. I don't know. We just need a turning point of some sort. I think. I'm hopeful that this media blackout from Ukraine is going to come with a big payoff, where we're just like, okay, there we go, and. You know, as someone, I think it was a Ukrainian politician that was interviewed on this space that said, you know, people don't want to back a loser, so we need to be mindful of that and show them progress. And boy, have they shown us progress! It's incredible. So perhaps it's that. Perhaps another turning point on the battlefield will allow people to be a bit more full-throated in their sort of support for Ukraine.
Plenty more needs doing. Not beyond just words, beyond just hashtags. And we have friends who are doing things at the highest possible levels. We also have people doing things at the lowest possible levels at the same time. Charles?
Hey, yeah, sorry, I heard the question about the 101st earlier, but I was doing something. But the 101st Airborne doesn't have tanks. Even the cavalry doesn't do tanks, so they're an airborne or air assault division.
Thought as much, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do they have?
Trucks. They have a bunch of helicopters, is what they have. They typically, I mean, they will work with armored units, but they're light infantry. The Strikers are the property of the armored cavalry regiments. That's the most armored unit from the U.S. forces in Europe. That's permanently stationed there. That's located in Germany at Grafenwehr Hohenfels. They're permanently stationed there. But that's what the Strikers belong to. But this is just a rotation. The 101st is just doing a rotation. Previous rotation was also done by the 1st Infantry Division, and they sent one of their armor brigades or armored battalions to Poland. They did their rotation in Poland. So there is some level of infrastructure built up in Europe to support Abrams tanks. There used to be lots of armor divisions in Germany. Now there aren't any. But the 1st Infantry did do a rotation in Poland. So, but they're gone. They went home again.
Thank you, Charles. Edward, very good morning.
Hey, good morning. So, yeah, we had a space last night. And we were talking about the issue of the 101st came up. And I'm going to expound on what the last speaker just said. That was a long planned rotation, just happened to fall into the right time, if you know what I mean. And the 101st is, yeah, they're just an air assault division now. They're not really airborne anymore. They are carried everywhere by their helicopters. They're organic aviation assets, and yeah, that's it in a nutshell. The armor that you see in the video from that CNN report and a few others, that's Romanian armor that they were working with in the exercises. Yeah, and yeah, there's no more. I mean, back in the good old days, there was armor everywhere in Europe, U.S. armor. Now the U.S. armor there is stored, and the subject of M1s came up in our discussions yesterday. We had Michael Lascano, the armor major, on the space last night, and M1s require quite a bit of infrastructure when it comes to and support infrastructure when it comes to deploying them, and there's a lot of maintenance involved. It's not that complex. We take kids straight out of high school and turn them into armor crewmen and mechanics in less than 24 weeks. So Ukrainians are smart. We could probably train them up pretty quickly, but it's just a function of getting all the spares in place in the right place. I know there's some forwardly deployed armor in country that doesn't have a unit with it, that basically you could just show. I'm throwing it up there. Hypothetically, you could just show up with crews and bring them to life. But when it comes to deploying M1s to Ukraine, it's an effort, and I see it taking a little bit of time.
And at the end of the day, logistics are all very much solvable, right? As you just noted, logistics, maintenance, etc. It's all just a matter of making a decision, and it will be able to get done.
Yeah, but it can get done. It's just you just have to have the will to get it done because the way is established, and I can't speak outside of OPSEC, but there's some smart people doing the planning work, and for all we know, that may have commenced already, right? So yeah, let's sit back and wait for the announcements. I know there's a lot of people calling for it to happen right away, but it takes time. You can't just throw an M1 out, a pile of M1s out there and expect Ukrainians to be able to run them without the proper training. So it's it's a compared to the M60, or the T72, or even the T80 and the T90. It's a fairly complex platform, especially when it comes to the fire control computers, a few other things on board. So there's a little bit of a learning curve involved. I think that could be addressed. And like you said, as far as the logistics and the maintenance support are concerned, that's just a process that needs to be put in place. And it may, like I said, it may already be underway. We don't know. Um, Everyone will find out via the normal media streams.
Thank you, Edward. When we had General Pekatovity here a few weeks ago, his second time here with us, he was talking about the leopards, and basically saying, look, yeah, about 6 weeks. If you have experienced tank crews, conversion training from Soviet models to leopards would be leopard 2s would be about 6 weeks.
Yeah, it's about the same for M1s. If you use experienced crews, yes, absolutely.
And with either leopards or Abrams, the improvement in capabilities that are accessible to those crews will just be immense. Not to mention the survivability factor, but simply the fire control mechanism, the stabilization of the gun, everything else that goes into it. It would be an absolute boon for the Ukrainians, who've been doing a very good job with T-72s, T-64s alone themselves, plus the captured equipment.
Yeah, correct. So it would it would work. There would be an advantage to them over the enemy. And I sit here and say that armor against armor, it would be an advantage. As far as reliability, it would be an advantage. So I've seen some applications of armor and infantry support rules. You can throw a pile of infantry on the back of an M1, but it's going to be a little uncomfortable and tight. So each one carries its own pluses and minuses, right? So I'd like to see some Bradleys over there as well. The 113s, we in our discussions last night, we were talking about the 113s, and we were all of the same opinion that they were great for their time, but if you can shoot through a 113 with a 50 cal. So I remember a guy asked me one day, many moons ago, what's the best place to be in a 113 when you're under fire? I said, outside of it. So yeah, I'd like to see them get a little bit more reliable. And I can't say reliable. 113 wasn't bad, but something a little bit more survivable as far as an infantry fighting vehicle is concerned.
How much of an improvement would it be, Edward? Bradleys over BMPs, Abrams over T-72.
Oh my God. So Bradley's working with M1s versus BMPs working with T-72s. It's a night and day. It's almost like World War II versus now, if you ask me. I mean, it's but remember, you've got it's not it's a different type of. Let's just put it this way. Just in the context of what you just said, 1,000%. I hate to say that, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm a little biased, but I mean, just the Bradley versus the 113. it was like moving from Stone Age to, you know, Silicon Valley. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Having worked in both of them, I think that Bradley is Excelsior. So it would make a difference on the battlefield for sure.
And as someone who's worked in both of them, and there's not that many people who have, what are the differences? Where is the difference to really drive the point home?
Survivability for sure. Reliability, and just a better gun platform at the end of the day. You know, and fire control. You know, the computers make a difference, guys. I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. You know, I started out with iron sights, and I was like, we're getting all of this other stuff. It's going to muck it up. I remember we got our first copperheads, and I was like, oh, you know, this is all BS. You know, it's never going to work out in the field. You know, it's not going to it's going to be too much of a pain in the ass to maintain and operate. But you know, it was just my problem was I was trained up by a bunch of former Vietnam NCOs, and so I had to work my way into it. And I'm a believer. So yeah, that's the difference, man. Just moving into the age of modern warfare as we have it now. As the technology gets better, we become a more effective force. Make no mistake about it, though. It's the people that man the equipment. It's not the equipment. So you can have a motivated fighter in a T-72 do a lot better job than an unmotivated fighter in an M1 or a Leopard or a T-90. So it's all about having a motivated fighter who's properly led, properly supplied, and properly supported. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you. No, sometimes you get people asking, is it really that much of a difference? Are they really that much better?
It is. It's different. It's just so much more different. And I've seen other countries field their model of the MRAP and versus our MRAP, and they may look the same, they may sound the same, but that other country's version of the MRAP was not as survivable as our MRAP. At the end of the day, I haven't seen both of them run over the same type of IED, be subjected to the same type of conditions. So, I mean, I'm not biased in that effect, because there have been issues with U.S. made equipment over the years that were addressed as the system was used, and some of them fatal, and fatal to our own people. But as they work the kinks out, they learn more, they make the platform better, and it's able to mature as a platform. And we're good at that. I mean, look at the B-52. It's a perfect example. I mean, there's people telling, you'll hear it. There's people that say the B-52 will fly for another 30 or 40 years. I believe them. So, yeah.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you for hopping up early on today as well.
Yeah, no worries.
I think you're still in an early morning time zone, right?
I am.
Lunchtime.
Hey, so just to change the subject from leopards a little bit, and to cheer people up, as I know there's a lot of Boris fans. Apparently, last night Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak met and couldn't come to an agreement, and recently, like that.
And Sunak just announced 10 minutes ago.
That was my scoop. Thank you for spoiling it.
I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. It's fine, no worries, but it's common knowledge, right? Also, you may have seen that Boris Johnson is claiming to have reached 100 backers. It's not quite clear. I mean, it's not very transparent. It's being reported by the Metro, which exactly isn't exactly like reputable news, but a reputable news source, I would say. But yeah, he seems very confident that he has the numbers. So if it does go to, if it does go to the party faithful, it'll be an interesting process. There remains, as people outlined yesterday, there remains the sort of fear that should Johnson get in, he will crash and burn and take the Conservative Party with him. But having said that, it's in a pretty bad state now, and if nothing else, Boris is a populist for sure. So yeah, interesting times.
Interesting times indeed. Let's see what happens. Jürgen.
I have a West versus East technology question that came up yesterday or
Perfect.
during the night.
Glad to have Edward with us then still.
Yeah, because we were talking about jet engines and the fact that the Russian jet engines are about between a third and a fifth as has a longevity of about a third and a fifth of a Western engine, and Chinese engines are even worse. Could that be the explanation why the Russian Air Force isn't flying that much? I would imagine that they require a lot of maintenance, and given how good, and when I say that, I mean bad, the Russians are at maintenance, and the Ukrainians are very good at it. Given that even though they have the same technology, isn't it possible that the Ukrainians can keep their aircraft flying and the Russians just can't because they're so poor at maintenance? Thanks.
You want me to answer that, Carmen?
If you can.
Sure, absolutely. So here's my take on that. Without giving up too much, you're right. I think that the defense industry, the Russians have their defense industry, the U.S. has its defense industry. Whether or not the Ukrainians have a rather strong defense industry, and a lot of the jet engines and the jet engine technology utilized by the Ukrainian Air Forces is maintained locally and manufactured locally. They have a company that does that work. Everyone's heard of it, and they are quite good at it. And so while I mean the corruption, we discussed that a little bit. We discussed that a lot. That the corruption is an issue, while other countries have built up their capabilities to support their engines, their power plants. Russia seems to have lost that ability. They've had a degradation of the brain power and the technical know-how to maintain their kit. They were starting to pivot towards the civilian aviation sector. They weren't doing a very good job of it. They seem to have lost their mojo, as a good friend of mine in DC likes to say, and that's had a trickle down effect on the rest of their aviation capability, both in the civilian sector and the military sector. I mean, there's not a whole lot of Russian civilian aircraft flying for airlines in Russia. I think the Russians are just tearing through a lot of their spares for their military aircraft. I'm not seeing the numbers that we were always warned about, And I just think that this is just a function of money going into people's pockets instead of going into the fleet and into the systems to support those fleets. And while other countries have maintained that capability, and I think if the Chinese were ever called to task, I think you'd see the same thing. It's the corruption is just as rife there. I think everybody saw what happened at the closing of the Congress yesterday. She has surrounded himself with oligarchs. They just hide it a little bit more. You can see them tooling around on yachts like the Russians do, but they have guys that are just siphoning money, putting it in their pockets, and when they fall out of favor, they go to prison or worse. And I think you're going to see the same issues with the Chinese. So I hope I was able to answer your question there.
That's absolutely brilliant. And we're not. I don't want to pivot to a potential conflict in the east or further east, but would you say that, given that's the situation with the Chinese as well, if there was if they do try to take Taiwan and it's not over soon and it's a bit of a war of attrition, the Taiwanese have the F-16, and even though they don't have that many of them, it would sort of even the numbers that the F-16 could keep flying, and the Chinese probably would burn out their engines, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I agree. And so, I mean, if you think about it, the Taiwanese have had 70 years to prepare for the defense of their island. Um, there's an 80-mile expanse of water. The Chinese just don't have the assets to move what would be needed to invade that island. All they could do would be to lob missiles on it, terrorize the civilian population. I think that would be a bad move. The yeah, the Taiwanese are capable of maintaining their own air force fleet. They're rather astute. I'm sure they've built up enough spares to be able to withstand anything the Chinese can throw at them. And you're correct. The Chinese would just burn out everything they had. And and by the time that would happen, they would be sanctioned. They wouldn't be able to get the materials they needed from outside. They'd run out of the chips they need. Yeah, I mean, they would collapse. And plus the seventh fleet goes out and runs donuts in their backyard every year. The Malacca Strait would be shut down, and they'd be dead in the water as far as their economy is concerned. So, yeah, that's a fatal error on the part of the Chinese. I hear them threatening to invade, and we won't rule out force. Yeah, okay, guy, whatever. When Nancy Pelosi went to Taipei, you literally tore up every road to put all your armor on the coast, and then what were you going to do from 80 miles away? Nothing. So it was like a little petulant child throwing a fit. They flew their planes around the island, that and then when we cruised a few guided missile cruisers down the strait, they did nothing, said nothing, flew nothing, because they'd already shot their stick. Everything had to be maintained. Um, so they were in a bind. So that kind of gave you they showed their hand. They could probably keep up a pace of a couple of weeks, and then they'd have to shut it down. So they showed their hand. They probably showed a little bit too much in that action.
One argument I hear about not giving, for example, F-16s to the Ukrainians, and I hear this all the time, is that, well, the rest of their military isn't ready for it, and the F-16 is such an advanced platform, and their sensors will not be tuned into the rest of the armed forces and things like that. And I don't know enough about air warfare to counter that, but I would imagine that an F-16, even one of the older ones, one from built in the 90s, even if it's not synced up with the rest of the armed forces, the MiG-29 doesn't have that capability at all anyway. So an F-16 not linked up to the rest of the forces, and they will be eventually, would still be an immense platform that would just wreak havoc against the Russians, wouldn't it?
It would. So here's my take on that, and I've been in some discussions recently, where it's been where the F-16 question has been raised. That's not a dead issue, guys. The U.S. is looking to provide F-16s to Ukraine. It's just a function of the process by which they do it. As far as combined arms is concerned, where these systems communicate with other systems on the battlefield, that's great and good, but that capability is being built up slowly. I think if they rolled them out in an uncontrolled manner, that would be an issue. Look, the Egyptians are getting some new F-16s and some new block F-16s, and the word is that you know that they were looking to move the older block F-16s to Ukraine from Egypt, which would be great. That's been bandied about, and that's all in the public sphere. So I'm not telling anyone anything they can't look up. There's a couple of countries that have some older block F-16s that could roll them over. But remember this: the F-16 is not a maintenance friendly platform either. The Iraqis have them, and there were some issues in Iraq where U.S. contracts and the Iraqis don't maintain their own F-16s. That's all provided by U.S. contracting resources. So when some air bases were getting close to the fire, that contracting resource was pulled out, and guess what? The F-16 platform was used less often, and they moved towards other platforms to support their ground units there. So um, I think that the Ukrainians are smart. I'm not saying the Iraqis aren't smart, but there's a lot of there's a much more capable Ukrainian Air Force.
They have a lot more technicians and engineering degrees, and they haven't had a dictator making sure that nobody technically competent exists in their society for 3 generations. In fact, in Ukraine, quite the opposite. So, I agree with you. I don't think it's the problem of the Iraqis' inability to learn. It is the problem of the horrific society that Saddam Hussein and the people before him created. That Iraq was once the heart of education and learning, and it hasn't been for over hundreds of years. So yes, I agree. It's not insulting, I think, to Iraqis to state that their level of education in the country is not their fault, but it also means they don't have the kind of engineering talent and capabilities that Ukraine has.
Yeah. So I have heard everything from, we can take a MiG-29 pilot and make him proficient in F-16 in 3 months. I've heard it range from 3 months to 6 months, and then the rest of the crew, I think we could get them up to speed in 3 months. I live near a combined arms center. I go out and watch drills where they load out F-16s. They do it ad nauseum, and it's not a complex process. Um, I think that there would be some issues with with the F-16 comes a very F-16 centric weapons base, right? So that opens the door to other things. So the long and short of it is, you're looking at a 3-month process minimum to get the Ukrainian crews up to speed. Can it be done? Is it being done? Can it be done? Yes. Is it being done? Maybe. So we'll see. We'll give it some time.
Those answers. Let's just hope we're 2.9 months into that process now. Thanks for your answers. I'll drop down. Thanks.
Hey, Charles.
Hi again. Yeah, I've had a question bubbling for the last couple of weeks for the finance and political minds that you guys are. A couple of weeks ago, we had a guest on the space in Kyiv, a Ukrainian who was trying to keep the infrastructure running, talking about repairs and That was his main focus, but us then also talking about rebuilding. And then last night there was a great discussion with finance, Brad, and some others regarding capital flows and repair and risk management and rebuilding and all of that stuff. While the Ukrainian was talking, I was curious, so I went onto the EU tenders site to see, okay, could I even bid on a project in Ukraine? And I was surprised that Ukraine didn't appear in the candidate nation list. It was possible to do a few place of performance tenders through EU countries, but in general, it was easier to bid on a railroad project in Serbia than it was for anything in Ukraine. I understand Ukraine's been busy. I don't expect the bureaucracy at the EU to be all working.
Well,
But
they're
I
not
guess
in the EU yet, so are they allowed to put their own bids on that site?
Serbia.
As a candidate nation, there's two different types of tender.
Sure. Yeah, I'm
processes.
not familiar with the bidding process in this. Sorry, this is part of finance that's outside my world previously. So if you could explain a bit, you'd actually help me what this site is and how people are bidding. Even I would appreciate hearing this. So please, can I get some broader overview?
Sure.
And
So
the
it's
space would like to.
essentially it's an EU run website. It's a marketplace for government contract bids. It could be a school, it could be a pier, it could be generators, it could be army helmets, it could be training, defense contracting, anything. And it's EU wide, and so most of it, of course, everything is they're all EU countries, and the place of performance is in the EU. But it is possible for candidate countries like North Macedonia, Serbia, Turkey to have bids in this marketplace as well. And then it's just a transparent bidding, semi-transparent bidding process. I think you have something similar in the US or Canada.
Yeah, the US has the ability for anyone to basically bid on government contracts.
Exactly. So it's just like that. And so I guess my question for you, for Axel, for Doman, I'm not sure, but what can the EU start doing, or what needs to be done to, obviously Ukraine is not fully in the EU, but there's the political will to maybe make some allowances, but to leverage EU businesses to help repair and rebuild, not at the mega level, the Goldman Sachs level like we were talking about last night, but basic public services. This includes tax, visa, all this stuff. What can the EU do to help here?
Certainly on visas, I've been pretty underwhelmed with the statistics on Ukrainians applying for visas outside. Some countries, like here in Estonia, are great. They're sort of like, if you're a Ukrainian refugee, come on in. But outside of that, it's actually been difficult for Ukrainians who need to leave and work outside. Though I would be willing to listen if somebody was telling me that there was a draft dodging element in that right now, and I would be less sympathetic, because as I have no fighting experience, but I am a middle-aged man, and I do understand that if my country of residence is ever attacked, if I'm ever a permanent resident, even, but especially if America is attacked, that I'm serving, because that's what you do. So I understand, but no, I think a lot of that isn't just draft things. There's difficulty getting out of Ukraine and getting visas. So, I said here in Estonia, it's like, if you're Ukrainian, you can work. Like, they immediately passed a law saying you Ukrainians are welcome to work here. Instant work visa, basically. That's not true across the Eurozone, so that could help. Ukraine is working on changing their laws. As you pointed out, they're busy, so it's probably not the top of their thing. But right now, if you want Ukrainian citizenship, you have to get rid of all other citizenships. It's very common in post-Soviet countries. That's something they're looking to change, but it makes it hard for people like our good friend James Vasquez, who wants to move to Ukraine and make his life there. Makes sense. He loves the country. They love him. He's a minor hero there at this point. But for guys like that, if he wants to have Ukrainian citizenship, he has to give up U.S. citizenship. So that's something that they can change. It's minor. So the visa thing, certainly in the Eurozone, certainly in America has a horrific history of being helpful on the visa front to war-torn people and people fleeing genocide. I say this as a Jewish person. But certainly America as well. I'm gonna put my own country on the hook here. Could do much better as far as accepting visas and allowing for more permanent residency in sort of immediate work permits. I would like to give the gold star to Estonia, who has basically done just that. And I would say that Ukraine, they know it, they're working on it. I hope they are able to deal with that when they have a chance to make it so that you can, the people who live, love, and want to be part of Ukraine, clearly there's plenty of foreign fighters there that this qualifies for, can get dual citizenship via whatever process the Ukrainians deem appropriate to become a citizen of Ukraine, as well as whatever home country. Just because you love Ukraine doesn't mean you always want to give up that former passport, right? There's a lot of benefits to having an EU or a US passport that don't yet accrue to having a Ukrainian passport. So I would say on both sides of the visa situation, that's that. On the business side, man, I don't know. I know Ukra Solzhenitsyn is out there getting finance for a lot of business. So, but they are currently able to work it out. And I believe they're working with actually the US government to make sure that they're getting really preferred rates. Part of the problem is that for most private businessmen who would be willing to finance stuff in Ukraine, they want pretty high returns right now as well. On a business side as well, they should, because you have to look at your money. Politically, you don't just put your money where your heart is always. That's what, charities are there for that. But when guys look to make a loan, they have to try to make their money back. And there's a lot more risk in Ukraine to building something than there is outside of Ukraine. The US government is at least one organization stepping in to try to make sure that Ukra Solzhenitsyn is considered a strong credit and getting better ratings, because the Ukrainian government is also in default right now. So their backing means nothing. So actually Ukra Solzhenitsyn is a better credit than the Ukrainian government at present. So things like that are the case. So they're struggling in this very bad middle ground right now, and I don't have an easy or good answer. It does seem like some things are happening. They're muddling through. But yes, you were correct. It's not pretty or perfect.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yep.
Yeah, does that answer your question as best I could? Sorry, I don't have a full answer there, but
I can add a touch.
No worries. Thank you. Yeah.
I'll add a touch, Charles. The biggest thing to be done would be customs regulations on the border between Poland and Ukraine. The biggest thing, the easiest, most trivial thing that could be done would be allowing trains that depart from Ukraine to not have to go through customs if they're headed to, for example, Świnoujście or Gdansk ports. That you would allow trains going straight through Poland and into the outside of Poland for customs purposes port zone, if that makes sense. That would be the easiest thing. That would massively accelerate getting stuff in and out of Ukraine that's going overseas. Things as trivial as grains. More importantly, when it comes to oil seeds, slightly higher, higher level, and oil, actually, sunflower oil, for example, that would be allowed to go straight through. That'd be the cheapest, easiest thing to do, and I just don't get why it hasn't been done yet. That actually requires, I think, EU action, because it would be to do with customs regulations and basically big oil exemption for them. But that would be cheap, wouldn't cost anyone anything.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're talking here about how quickly and to what extent we extend the 4 freedoms to Ukraine as a candidate nation.
So this wouldn't be to do with the 4 freedoms, right? Because it's stuff that's going from Ukraine to America, right? Just passing through, and that's really, it's a legally involved thing. The 4 freedoms are hard. That's almost impossible to work through comprehensively right now. There's stuff that needs to be done very formalistically, and that just wouldn't be extended at this point. That isn't the thing. But this is, just allowing things through EU territory. That would be actually possible. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's the more comprehensive ones are harder. So that's part of it. Another one would be there's various sort of semi-humanitarian approaches that can be taken. Haven't yet, but anyway, it's hard. SK. Philip.
Good morning.
Morning, Philip.
Yeah, good morning. About the EU and Ukraine relation, at the moment, if I'm not wrong, the refugees have 3 years access to EU, and they have the right to work, free education, and free healthcare. On the country, they have decided to stay in EU. Also about the single market and Ukraine, they are working on that. And on the last visit, von der Leyen said about that. But the Poland and Ukraine trains, also they are working on that. The problem is that the width of the train.
That's a different problem. That's a completely separate problem. What I was describing was customs regulation. What you're describing is rail gauge. Yes, that's a problem, but that's been addressed in that Ukrzaliznytsia extended the standard gauge track all the way from the border all the way to Kovel. That's about 50 kilometers. There's also a Soviet gauge track, an old Soviet gauge track that goes from the border on the Polish side to Helm. And that's been there for, God knows how long. There's about 10, 15 kilometers. So there are many of transloading points along the line either side. That's much less of the problem than the simple customs time that it takes for inspection, because suddenly there's a lot more stuff flowing through that didn't flow through before, and there's not enough customs capacity to get it through quickly. That in what you're talking about is an engineering challenge that takes money, that takes time. What I'm talking about is literally signing a piece of paper. That's a lot easier. It's a wholly different, completely different, separate problem. Go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. They have said they would do it, but nothing else has happened. What else I wanted to point out is what you were saying before, that the lack of coordination from European countries, especially Germany and France, on to provide more military weapons and equipment to Ukraine. That is true, and that scares me also, because if US wasn't in NATO, like if all those countries weren't in NATO, like Latvia and everything, then that means that the idea that Macron had to create a European military, it could become a disaster, because if now they are not helping Ukraine, what could guarantee those small countries like Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and Romania and Hungary, to what that guarantees that Germany will do it if they will request help at some point in the future. So I think the idea of European military is at the point is dead, and I hope forever, because they show that they lack enough coordination and will to do something. And something else about the Twitter propaganda. The problem with social media is that here in democracies we're talking about freedom of speech a lot, but that phrase has been twisted and distorted. Like, doesn't mean now the freedom of speech is you can spread hate and lies, and you can say, oh, it's freedom of speech. But the spread of hate and lies has consequences. That has been shown on January 6, on Myanmar massacre, which Muslims died because of Facebook propaganda and hate and lies. So that delusion of freedom of speech need to be like, freedom of speech means that you have to have some rights, and if you do something that will have consequences. You can't just spread lies and propaganda. The point is that Russia is doing that for quite a long time. And now I've noticed that China is copying what Russia has done for a long time. And official Chinese diplomats, they have tried to do, they are doing the same thing. They're spreading hate and propaganda all over the Twitter, which Twitter is not even available on China, on Russia. So they're just, they are using what we are using, the Twitter or Facebook, against us. So something needs to be done about that. That's I wanted to point out today.
I think what you're getting at perhaps is the asymmetry. It's the
yes.
asymmetry by which the autocratic regime in the East is both willing to and able to cause discord in Western societies, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, you know, this is funny because I was looking at something earlier this morning when the Russian Empire was engaged in war against the Turks 250 years ago. One of their strategies at the time was to cause protest movements effectively within places like Greece and Bulgaria, then obviously occupied by the Ottomans entirely, as a way to distract Ottoman troops from actually fighting them further north in what is now Romania. So it's a very long-standing strategy. It's a very long-standing. Oh, we have a Romanian, excellent. It's a very long-standing approach by them, and I think that's something to be worthwhile remembering. I'll make some more notes on this, but I'll pass it to Joanna first, and then I'll make some more general notes on some protest movements that Russians are attempting to foment across Europe. Joanna?
Yes, hello. Glad to see you again. So about the customs, there are steps being done. For example, the customs are done not really near the border, but in the town of Galați, Romania, and I imagine maybe Poland has the same approach. For the trains, it's not really the customs the problem. It's really the technical problem of switching from one gauge to another, because many people do not realize how many train cars are involved in this, and the lines to cross to Poland and to cross to Romania are not main train lines. They were not used for merchandise in such an intensive manner as now. So, for example, I know the switching area that goes from Iași to Chișinău in the town of Ungheni in Moldova. This is a very big switching area with many lines of trains, but those that are used now are like just 2 lines of trains. And at one moment there were like 400 train cars. If you imagine 400 train cars is maybe 10 or 20 kilometers, imagine just the amplitude of this. So it's very difficult to just switch the bogies on all the trains and move them and put them and send them and everything. So it's really a technical problem. And yes, they've done some lines with the same gauge in Poland and in Romania, and even in Ukraine they did the standard gauge, but still it's really a very technical problem. For the customs, it's more about the trucks that the trains, because also we have this problem with the trucks, and they did it also. They did some custom checking points on the roads not near the border, because there was a agglomeration of trucks near the border, and it was practically impossible for them to pass. We are speaking also of hundreds of trucks. So there are things being done, but it's not going very fast because of the limits that infrastructure poses here. And this is about the customs. And then I wanted to comment on this idea of the European army. we have to take into account how fragile all the politics is and how much influenced by what happens, because this idea of the European army came when Trump was in power, and he was very upset that the European nations do not pay the necessary quota of 2% of the GDP for NATO. He was very upset. Very few countries in Europe achieve this quota of 2%. Romania is one of them because we know that we need this protection. So the countries that are very aware of the fact that they have to be protected did pay the necessary amount for military expenses, but other countries like Germany and France did not, and Trump was very upset about this. And also, I think the the states believe that European Union is kind of a federation like US, and they can work together like the US does, and there is one Congress, and that's all. But in fact, the European countries are very different. The political history is very different. It's really quite difficult to make them agree to one thing in the European Parliament. And even if they agree in the European Parliament, then there is a very long process of agreeing in each respective parliament in each country. So this idea was then when Trump was in power, and it was a reaction from the European Council to the, well, kind of slow, soft threat from Trump that he will not agree to protect Europe in case this is needed, because Europe is not doing its job. When Trump was removed, when Biden came to power in the US, the politics in the States changed, and this idea of the European army was not really necessary until this conflict started. So it's very difficult during such a hot period as it is to make this decision, to pursue this decision further. Like now, everybody is on the reaction side of things and do not think maybe forward. Maybe they think in the back circles, but not in front. So right now, Europe is reacting to what is happening. It's not pushing a very straightforward strategy for the future. I don't know if I could explain it better. Maybe Domen, you can help with this. Thank you.
I think if anything, the idea of a common European army suffered a big setback, like who was talking, Philip, right? Suggested. There wasn't that much appetite for it before. There certainly wasn't after the, less than propulsive response by Germany and France. So I think it really got stuck there. I would alert people to the May 9th issued, I think it was May 9th, issued non-paper by then 13 out of 27 EU member states, signed by all 3 Nordic members, all 3 Baltic members, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, and a few others, that effectively said, nope, we're not really interested in treaty change. Why is that important? Because any common European army would, of course, require treaty change. So there you go. I don't think it's on the cards exactly. Treaty change has to be approved in every country, every member state. I really don't think it's on the cards. I think it's even less on the cards than it was a year ago. It's something that is happily theorized about, especially in Paris, but isn't something that is at all likely to actually come to a head. Not in this decade. Not in the next, probably either. No, I think it's the lines are being drawn much more clearly than previously, saying there are certain things that are the job of NATO, there are certain things that are the job of the EU. Not to mention that Austria would have a big problem with a common European army because they have their own, issues, as does Cyprus. What do you do with Cyprus is a big question, I think. What would happen if Cyprus? It's a right mess. Antti, do you wish to speak to Cyprus, or Austria, or the common European army, and why Finland would be like, yeah, God, no?
No, actually, my mind was a bit focused elsewhere. So the general information thread about Leopard 2s is now up. Just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Antti. I shall be retweeting that momentarily. Let's talk to Mr. Rose, I guess.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon. Just a quick comment on the F-16s. I've been a proponent of Ukraine getting F-16s for quite a while. The reality is the lead time on it is longer than you might imagine. Chuck Farrar said he thought it would take 2 years for F-16s to be delivered as a ready to go capability. And part of the issue is that you would think that it wouldn't take very much time to train people to service the F-16s, but that's actually not the case. The figure that I heard, and this was a while ago, so I'm not an expert, but the figure that I heard was it would take 9 months to train the crew that's supposed to service the F-16s. It would take far less time to actually train the pilots than it would be to train the crews. So anyway, my argument for a while has been, listen, they're going to need this capability, even if we're not able to deliver it actually during the war. They're going to need it eventually to defend their borders. So we might, whether it's public or not, we need to be delivering that capability like right now. And well, in terms of like planning and training and all that stuff. But again, according to Chuck, it could take up to 2 years to actually get them there and have them in the field.
Sure, but at the end of the day, we've had a number of people up who were like, yeah, better fighters be great, but what Ukraine really needs is 5 categories of things well before that. So I think that's really the question here. How is that prioritized? I don't think it's prioritized that much compared to many other things. Yes, it'd be great. I'd absolutely love it, but as you say, lead times for that are particularly long. And there are many things for which lead times are measured in days and weeks as opposed to months and years. So let's go with those. And even if lead time for F-16 would be a lot shorter, remember, an F-16 isn't just about the pilot; it is about all of those other things. I was trying to coax Colonel Jeff into clarifying just how many other people there are, needed to keep each plane running, and there are many. Many more than for a tank, many more than for an IAV, many more than for an MRAP, beyond the people who actually utilize it in war. So that's part of why. That's part of why it's not at the top of the list.
It would be a very interesting question to say, okay, for a HIMARS, unit, certainly there are people who are driving, et cetera, but what is the staffing? The total staffing to deliver, that capability. What does that staffing look like for a single F-16? What does the staffing look like to deliver that? From a human capital standpoint, that'd be a very interesting way to look at
Brad,
it.
on a human capital standpoint, an interesting thing is one of the goals of an F-16 would be to have distant destruction of logistics of the Russian Empire. And do you know how much staffing it takes to fire, say, an ATACMS missile off the back of a existing HIMARS? The explanation I got from one of our people was they could train me with zero military experience in about 15 minutes how to shoot the thing. So there are definitely things that could be given to Ukrainians now that take no staffing, or at least no new staffing, incredibly limited levels of training off the baseline of what they already have. They already have people who can drive HIMARS around. That's pretty clear. They have people who can blow up inflatable HIMARS that Russians can attack too. Also clear. So yes, you're making a very good point. That's what people talk about when they say, talk about the needs and the time frame of getting F-16s to Ukraine. That HR capacity, the trained pilots, the trained repair people is a huge part of that time frame. But to achieve the same military goals, There's this grand, beautiful piece of equipment that I may or may not run the fake marketing company for, of the Atacams brand cigarettes, that could actually do most of those goals right now, today, take care of it, send the Russians back where they belong, the Empire of Russia, and the only people who would be, they might actually be the wise that are now actually admitting when Atacams hits them, so that's a change. But no, in seriousness, to get that done, you're asking a totally legitimate question, and my response is, let's think like some finance businessmen that we are. What gets the goal done in a way that takes less training done, right? If your excuse is training, if that's the excuse, which at this point, 8 months into the war, is starting to look a little more BS-y to me, but let's say that's the excuse, fine. Drop 100 Atacams. There's more than 100 Atacams that aren't supposed to be refurbished by the U.S. in their latest round of things into Ukraine, and give them a handful of IFVs. And those two things will allow for destruction of Russian logistics at the same time as they will allow for truly fast, mobilized, and much safer attacking by the armed forces of Ukraine. And if what you need is some close air support for the men on the ground, we've heard lots of people say the A-10 Warthog isn't fast, but it can take a lot of punishment. And certainly they could train and retool that bad boy with what they have, given they're basically using the Soviet equivalent thereof already in their force, somehow equipped with harm's pipe tobacco, which wasn't thought to be possible until they did it. So, yeah, I think you're asking a solid question. I just move on to say, okay, what gets the job done that's easier, faster, and can be deployed today? Because let's face it, today, right now, as we're speaking, there are Russians committing war crimes in occupied Ukrainian territory. And the sooner that stops, the better things are.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that at all. Your comment is totally apt in terms of, let's call it the marginal manpower. Like, how many additional trained professionals do you need to deliver a certain capability? The question is more is what is the job to be done? And I'm referring more to longer term jobs to be done that occur primarily after the war. I know we'll say, well, let's focus on winning the war, but air capability will be an important thing to have, and because of the lead time, even if you're just starting the beginnings of that program, it's something that you'll want to put in place. But to your point, I totally get it. The focus should be on the things that win the war now. It's just that I do think that
here's another comment, right? If it wins the war now, it also might be related to what you would want after the war, right? Like the stuff that's winning today is, one of the things about military history is people tend to military general staffs. This is really true in World War I. They got better since. Don't always properly rate the last war, but if anything, a lot of people are commenting that one of the key takeaways for military analysts as far as equipment goes, and you can read a lot of the generals who've appeared on this space, is mobile artillery matters more. The drone game has changed how between drones and the proliferation of surface to air weapons, air power might be in a peer-to-peer conflict just very difficult to achieve. That while, yes, some of this might be the unique problems that Russia has, that some of this might be structural as well. And so looking at more HIMARS, more artillery in general, more drones, more mobility and, things like that for on-the-ground combat is where a lot of the commentators have said that if you've been a period of space have sort of said that would be your first priority. So the weapons that will win them this war are the things they probably want to start with as a military post-war, which of course they will, because they will have just won the war in the dear God, please happen sooner case of Ukrainian victory.
Sure. Yeah. I think where I'm heading is that you want to be in a position for foreign direct investment to happen into the country. It means you need to be able to defend the country, which means you should likely you'll need to have air defenses, but also having an air capability in terms of an air force to threaten other air forces who are trying to, you know what I'm saying?
You're talking about because Brad, you're talking about latter half of 2023 onwards, and finance is talking about October 2023.
No, I think what wins in January 2023 is what you need in January 2025, right? That if Ukraine wins the war, without a huge air force and without a big sea force. That, you know, it's not like Russia's going to show back up with a well-supplied rebuilding Ukraine that still has a large number of tanks, a large number of artillery, right? And, you know, way better defenses, huge trained army because it's had to, territorial defense forces everywhere in fortified positions, and no rail lines and no beachheads because they don't control Luhansk, Donetsk, etc. And anything that could get close is very likely to go boom. So, you know, you don't need an air force to do that. That's where I'm going with this, right? Like you don't need an air force to achieve that ends. If Ukraine makes it well known, they just have a big fat stockpile of some beautiful Atacams brand cigarettes and they have a number of HIMARS with a number of 12-pack, 6-pack rockets on them. You know, what exactly are you attacking when you can achieve the same destructive ends, right?
Yeah, that's
Ukraine doesn't want to attack anybody. Ukraine's not trying to take Russian territory. They're just trying to stay peaceful. And as much as we blast, you know, Erdogan in Turkey, he's not trying to go north. Might be a risk for some of his other neighbors, but he's not a risk. Like the only risk they have militarily is Russia. They have a one-country risk, right? And Russia ain't attacking even if Ukraine doesn't have a big air force. If they've got a whole bunch of surface-to-air missiles, a whole bunch of artillery, and a bunch of tanks, and a huge, massive F-off trained army, nobody wants to attack them. Right? You're looking at, like, they're taking over the second best army in the world spot when this war ends, right? They've proven it.
What I'm referring to is how will Ukraine threaten Russian air assets launching missiles from the Caspian Sea? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, again, the thing about launching missiles is they're always asymmetric weapons, right? That, like, you know, Israel can't stop Hamas from launching missiles. And Israel could, right? The only way Israel can stop Hamas from launching missiles, if they really want to, is to go take all of the Gaza Strip. The only way they can stop Hezbollah from launching missiles is to go take all of southern Lebanon. If you want to stop somebody launching missiles, you have to take their territory. The only way to stop an asymmetric weapon like a missile is, yes, you can have some missile defenses, and they work not perfectly, but somewhat. But the only way to truly stop what you're asking is to take the territory, right? So, yeah, what you're talking about is how do you defend it? An F-16 doesn't stop that. Israel has F-16s, and that's not stopping Hamas with worse missiles than Russia has at present time, firing them at Israel. So the only way to stop a missile being fired at you is to take territory, which Ukraine isn't doing, right?
Okay, well, but there's a difference between launching a missile and launching it from an airplane, right? So my question then would be,
I mean, to be fair, there isn't, right? Because if the missile hits ground where a bunch of people live, they're dead.
Let me just finish. If you have fighter jets in the air that are threatening, the difference is that you're in a plane shooting the missile, right? And you've got other airplanes all of a sudden targeting you with missiles. And I just don't know enough about air defense to say, oh, would air defenses on the ground?
Brad, Ukraine isn't going to have whatever fighter jets they have. They're not going to have them operate 400 kilometers behind Russian lines.
Okay.
It's not happening.
So then how do you defend against Russian airstrikes from the Caspian Sea?
Patriots.
Okay. All right, because I'm just trying to get to the point where foreign investment can happen, and if Russia refuses to concede the
again, Russia's going to have to create a peace, right? Because if they refuse to concede, they stay under sanctions, and Ukraine's going to start hitting Russia to remove their capability of shooting them with missiles if they're absolutely forced to do it. Russia also will run into the problem of disintegrating as a country, as their ability to maintain control over the vast expanse of territory under sanctions will undermine their ability to do that while also being at war. Like, I've been the person saying that I think Russia probably finds a way to hold together because the Siloviki are friggin' evil, and it's hard to bet against the Siloviki. They've found a way to pull it off so far. Tsar's still in power. But if there's any way for them to risk doing it, it would be to never declare peace, make sure they maintain a state of war and act like Hamas, except unlike Hamas, they don't control just a tiny strip of land that's a couple cities that are all tied together and are all basically their ethnicity. They control a massive F-off amount of territory. They're the largest contiguous country in the world. And should they choose to try to maintain a terror state level of activity, whether they're declared it or not, it will probably result in them disintegrating as a country, because plenty of other governors are going to plenty of their ability to maintain control over their empire starts to disintegrate. And there's plenty of oligarchs that are going to want to move on, because it stops being in their best interest to keep this up. So yeah, they could try that, but it is such a ridiculous approach, and it's the kind of thing that could be so systemically, catastrophically self-defeating that doing it in that direction either creates the catastrophic self-defeat where it breaks up the country, or it risks it, and whoever the Siloviki are throw whatever leader refuses to do that out of patented Russian window, trademark that bad boy, and then they throw somebody in there who says, oh look, we're going to be the good Russians. My name's Mr. Navalny. We're not going to do that. Let's sign a nice peace treaty. Let's get out of this war. We just want to trade with everybody. And then they'll get back to being aggressive assholes in half a generation or a generation when they've rebuilt their country. That is right. But like either way, this is not something that they can maintain forever. Like the sanctions won't win the war, but they will absolutely prevent that horrific scenario that you're suggesting from being the case, because they will lose their train system. No train system, no Russia as a country.
Can I just chip in with a thing that's happened? Apparently,
Yes.
another fighter plane, another Russian fighter plane in Irkutsk, has crashed into a neighborhood. Big explosion. It's on
an Su-30. It's reported. Yes.
That's the one.
Can I chip in lunchtime that I have not had lunch yet?
Well, anytime is lunchtime, as I keep telling people. So go and do it now.
I may have to stop posting so I can do lunch, but I just realized, look at your name, that I've not had lunch yet, and I should probably do that.
Well, thank you, Finance. I feel like I'm providing a small public service. Brilliant.
To me, if only to me, you provide a service that you remind me I need to eat lunch. It's the meal I skip the most.
Excellent.
George really wants to talk on this. Let's go to George.
All right. So the F-16 thing, this is how it's going to happen. There's a thing called civilian contractors, and those are the first people you're going to see on the ground. Crew chiefs. You don't need the whole team to be like, these experienced guys. You just need a couple of guys that are going to be training the other ones on the ground. That's what the United States uses. That's what they used in Greece. They send a couple of civilian contractors, and they train everybody else as the unit, whatever unit's assigned, whatever squadron's assigned to transition from, let's say, MiG-29s to F-16s or whatever have you. The time is, it all depends on how many civilian contractors you send. But if you're offering $150,000 and you're a retired crew chief, guess what? That's good money, and you're going to Ukraine. So that just solves that. It's not going to be 2 years. It's a little faster. You just have to have the will or the way. But Finance is exactly correct. They need weapons now to be able to hit some of those bases where some of this crap is coming out of. They need something that has a 300 and even a 500 kilometer range. And I'm sure the Ukrainians right now are probably using their own technology to develop a drone that flies about 1,000 kilometers. And we'll probably see that sooner than later, because I'm sure the Polish production facilities will help them. But the other thing I wanted to say was, if you're in the Philadelphia area, remember, we're having a fundraiser event for Ripley'sHeroes.org. James Vasquez will be on site. It's in Jenkintown, PA. That's 700 North Cedar Avenue at the Ukrainian Cultural and Education Center. And that's at 3 p.m. today from 3 to 5:30. If you're in the area, please come down. We are taking donations at the door, and it should be a cool event. Lieutenant Colonel Rawlings will be with James. I can announce that today. So both of them will be there taking questions and just telling people what the situation is with their organization and also the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Thank you.
And you don't even have to miss the football to go. Thank you, George. Just to answer Brad comprehensively. Brad, Mr. Rose, now he's gone. Where is he? Well, I've gone now to him. Have the space. Oh, tough. It's really not that complicated. You don't need to do that much. Who was first? You had lunchtime. You know for each other who was first. The one who was. Go ahead.
I think Jorn was ahead of me actually.
Actually, Jorn, go ahead.
The other way around, but anyway, well, talking about post-war capabilities and the need to defend Ukraine long range, I think it's time that we start looking at bringing the most aesthetically perfect aircraft ever built out of retirement and give the Ukrainians the F-14 after the war and the Phoenix missile. And I also thought about, I understand that this has never been done, but given that the NASAM systems field both the AMRAAM missile and the Sidewinder missile, I imagine that in theory, it could also be integrated with the Phoenix missile to give it longer range. And this is far enough ahead, but some thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Jorn. So that's really the thing, right? Going forward. What Ukraine needs is to get Russians out of Ukraine, at which point Ukraine can get appropriate security guarantees similar to those that Sweden and Finland got when they applied for NATO. Bilateral security guarantees, the US, UK, Poland. And then Ukraine does need to get people trained up on those fighter jets and at some rapid pace, because just station some US squadrons in the area. And that will do all it needs to do. Beyond that, it's all about the air defenses, really. And Patriots can take care of the rest. Lastly, if Russia then, once Ukraine has those security guarantees, still shoots long-range missiles at Ukraine, they're not just shooting them at Ukraine, they're shooting them against a country that is either NATO or at the very least has bilateral guarantees with the US. And they wouldn't. That's how you stop it. Oh, Brad is listening. It is really that simple. There is nothing much more to it. You don't need to have Ukraine be able to reach into deepest, darkest Russia to destroy their, whatever they will have left, the cruise missile stocks. Just don't need to. It's not necessary. Lunchtime.
Hey, yeah, I agree with you, Dom, and that would be exactly the solution, wouldn't it? To have an expedited sort of membership of NATO, and then you're not just bullying a neighboring country, you're dealing with a large collection of very well-armed and quite annoyed governments and countries. Well, most governments would be annoyed, but certainly the people tend to be quite annoyed by Russia. I wanted to it's come to something when I have to rely on planes falling out of the sky in Russia to.
I'm watching the details of the plane falling out of the sky. It's amazing. Carry on.
It is just. I mean, I haven't seen any details, so it'd be great if you shared them once you've digested them. But there's a lot of burning stuff. I mean, I suppose it's jet fuel, right? So it stands to reason that stuff is flammable, but it's big flames. Irkutsk is like some sort of hellscape, or at least, well, that's a bit of an overstatement. It's not a particularly huge
what's
radius.
Changed?
Well, I've never had the pleasure of going to Irkutsk or even anywhere in Russia, to be honest. I had a sort of principled stance when I was younger not to go there, which is kind of, I suppose it's one of those things when you wait long enough, it eventually stop clock and all that. But yeah, it's astonishing footage, really. Just massive fireball. People are posting the moment it happened and all this sort of stuff. It's allegedly it came from I'm sure I read a tweet that said something like it came from a factory nearby, which doesn't sound. I mean, that sounds a bit odd. What, like it left the factory and then immediately crashed? Yeah, in Irkutsk, the SE-30, which had just taken off from the aircraft factory, fell on a two-story house. I mean, how does that happen? Perhaps it was being renovated.
Gravity,
I
I
don't
think.
know. Gravity and/or vodka. Yeah.
Gravity assisted at the very
least. Well, yes, exactly. But yeah, crikey, it looks crazy. So I urge everyone to check it out.
I have tweeted the one where it actually falls off. So if you want to see the moment it falls off, rather than just the random stuff burning in a bit of a city at some point. There's plenty of those, but that's less interesting.
Is that from the car?
There's a bunch. No, the one from the car is actually in Yeisk, I think. If you're thinking of the same one, that's the previous one that crashed, across the Sea of Azov from occupied bits of Ukraine.
What, in Yeisk?
In Yeisk, yeah, that's from the previous one. Yeah, the Yeisk.
My pronunciation hasn't caught on with you then.
No, that's fine. The one in Irkutsk, you can check out. The problem is the plane in Irkutsk crashed the same time as a new video from the previous one in Yeisk emerged, so people are confusing the two a little bit. But this one just fell out of the sky, basically, apparently, which is, I'm very curious how that happened.
Where did you put this, Dom?
Check my timeline.
Yeah, I am.
Refresh.
Okay.
Right at the top of it. Okay. Edward.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. I just have a comment regarding this airplane crash again, and that is that no other country on the planet has a worse reputation than Russian aviation when it comes to air crashes, and I'm not at all surprised by this because I've seen so many air crashes, and the bad maintenance is a regular thing in Russian aviation, and I would guess we will see more of these crashes actually as time goes on. So I'm not surprised at all, and these will happen more often, I think. Yeah, that's just my take on it.
I'm sure they are. I mean, what's really fascinating here is that this one was apparently, if Lunchtime is right on that, straight out of the factory. What can we say? It didn't pass, I guess, right?
No.
I mean, it becomes difficult to tell. Do you have a problem with the factory not having what they need, or do you have a problem with the fact that the pilots suck? And it could be a bit of both. Like the structural problems in Russia make it really hard to do attribution analysis to such a failure.
Basically, what you're saying is it's a multivariate problem, and it's very difficult to deconvolve them, right?
Deconvolve? We don't use that.
It's difficult to deconvolve the variables.
Yeah, right. It's a multivariate problem. You can't do attribution analysis because of it, because there's so many messed up parts to the problem.
You guys are giving me serious anxiety by talking about convolutions. Anyway.
Basically, Russia's highly convoluted. That's the short version.
Yes, indeed. But yes, anyway. I just had flashbacks to a room with a whiteboard and not quite understanding what was going on around me.
Richard.
Good afternoon. Afternoon, yeah. So my previous life was Royal Air Force at some point, and just to be clear, I wasn't a pilot and I wasn't an engineer on aircraft, but I did spend a lot of time on flying units, and I can say that for certain, one of my jobs was typing out signals of accident reports that the aircraft got into. Either bird strikes, something similar to that. I mean, the amount of birds that military aircraft hit is astonishing. And I'm not saying that that's what happened in this case. I'm just saying that in order to prepare for those situations, the pilots that we had on our units would practice hours and hours and hours in simulators and on training sorties and all these kind of things. And the second part is that we also had a lot of aircraft that just sat on the ground because they simply were not fit to fly. And I've got a feeling that Russia's going to come increasingly up against two challenges, and one is the training the pilot has, because even if something very minor happens and you're not used to that airframe and you don't train for hours and hours on the airframe, when a problem comes along and you don't have much time to react, then you've got less capacity, obviously, less readiness to deal with that situation and for things to go wrong. And the second part is that that obviously, if they're digging their old airframes out of storage and they don't have the ground crews and the maintenance staff because they're all dying in the Donbass somewhere, then I just have this feeling that their military aviation is probably going to fall apart very, very quickly, because even in NATO countries with well-trained, well-equipped pilots and air forces, there are problems. I can't imagine what it's going to be like in Russia. It's just going to get progressively worse.
It's almost like it matters how you do all these things. I think they're having a parts issue as well. Who can tell me when the Su-30 was made first? Is that a Soviet design still? Introduced 1992. Okay, so it is still a Soviet design. So they should be able to get to produce from 1992, first flight 1989. So they should be able to produce their own parts for this. Probably, maybe. Two of them apparently have crashed. One crashed in Paris at an air show. This is per Wikipedia. This isn't out of my head. What do I know? And another one was shot down in a training scenario when another jet pulled the trigger to record the simulated hit, but instead it actually fired its cannon. It's amazing. It's fantastic.
Well, that goes back to training, and the thing is, you say they should be able to produce their own parts, and that's great. The thing is, who's producing those parts? I mean, I don't know how much of their workforce has now been stripped out because of mobilization, and that will become an increasing problem the more men you take from, let's say, production industry and to put them into your fighting force. And the second is that you've then got to also not only have the people to make the parts, you've got to have the people to fit the parts and fit them correctly and fit them safely. And that's not something you can just throw someone at who's got half an idea of what they're doing, because the potential for something to go wrong. So even if these are older jets, even if they do have the spare parts, all these other factors are going to contribute. And I think that's the reason why we're going to increasingly see these kind of accidents occurring.
So I'm trying to add people at the same time, and it's hard. Lunchtime.
I don't know about the military sort of aviation in Russia. I mean, I don't really know about aviation in Russia per se, but at the beginning of the war, I remember seeing this interview with a guy. It was one of those, those candid interviews where this YouTube guy goes around and asks people questions like, what do you think of the United States? All this sort of stuff. Around Moscow, I think, mainly, although there have been other cities, I believe. But yeah, so this guy was interviewed for this YouTube thing and started to talk about the civil aviation industry and how basically it had gone into terminal decline ever since the fall. Well, ever since
You said both of his parents are air traffic controllers, right?
No.
Oh, that was a different video then, because there was someone that I remember, some Russian on the street saying,
I thought
"Oh,
you were
both my
making a
parents are air
joke
traffic
about
controllers."
decline. I clearly got the wrong end of the stick.
No, I'm sorry. No. That was for once I was making a serious comment, a serious factual comment.
So you've primed me now. I can't take what you say seriously anymore.
I
It's just like,
apologize. Carry on.
yeah. So yeah, like so this guy was basically saying since the end of the Soviet regime, there was no investment certainly, and there was no interest in continuing to maintain a sort of a native level of a native sort of population expertise in matters relating to aviation, and all that stuff was just provided by other people from other countries. And so yeah, so when there was the sort of ban on flights and so forth right at the beginning, yeah, the consequence was that they aren't really able to properly maintain and repair those planes, and I should imagine, I mean, perhaps given the extent of corruption and so on that we've seen, it's a similar story in the military sector.
Oh, for sure. Right? I wouldn't go as far on. Oh, they sent all the qualified people off. Honestly, these things do just happen in Russia. I don't think it's necessarily terribly connected. But I think this was a more, less of a basic version, more of a slightly advanced version, in which they would likely have designed it to use some sort of Western component there. There's a good chance some sort of an import substitution was being used one way or another, either import from somewhere else or domestically produced, which normally wouldn't be, and that might have caused a little bit of difficulty. To be perfectly serious about this, Edvard.
Yeah, it's but I just want to say that I don't think we can look past the corruption thesis, because corruption is a vital thing in the Russian army. And I just want to, if you haven't watched it, I want to do a recommendation of a YouTube channel which I follow, and it's Perun. Some of you maybe know about him.
We've all heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. He does this amazing thing about corruption in the Russian army, and it's I don't say that everything is correct there, but it's an interesting take on the corruption. So if you want to go check it out, it's I think it's very good actually. So yeah, that's just a tip from me.
I'm sorry, Edvard, I missed your recommendation. Would you repeat it, please?
Yeah,
sorry.
Absolutely. It's Perun, like the country Peru with an N.
Oh, that's it. That's the end.
Yeah. That's his name is just Perun, and go and check it out. He's done I think like 10 or 12 videos so far, and it's quite nerdy, I would say. It's actually just the presentation often, but the guy's he's an Australian guy, I think, who works in the arms industry. I might be wrong now, but I think so. And he does some good stuff, really good stuff. So I really recommend it.
Yeah, we've been trying to get him on here, and I think several times.
It would
but he's not.
Would have been very, very good.
Yeah, I know, but he's not on Twitter, and we're not on YouTube, so whatever.
Yeah.
Didn't work out. No, but yeah, I agree. I think he's Polish, Australian, something like that. Perun is the Slavic equivalent to Thor in Norse mythology. That's where his name comes from, in case you're interested. There's also Polish man pads called Piorun, which is the Polish spelling of Perun. So lots of connections there. Yeah, absolutely. Sparkles.
Good morning. Hi. Good morning. How are you?
We're a lot better than whomever let that Su-30 go out in the test flight.
Actually, I can attest about the bird thing. That's a real struggle. Yeah, my husband goes to plane emergencies all the time because birds and planes don't mix. I actually came up. I don't want to bring the mood down, and I can listen to Lunchtime for hours because of his beautiful accent. But I was wondering if you guys have, and I'm gonna reveal where I'm from by saying it this way, but the Kavakovica Dam. I really dug into that
Sorry,
for
can you say again?
Kavakovica.
Kachovka.
I know it's Kavakovica, but it's just a Boston thing. But anyways, I also say Kharkiv, and hopefully I'm not offending or hurting any Ukrainians by speaking right now. But
No, I'm sure they'll I'm sure they will not be willing to exchange you saying it correctly for for your support. So
absolutely. Yeah, I was just curious if you guys have dug into that a little bit. I dug into it for several hours yesterday. Yeah, and I'm just really, really obviously like really concerned. So I was just, yeah, I wanted to kind of throw that topic out there and just sort of bounce off, some thoughts about what y'all think, I guess. And just because I'm, you know, pretty concerned, talk me off the ledge a little bit because it does feel like it's, obviously like Russia threatens a lot of different things, but in this case, it does feel like it's a pretty viable threat. Also, if you look at the history, they've done this before at the expense of their own, like 25,000 of their own Red Army. I don't know. So I'm just really concerned specifically about the dam, and yeah, that was really it. I just wanted to throw that topic out there. Thanks.
okay, so I'm very happy to talk about it. How close to the ledge are you? Just so that I know how to tailor this.
Actually, it doesn't matter how close I am to the ledge. I think that doesn't matter. I can manage no matter what. So.
Okay, fair enough. So if you check up in the nest, sorry, I will be done chopping things momentarily, I swear. If you check out in the nest, I wrote like just a couple of things, combining some things together yesterday. The warning people of excess, maybe excess panic, or warning away from excess panic rather. Because yesterday, what came out was an excellent article by Lars Wilderheim, who's a Swedish, let's call him a journalist. I think that's probably the best single word descriptor for what he does. Investigative journalist is probably single best two-word descriptor for what he does. So if you check the tweet that's linked in the nest, it has a link to Lars's work, which is very good. The tweet below that has a link to an animation that started off on some Russian Telegram channel, and basically shows what the Russians want people to think would happen were the dam to blow, right? So what Lars did is he got in touch with some hydrologists, Swedish hydrologists, 7th best kind of hydrologists in the world. If you don't know who the top 6 are, I mean that's really on you, isn't it? And asked them what would be the worst case scenario. So not the most likely scenario, the dam was to be blown up, but the absolute worst case scenario. So they came out with the worst case scenario, which means the most blown up, the most quickly disintegrating effectively scenario, right? That's the worst case.
Yeah, so I'm so glad you shared that. That was one of the sources. I found the tweet underneath the GIF there. I found that particularly hyperbolic. It didn't see that. I also looked at all of his sources. I tried to find river gauges below and in the headwaters, which it doesn't look like. It looks like there's some river gauges, but they're not online. But yeah,
I've been looking for those for months.
Yeah, I'm like so sad because oh God, those river gauges would be really great to have. But yeah, that's a lot of water. I also found a story map. There was this great story map that was done where you really get a sense of the river and the elevations and what's behind the dam, below the dam. But yeah, it's really problem. I mean, if they blow that dam, I'm just really concerned. I guess, what I saw was about 2 million, potentially 2 million, pre-war that would be in harm's way. People, I guess it's like 20 cities at about 100,000, or 20 settlements, villages, whatever, cities, and with about 100,000 in each, which is how I got that number. That was in the story.
That's right. That just doesn't sound right.
I know it didn't sound right to me either, but I did get that. That was information I found in the story map, and they didn't have a source for that.
No,
it does seem rather high, and then obviously, like, a lot of people have left. But yeah, I'm just worried. I mean, you're talking about a lot of water.
Okay, let me help, please.
Yeah, please do.
Because no, it's way less bad than that. Start off with that. That's the headline. Kherson Oblast doesn't have that many people in the first place. I don't think Kherson Oblast has 2 million people at all, even in peacetime. I think it's like 1.3. Someone can Google it real quick, how many people Kherson Oblast has. But basically, everything downstream from the Nova Kakhovka Dam, on both banks of the Dnipro, is Kherson Oblast. The only other things downstream are Crimea and the Black Sea. Neither of which matter here, right? Because a sea doesn't care if a bit more water comes in.
Yeah.
So no, it's definitely not going to be anything like 2 million. Population in Kherson Oblast is highly concentrated in the city, in the metropolitan area of Kherson. And then the next 3 largest places, if I remember correctly, are Oleshki, which is across the river from Kherson, Nova Kakhovka, and Berislav in some order. I might have forgotten something. But basically, those are that's it. There's not really population centers. 20 places with 100,000, God no. There's the only place with more than 100,000 is the city of Kherson. Everything else is much, much smaller. So there's no way that's true.
Yeah, I agree. I was just telling you that source, what they said, and I totally agree.
No, they're
with that.
off.
What about backing up the Inhilets River, like the backwater?
It would a little bit, but again,
area,
settlements there aren't that big until you get all the way up to Snihurivka. There's no way to go all the way up, right? If you look at the Swedish ones, there's the video at the bottom, and they show kind of what would happen as a real animation, as again the worst case animation, not what would happen. What would happen were the very worst case scenario realized. Again, the worst case is less likely to happen than a less than worst case, purely tautologically almost. So it's really not that bad. The vast majority of the floodwaters would go on floodplain, not where people live. Yes, there are some houses there. Yes, there are some, dispersed. There is dispersed settlement there, but it's not like this is something that would flood hundreds of thousands of people's residences. And again, as you noted, a very large proportion of inhabitants of the area left. Right, the city of Kherson and the metropolitan area of Kherson on the right bank has a small fraction of the population. Notably, the right bank is also a lot higher up than the left bank. If you go on Google Earth Pro, it gives you really nice sort of territory cross section, and you can define the axis. That's really useful to have a look at.
Yeah, the city's on the bluff, so I think the city
Exactly.
itself. Yeah.
That's where all the people are.
That's and that's historically the case, always the case, that we build on the higher elevation. Yeah. Okay.
So it's really not that bad. So the Russian map and animation, whatever, is there to scare. It's really there to frighten, right? We know that. That's not news to anyone. Certainly not news to you. It's not news to of all the people in the world, it's not news to you. So I really wouldn't worry about that much. Now, does it mean it's fine? They can just go ahead, blow the dam, everything's fine? No, of course not. It's far from it, right? All I'm saying is it's a lot less bad, even under the worst case scenario, than the worst case scenario kind of thing that the Russian Telegram channel is trying to present. And because they were the first ones out with an animation, and it was a spiffy looking animation, lots of people picked up on it. That's all I'm getting to here, right? I'm not saying it's perfectly fine if it goes. The thing is, it's a lot less bad than is being presented to most people, especially the first place most people see it. There are concerns about cooling water for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is upstream. However, my understanding is the following. I might be wrong on this. If somebody has schematics from Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, I'd love to see them. But my understanding is that cooling water is taken from the bottom of the reservoir. And part of the reason why it's taken from the bottom of the reservoir is because the water there is during the summer colder than water up on the surface. But during the winter, the water up on the surface isn't that much cooler than down on the bottom, right? So statistically, it makes a lot more sense to use cooling water from lower down because it simply has more capacity to absorb heat, let's say, more easily, right? So making cooling more efficient. Really trivial thermodynamics here. I think even people who shun natural sciences education, like at your lunchtime here, would get behind quite quickly, right? If you want to cool something down, use cooler water rather than slightly warmer water. So my understanding is it wouldn't be a problem. What I don't know is where the water is taken to cool the waste, the spent fuel basins, and that might be a little bit of an issue. And there's been some other messaging that is consistent with that. I've had a chat with a friend earlier today. We're both thinking, yeah, maybe it's more to do with that. Maybe there's some threads going that way, but that would be, relatively minor consequences one way or another. To put it that way. No, again, relatively is the operative word, but it's the sort of place where it's always good to say, who am I going to trust? In this case, I shall trust the Swedish hydrologists rather than a Russian Telegram channel. And I hope that it makes you feel a little bit better, Sparkles.
Yeah, actually, everything you concluded, I've concluded. So it was great. It makes me feel validated.
Sometimes it's good to hear it from someone else, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be like 100,000, 150,000 affected. What I don't know, now, do they have? I mean, it could potentially be an environmental disaster. I just don't know enough about that river. So, like, do they have like coal ash ponds, or do we know what else is along? Because, typically you'll have a coal plant. I'm not as worried about the nuclear power plant, to be honest. That plant is really well fortified, frankly, and a big ball of water I don't think is that big of an issue. It's not going to have. I mean, granted, it's the volume and the rate is obviously significant than what it's ever seen, but it's not like a storm surge. In that case, it's just a big blob of water moving slowly, and it'll spread out quite a bit before it gets there. But yeah, I just don't know, like, if they have coal ash ponds or other things too that could potentially really, just lead to the degradation of the area. So yeah, that was really the only thing that was kind of a question mark, but I appreciate it. And I also think it's highly probable that they'll do it. So yeah, which is why it's important to take the time to really flesh this out, I guess.
So my thinking is, I think you've heard it. I said it a few times yesterday, but I think you were still asleep. First of all, I checked Kherson Oblast pre-war population 1 million exactly. So the 2 million number, you can throw that out. Whomever came up with that is not on, right?
I think it was the whole length of the river was where that number came from, which is
but that really doesn't matter because it's not going to flood up, right?
Exactly.
It's going to flood that I don't know if they don't understand how gravity works on water or how they came to that, but I thought that was the one bit of flooding that everybody kind of understood really well. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. So so it's definitely not anything like that. That's good. Again, more than a third of the population live in the city of Kherson and behind it, right on that bluff that you mentioned. So again, that's many left, and many live just too far away. Many live just too far away from the river, either on the right or the left bank, to not be remotely touched by this. So it really isn't that much of a problem. Okay, so we've sorted this one out as good. Quite a lot actually live upstream from the dam. If you think about it, right, in Kakhovka, Nova Kakhovka, and Beryaslav, and upstream from there, on both sides of the river as well. So again, many fewer people, just much less hard. What else? What does I want to say? There's something important I wanted to say.
Was it about the probability of of the field?
Yes. Thank you. So what I think, this is just my thinking here. Russians quite like that North Crimean water canal to be full of water for as long as possible. Now, Crimea does have some water wells in Crimea for drinking water. It's water mostly for other uses that gets delivered in. However, if that's kind of the one bit that they really want to keep, I would suspect that, especially having their transport issues as of late, getting the ferries across the Kerch Strait. I forgot why they have to use the ferries again. Must have been something. Probably scheduled roadworks on the bridge, right? Something like that.
Smoking. They're using the bridge for smoking.
Oh, right. Got it. Right. Thank you, finance. It's good. It's good to have finance here. Otherwise, I'd muddle things up again. And they're also they have much greater logistical needs into Crimea than they had, between 2014 and 2018 when the bridge was first built. Much greater logistical needs flowing into Crimea. If you just think of consumption of stuff, right? An average soldier consumes just an inordinate amount more mass of stuff in a given day, because shells and fuel and other things. So because of that, their logistics flow into Crimea has to be inordinately larger than it was previously. I really don't think they want to deal with having to bring water in by tanker now either, because the railway isn't working and they have to do it by tanker trucks on the ferry. Good luck with that, right? That's why I think that if they can think, okay, we can lose the right bank, we will just have artillery battles across the river for a few months, right? Maybe for the winter, they will be very disinterested in blowing up the dam. What I think they're likely to do is to blow the top of the dam, not to release water, but to make it impassable as any sort of a bridge. That is exceptionally likely. If anything happens, if they leave the right bank of the Dnipro, there's going to be blast on top of that dam. But I don't think they're going to necessarily destroy the dam in the process. So that's my best guess. I'm not saying they're not going to destroy the dam. I think it's very likely that at some point they will destroy the dam, just not quite yet. If you see where I'm going with that. And I think that at some point they will destroy the dam. Yes, there's going to be massive flooding. Yes, there's going to be massive destruction, and it's going to be awful. Absolutely. They are interested in destroying as much of the infrastructure of Ukraine as they can. I don't think they're at that juncture yet to destroy this particular piece of infrastructure.
I guess just one other thing. Thank you for that. Is how likely do you think, and this is my last question, I'll shut up, but how likely do you think that officials have been successful in kind of warning against this? Because I was seeing reports yesterday that, this is at the top echelon of officials, warning the Russians about doing this. Do you think that that's going to have any impact at all on the Russians? I just don't know how much any of the.
I mean, let's so two things. One, whether the Russian people warn their own people, whether the Russian officials warn their own people properly, quite frankly, at this point, that's their problem. As far as the Ukrainians go, the Ukrainians are not Soviet, they're not Russian. Part of why I am less worried about this dam than you are is that the Ukrainians are taking proper measures and they care about their own people and they want to keep that death toll low, and they're going to take the actions to make sure that as many people as possible, that they don't have floodplains loaded with babushkas hanging out there just waiting to be swept away with the water. And the fact that the people care about each other and the government cares about each other and they're doing everything they can to hold the dam together. It's not, we know for sure the Russians are going to try to take it down. They've already tried to do that, but there's nothing that says they're going to succeed, right? They tried to take out Ukraine. That hasn't worked for them either. So just because they're trying doesn't mean it's a given. It's not an emergent property that they win. And even if they do win, Ukraine is doing its best to warn its people of the risks and try to make sure that it's not going to take out an entire nursing home worth of grandmas and grandpas. If it does unfortunately happen. So I think on both things I have, while I think it will be a disaster if it happens, I don't think it will be anywhere near the scale of a disaster it could be
because
I think
you have a government that cares.
I think Sparkles is referring to warning sort of Western and Ukrainian officials, warning Russian officials against it, right?
Yeah, but I'm really glad finance brought that up because I have just been, I mean, he pulled on a really important point here that Ukraine, I mean, government's number one job is public health and safety. Like that's their number one job. And Ukraine government is absolutely 100% been amazing on that. And I think, and it was really good that he mentioned that. But yes, I was referring to, the warnings, basically the discussions between, Western countries and Russia, warning them, and how likely is that going to, deter them?
I mean, nothing. So I'm going to put that at 0. If Western warnings about Russians hitting civilian targets deterred them, they wouldn't be doing general strike, like hitting all of Ukraine with terror, missiles all the time for no military gain, right? So I would say that the amount that will deter Russia is 0. This is the solid argument that Russia is a terror state, whether or not they are delegated or declared as such officially, like that is their action, like this is terrorist action. It is vile, and they are not deterred by Western warnings on these things. They're only deterred when they think there's going to be on the ground actual consequences for their actions, and especially consequences that affect the citizens of Moscow and to a lesser extent St. Petersburg. They quite frankly could care less if you blew up the Asian 50% of the population. No, I think about 50% of the territory in Asia, they wouldn't even notice, as in the government itself would not notice. The people would notice that live there, but the government is, just would view that as a conscription problem. So I think that thinking that they're going to care about civilian things when the West has not shown that any given civilian activity gets them a direct consequence. Yeah, I'm going with a 0 on that one. It's also why I said we should publicly give Ukraine an ATACMS for every cruise missile they launch at Ukraine. Russia can then do the math. I'm sure somebody in Russia's general staff realizes that at 60, Russia doesn't have a train infrastructure within 300 miles of Ukraine, and thus they don't have a war, and they have societal stability issues, all of which they are aware of and everyone's aware of, which is why I say give them a friggin' pile of ATACMS so we can stop having these conversations 24 hours a day, because Ukraine will win the goddamn war.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen. I appreciate you both so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sparkles. And I can guess that Finance has had his lunch because he sounds really energized.
Nope.
What? Okay. I wonder what you're drinking then.
Coffee. Coffee and hate, gentlemen. It's just coffee and hate.
That's me these days, coffee and hate.
Amazing. No, thank you, Sparkles. And yeah, there's a reason why I was writing a little bit about this, because it matters. You're right. It's a big deal. And Russians are definitely trying to blow it out of proportion. Sorry, I should have used a different word. But yeah, big deal that. Then John.
Oh my God.
You came out because we were praising Swedish hydrographers, right?
Oh my God. I only had one point to address, but you gave me so many in your rants, which I like, your rants. So first thing is the cooling dam for the power plant. That's I measured on Google Earth, and it's like 3.5 times 3 kilometers in area. So it's what 10-11 square kilometers. So it's quite big. There's even if they empty the river, there's still enough water there, I think, with my layman assumptions. So that's number one. I don't think there's any risk to that. I mean, that's a lot of water to heat up. Number two, I think they are definitely going to blow the dam.
if they feel they can hold the area. 100%. I don't doubt it. Maybe the consequences are not that big, but I'm sure they will do it. And honestly, how people say it might be hard, but is it really? I don't know.
Well, they don't control the area. The Ukrainians are currently able to fix the dam and have, though it has been pretty. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal on it. The guy who's the military governor on it used to be a pro-Russian, who actually the other pro-Russian forces expected would hand over the oblast to them when the war started. And he basically said, "Fuck you, traitor," in so many words to the pro-Russian party who went with Russia. He was a political member of the Russian bloc parties. I mean, he was like a pro-Russian Ukrainian politician. But when push came to shove, he threw his lot in with Ukraine, even as the Russians were taking Oblast fast. And so he is still in charge, trying to keep everything together. Fascinating character. I should probably go find the article and put it in the nest. He's not Ukrainians that I have talked to on The Gentleman have a mixed reviews on him, clearly, given that he has a significantly pro-Russian bias in his past, but they do like that when push came to shove, he threw his lot in with his nation. So, but no, they are doing their best to repair the dam. Russia does not control the dam, the Ukrainians do. So it doesn't mean that they just because they want something militarily doesn't mean they always get it, right? You know, Ukraine gets a say too. While the enemy has a say, we know that Russia's say is to try to destroy everything. It doesn't mean they get to succeed. So God willing and Godspeed to the men and women trying to prevent all that from happening.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I wasn't aware they didn't control it that way. So anyway, and then last thing is that any warning or deterrence from the West, I would say hasn't happened because I mean on anything to bomb civilians or flatten cities on it that hasn't happened, or at least if it has happened, nothing has been followed through to deal with it. So maybe there was a warning, but no follow up on the consequences. So I think they basically have a free reign on the conventional, at least. So I think actually they should be given a warning now. They should be given a warning that if you do this, then this will happen, and then that would happen as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the means is the point, right? Like, it's one of those things where, like, the fact that the West is arming Ukraine clearly shows where the things are, and that Russia's taken notice of. But I think it's one of the things where, like, you would have to actually not just warn it. It might even require delivery and then warning, right? Hey, this is 20 ATACMs going into Ukraine. Keep doing this, Vlad, and we're just going to hand them more. And we all know that when that number gets to 60, your rail infrastructure goes down everywhere. Have fun. But like, you would have to actually deliver it. It's the military. The means is the message, right? So I'm with you there. And it's not a warning if you use words. You have to use something that goes boom, right?
Yeah, because actually warning without follow through with the threat.
Yeah, no, the warning
the
has to come as you're literally delivering a new weapons package, right? Like, it's like, oh, you weren't heeding it, you weren't listening, that we care. So this is a picture of us handing them something that's going to cause real problems for you. Keep on effing around, and then you're going to keep on finding out, right? That's I'm absolutely with you there. That it's not a real warning until it is really clear that it has practical on the ground consequences. 100% on page with you there.
All right, thanks. That's all I had. Keep listening.
Then, John, you haven't praised Swedish hydrologists yet.
Oh, you mean the simulation of the
just as a general class of people, really?
Yeah. I mean, of course, Swedish. So they're great. Very serious people. No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, and also it's actually stated to be the worst case scenario, which is probably not the probable result. I mean, that's the worst case scenario, and if you have any mitigation, then it will be less. So, yeah, great.
Thank you, Denjon. Yeah, exactly. Right. Most worst cases isn't usually what happens. Finance, I'm being inundated with memes. Please help.
You need more memes? Okay. I'm sorry. I was told to help inundate Doman with memes. So you all know what that means. Please, if you can, do your best to find a meme and send it to Doman, because he said that he's been inundated with memes and he needs our help. So let's help him be inundated with more memes. Please send your favorite pro-Ukrainian meme to Doman. You may also ask any meme that has anything to do with Serbia and Kosovo. You know that he is our specialist for that. So any memes around Serbia and Kosovo or any pro-Ukrainian memes, please send those to Doman. He has specifically requested our help, and we should do our best to make sure that he receives it.
If you tweet them at me instead of sending it to me in DMs, then I promise to like them if they're good. So, you know.
So both tweet them at them and send them in DMs. He's made it really clear he wants to make sure his DMs are flooded with them. And Sparkles, I see your hand is up.
I had to turn off my iCloud sharing with my kids because my camera roll and the memes, yeah, it was getting awkward. I wanted to ask, and I'm sure you guys have already covered this, so we really don't have to get into it. But there was a theory that a few of us had with respect to armored tanks. Then the theory was that if the U.S. sent armored tank like Abrams, that would maybe push Germany to free the leopards. Obviously, we're all pushing for that. But what I thought was interesting is I feel like our theory, our hypothesis, somewhat kind of came true a little bit yesterday, pushing us closer to maybe being accurate on that when Schultz released that statement about other countries, sending armored tanks. So I would love to hear your thoughts on this. And because if it's as simple as, me, talking with U.S. officials about sending armored tanks to Ukraine, and that's what's going to get Germany to free the leopards, yeah, it would be good to pull on that thread this week in meetings. So yeah, just wanted to hear what you all thought about that.
If it has four wheels or a track and drives, we should hand it to Ukraine right now. If it has four wheels and drives, they definitely need it for logistics, and they might use it on the front lines because they don't have enough stuff with tracks that drives. If it has a tracks and drives, the Ukrainians need it. So I would be suggesting that we hand them Abrams on their own rights, and then the fact that we're handing them might actually spur Olaf and the Germans to also do what they want, also do the right thing. But since my basic thesis is that Olaf Scholz spends his morning, evening, and night licking Putin's boots and committing various inappropriate acts with him, I'm not going to start holding my breath that he's going to throw his boyfriend out the window just because America is helping Ukraine. So as much as I hope that when Putin does go out the window, he's discovered with his boyfriend Olaf and they're both thrown out the window together. That would actually be ideal. That is the punishment they have actually given to people just being homosexual in Russia. So given the amount that we see Olaf do that and the amount that he loves Russia, I think it would be an appropriate end to him. That said, yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath, but I think the argument for things that either have a track or four wheels and drives being handed to Ukraine is on its own merits. It doesn't need to require that Germany pull their head, which is currently planted very deep in their posteriors, out to actually make the own case. I think that stands on its own. And I think that the weakest part is that Germany might do something because, anyone who's paying close attention to this war more or less thinks in so many words that, Olaf is on the side. Olaf is, shall we say, at least somewhat concerned by the Russians, and at the least and at the most, his past in East Germany has led him to be ideologically in favor of the Russian Empire. So I don't think that's an unusual position to take. The level of vehemence with which I spit it and the level of inappropriateness with which I elucidate it might be, but I think the general idea itself is kind of broadly shared, and that makes that the weakest part of the argument. The strongest part is we should give them things with tracks and wheels that drive because they'll use them and they will save Ukrainian lives. That is, I think, the best part of the argument.
Yeah, and I would just add that it would be great to have U.S. citizen call their officials and kind of push the Abrams, because I agree. And let's call them on it. Yeah. So thanks, Finance. I'm really loving the cream of hate that you put in your coffee today.
Anytime, Denjon.
Yeah, I think I'm
sorry, stop.
using the...
Break. Sparkles, did you say cream of hate?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I didn't mishear. Excellent. Sorry, Denjon, carry on.
Yeah, I think I'm drinking the same stuff as Finance. Very dark. But anyways, focus. I mean, if you have those contacts, then use it. Absolutely. Even if it doesn't wake up Schultz, it might wake up others. So, yeah, I'm all for that. If I had it, I would do it. No holding back at all. Over.
Yeah, as I said, all good. If it wakes up Schultz, that's just gravy on the top. And if it doesn't wake up Schultz, then well, we know he likes Putin as it stands. So if we can't fix that, that doesn't mean Ukraine doesn't get what it needs to save Ukrainian lives as they go try to win the war. It just means that we try to work around it. Yes, it would be nice if he pulled his head out of this posterior, but since I'm not expecting that, and I hope that the German voters take care of that for us, until that happens, there's really not much that can be done about Mr. Schultz, but we definitely should hand Ukraine all the weapons they need to save Ukrainian soldiers' lives as they go on the offensive versus the Russian Empire. I think that's a pretty similar way to go at it. Is that fair enough, Sparkles?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I've come to the similar conclusions about him. I've had a lot of concerns about Russian influence in political culture throughout Western countries and democracies. And I think we're seeing that now with him specifically. And, this is not something that is unique to Germany. This is happening in many other countries, including my own. So, yeah. But I think it's important for us to hold him accountable to the statements that he makes. And so, yeah, I think the U.S. does need to send armored tanks to Ukraine. It looks like the Abrams are really the most viable option at this point, given the stock and given their capability. So I'll be specifically pushing for that. And then I think if we can get that achieved, then we need to go back to Schultz and hold him accountable to the public statements that he makes. So yeah, that's how I feel. And people are asking me about cream of hate. I meant cream in your coffee, and it was a bad joke. So stop DMing me. It was just a bad joke.
Yeah, so everybody DM Sparkles for memes on Cream of Hate, and if you can make them funny, please send those to her. That's what I just heard Sparkles say. Cream of Hate, the latest Sparkles product. Please DM her about that. Chris.
Mic check. Am I loud? Too loud?
No, can't hear you. Nope,
good.
Nope, there's no Chris.
This volume is good.
Okay. Well, I've taken the tip, Doman, and I've put the mic slightly away from my my mouse, a bit further away from my mouse, which is loud. And of course, in the Royal Navy, we were taught to communicate effectively, which sometimes meant loud. Right. So anyway, just to let you know, Doman, in touch with Lewis now, and and in touch with the other representative, who I'm not going to say at the minute, from the NAFO organization, and in touch with the owner of Brand Mentions, which is the hashtag tracker and brand tracker that we're using, and so shortly we'll be communicating with Axel further on that. And so thanks to Anda in particular, because she connected me with somebody who has ended up being connected with the owner of brandmentions.com. So just to demonstrate how things work here, right? And so I just wanted to say this at a high level, because it's relevant to this thinking that's going on. Obviously, as a platform, MriyaReport is becoming, and I know we did this earlier, Doman, I just thought it might be worth mentioning again, right? But obviously the platform is becoming more and more influential, and has a greater and greater reach, and a global reach. When you look at the map that Brand Mention shows us, it shows that we have a massive global reach and influence. So we have this tool here that you guys have created, and that is growing all the time. And so at a high level, the sort of strategic thinking, I think, is something along the lines of, okay, what is it exactly that the Ukrainians want? Because I think we'll all agree that that's where we get to. That's the starting point. What do they want? I mean, we have views here on what we should be sending them, but they have the ultimate view on what they want, what they think they want, and what they think they need. So sort of, I think that's the starting point. And then it sort of filters down to, okay, this is what we want. How can we help them to get that with our amazing, influential platform? So, and then you get down to, okay, so we think they want tanks, and we think they want IFVs, and who do we have to basically influence in order to get those shipped? Because it always comes down to when the rubber hits the road, doesn't it? So
and just to note, we know they want tanks and IFVs because they told us.
Okay, and so that, thank you for that, Doman. Right, and that is recent, if you like, affirmation that they still want tanks and IFVs, correct?
I mean, it's recent, and I know how recent it needs to be, but yeah, but as of this month, last month,
yeah. Okay, so because all I'm saying, Doman, is priorities change, don't they? And so what they might have wanted or might have thought that they wanted a month or 2 months ago might not be the same as what they actually want now. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying it's possible, right? But so anyway, let's assume that they want tanks and IFVs, right? Because we think that's correct.
Okay, here I have a quote from President Zelensky from the 22nd of September, so a month ago.
Yep.
I could find something more recent, saying that transfer of tanks and other armored vehicles to Ukraine will not put an end to the full-scale war. This is a matter of survival for Ukrainians. Since without an air defense and without tanks, more people will die.
Okay. So there was tanks, air defense, and IFVs mentioned in that statement. Was that right? Did I get that right?
I think IFVs were not. It said tanks and other armored vehicles, but I think we know what other vehicles, right? APCs and IFVs.
Means IFVs, right? Okay, so let's just hold that thought in our head then, that we're talking about tanks, IFVs, and air defences. And I think it's probably true, isn't it, that air defences, you know, whilst the stuff's not yet maybe delivered, that's high on the priority, and supporting countries are actually helping with that a bit. Yeah, maybe not enough, but anyway. Okay, but let's hold the thought on those three subjects, right? That the Ukrainians want more of those. So then sort of the question becomes, okay, how do we help them get more of those? And you know, I think what's interesting is that people are like going, okay, so we can directly say, free the Leopards, send the Abrams, or whatever like hashtag we want to do, but we could also say, send the IFVs, which we might get more joy with, and which might like lead to them sending tanks, or we can focus on the tanks, if you like, and just hope that they ship those. So all I'm saying is that for everybody, there is this like thinking to do about like what is the most effective strategy to get the Ukrainians what they want as soon as possible, in order that we can get the Russians out of Ukraine as soon as possible. And I leave that then for people to, you know, to discuss further, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Chris. Sparkles.
Yeah, I really loved what you said there, Chris. I think it's critical to listen to Ukrainians and what they're asking for, and that's sort of my compass. And I would just add, not only are they asking for that, but they've also been asking since April to designate Russia a terrorist state. So, you know, pretty much every campaign that I participate in is coming from Ukraine. And so, yeah, I think it's really great that you brought that up, Chris. And I think it's a good reminder to continue to support, you know, what Ukrainian officials are actually asking for, as opposed to what we think will help them. So thank you for that.
Welcome. Sorry, Sparkles, but you're very welcome. And obviously, I'm very interested in, you know, that there's like psychological angles here, isn't there? You know, there's like, and there's, I don't know what other angles. There's like who we focus on, right? You know, who do we focus on to actually get the Leopards shipped? Who do we focus on to actually get the Abrams shipped? And that's, you know, and we have people here, you know, with the right connections to make that happen, as well as, you know, we have increasingly the reach and the influence, if you like, to start getting people to take notice. And gosh, I don't know whether we can say, but what was just said about, you know, Schultz, you know, wouldn't it be great if we've actually forced him to make a statement? I don't know whether we have or not, but that would be rather cool, wouldn't it?
I think if we can get many more journalists, if I may say, if we can get many more journalists to ask him the question specifically, as and maybe even highlight that, or get someone close enough to asking him this, who has a Free the Leopards t-shirt on, that's also good. There must be ways by means of continuous questioning which come to the point that he either loses a little bit of his cool, or and therefore comes out with a better reasoning or a better argument, or at least his real argument as to why not, rather than the shielding excuses he's brought forward, which are so annoying to all of us. And this will be interesting. And this can only happen by means of public investigation, public pressure. And if we can incite more journalists to take this seriously. A few weeks ago, I don't know, Finance or Domin, if you remember this, but I think it is about 6 weeks or 5 weeks ago, when there was an interview with the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, this question was asked, and he answered it in the same circumspect fashion as beforehand, that Germany couldn't do this alone, and that the focus would be on different systems, blah, blah, blah. But it was evidently an interview, which then later on is signed off against. They get the transcript and the recording, and this is what the interview was. Thank you. However, that interview was already pretty intense and comprehensive and dedicated. If you take this out of context, this is not what happens all the time in Germany. This is already pretty uncomfortable for a chancellor. If we can find ways to make this question appear more like the British press would do, or the American press in the past had done, that might be it. And if this could be asked by radio hosts in Germany as a consequence, great. If this can be asked by a BBC reporter at some point in time, or an ITV reporter, I couldn't care less. You see where I'm going with this, right? This is, we're trying to incentivize people to ask this question, to be our multipliers. If we can get there, I think this will be helpful. What do you say?
So Axel, just to give you some pre-warning, there's a email coming out to you shortly when it's been created from group of friends and that, just basically asking you for strategic direction here, which we need to pass back to, for example, the likes of brand mentions and also which would influence content on, for example, websites, etc. So we've done a bit of connecting up here, and there's something coming over to you soon. So that sort of strategic thinking is like primary objectives is sort of the thing that we need now, so that we can go back and employ the appropriate tools, if you like, to help achieve the objectives, right? So yeah, exactly. And it's very interesting actually that that if you like, you introduce the fact here that what basically we're trying to do here is we're using social media to influence mainstream media.
It's one part of it. Actually, I have to say one thing. I think there's a feedback loop also. It's a good point, yes. But in addition to that, there's a feedback loop. The engagement of the polity, if you want to say, or put it this way, the general global audience of people is extremely important, because politicians everywhere can sense it, can feel it, and get the feedback. I'm not saying that there is say, less than 6 degrees of separation. There probably isn't. But if people in the general public make themselves heard to others, that is an ultimate multiplier, and politicians do react to this. They actually react to this as much as then the questions by the journalists do incite their reaction to become public. And this is the interesting thing. I think there's interacting loops of triggering movement. And we can, by this means, with the great help of our audience, reach a wider audience, make a bigger impression, generate more engagement. And if that spreads, then the politicians have no choice but to act upon it. This is how I see it. I hope this is not a load of tosh for people.
Well, no, that's fairly clear to me, actually, and I hope it isn't a load of tosh to people. So that's useful feedback for the email, actually, Axel. So it'll be coming shortly.
Yeah, and I'll be sharing this with our team, because I don't do these things alone. We have a very, very capable team of many different people here who all contribute to this. So, but I will certainly make sure that we circulate it and we'll address it appropriately. But we're very keen on making this work.
I think you'll find there's quite a few members of your team in it.
There you go then.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Axel. Then.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, because it was breaking up. Okay, so just a quiz question there, if this is what they still want or so on. Actually, the foreign minister of Ukraine, I can't remember his name now, which is bad, but he's been, yeah, exactly. He's been around the world, right, on a tour, meeting with his counterparts and governments, and I think in every single press conference after the meeting, this question has come up. and he has specifically said what that country can provide and what they want from them. Like for Sweden, he specified from Sweden he wants Archers and obvious 15 or 17.
C90s.
Yeah, maybe he said CV90s as well. But anyway, they are quite specific what they want and who's got it. So I think they are fully aware of where they can get stuff from. So I encourage everyone to look for those press conferences. Should be available somewhere, I guess. And then
yeah, I think
apply
what we
the
can
pressure.
do, Denton, that's a good point. We should be asking, because there is an office associated with Mr. Kuleva who does the PR for them and passes on then to the various media sources. I'm sure we can get the transcripts of those press conferences as well, because the list is good. And otherwise, we can just ask the office whether they can share the list of requested materials. Maybe that's worthwhile doing. We should be just blasting it out.
Yeah, exactly. And that means it could be targeted as well, instead of target everyone and get nothing. So yeah, that's my idea.
Very good point.
Latin.
Hey, Doman, thanks for letting me on here. And I see George is on here. I had a question
Would you?
for him.
What? You're not talking about the SU-30?
No, not quite. I mean, I'm maybe holding off until we have a broader discussion with Colonel Jeff, maybe at some point. There were some interesting videos that were just shared. One of our listeners here, fellow listeners, also posted something. So yeah. Anyways, the video seems to indicate there, and some of what we've been hearing over the last week, that we could be seeing, it would not be surprising, a maintenance issue with the Russian Air Force. But I'll put that aside for now, because I see George is here, and related to this discussion that I woke up and was listening to about tanks. I mean, I personally came to the conclusion in the last 7 days, 10 days or so, especially in light of the Russian drone and cruise missile bombing campaign. There are people on here I know, like Axel, who are much more dialed into German politics, but I personally just came to the conclusion that I don't think we're going to see Leopards anytime soon. That I posted earlier a few days ago that I think the Ukrainians are going to win this war with, or at least this stage of the war, with the tanks that they have. And when you consider that, this is kind of going to the question I had for George, that if you assume that for whatever reason we're probably not going to see Leopards anytime soon or anything like that, and the Russians are fielding Cold War era T-62s, and we're seeing a lot of that in the battlefield right now. I'm wondering whether we shouldn't be thinking outside the box, the West collectively, right? And consider things like, George, I'm just going to throw this out there. I know Greece has a lot of upgraded Cold War era American tanks, right? They're still operating M48s, and not sure about M60s, but I'm sure they'd be happy to exchange some of those for Leopards, which presumably the German government would not have an objection to. And at this point, with the kind of tanks that the Russians are fielding, an upgraded M48 would still be of some use, I would think. But also add to that, the Ukrainians are showing tremendous capacity to recycle and bring into service their own stored tanks, damaged tanks, the ones they're capturing. I just think this is the way we have to be looking at it right now. Look, any efforts to pressure the German government are welcome, and let's hope it has some results. But I don't see anything else happening right now.
Right. Can I, before you go, just briefly, because I need to then do something very quick in 5 minutes. If you are dealing with Germans and German politics, you need the patience of Solomon and the insistence of and resilience of Ulysses. But you also need to have the capacity to talk and be incisive as Ronald Reagan. You need to be charming too. All of this in the same vein. Classical heroes and heroes of the past decades. I can definitely tell you this. Do not despair Do not
Axel,
they will deliver the tanks anyway. It's evident already because the attrition rate of tanks in the battlefield is so high that the Ukrainians will not be without those tanks. But as even Gustav Gressel, who I try to invite here too, has by now said, the German government is yet again at a procrastination point, which is intolerable. That is, knowing full well that they will have to give those tanks, respectively the release of such tanks from the coalition of the willing, but it might be far too late to save a lot of lives. They know that it's coming. So why not do it and plan it now? Because with the air defense systems, both the Gepards, which were very well planned and organized, because everybody knows what they are capable of, which is why this came out of Rammstein 1 and everybody was confused. And we have these talks here on this space. I'm just highlighting. You may actually find out that when Lloyd Austin says twice now after the Rammstein meetings that this is work in progress, it actually is, but that the Germans are procrastinating, and that needs to be. We need to push harder. We need to not give up. I'm just saying, but I'll leave it to George. Apologies for interrupting.
No, that's quite right, right, Axel. So, yeah, the M48 you're discussing are called the MOLF. So they have a applique armor on top of them. Like the armor is not chopum. It's nothing. It's nothing of that nature. Any tank would help right now because it would allow the Ukrainians to maybe start a rotation program. In other words, start taking out, because they can't afford to take any of their tanks out of the front right now. They need as many as they can get into service. But if they could get some more so that they could start rotating a program where they start sending maybe 10 or 15 at a time to let's say Poland or maybe Slovakia or Czechia or whatever, to get them updated optics. In other words, start shoehorning some better sights or thermal sights on them. I know that's one of their goals, but right now, because of the offensives ongoing, they can't afford to get to take some of their better tanks and have that done. Because right now, I mean, that's what they need to do. They need to upgrade those types of systems, but that would take time, and they just can't do the rotation. So let's say if Greece were to give them 150 of the M48s, yeah, they would be able to. They have a 105, so it's an upgraded 105, and the ammunition for those is pretty good. So they would be able to engage, especially some of the older stuff that the Russians are rolling out. But the key factor would be not their capability, but maybe their ability to allow the Ukrainians to rotate some of their tanks to maybe a depots or something like that, maybe in a neighboring country, so that they can get the optics on those upgraded if they could develop that type of program. And to Axel's point, the Gepards were on the pretty much on the shelf, but now this thing is going to change a lot of the inventories of a lot of countries. They've become crucial in the fight against the drones. You're talking about a $15,000-$20,000 kamikaze drone. You can't waste $100,000 missile on it. So having vehicles that are self-propelled that have any aircraft capabilities, that's going to be the path moving forward. And I think a lot of companies have woken up to that in the last couple of months, especially with the performance of the Gepards. I mean, these things were like, they had been trying to upgrade it to Stingers and so on and so forth, but even the Stingers are expensive. But the 35 millimeter cannons on the Gepards are becoming crucial in the fight against these drones, and anything that's self-propelled that has a 20 millimeter or above is going to be the future. If you want a low-cost solution to these drones, that's it.
To your point, George, I think it's interesting to consider because the idea of the Leopards, the Abrams. Okay, I understand it's not dead in the water. It's something that has to be still worked on, to Axel's point. But I wonder if NATO shouldn't be at this point looking, especially with the, just these outrages that we've been seeing over the last few weeks. We've been seeing outrages throughout this, but this bombing campaign and the need to just finish this, at least this stage of it, and do everything we can to help the Ukrainians finish it. And I wonder if NATO shouldn't be on the ground forces side of it. If they haven't done it, I have no indication they have, to really do a complete inventory of what is serviceable, even if it's older equipment, not just main battle tanks, but I know some of the former warpath countries do still have some of these these tracked anti-aircraft systems, the Soviet legacy systems, but just do a complete inventory and say, look, say again, Axel?
Did you mean Shieldcast?
I believe that's that's the one that's the quad 23 millimeter.
I think it is. Isn't this also, was this wheeled or tracked? I don't remember.
It's tracked. Pretty sure it's a tank chassis. Yeah, George McNeil.
Okay.
But anyways, they've got a lot of this stuff and more Gepards if they can spare them. So they were willing to give some of those, but kind of a renewed effort to make sure that everything that NATO can spare, that the German government for the moment doesn't have to sign off on, send it to them. And I mean, if you look at that operation that we saw yesterday with the Georgian Legion, where the T-64 was supporting infantry in assaulting a Russian position. It's again, I'm no expert on this, but it seems to me George might be able to confirm that if a similar operation, if it's happening on a wider scale, an older 105 millimeter tank gun would be just as good in supporting the infantry in that situation as the T-64 with its larger gun. George, I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, it does. I mean, if I'm a infantry 11 Bravo and I have to attack a position, I'd rather have something that has a big boom on it than something that doesn't. Right? I'd rather have a 105 that can do direct fire, on a position and drop high explosive shells than trying to deal with it using a grenade launcher or an 81 millimeter mortar. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, anything that's because at that point you're pretty much using it as self-propelled artillery, right? So anything that gives you a bigger boom, and keeps the enemy's head down, like, right? It lobs a 105 millimeter high explosive shell, and everybody around it where it hits has to duck. Then you can move. So it definitely changes your tactics and the way you can assault a position. It definitely tips the balance in your favor. You can have 10 guys assaulting 20, and you would be that's crazy. But if you have a tank with a 105 and a heavy machine gun, a 50 cal, spraying down the line, then yeah. I don't think there'd be any infantryman that would say, "Yeah, I don't need it."
Thank you, Latin. Thank you, George. No, I'd like to just let you explain stuff, because what good would I be intervening in that? Edward. Oh, and Latin, do come back. We want to talk about that SU. Edward.
Hi, good morning. I'm a little bit over caffeinated and I've consumed a dairy farm of hate. That's why you've been pushing my buttons, all this tank talk and everything. I can't get clotted cream though in Buenos Aires. I haven't found it yet. So
yeah, but you wouldn't put that in coffee, would you?
No, but I would have it on scones with.
That'd be a very interesting affogato, actually.
Yeah, I can make scones. I must make some scones. But yeah, the tank business. So what interests me is particularly is the political dynamic. I mean, I was very struck listening to the Ramstein 6 press conference, how Lloyd Austin was falling over himself in praise of Germany and how much they, how he'd loved serving there in his earlier days and how they were just the most amazing army and they were doing so well supporting Ukraine. And clearly, I mean, behind the scenes, obviously, they're discussing these matters and why and why not. They might supply Abrams, Leopards, Bradleys, and everything else. But it does interest me why, you know, if the Germans, I mean, Scholz's main excuse does seem to be, oh, well, we're not going to supply new weapons systems into a conflict unless in conjunction with the United States. In other words, they have to provide Abrams, and then maybe we'll supply Leopards, whatever, which from a practical perspective doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, you know, to have all the logistical problems of Abrams on top of the Leopard situation. But anyway, it does interest me. I mean, I don't know why the Biden administration can't simply come out and say, you know, dear Mr. Scholz, we stand ready to supply Abrams, but we happen to believe that, you know, it's better that the Ukrainians have one system and your system happens to be, for all sorts of practical reasons, better placed to assist them at this time. Please do so. I mean, that would be a polite way of making Scholz, you know, justify his position a little bit more. I don't think it would be that aggressive, the Americans to come out and say that. So it's just interesting to me that they haven't yet done that. And I think that's really where I think the pressure could be placed. I mean, we ought to be asking the Biden administration to please make it clear to the Germans that for practical reasons, they must now supply Leopard tanks and also Marders and everything else. So it's just interesting that that hasn't happened yet. And I think that that would be an area where I would be placing pressure. And I'm interested to know, you know, what this war needs to end soon. I mean, I cannot understand, if you were Olaf Scholz, why would you want this war to drag on any longer than it needs to? And the only stable solution is a complete Ukrainian victory, taking them back to the 2014 borders. If he can't see that, then he's an idiot. And therefore, if that's the ultimate equilibrium, then it needs to happen fast. You know, you know, it's a reinforcing situation. If Ukrainians can show success in counteroffensives, it'll put more pressure on Putin. It will make his mobilization seem farcical even more than it already is. Putin understands force. He'll see, you know, when Leopards start rolling in, that he's really up against it. All of the Siloviki will see that, all the rest of it. So it just all points in that direction. And I just cannot believe that if you were a Macron or a Scholz, that you'd be like, oh yeah, let's just kind of slow this down and maybe enter a frozen conflict situation and have years worth of undersupply of gas or whatever. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And so I think, yeah, we need to exert political pressure on this. And I would suggest that if there's one thing that Scholz might be embarrassed about, it's having to justify a refusal of his NATO big brother. You know, if the US is saying, please send these things, he's like, yeah, no, that would be pretty embarrassing. And I think that would be a fruitful avenue to go down.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and I tend to believe that we've said this so many times, and I think we all continue to agree in that regard, that it is a matter of the White House putting pressure onto Olaf Scholz, relentless pressure, whilst at the same time, the German government is being asked publicly, because the coalition is already fractious and fragile and in upheaval. There is momentum in this cracking wall of insolence.
Yeah, and just kind of really wilder ideas. I mean, the people who already have Leopards, and therefore, and we're saying, oh, well, they can't give them to Ukraine because of the export licenses. What if they just decide to sort of enter the war in a soft way? Well, we're not entering the war, but we're just moving some of our tanks, like Czechia moves, its leopards into Ukraine, because just like Belarus,
Yeah,
it
that's
feels.
the point. That's the point. That makes them combatants.
Well, not if they're just sort of engineering in Lviv or something while their tanks are supplied to Ukrainian fighters further forward. I know it's a bit crazy, but I think also the whole German arms industry could be subtly threatened with an end to exports. You know, we could talk about importing.
Yeah, the problem is they're already threatened by their own government with this, given the fact that don't forget, this is the problem. They are in a really bad shape because they want to deliver. They've said they will deliver, and they're not allowed to deliver. This is so massive. And they've sat down in June. What was it? June 22nd, 23rd, something. They sat down with Ben Wallace. In London. Big photo opportunity. And by the way, good that it happened. But whatever they do, they have to constantly skirt around Olaf Scholz's government. So it really is a matter of that. We have to give them the capacity to make these decisions freely, and that requires somebody in the White House to make a change.
Absolutely, but we could also have European politicians having big conferences saying, "Oh, yeah, we can't rely on the German armaments industry. Let's all order South Korean tanks and or something like that." We could troll them a bit. Let's have the CV90 as the sort of NATO standard instead.
CV90 maybe is the better thing than the Marder anyway. Everybody knows this, but the CV90 is worse than the Lynx. The Lynx is the one next generation NATO stipulated version. The Boxer, Puma, the Lynx. These are the systems which have come out of joint development, by the way, but are built by Rheinmetall/Krauss-Maffei. They are perfect platforms. NATO likes them. But currently, we are allowing those to be shipped to now it comes, and this is where Finance Doman and I will go over the top all the time. These links, under a long-standing contract, are finally shipped to where? To Viktor Orban's Hungary. Now, that's nuts in this circumstance.
Yeah. And he's bought Leopard 2s, hasn't he, as well?
You know who received, I think it's 354 Leopard 2s over a good decade and a half?
Hungary?
No, Turkey.
Oh,
Mr. Erdogan received them. And these were the Leopards, the A4s, and later on also the A5s, which Germany had as, so to say, excess stock. They dissolved under the Schröder government already. The Schröder and Fischer government, red and green, they started dissolving, like a base closing commission, so to say, of the Americans. They started dissolving German tank divisions because there was no need for deterrence anymore. Why would we ever deter anyone? Why would we help Eastern Europe defend itself? No, let's ship those tanks, and we shipped them to Turkey so that they could fight against the Kurds. Nice.
And Hungary and Turkey, who knows how long they'll be in NATO, but perhaps it's all part of a kind of Russian influence operation. I don't know. But
I wouldn't worry about that, Edward. I wouldn't worry about that.
No, I'm just trolling. But yeah, it's frustrating to say the least. Very frustrating. Anyway, so I've been really frustrated. I've been listening for 4 or 5 hours, and my buttons have been well and truly pushed. So I'm going to have to go and meditate or something. But maybe an Atacam's brand cigarette advertisement might revive my fortunes. Or perhaps the host could tell me what the thing that's happened in the last week that's most pleased them about the Ukraine situation. That would be encouraging.
Finance, do you have an Atacams?
If you had, he already shifted.
Coughing heavily. How is our favorite Atacams? Sales management director, whatever you to co-host.
Nice. Sorry, I believe the term is president of sales for the Atacams brand cigarette company. Lately, yes. I've just been enjoying the fact that today it's not Atacams brand products. It is not. While we do appreciate that smoking kills and tell all the Russians to smoke responsibly at their nearest ammo dump,
Today, I'm actually appreciating whatever is going on with Russian systems. It's not even always Ukrainian air defense. There is no air defense. Apparently, they roll the planes off the assembly line, put them up in the air, Russian plane go up, Russian plane come down. So I'm really sort of enjoying all the...
Admittedly, Finance, that is how fighter jets usually work. They do go up and then they come down. It's just this, as Axel might want to attest, usually that latter part is done in a more of a controlled manner. You know, less gravity
true, right?
dominant.
I mean, like, many people skydive, but you're supposed to use a parachute, right? Like they're not landing with the wheels on the landing strip. they're landing in multiple pieces, not one. So it's just so highly entertaining. What's going boom in Russia? I don't know. Their own planes. They find ways to make things go boom even before they're shot at. It's quite impressive.
It is very impressive. It is very impressive. I've been suggested to by a friendly Swiss. I don't know. That the Su-30s have now suffered two very similar accidents or sudden loss of control at high altitude, well, somewhat high altitude, leading to a catastrophic failure. That is to say, crash. They should be grounded, because that is the usual procedure, right? If something fails twice in the same way without it being figured out, it's grounded until it's figured out. So, as we all know, Russians are sticklers for rules like that, and they're definitely going to abide by them.
Abdullah, welcome up. I see hands up.
Hey, good afternoon, Finance. Thank you so much. Do we know if the pilot survived?
Don't think I heard something about oxygen loss, which would suggest that no.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I wanted to ask Finance. I was just reading that Turkey has 85% inflation. How does that work? And what's the inflation rate for Russia? We're not getting good numbers from the Russians. Thanks.
Not as high as Turkey, because it's hard to be as high as Turkey right now. How does that work? Here's how that works. So you used to have enough money in lira. If you just kept your money in lira, you could buy a house like 5 years ago, and now that basically buys a phone at this rate of inflation. It is horrifically mismanaged. Russian inflation rate, it's very hard to tell. We are estimating that their internal inflation, I mean, the estimates I'm seeing used to run at 15%. I've seen as high as 37%. Because Rostat has been compromised, and because they don't want to admit the scale of the problem, and because it's hard to figure out what their correct mix of goods is for consumer goods in the middle of a war, for a country that used to have millions of people without sewage and power lines. It is a surprisingly tricky question. If I'm throwing something up against the wall here, I'd say 20 to 30% inflation, but really I've not seen a perfect study on that. Humorously, actually, sorry, that's the wrong word here. That is actually about what Ukraine is running for inflation too. But you know, that the solution to Russian inflation would be if they were to pull their troops out of Ukraine and come to a peace deal and not be in the middle of a war, because they would probably get some sanctions relief, though many of us would be upset by it. That's just probably what would happen. But because their current account is so strong, people are still buying their oil, and that's putting a lot of cash into Russia. And because they are still struggling to buy the high-end machine tools and some of the industrial semiconductors and the other stuff they used to buy, they are getting in more money in business-wise than they're giving out. So that's keeping their inflation rate down, and it's kept the ruble relatively strong since the war has started. But it's also why I've said that's a terrible metric for how their economy is doing,
because it doesn't measure the fact that their industrial production has fallen out of a window, one of those Russian windows that all their executives have found their ways to jump out of. It doesn't measure their huge population problems, doesn't measure their huge loss of intellectual capital as Russians with skills have fled the country. So their economy is massively buckling, but that isn't best measured by their currency yet. Now, as far as Turkey goes, they are kind of relevant, so let's go through that real quick. Erdogan has decided that the market should listen to the politicians. That's a really poor quote for something he did say in Arabic. Pardon my horrific paraphrasing and translation.
Erdogan in Arabic.
I think he said it, sorry, it might have been in Turkish. It was either in Turkish or Arabic. It wasn't in English, he said it.
No, Turkish.
Yeah, I know he speaks Turkish, but I think it was, I read it in a interview with an Arabic paper. It was an El Arbai, if I remember correctly. I was reading that. But he basically made a quote that was along the lines of, the market needs to listen to the politicians. Which, like, you can say that and you can want that to happen, but that's not going to work. So he's just sort of spending money like a drunken sailor to attempt to buy the vote, like he's Hugo Chavez or something. And he's getting results like he's Hugo Chavez or something, but there is no big oil money to sell out. So despite the fact that the Turkish actually can build nice things, like there is no reason for the Turkish economy to be this much of a disaster other than horrific government mismanagement. Not particularly new to the Turks. The Turks have had horrific government mismanagement and high inflation before. It was more like this 30, 40 years ago. So it's not the first time they've seen this. But, you know, if they want to have lower inflation, their government needs to do things like get their revenues somewhere in line with their spending, and their monetary policy committee needs to find some independence and give a flying about inflation and not just do what Erdogan tells them to because he feels like the rate should just be lower. Otherwise, they will keep having inflation at 80. When I started talking on this space, they were in the 70s. Now then they hit 80. Now they're 85%. It will keep going up until they do the simple, obvious things. We know how to crush inflation in a modern economy, which Turkey still runs. They have a banking system. They have loans. They have deposits. So they will respond to normal monetary stimulus. They will respond to normal fiscal stimulus. So that's changing. Monetary stimulus is what their central bank does. Fiscal stimulus is how their government spends money. They need to spend something similar to what they take in as a government, and they need their monetary policy committee to start raising interest rates. At first, it would have to be a huge amount. We're talking 10, 15, 20% at first, just to like try to get it in line with the insane amount of inflation they have. And then, you know, take it from there after a little while. Yes, it's going to cause a recession, but you really don't have many choices when you're talking about bringing down a ridiculous, insane 85% inflation that is really starting to threaten your underlying productivity and, you know, political stability, which will start happening because nobody likes to live with 100% inflation, right? You don't want to be Weimar Germany with wheelbarrows full of cash just to pay for coffee. So it's going to keep going up until he decides that he's going to, you know, do something about it, or until the very corrupted Turkish electoral system works well enough to get him out of office. I don't know if that's still possible. I sure hope for the people of Turkey it is.
Thank you.
Why
so
does he
much.
have that inflation?
He spends more than he takes in, and he lowers the rate, and he's forced the central bank to lower the interest rate when inflation goes high. So when a normal person would raise the interest rate, he's lowered it, and they're spending a bunch more than they're taking in. These two things cause inflation. It's like, you don't get this bad. Like, we're not talking like 7%, 8% inflation instead of 4% or something. Like, you don't get to 80% without horrific mismanagement. And if you want to get it back, you got to get back to the basics. Your interest rate needs to match your inflation, or at least somewhere nearby, or at least go up until inflation comes down. And your spending needs to basically match what you take in your local currency. They need to do those two things, and then inflation will be taken under control. Until they do those two things, it will keep going up.
So he has an election upcoming next year. On the one hand, he needs to fund his excessive social programs for the clientele of the AKP, many of whom are also still small and medium source enterprise owners, but many, many more of them are salaried people or people living precariously. Then there's the grandees of the party who, you know, as always, are the elite and are skimming off the cream. In order to appease them all, he doesn't have enough money. He runs out of money and he faces inflation. So he can either now curb inflation and therefore come to a crashing halt for his economy completely, or try to somehow get through to the election with more gifts and more inflation. But the inflation is eating into it. He is not between a rock and a hard place. He is on the way out, is he not? Or what does he need to do? What is his strategic option and why is he behaving as he's behaving?
His strategic option is to do what he is doing, which I don't appreciate. But the most strategic option is, since he can't deliver better, he's put himself into an economic corner where the only decisions are bad. Then his strategic option would be, as an authoritarian who wants to be dictator, to do his best to force his country closer to dictatorship and make it so that the election is more of a joke. His strategic option is to, in fact, corrupt the election. And the hope is that there is enough institutions and things in Turkey left to stop that. His strategic option is to get rid of elections, basically.
Exactly. Now, how much time does he have left with that rampant inflation?
There's a question if he has gotten rid of elections or not already, right? We're about to go put the system to the test.
Do you think he can survive the winter?
I think he has control over the military, and I think he has control over the political system. So, yeah. I hope for the Turkish people I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't have a perfect feel for it all, but he's survived it so far. I hope that there's enough system there left that he hasn't found a way to corrupt that's able to throw him out of office, because certainly he is not delivering for Turkey or pretty much anyone anywhere else. There's no reason for them to have this problem. This is 100% self-inflicted. It is just like unnecessarily awful, and it's going to be bad for the people of Turkey to fix. And the longer it goes on without fixing it, and the longer you try to kick the can down the road, the worse the problem will be, the worse it will get. Jorn, soon, you were up, sir. I'm pretty sure you have a comment on this.
Actually, I have a comment on the SU30 video, if this is a good time, or we could...
Can we take a brief, a very short advertising break, just a second? Axel, who is joining us later today that is now freshly up in the nest and on the MriyaReport timeline?
Malcolm, but not Malcolm in the middle, Malcolm Nance.
And he will be with us in basically 2 hours exactly. So if you would all be so kind as to go to that tweet, retweet, like it, whatever else you can do with it. Let people know we'll be hanging out with Malcolm Nance, who is a celebrity on many accounts, on all of his own, and is also, to the best of my understanding, currently in Ukraine, as he has been for most of the time since Russia invaded.
And this is Malcolm, I'm done talking, walking off the set and going off to Ukraine.
Thank you. Excellent. Always look forward to hearing Mr. Nance. Didn't realize he was coming today. That should be excellent. Jorn.
This is about, I've been looking at the video of the Su-30 crashing down, and this is pure speculation. But what I see and what I think happens is pilot error and not something wrong with the aircraft. Because it seems like he's trying to do an outside loop, which is very demanding on the human body because it produces negative G's. If you do a regular loop, you get G's, and it's much more efficient maneuver, and the blood could drain from your head down into the body, and you have a G suit and breathing mechanisms to help you with that. You could get a blackout, but just with a regular loop, you should be fine. But in an outside loop, doing negative Gs, you could get a readout. That's because all the blood is streaming up into your head, and you could lose consciousness. And it seems like he might be able to pull it off. He's getting into a good angle, but I imagine that he might be getting a readout, and that influences your decision making as well. And he could sort of panic. And the normal response to an emergency situation like that, or having a panic, is to pull the stick back. So you see that he changes course and doing regular Gs instead of negative Gs in the end. There's just no room, and he smashes into the ground. And he probably has a readout or is almost fainting, and maybe he's just, the last thing he's able to see is the ground rushing towards him before he crashes. And that's a bit tragic, but with the situation we're in, we should just be happy that they lose a brand new Su-30 and probably happening in that video. So I think it's pilot error and not something wrong with the aircraft.
So we've been getting questions, but didn't the pilots eject? No, people saying that are confusing the new video of the old crash with the new video of the new crash. So a week ago, a Russian jet, which is Su-34, I think, slammed into a building in Yeysk. Yeysk is on the Sea of Azov, in Kuban, in Krasnodar Krai. So that's a different thing. However, this morning, a new video of the thing from a week ago came out. What Jörn is talking about is an Su-30, not an Su-34, an Su-30 crashing in Irkutsk, which is in the middle of Siberia, on like close to Lake Baikal. So very different place, different plane, completely different incident, and this one is fresh, as in it happened today, not just a new video coming out today. Just to be clear, because I'm getting very confused DMs.
At this point, is probably very confused and barely conscious, so that would affect his decision making, and probably wasn't able to eject. And pulling the stick back, and actually for right-handed people, you usually pull the stick back into the left when you're in an emergency, just as a reaction, and that's why the bridge on the aircraft carrier is on the right-hand side. The Japanese during World War II had a couple of aircraft carriers with a bridge on the left-hand side, and they kept getting planes slamming into them because pilots panicked and pulled the stick back into the left while they were landing.
So that probably explains why. All right, very good. I think they didn't manage to eject from this one, right, in time. No, okay. There are suggestions that the reason why it crashed is because Russia tried to speed up the production line because so many got shot down in Ukraine, so they needed more. But then they might have been cutting some corners, perhaps. Who knows? Who knows?
With the attrition of the number of pilots and what we've heard about how little the pilots have flown during peacetime, I think they're running out of skilled pilots as well. I think this is a pilot overestimating what he's able to do and just slams into the ground. And I would say that that would be a bigger problem for the Russian Air Force than an aircraft malfunction. So, yeah, I think so.
Thank you very much, Jörn. I see we have a new speaker whom I've not spoken to before, but the speaker goes by Holzfäller, and I'd love to know more. Holzfäller, how's it? I don't know.
Hey,
I can't
can you
think
hear
of
me
any.
all right?
I can't think of any lumberjack jokes, so you'll just have to go ahead.
That's all right. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So yesterday I read that the UK might be considering sending modern tanks to Ukraine, but I couldn't find a primary source on that. Just wondering if that's true or not. And secondary question is how much of a factor do you think is the fear of reverse engineering modern equipment for not sending it? Yeah, thanks.
That's why the Charlies and the Leopard 1s and the old Leopard 2s are actually not a real risk, because A, the Russians are not good at reverse engineering. B, the sensors and deflection tools both of them use are outdated. So in that regard, it's not really a risk for us, because the new KF-51 Panther, as well as the new versions of the Leopard A7, as well as what the Americans are upgrading their kit to, plus the new revised and upgraded Challengers the UK will create, certainly are not the ones going there. But anything which is only 20 or 25 years old of NATO stock would be the holy crap out of what the Russians have. So I doubt that the reverse engineering argument, which has been brought forward in public on various occasions, and it is an interesting point as such, is merely backward-looking, self-excusing academic. If you take, for example, the Leopard 2A4, the Russians will have seen that one and the A5 already in Syria, and will have taken note of that, because that's where the Turks have been at the border using them. And a couple of them the Turks lost because they're completely, utterly untrained. Oh, sorry, useless.
I see. Thank you. Okay.
But other than that, very welcome. And as to the Challengers and the rumors, this rumor has been on and about for, I don't know, since April. We've talked about the Challengers and the ones which were designated to be decommissioned, taken apart, and melted away by the Brits. Then they've taken this stock, so to say, back and held it onto it. In June, in the meeting at number 10, when Ben Wallace was sitting there with a number of weapon systems manufacturers, the discussion was supposed to have touched upon those as well, and how they could be kitted out. If Ben Wallace remains in the saddle where he should be in the coming days, and Rishi Sunak does not, in whatever function he may serve in a government now, I don't really care, quite literally, as long as he doesn't touch the defense budget in Britain and the forward-looking planning and reduces it to rubble, as he was wont to do. If Ben Wallace is in charge by the end of the week still, I would think that the Challengers will be sent in order to trigger a response across the alliance, yes.
All right. Thank you. I'll drop down.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That is the other option, the non-Swedish option, I guess. Either way, Gunny gets his fill.
Where's Gunny?
I think hungover, just to guess.
But he said, yeah. He was
Well,
on the
that's why
prowl,
I was willing to guess at that. I was pretty sure it was right.
What happened to finance?
He went off for lunch, I think.
I thought he was about to go for lunch 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, but then he didn't. He was still being fueled by coffee and cream of hate. Lots of cream of hate in his coffee this morning.
All right, I will cycle up then in a sec. Give me a moment.
Yeah, no worries. It's a very balanced Sunday afternoon this far.
Don't want to let you alone there. Come on.
Thank you.
I'll
probably have to restart my app in the next 15 minutes anyway, because it's getting a bit glitchy.
Okay, can we do this then right away? Because then I only have to go to the host phone once.
Okay, I will drop down and you can talk to George, and then I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All righty. George,
Axel, is there any? I know Malcolm's coming on here in at what in about an hour. Is that? He's coming on in about an hour.
In 2 hours.
2 hours.
He's going to be there in 2 hours.
It would be nice if he was actually in his hometown in Philadelphia today, but that because that would be nice.
I think he's on Kiev time at the moment.
Ah, damn it! You know where I was going with this, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
And we can do the following. We can give a shout out when he's on, talk to him about it, and maybe find a way to incentivize him to, when you're calling in from your Philly event, to have him on and, well, have a little shout out to people. I don't know whether you have a speaker system or how you can project it there, but we can certainly do something.
That would be great. That would be great. Thank you. Oh, Axel.
Do you want to remind people when the thing is on?
Yes, it's today at 3:00. It's in Jenkintown, PA, which is a suburb just outside the city limits, in north, pretty much north of Philadelphia, northwest, and it's at 700 North Cedar Avenue, and it starts at 3 p.m. It's the Ukrainian Education and Cultural Center, and we're going to have two representatives from Ripley'sHeroes.org, one being James Vasquez, as many people that have been on the space know. He's been on here several times. And also Lieutenant Colonel Rawlings will be there also. And it's from 3 p.m. to 5:30. We're asking for donations at the door. Anything you can give would be greatly appreciated. And for about 2.5 hours, we'll have a meet and greet where you can ask them questions. They'll tell us about their experiences in Ukraine, tell us where they're going with our organization and which direction. And yeah, it's for a good cause, obviously, because Ripley'sHeroes.org does. The money they raise, they donate, they purchase and donate equipment, non-lethal equipment, to the Ukrainian army, which includes vehicles, protective vests, helmets, optics, a lot of medical kits, things of that nature. They'll actually also sometimes drop off donations from other units that can't get them to where they need to go. So yeah, it's a great event. There'll be another one in Washington. I don't know the exact location of that, but that's coming up this week. And yes, if anybody's in the Philadelphia area today, please stop by and have your questions, whatever. You can donate with either a check to Ripley's Heroes. They're on their website. There's a donate button, and we'll have a scan code for people that just want to use maybe their phone, and you can donate that way too. So, thank you, Axel.
Thank you. Thank you for organizing it, arranging it, and supporting the cause. Very much appreciated, George. Absolutely great. Shout out to Philadelphia.
Thank you, Axel.
Donnie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I have a question regarding presumably what will happen in UK politics this next week or after next week. So from what I understand from speakers here on the space and just looking online, we're presumably going to have 2 or 3 options for PM of the UK. But I do know that in politics, whenever there's a major change and one of these pinnacle roles in the government gets filled, that person usually wants to start off by doing something big and something that will maybe create a large opportunity for talking points about the new administration, etc. So my question would be, if Bojo gets another chance at being PM, will he immediately come out and say, I'm back, let's send Charlies to Ukraine? Because presumably he'll want to do something to establish and make clear to everyone that he's back? Or for that matter, any of the other two candidates do you think will make maybe a big move like that? What are the chances of that happening, do you think? Bigger now that this change has happened, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's exactly one of those points which are currently being discussed. And it's not unlikely that Boris Johnson will take both an approach to highlighting his 2019 election manifesto once again. He will need to present something to comfort the markets, but at the same time, take an extraordinary step forward to win the war. And what Ben Wallace and others evidently have already suggested many times over, that a reaction has to be triggered in NATO, one way or the other. You know, Debbie Harry, he may very well just do that. I still think that it's easier for Britain to deliver different systems, and better for Britain to deliver different systems, and pressure together with the White House, the Germans to do it. But if the Germans can't do it, sending the Chinese across the border is one of the best signs ever, and it will freak the Russians out. And it would be worthy of a wartime prime minister.
Yeah, well, then I say free the Chinese. Thanks, Axel.
Absolutely.
Axel, serious question.
That was a serious question.
No. I am about to pose a serious question. What is the smallest number of challengers that would be thoroughly operationally useful for Ukraine?
That's a good question. From what I'm hearing, you probably have about 48 of those, or was it 88, which are definitely capable of being used if they haven't been upgraded already further. So you might actually get about 70 out of this. And
Okay,
that's
Axel,
completely
I need to
enough.
drop and come back because the button doesn't work.
Okay, all right. Okay, no problem. Drop and I'll cycle you back up. So that was beautiful live radio, wasn't it? Denjon, what's happening with your Swedish government in the meantime? Haven't they had enough time by now to decide what to do with the CV90s, the Archers, and the Strinswagen?
You would have thought, right?
Well, so what are they waiting for?
Yeah, actually, what's happening, Axel, is that the previous government did what's always done in Sweden. You know, they request for information. They form like a commission, and they request for information. So they did that to the defense forces. I don't know when that was, probably a month ago or so. And the defense forces are supposed to come back with a report on Tuesday, what they can spare, basically what they can send to Ukraine. So, or Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm not sure now. I think it was the 26th. Yeah. So most likely we will hear something next week. So I'm pretty sure the new government is waiting for this report because it comes from the people who knows.
Well, then you have to keep us abreast of the news during the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we need to push also to have a result coming from that.
And if only Bofors were to produce such wonderful anti-air guns, which could be placed pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, you mean the normal ones that goes boom, just shooting big bullets?
Yes.
Yeah. But I think George has said there's millions of those around already.
Okay, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Sorry, I received a call. I apologize. Yes, I meant those Bofors guns.
Yeah. So let's see. I know it's slow, but hopefully hopefully this will mean something. And again, I mean, to stress what ministers in the new governments said before they became ministers in the new government. They said that we have these capabilities and we need to share them with Ukraine, and specifically Archer and Robot 17, I think, or 15, RBS 15 or 17. But then, yeah, comes the other, tools like the CV90 and the Stridsvagn 122. But we'll see. We'll see.
So
we want Stridsvagn. Why are you muting everyone?
I'm not. I was unmuting everyone.
Okay.
No, you didn't. You muted everyone.
So the reason why I was asking earlier, sorry, actually, before my small bout of technical difficulties was, maybe if say 30 challengers, would 30 challengers be enough to be useful and logistically worthy? I would say so, because then the argument goes out of the window against Leopards and whatever IFVs, and I think that alone would be worth the logistical headaches, perhaps, of a smaller number of challengers.
You need 48, and they have them.
Okay, 48. Good. That's very much similar number to 30. That's very reasonable. Let's do 48. 48, one for each week in the year, except for the holiday weeks. It's perfect. I think that's something that Ben Wallace can sell too.
Can you imagine? I mean, it's unfortunate that Gunny isn't here. I'd imagine. I mean, they're very loud. But imagine 48 challengers, properly set up, 4 proper battalions in theater. That's awesome. I mean, I could start swearing how awesome that is.
Absolutely, could not agree more. And it'd be great to hear Gunny wholeheartedly expounding on that. I would very much appreciate that. If only he were up to it today.
Or if only the Swedish Air Force would say that, so you have 72 hours to leave, or we'll come and destroy all your equipment in place. That would be another way forward.
Yeah, it'll work as well. Armin Forum.
Yeah, hello. I have heard Challenger 3, and I know that it was some document, integrated review regarding defense sector in the UK. And there the modernization of these Challenger 3 tanks was mentioned. And what are the chances that Ukraine will get these tanks? What are your opinion regarding that? Or maybe challenging to for some British tanks in general.
Axel, what do you say the percentage chance is? 20%? 30? 40?
It all depends. It's binary. It's really 50-50 at this moment in time. It all depends on what happens with the leadership election in Ben Wallace. I would now say that a case of beer is on it, that if the government comes in place with an agenda of Mr. Sunak in whatever form he is participating in this government or not participating in the government, Mr. Sunak's agenda of eviscerating the defense reform and defense budget is deflected, and Britain has a solid government with a view to fending off Mordor. If that's the case, and I don't care for all the other details, I only care for this one issue, winning the war against Mordor is absolutely bloody key. And if that's the case, then I'd say the challengers will come, and of course it's the old challengers, not any of the refurbished ones. But then I would say that a government which would, for example, include Mr. Johnson and Ben Wallace would almost likely use this opportunity to hit Olaf Scholz hard.
And I remember I had the opportunity to ask the questions, one question to Ben Wallace during NATO Defense Ministerial about this Operation Interflex, the training program, UK-based training program. And regarding tanks, he told that we don't have them much at all, but we will do our best to provide Ukraine everything what we need.
That's true, because at that point in time when that was ongoing and when these questions were being asked, the UK had been asked publicly by Ukraine to please provide 150 Challengers, which it simply doesn't have available to give. That's the whole point. Whereas, however, out of those which have been segregated for decommissioning and ultimately destruction, some of them could very well be used, and the number of 48 is not taken out of thin air. Let's put it this way.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. And you know, great, happy to have you with us whenever you want to jump up. And you know, we're not going to ask you questions that will put you in a bad position, because we know that you can't say stuff, which is obviously perfectly all right. Got a bunch of new people up, but none of them put up their hands, which makes my life much less easy. At this point, I will then remind you that it's an hour and a half until we'll be joined by Malcolm Nance, and then 2 hours after that, we'll be joined by Lieutenant Colonel now of the U.S. Army, now in charge of some demining operations in Ukraine, both of which I think will be very, very exciting discussions indeed. Meme Maker.
Mic check.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Awesome. Long time listener, first time talker. I've had this idea rolling around the back of my head here for a number of months regarding the Leopard tanks. And it just doesn't make any sense why Germany's not sending them. And the excuses they keep making are just so lame. And there's an idea I've had now for a couple of weeks. I'm trying to flesh it out. Is that Poland has recently ordered the K2 Black Panther from South Korea. Okay. That was weird.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Poland has recently ordered the K9s, right? That's what they were getting at.
Yeah, the K2, which again, with a 3-man crew, auto loader, more in line with the T-72, T-80s that Ukraine used to using. Any chance that NATO and Poland are doing some kind of like psyop here, where they're distracting everybody with a talk of Leopard, when they're really ordering the K2 from Poland or from South Korea to give to Ukraine? Just a crazy tinfoil hat theory that I can't quite get out of my head. I'm just curious what your thoughts on that. Thank you so much for everything you guys do.
I would suspect it's a timeline issue. Right? North Korea is a constant threat for South Korea. Therefore, South Korea isn't going to be willingly reducing their own stocks. Right? Everything that Poland was ordering was clearly very much for new produced vehicles. So, because of that, I don't think the timelines really work out for the K2s to Ukraine, and I think that's why these are just the long-term plans for Poland as a Polish second tank, effectively, if my understanding is correct with what their plans are. Maybe Axel can help me out with that one if he can, but it's awfully confusing to me what exactly Poles intend to, in the long run, have as their cavalry. So because of that, I don't think so. However, it makes sense then for why Poland was relatively willing to pass on the various T-72 models, because they already had a replacement plan kind of in the works as well, or at the very least it lined up well one with the other. So I kind of doubt it, but I think Ukraine would be quite happy with South Korean tanks instead as well, honestly, because they are clearly better than T-72 M1s or whatever it is that they were getting from, say, North Macedonia, for example, right?
Yeah, well, thanks so much for that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I guess again, the other thing too, I guess that is the K2 is the only production tank right now where they're actually producing. Is that correct? I can't remember if that's true as well, but they're actually making them at a factory, whereas the Panther they'd have to retool everything up and not Panther. Leopard get the tool factories up again and all that. But anyway, just amusing. I'll drop down. Thanks so much for everything you guys do again.
Thank you very much, Memaker. My understanding is that yes, they can make Leopard 2s if they needed to. It's just that, as a matter of fact, I don't think they're making an awful many right now. There's a slightly separate, slightly different different points, right? Whether it's currently being produced or whether it can be produced.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm so new to this link. I don't know how to drop down here, so
I can do it for you. You can click try clicking your avatar here on the grid of avatars, and one of the options should be switch to listening. If not, there should be 3 dots somewhere on the screen next to a leave button, and that should give you a switch to listening as well.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
But if you don't find it in 30 seconds, I'll do it for you.
Hopefully I'll pop back up and talk to you guys some more. I absolutely love what you do and love listening every morning. So cheers.
All right. Thank you very much, Meme-maker. So I'm being told from a poll that the long-term plan is Abrams plus K2s, getting rid of all of the Twardys and the Leos. Okay, so that means there's lots of Polish Leos possibly available. What needs to happen again for those Leos to go to? Oh, yes, right. There would need to be a pre-export license. Let me see if that was enough.
In any event, the decision for a Korean tank, which is too narrow, with a gun which is not good enough, and many difficulties which the Poles will have to actually iron out themselves industrially, is an insular solution. The Poles should have simply overcome their own views 2-3 years ago, prior to making this procurement and hitting the German government when the iron was still hot, to create a combined German-Polish tank mission in that regard, when this was offered by the industry and there was still a possibility to get it done. It's a real pity and it's a shame that those two governments could not get together at that point in time, because the procurement decision is completely ludicrous when it comes to the quality of the tanks and their usefulness in battle. But better tanks than no tanks. That's seemingly currently the idea, which I find appalling, and it's a sign of bad politics between the two nations.
When you say too narrow, what I don't understand.
You should compare the two tanks, then you can see it.
Okay, but so I understand one is more narrow than the other, but I don't understand what makes a tank too narrow. I mean, ideally your tank would be paper thin, right? Because then it can't get hit.
No, the speed, mobility, and agility of that tank does not compare to is not as conducive to the territory Poland would have to navigate if it ever has to defend itself. That's why the M1 Abrams is the better tank. Evidently, the Challenger is a very good stepping stone, and the Leopard 2, respectively, the new Panther, would be the ultimate solution for them. They would just have to build it together, which is absolutely feasible. But yeah, two governments at odds with each other simply messed that one up. And then again, it's a Kaczynski issue anyway.
Any idea what they're doing with the Leos?
The Leos have some of the, say, in terms of longevity of use, the Leos are fantastic and they will probably be using it for a long time. Or at some point in time, when Ukraine has joined NATO and the Poles are phasing in their new, happily partially Polish assembled kit in place and will be very proud of it, of course, because they have to be at that point in time, even if they, say, from an engineering perspective, may not like it as much eventually, and we'll find that out anyway. They'll sell those Leo 2s to our friends in Ukraine, of course. Where else?
No, exactly. That's what I was getting at there. Well, very good. Right, you have a bunch of people up. Nobody with their hand up. If you're not up a speaker, just click that request button in the bottom left corner, and we will bring you right up. Jörn. Jörn.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, brilliant. A question I had yesterday, but wasn't timed then. See if anyone has the knowledge now. The Taiwanese has an indigenous aircraft that's out of production, and it seems like they want to replace it with the F-16. Would that be something to export to Ukraine? Does anyone know anything about the capabilities of that aircraft?
I think this is something for Latin American military aviation to come up and explain to us if he can. I would be very interested. I've never heard of this before, actually. Okay, let's wait for someone to hop up who can. Let's maybe Matt can. Maybe that's why he's coming up. Matt, do you happen? Oh, not yet. Matt, do you happen to know a lot about the Taiwanese aircraft by any chance?
No.
Or did you come up with a different
I
reason?
hadn't heard of it either. No, I'm in Canada. We heard a lot about the export ban of the Leo 2s. Canada has, I think, 82. I'm just, what is the actual mechanism of the export ban if Canada wanted to send just all of it and say, to hell with Leos, we'll buy M1s to replace them if we need to? Like, what is the actual mechanism Germany would use to stop that?
So it's the sort of thing that Canada just wouldn't do because Canada is a country that plays by the rules. In practice, what would happen would be removal of future support or something, a diplomatic incident, removal of future ability to buy spare parts for whatever else Canada has that's German made. It's that sort of thing. It's a very odd thing. It's a very soft thing because it's there, and its enforcement is in that it is never expected to be used, right? There's never actually expected to be enforced, which is silly, but that's how it works. So no, Germany wouldn't be able to suddenly lay claim to all of Canada's strategic maple syrup reserves, right? That wouldn't happen. It would be kind of more a, what you did, what you're not allowed to do that. That's not appropriate. That's wrong. And now we're going to send you a strongly worded letter, and there's going to be a scandal of it. Which, of course, it wouldn't be much of a scandal because most people would look at this and say, well, yeah, Germany was being very silly and not allowing these to be sent. And, if Canada sufficiently vociferously protested to please let us send these to our friends in Ukraine, then Germany would have to give in. It's just a question of, how much vociferous protesting it would take for that to come through, if that makes sense. That would happen much more likely than Canada just sending it without German permission.
Yeah, that's about what I expected to hear. So, and yeah, the current government takes a lot of stick, and there's a lot of vitriol against them. But without getting too much into the cult of Trudeau hatred, he's never been known to stick his neck out on a policy. So I can't see it happening. But yeah, I thought it was just the the stereotypical view of Germans is that setting a rule is enough, and you don't have to actually do anything to enforce it. People will enforce it upon themselves. So,
yeah, so it really is down to that. It will take one country that actually, well, it will either take one country called the USA to tell them to please do it, or it will take one country it will take one country that actually has Leo 2s that would say, you know what, Germany, we want to actually genuinely send these. Christopher.
Sweden, by the way, can do it with the local content of their Strindwagen. They can actually do things which nobody else currently can.
Good morning, everyone. Quick mic check, please, Domin.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. I don't really have a question. I don't really have a comment, but since nobody was raising hands and, you know, I thought I would just come up here and ramble a little bit. Welcome from the United States and New York City in specifics. Please feel free to retweet the space. Malcolm Nance is coming. He is always a good listen. The man has a knowledge that just Chuck Farrer and him together. I wish we could. Did we ever have them both on at the same time?
Yes, we have.
Yes, I thought I remembered that. What a wonderful thing that is. So since it's Sunday, Domin, I wish if you could please a little week in review. Have we done a week in review at all between you and Axel?
Not really. You can give me a few minutes for me to try to bring one up, and we can go to Blue Wave in the meantime.
Thank you, sir.
We had some technical difficulties earlier, but we'll get past those momentarily.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christopher. I'll try to.
You're amazing.
I'll try to collate my thoughts. How about that?
Yes.
All right.
I enjoy it. Thank you.
Very good. Blue Wave. Go ahead.
All right. First of all, do you guys hear me?
Yes. Apologies earlier.
No, my fault. That was my fault. I was trying to figure out what emoji to use, and I started playing a noise, and you guys kicked me out, which is totally fine. Hey, look, I'll give you guys some perspective on the F-16. I actually flew them for 15 years, also was an instructor in them, taught people how to fly them from different air forces. I think I can speak pretty intelligently to all the questions. I don't think an F-16 would really change the battle space in out in Ukraine. Because why? If you have an F-16, you want to be able to you need to get medium altitude in order to get some munitions onto somebody. And with the missile engagement zone, the MEZ, if you will, as it's called, if you can't get high altitude because you're going to get shot down by an SA-10 and SA-20 or, you know, whatever other Russian SAMs are out there, you can't really do anything. There's a reason why you see all the Sukhois and the flankers and everybody else, they're down low. It's because they're hiding behind the curvature of the earth. They're hiding behind their terrain masking is what it's called. And they can't get medium altitude or they get shot down. So when you think about an F-16 in the context of a larger war with Russia or something to that effect, it needs to be part of a package. And you would be using stealth assets. You'd be using Calcoms off of a B-52. You'd be using all sorts of means, deep strike opportunities, your stealth bombers, etc., to soften the radars and the air picture. And then you'd send the fourth generation fighters in. I mean, what capabilities an F-16 bringing into the fight that a flanker or a Sukhoi, a flanker or a Fulcrum, which is a MiG-29 or Su-27, 30, 35, etc., the Ukrainian Su-27s aren't already bringing, right? That's a fourth generation fighter. It, mixed MiG-29 is more air-to-air, but you could even do some mixed usage on the Su-27, and they're not game-changing. You also, with the F-16, have a SEAD, which is suppression of enemy air defense capability. Your SEAD capability is tied to your use of HARMs. Well, they put HARMs on the MiG-29s already. So if they are running SEAD, and they're actually not even running suppression, they're destroying radars. So that's actually what you call DEED. So if you're running DEED operations with MiG-29s, with HARMs on them, and yes, the F-16 is a tailor-made aircraft to do that mission set, but if you're already getting good results, because I'm assuming the Russians are just leaving all of their radars on because they hadn't even thought about this, and you've blown up enough SAMs at this point where the same way we're talking about earlier, a speaker was talking about losing experience in pilots. They're probably losing experience in SAM operators as well. And so if you don't really know how to do the tricks and tips to make your SAM more survivable, you don't really need the high-end Gucci bells and whistles on an F-16 Block 50 or above to do seed or deed for you via a harm targeting system and harms themselves. So I think it's kind of a moot point. Would it be cool? Yes. Put yourself in the shoes of Lockheed Martin, though. The F-16, the F-15 have almost unblemished records of combat. Right? I think it's like 100 to 115, 120 to 0 for the F-15. And I think one F-16 has been lost. And it was a fight between an F-16 and an F-16 between Pakistan and India. So if you think about that and think about the hit that Russian aviation has taken via just its image, right? I mean, who wants to buy a flanker these days? Who wants to buy a Fulcrum when all you do is see videos of them getting shot out of the sky? And so as a result, I would say, does Lockheed Martin really want to give F-16s over there into a extremely thick SAM environment in which there are no fifth generation assets? There are no stealth assets, which can create a soft environment for a fourth generation non-stealth aircraft to do good work? I don't think so. And so I just think it's better to adapt. You know, they've already put harms on a MiG-29. Why not figure out a way to get some PGM, some precision guided munitions on a flanker and just stick with what you got? My understanding is they're holding on to 80% of their air assets at the beginning of the war. Why introduce more? Now, if people want to know how long is it?
Too few assets, Blue Wave. That's the whole point. We had the discussion with Ukrainian armed forces here, as well as a couple of other pilots who've been training this. I'm fully with you on the capabilities and what you just discussed. However, it's too few assets. That's the whole point. And they can't replace them with any kind of MiG-hoys anymore.
Sure. Okay. That's a good point. I mean, look, eventually you are going to want to get, if you're bringing them towards NATO, what is the most exported aircraft? What is the jet that's kind of the NATO standard? It's the F-16. And as a lot of these countries are transitioning to the F-35, when you look at kind of all of the Western European countries transitioning right now, as well as Norway, Sweden, Denmark transitioning, that frees up a lot of F-16s. I mean, I would agree with that.
Finland, not Sweden.
Excuse me, Finland. It'll get, you can transition off of those. It's going to take about 8 months to create a brand new F-16 pilot. If you really wanted to slam them into combat, you could get them done in 4 months. But they're going to have to unlearn. It's interesting. You almost have a dichotomy where people have to unlearn the tactics that they had before and relearn a Western tactic. And so you can't just say, well, all it would take me to take an F-15 pilot and make an F-16 pilot is 4 months. It doesn't work that way. You're starting from everything, from scratch. It's almost like a brand new pilot. So I'm going to say 8 months, maybe even 9. And then it depends on how many mission sets you want to clip off and where you want to focus on. I think you could skimp on dogfighting. I mean, how many dogfights have you seen? I haven't seen a lot. Any?
4 or 5.
You know?
Nothing.
Yeah. So I wouldn't get too bogged down in the dogfighting, and probably they already understand those concepts anyways. If you understand dogfighting in one airplane, I'm currently flying on a different airplane doing dogfighting, and the concepts are invariable, right? So there's different. F-18 has more AOA, and F-16 has more angles per second. They are different fighters, but generally with what they're flying, it's pretty comparable to an F-16. So they wouldn't need a lot of change. You want to do the dumb bomb block of the syllabus for sure, because even for our guys in the United States, when we got to Syria and they were deployed there, at a certain point, they actually almost burnt through all of their stocks of traditional, what we were used to, the 500-pounders. And they were getting pretty close to getting into they started playing around with 2,000-pound stuff, just in absence of 500-pound stuff. So even if we supplied them with a lot of PGMs, you're looking at probably getting through your dumb bomb stocks anyways. Do you want to put a targeting pod on? I think you would. That's going to be a big help. Do you put a rover pod on it? That's your ability to pipe real time what you're seeing in your targeting pod to somebody on the ground. I think that would be a good block. And then you'd probably want to put them into cast, closer support. And then that would open a can of worms of, do they have JTACs? Do they know how to call in fires? Do they have people on the ground who understand grids and how to deconflict fires with ARTI, etc.? So
I think the latter three questions can be answered with yes.
Okay, so let's assume that they do have JTACs and they understand those things. Then you'd want to send them to the FAC-A course, which is the people who are airborne JTACs equivalently, who can call in their own fires. And, that's just an add-on course. It's going to be 4 more months for that. So probably a year. If you really wanted as we would say, a full up round, someone who can just do it all, give me a year and I will give you an extremely good, not extreme, but I will give you a capable F-16 pilot that's survivable and can hang out long enough in the AOR to get some experience under their belt and go kick ass. So apologize earlier about the noises. Let me know if you have any follow-up questions.
Yeah, sure. No, of course. I like the fact what you said at the beginning. It has to be part of a package. You can't just deliver one aircraft in this case. You actually have to complement the whole setup, which is interesting given the fact that we still see the rumors going on and about the Gripen, which is very nice to complement the F-16. But then again, what do you think about the old F-18s, which have been floating about, the Australians, for example, where the lease deal somehow vanished, and they're all standing around nicely mothballed?
Yeah, so the F-18 is just another fourth generation fighter, right? And if you're taking F-16s, you're either taking MLU, which is the updated A model Block 30s, which are what we sold overseas. So they updated them. They're real nice. They're just missing one generator, smaller brakes, and a non-digital flight control. It's an analog flight control compared to the digital of the C model F-16s. If you're taking F-18s from somebody, you're probably getting on that same level, fourth generation fighter, a huge amount of alpha. So it's a different dog fighter, but kind of similar capabilities. I think where you got to be real careful in taking other people's F-18s is these are A models, ancient mech scan radars, meaning the radar's moving around mechanically in the nose to scan the horizon versus an ESA, which is what you're getting on the latest stuff. Additionally, probably don't have targeting pods. And if they do, we're talking about right now, if you want a good targeting pod, you need a Lightning Generation 4. It's called a Lightning Gen 4. You're probably Gen 2, which is like a Gen 4. Someone smeared Vaseline over the lens. And so at that point, you'd probably be pretty tied to someone passing you coordinates, putting those into your PGM, typing those in your system. Those coordinates get pumped into the bomb. You drop the bomb, and it goes to the coordinates. If you want to do full integration, I think the Ukrainians are brilliant in their ability to adapt and integrate new technology. So if we want them to do, joint fires, JTACs, all that, and be able to execute a hunter-killer role, which is I look down on the ground, I see something, I want to kill it. You will probably want an F-16 with that, with what's called the JHEMIX, the Joint Helmet Mounted Cueing System. You look at the ground, you slave the sensor to your eye. You look, so you get a diamond on your eye. You look at the ground. Hey, there's a puff of smoke, a tank column, whatever it is. You fix your system onto that. You then look in your targeting pod. Your targeting pod has slaved down that line of sight. You find what it is. You take a area point or even a TV track on it. So you grab the heat source off of it. That gives an automatic weapons cue to your steering. And now you can get right on for dropping laser guided bombs. Well, if you're taking an old F-18 that just has a horrendous targeting pod on it, you're probably not doing that. So that's kind of the minimum of what you would want in this theater. What's the point of having a fourth gen F set if you can't get it into a hunter killer role? But then again, I need to be up at, I need to be at medium altitude to do this. There's what we call is the graze angle. If you bring me down to 1,000 feet and I'm looking at something, imagine taking a piece of paper and you're looking at it from above. You see all the words on the piece of paper. If I pull that piece of paper upwards, then I'm looking down the length of the paper and it's almost eye level with me. All the words on it are distorted. They're a mess. And now put a second generation targeting pod that's like looking through a piece of glass with Vaseline on it. You can't do anything. So I would go back to what you said in the beginning, which is I need a stealth asset. Give me, I swear they were called ATACMs. Maybe they're ATACMs. Give me something that can soften up and get their SAMs away from me, right? Take whatever the SA-10, SA-20 is, so the 300, 400 series SAMs. I have got to get those away from my position because if we don't, I can't get to medium altitude. If I can't get to medium altitude and I'm just a standalone fourth generation aircraft, I'm pretty limited for you. I can't do a lot, especially if you're just giving me GPS and laser guided bombs. If you're giving me something really cool, like a small diameter bomb, which has its own wings and goes off and flies and can get real deep in enemy territory, okay, that's a different story. But again, that's another upgrade. That's another technology, etc. So
okay, I give you 100. I give you 100 assets. What would be your favorite allocation if you were to combine them? Given the fact that the Ukrainians now have proper, sensible anti-air systems and mobile anti-air systems with a Gepard along the line of contact. Just imagine you had 100 and you could dispose of them as you see fit. Which kind of assets of the old assets, not the new kit, not anything which we haven't delivered anyone else yet? What would you choose?
So I've got 100 fourth generation airplanes is what you're asking me. Something, you know, I can't get stealth.
Yep.
I can't get. Okay. F-16s, 100 out of 100. Yeah. And the reason why is because they're abundant. There's probably 100 of them sitting in Europe somewhere ready for export. They're the European standard MLU has all been updated with full color cockpit targeting. You're going to be able to do some damage with those. However, I like the fact that I can have a integrated air defense, so an IAD system around me to help out. But I need that deep strike capability so that we can use our intel and get fires onto these SAMs. Because if I cannot get myself medium altitude, I can't really do anything. The type of stuff that I'm describing.
Understood. Okay, I get it. So that means you need both the Ukrainians
100 F-16s and 500 ATACMS.
So, exactly, 100%. You give me ATACMS and F-16s, and I will give you what's called a FLOT, forward line of own troops, and a FISL, which is lined up the fire support coordination line. If you can give me something that I can get those to medium altitude, I can get right on top of my own battle lines where red and blue meet and do some serious hunter killer and cast air interdiction, see it, kill it. So if I see a Russian train, or convoy, I kill it. Or you guys are in close contact and you pass me a set of really high quality grids, I'll put a bomb on them ASAP. But I got to get some, as we say, air under my butt in order to be able to do that.
It's so funny that you said this because we had this discussion many times over. It always ends up being more or less this kind of setup. Whereas some people, and we had Wombat here, very decent former US pilot, and he said he'd mix a few Strike Eagles into this just for the sheer amount of ammunition they carry.
There's a monster jet that you have to understand. The Strike Eagle is the arch enemy of the F-16. So if you're talking to an F-16 pilot, they would rather die than tell you the Strike Eagle is a good asset.
I heard that already.
Yeah, so I'm never going to suggest a Strike Eagle. However, we just don't have enough of them to export, right? Where are you going to find Where are you going to find a Strike Eagle? And
only in the US.
Exactly, and it's been upgraded enough that we just can't give away. The technology is too far beyond. You got to stick with the F-16s in Europe that have a technology that's good, but it's not proprietary. We felt confident sharing it with all of our allies. Let's just say that. Yeah. And an A-10. Give me some A-10s. I'll give it to the A-10s. I won't snub them. They're good dudes.
Hey, wait. Earlier today, I got a question from a listener about A-10s. Do A-10s have any air-to-air capability at all?
They don't have a radar. They do have a helmet-mounted system, just like we wear. I don't believe they fly with the 9X, so I think they're working with the old 9 Mike, Lima Mike, which is just a horrendous Fox 2, which is a heat-seeking missile. I would describe it as a piece of FOD, which is foreign object damage. It's just a piece of shit. So, excuse my language, guys. It's kid-friendly. It's a terrible missile.
That's
right. So even if you're able to slew it with your helmet, you just don't get that much capability with it. So you're either have to find them just with someone telling you where to look, which is kind of like not what we do in the Air Force. We really train our pilots up. That's a very Russian doctrine, is to say, hey, look, turn this heading and look at this area and you'll see somebody in the sky. We just don't train that way. We train our guys to be autonomous and use their own radars. If you kind of think of the construct of a controller, a tactical command and control, which would be like your AWACS or whatever it is, they're telling you, hey, look in this area with your radar. And I think of me as like a big, I don't know, like a big like lamp behind you that illuminates the whole thing. But you have a flashlight. And as you get closer, that flashlight is brighter than my lamp is from far away. Well, that's how we train. Whereas they don't really use their flashlight. They use that big lamp, and the big lamp tells them where to look. And so an A-10 would need to know where to look and what to do. That's outside of the scope of kind of what maybe their controllers do that. I don't know. I mean, that's what they train to. It's tough to say. I don't think so, though. Having seen them do exercises with the California F-15s, that's just against everything they would have learned up to this point. So no, they have to sit nestled under the wing of a 4th generation package, and they can get lower. Those guys definitely, they like grinding around in the mud. Whereas an F-16 needs to get up a little higher, thin wing. I'm talking about the F-16, kind of little baby thin wing. It needs to stay fast. The A-10 has a big, what we call a Hershey chocolate bar wing. If there's any pilots listening to me, they know that I'm a pilot just based on the terminology I'm using. They have what we call a big Hershey bar wing, which is like a big fat wing. They can get low, slow, grind away in the dirt. And they've got that 30 millimeter Gatling gun in their nose, the GAU-8. And so that's really their primary weapon. Whereas the 20 millimeter that you have in an F-18, F-15, F-16, it's almost like a harassment weapon. It's not going to kill anybody. It's just going to get them to duck so that someone can drop a bomb on them. That was a lot. I'm taking my afternoon walk, so I'm like hustling to take a walk and talking to you guys. But let me know if you have any other questions.
Thank you. I think Jörn had a question about the Taiwanese jet earlier.
Yeah, that jet's called the Fuck One, if you can believe it. No shit. Sorry, guys, but that's literally the name. It's the FCK-1. I mean, you're probably a generation 3.5 jet. I guess I would zoom out. You're Taiwan. Their leader just yesterday, the Chinese leader just yesterday arrested the last leader of the country. They just amended their constitution that Taiwan is part of China. Do you really want to give up any assets right now? I would say no. You would really want to, on a timeline, you'd want to we have Taiwanese F-16s in America. So my last base, we actually trained American pilots. They have a whole squadron sitting there. Nice jets, real nice jets. They would probably ask, hey, we want more F-16s. And until those pilots are fully spun up and combat ready, we're not touching our stock of FCK-1s. And so just the timeline on that, I think makes it, I mean, if we're talking about Ukraine and NATO, and I know there was some discussion earlier, hey, let's talk 2 years. Okay, sure. Are we talking about F-16s or integrating those FCK-1s on the front line today before the war ends? Not going to happen. Hope I answered your question.
Jörn, did it answer your question?
Simply. But I had another question about the F-16. I understand that it's limited what you could do fast when it comes to close air support and things like that. But just getting the F-16 with the ARMRAAM in the air over Ukraine-controlled territory, wouldn't that just give them total air superiority in a much bigger way than they have already? And just get that out of the way and deal with the rest later. And they could probably get pretty close to the front line as well, since as you said, they're doing quite good work with the HARM missile already. Thanks.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I was actually really surprised to see that they're bringing in kind of truck-mounted AIM-120s already, right? So the first thing I'd say is, technology. There's a lot of technology that goes into a missile. If our government has felt safe enough to give it to them on a ground-based form, then I think we've ticked off the first question is it feasible? I think it is. Second question, though, and excuse me, I'm going to sneeze real fast. Sorry, I'm walking in the fields here. The second question is, how can I get to a spot where I'm shooting it at another airplane? And I guess the question, one more back, is, are the Ukrainian forces taking casualties due to not having air superiority, or are they taking casualties due to indiscriminate terror bombings and artillery? I think it's the latter. I don't think really that the Russian Air Force is inflicting heavy losses on the troops, right? There's no videos of troops. When an airplane lines up on you and strafes you, like, you see it. You would be eye to eye with it, even with a fighter jet like a flanker or a fulcrum. So I just don't think that that's necessary right now to even get air superiority. To me, air superiority, or closing the skies, if you will, is more of closing the surface-to-surface missiles, because that's what's doing the damage and those fly through the sky, hence the close the sky. I just don't see, from what I can see it from an unclassified perspective, I just don't see Russian air assets being a massive factor on the battlefields, especially when you consider a lot of the tactical air bases in the region have gotten struck pretty good. And I think they've burnt their hand on that stove one too many times with bringing their fighters forward and then getting them destroyed on the ground, either through partisan efforts or ATACMS. Oh, not ATACMS, sorry, HIMARS.
Yeah, because the Russians aren't really doing close air support anymore. Because I guess that with the beyond visual range capability of the AMRAAM, you could potentially shoot down Russian close air support aircraft on the front line without being that vulnerable yourself. But if they're not doing that anymore, then that's a moot point, I guess.
Yeah, I think exactly. So you're in this cat and mouse game. So you got to bring your missiles forward enough that they're a factor to drive back their tactical aviation. Right. So we discriminate. Their strategic aviation is like their bombers. And when they've been shooting all of these cruise missiles, they put them on the Belarusian border. They shot them and they went back. Those are strategic assets. They're not touching those. They keep those out of the way. But their tactical aviation, aka fighter jets, those guys need to move forward in order to be a factor. And they don't have the gas to do it. And I don't really think that they have the tankering cap. They don't know how to get air-to-air refueling done, from what I've seen. Right. I've seen no videos or anything. Think of all these airfields that gotten attacked. Has a tanker ever been on those airfields? I don't think so.
No, the MiG-29, you can't actually refuel in there.
Exactly. So you've got a MiG-29, which is point defense. You've got flankers, which are falling out of the sky left and right on their own. They just can't get to the battlefield. And so why even worry about what you have to do? It's the surface to surface fires. That's it. That is that is the key to everything. And if you can get, I don't know, 150 miles of pushing them back so you can bring your stuff forward, this whole war changes significantly. And I know I'm just repeating from a different perspective what everybody is saying, because if you're an Army guy and you're looking at it through that lens, you're thinking, well, if I can get them 150 miles in, I can destroy all their stockpiles, I can destroy their rail hubs, I can destroy their whatever. And I'm telling you, as an Air Force guy, you give me 150 miles, I'll get my airplanes airborne, I'll get them on the border, and I'll give you close air support as well as air interdiction, aka hunter killer, aka SCAR.
Okay, just one short question. And I know that you probably don't care much for saltwater aircraft, but in a alternate reality where the F-14 was still operational and could, in theory, be given to Ukraine now, do you think the Phoenix missile would have had any effect on, or at least made it more difficult for using strategic bombers to send standoff weapons from the Black Sea, for example?
Yeah, so that are you the one who asked about the F-14 earlier and the Phoenix missile? Was that your question? I was listening for a while, kind of on and off with my kiddos.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, getting the F-14 out of the graveyard, I mean, you would be reviving a logistical train. Imagine fighter jets. I think.
Yeah, this was the alternate reality part of the question.
Yeah. So like fighter jets, the biggest weakness of the F-16 is its air intake on the bottom. That thing is a massive vacuum cleaner. And if you suck up a rock, it's going to destroy the engine, right? And so the logistics train on that thing for the engine, you will call them troops, but they're all airmen, right? So you've got your engine troops, your electrical troops, your hydraulic troops, your radar, your munitions, who I want to say build the munitions, yeah. And then you've got weapons, which loads them. When you add all that up, you're probably talking 15 people on the ground for every one person who's flying that airplane, if not more, 20 to 1 even. Now take an F-14, which has a since forever decommissioned logistics train. So you're having to spin up a heavy weapons factory to get all this spun up another lot. I mean, that would just be a lot. It'd be too much of a lift. However, we're in this alternate reality. The F-14 is back. All right, here we go. We're in Top Gun Maverick, and we found a bunch of them, and they fly. That's a third generation airplane. So it's not going to be finding any targets. You want to take that missile, which launches deep, and but you have to be able to guide it, because that's a Fox 1 missile, meaning it's a radar guided missile, which means you don't have fire and forget capability. You have to follow that shot, meaning if I lock onto you with the radar and I shoot that missile, I have to follow that missile all the way to impact. So if I can't see you, I can't use the missile. Does that make sense? Whereas an AMRAAM is what's called a Fox 3. So if you guys want to walk through the Foxes, Fox 1 I just described. It's a semi-active radar missile. It has to use my radar on the jet the entire time. A Fox 2 is an air-to-air heat-seeking missile. That thing by default is fire and forget because it's going after a heat source. You just have to tell it where to look. It will go. Once it comes off the wing, it's going to that heat source. Somewhat dangerous in a dogfight because if you shoot it near your buddy and your buddy has the hotter engine, it's going to go to your buddy. And then you have the Fox 3, which is your active radar. When you shoot a Fox 3, initially it's listening to your big radar because you're far away and it has a little radar on its nose. And it goes, hey, I need you to tell me where this guy's going, right? Because he's in three-dimensional. You're in a three-dimensional space tracking another object in three-dimensional space. So it needs updates. It can't just use the solution that you gave at the time of firing. So it's going, give me updates, give me updates. Where's this guy going? Where's he going? Where's he going? At a certain point, a Fox 3 says, hey, look, I know I've got a small radar on my nose, but even being small, I'm so much closer to this guy than you are with your big radar far away. I don't need to listen to you anymore. So thank you, but no thank you for further updates. I've got it from here and I'm going to go forward. That is the leave part of the launch and leave of a Fox 3. And that's when you would turn around and you would go away, do whatever you want, or you follow it, but it's not listening to you anymore, okay? So that's the leave part. A Phoenix missile is a Fox 1. And I just don't think the F-14 has the radar to support locking onto something far away and supporting it long range. The reason why it was a Fox 1 with a big motor was because we just didn't have the ability to miniaturize components and we didn't have the ability to build launch and leave capability back in the day. So it's just a humongous missile for that fact only. Make sense?
Okay, so that means also that it wouldn't be feasible to get the Phoenix missile into the NASAM system because it's not a fire and forget capability.
Well, I think that one. No, NASAM's no. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it depends. Are the Russians using HARM's equivalent? I don't think they are. So I think you don't run any risk by just leaving your radar on the entire time, right? The fire and forget for an airplane allows you to not follow the missile anymore. If you're a ground radar and you're using an active missile, I don't know anything about this, but I'm just spitballing on 2 feet. I would like to turn my radar off if I'm on the ground, if I don't need to keep it on. And the opposite, if you think about it's kind of the opposite. It's the inverse of an SA-6 or something that has a optical sight. That thing will find you optically, shoot, turn on, grab you, and bring you down in the last little bit. And NASAMS is the opposite. It finds you, it shoots, it's on initially, and then its active radar, I'm assuming, says, the little missile says, hey, I don't need you anymore. It turns off, and it goes and does its own thing. It's like inverse, if that makes sense. In either case, you're trying to avoid just sitting there spraying out radar energy in the case someone finds you with a counter battery or a harm capability. So does that make sense?
That's brilliant. Just to end it, let me just say, I just love this space. There are always experts on anything, and you get very knowledgeable answers like this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm getting ready to end this whole thing, my career. So it's an interesting time. I was born in the wrong time, the wrong country, man. It would be a hoot right now being a MiG-29 pilot for Ukraine or flying a flanker, just literally ripping through, the valleys or over the fields right now. So I did my time in sandboxes, but this is infinitely more interesting with higher levels of technology. So I'm happy to contribute.
You wouldn't believe, but trust me, Ukraine will need coaches, trainers, and advisors sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm a mercenary for hire. You can come find me when I'm retired.
In the meantime, yeah, I think this would have to be supported by NATO first and foremost.
Yeah.
The Brits currently have their issues with the Secrecies Act and can't extend it to the bloody pilots who seemingly are guns for hire in China. But fortunately, the Ukrainians are on our side.
Very different situation.
I know. No, but seriously. Hey, if you have time, next time around, we should have Wombat, Colonel Jeff, and 2 other chaps who like their missiles here, maybe on a panel and have a little chit chat about, say, anti-air and air.
Yeah,
How about it?
I'm all for it. What time are we talking on? Weekends, Sundays, Saturdays?
Yeah, it could be next Sunday would be cool actually in that regard. I'll talk to Jeff and see whether we can get Wombat on.
Okay.
I mean he's been landing on aircraft carriers, so you will have fun with him.
Cool.
Yeah, so that'll be good. And we have Thanos, who has done his time in Navy anti-air missile systems and the likes, and still plays with missiles now in civil capacity. So I'm quite sure we can create a nice panel. Domin, we'll shoot him at Blue Wave. We'll shoot you a DM and get in touch and sort it out for next weekend.
All right, awesome. I'll be around. Thanks, guys, for the chat. It was stimulating, and just remember, this is all unclassified.
Of course, no worries. That's all right.
Hey, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Ciao.
Cheers. Thank you. Well, this is fantastic. Yeah, I just get people who are happy to share what they know in areas of particular expertise that you can only get one way often, which very, very, very engaging. Thank you very much, Blue Waves. Anonymous, you had your hand up earlier, but then I think you got the short end of the plane talk. The flat end of the plane talk. No, maybe Anonymous is busy. All right, very well then. Anyone else who wishes to jump up, please go ahead and do so. In 45 minutes, we'll be joined by Malcolm Nance once again. If you'd be so kind and shared and retweeted that last tweet up in the space, tell everyone that in 45 minutes there will be saying Malcolm Nance. I think that'd be greatly appreciated. Blue Waves, I have a bit of feedback for you. This was one of the most informative air discussions we've had in 8 months, and I'm minded to agree with that statement.
Poor Wombat.
It was one off. It didn't say the, so one off.
No, of
It's
course.
okay.
No, it was delightful. It was delightful.
Yeah, packed full of things. Oh, there's an air question about the Gripen. But Blue Waves, I'm guessing you're not terribly familiar with Gripens, are you?
It's a 4th generation aircraft, so I just would put it in the basket of all of them. You know, it's not bringing any capability to the table that an F-18 and F-16, any Mirage is bringing. It's the same. It doesn't bring anything.
Okay, fair enough. So there's just a question about if Gripens might be good because they don't need too much in terms of logistics. Is it actually that much less? You said 15, 20 guys on the ground for an F-16?
I mean, I think, yeah. Honestly, let's bring a Navy guy in and talk to this. I got to spend a week on an aircraft carrier and be around those guys. They fly in really small squadrons, so they have maybe, I'm an Air Force guy trying to speak Navy, but they generally have maybe 12 pilots flying 6 airplanes or 14 pilots flying 7 airplanes. And so they have just a much smaller, they've got to pack everything on an aircraft carrier. They've got engines hanging from the ceiling, and they've got all their shops are kind of integrated and people covering multiple roles. I think if you were to take the Air Force way, US Air Force way of how we do maintenance and try to export that, it would come with a massive footprint on it because we just do it really well, but it's a large logistical elephant. I think you'd want to be a little more agile, break your fighter jets into smaller teams and kind of go with a Navy footprint of people carrying more roles in a smaller hub so that you're not a target for maybe a cruise missile coming from, an unfriendly location from hundreds of kilometers away. And so you'd have to kind of adopt a Navy. I don't know. I can't speak intelligently to this, super intelligently, but moderately. It would be in your best interest to adopt a Navy footprint on a maintenance footprint on an Air Force asset that brings you that nice technology. Hope that makes sense.
Got it. Basically saying a very highly optimized, the fewest people needed kind of situation like on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, so the Gripen, I mean, you're talking about a jet that's built for a little more off-road capability, so to speak. Still going to require a lot of maintenance in order to keep it running, but you don't need as much of a prepared surface. The F-16 is literally the biggest vacuum cleaner on the face of the earth. If you Google F-16 intake tornado, you'll see that if it's just parked and there's wetness in the air, it will form a water spout underneath the intake. You need really nice airfields for an F-16.
Got it. Thank you very much, Blue Waves. That's really helpful, really informative. I think Taiwan was playing around with F-16s off of roads or something, right? But I think they also cleaned their roads a little bit more.
Yeah, so I'm flying right now another airplane that has a higher intake, and these guys just taxi over cables and rocks, and every time I do it, I'm like, oh, like holding my breath, because if this was an F-16, we'd blow up the motor 5 times a day with the stuff these guys are doing. So at the end of the day, you really need to have a Western, and we're talking about the cement, even though that's the way that the cement breaks down over time with sunlight, it just has to be a high level cement, even for an F-16 to function. I don't know if Ukraine has Western grade runways. You'd have to go look at them to see what is their composure, what is their substance and their mix in their cement itself, and what is the breakdown, what's the age of their runways, can we put a coating on it, etc. So it's not just parking the aircraft, you got to prepare the whole battle space, and maybe the Gripen would be ahead in that.
You're just making the argument for a different aircraft. Can you compare what you just said in terms of capacity and, say, and resiliency as to the degradation of airfields vis-a-vis the Classic and then the Super Hornet?
That's a Navy question. I'm actually running right now physically, so hang with me. Sorry to get my Sunday workout in. The higher intakes of the Hornet for sure are an advantage over the F-16. If you're flying the A-10, that's the ultimate, right? It has Learjet engines mounted up high. It can take a beating down low. You're not worried about air-to-air rolls, because I'm not over in Ukraine. The A-10 is the solution. The problem is, if you try to get the A-10 off of the Air Force payroll, the Army's going to take it, the U.S. Army. They've had their eye on that thing every time. The reason why the A-10 refuses to die in the Air Force is because every time we say, well, we're going to kill this thing off, the Army says, yeah, we'll take that. And the Air Force says, whoa. No, not so fast, Army. So you got to step over the Army before you get the A-10 to Ukraine, and I don't think you can do that. So what's the right mix? F-15 is too complicated. F-16 is low cost. F-18 has less of a FOD issue, but you really have a small market of those. I think you still go with F-16, but you're not on an 8-month horizon. You're on a 2-year horizon. And that includes airfield prep.
George?
Yeah, I was going to say on those Soviet-made or Soviet-designed MiG-29s, they have louvers on their air intakes, right? That they can close, and the engines breathe on takeoff from on top of the air intake. There's like slats that open up, and that's how they take in air. That's why foreign objects coming into the engines isn't a problem for them.
That's a correct observation. 100% correct. Think of an F-16, any Western jet, as being like an iPhone, and a Soviet jet, because these are Soviet jets, as being like a BlackBerry or maybe a Nokia. That's probably a better comparison. You want to have the iPhone, but if you're living in a brutal world where your phone might fall off the 5th level balcony, that Nokia is going to survive, not the iPhone.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the things, because they were designed to be able to like land and take off on just ready-made strips. I don't know if. What about I know the Swedish Griffins are designed to land even on the highway or something like that. Do they have the issue with foreign objects going into the engine intakes like let's say the F-16s do? I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking the question.
Much less so. The F-16 will pulse something into the intake just while taxiing it idle. Any jet, with maybe the exception of the A-10, if you push the power up to takeoff thrust, be it, and sorry, I'm running, guys, and you go up to takeoff thrust, because takeoff thrust, it doesn't change. If you use the afterburner or not, the inside of the engine spins at the same rate and has the same suction. You're going to rip stuff up if it's not prepared. So it's where you're with a jet that has a higher intake, but still low-ish, up to an F-18, you don't need to park it in an area that's super prepared, because you can idle it all the way to the runway. A jet at idle will move, okay? The first F-16 flight was a high-speed taxi where he just wanted to taxi it and the jet took off on him and it was uncontrollable, and so he flew. An F-16 at idle will go 80 miles an hour, like 120 kilometers an hour. So these things will move. You can get it, but once you get to the runway, I don't care what kind of jet you have, you got to push that throttle up. And when you push that throttle up, you're pushing that vacuum cleaner up.
Thank you, Blue Waves. I am astounded by the sort of shape you keep, where you can jog for what, 5 minutes now and still explain complicated concepts to people. I'm impressed.
If you want the true answer, honest to God, my wife has to take my son to a recital. I told her I'd be home at 4:30. I got lost in the conversation with you guys, looked at the watch, said, holy hell, I got to get home. But it's been such a good conversation. I'll keep it going while I'm running. No worries.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. Axel and George were better placed for questions, but I guess I have a silly sort of question. How far back would you need to clear Russian anti-air defenses with ATACMS or whatever else to be willing to fly? So, say to fly over the front, how far behind the front you'd want to have them cleared away, all of the bigger ones?
The Russians are going to layer their air defenses, right? It's not just one system. It's never just an S-400 / SA-20. They're going to have the SA-300s before them, the SA-400s behind, and maybe some AAA before that. So you got to clear all of that out. AAA easier, S-300 easier. If you truly want to get in there and to do it without threat, you got to get rid of the S-400s and look up the range on those on class, and you'll see why we need ATACMS. Sorry, because I'm running, I'll make sure I tell you I'm done. So,
yeah, no worries.
Sorry. Feel free to respond. 3 more minutes of sprinting.
So maybe I'll talk for a bit, so you can run in peace, I guess. So one thing that kind of fascinated me was just how much less well the Russian longer range air defenses were doing compared to what was advertised, especially against these ballistic-ish missiles, as I tend to term the Gimlers, because they're not quite ballistic missiles, but they're kind of close in their behavior. So of everything that you've seen, obviously your whole career, I'm presuming you've been training around Soviet-type air defenses or Russian-type air defenses, because that was the most likely opponent, right? Everything you've seen over the past 8 months, how much more confident, or maybe not at all, would that have made you to operate an F-16 or equivalent jet in a space where there would be a lot of Russian-type air defenses, especially perhaps including the Russian operators in that?
Well, we're looking through the equivalent of a soda straw to understand everything that's going on, because my primary source is Twitter and unclassed publications, as well as Ukrainian Ministry of Defense numbers. So take everything with a grain of salt. Maybe the reason why we don't see Ukrainian fighters on the front lines is because they can't get there because of the S-3 and 400s. That's my guess. So that's not to discredit those systems. I think the desperation of the Russians has driven them to using the S-300s in a surface-to-surface mode, which is 100% not what they're designed for, but they've been pressed into that service. So I think they're still potent. I think their Air Force is a mess. I think the two hardest jobs in the world right now are a recently mobilized Russian citizen given 2 days of training and thrown onto the meat grinder in the front lines. And the second hardest job is somebody selling Russian air-to-air equipment for the next 10 years. Because imagine that. We have no chips. You've seen our assembly lines. We just took a brand new jet off the runway today and crashed it. You know, if you had any questions, we delayed everything. Those guys are in the hurt locker. And so based on that, I think ultimately, hard to say air to ground. They won't be exporting a lot of it. I think it's still strong. And there's other countries out there, read between the lines, that still run similar equipment, but maybe are smart about it or have better logistics. So you still got to respect it. That's all. And by the way, I'm at my house exactly on the minute. So thanks for hanging with me.
Well done, B-Waves. Good job. And indeed, seeing that that SU-30 go down, not quite like a rock, more like a dart earlier today, maybe will make even them rethink some things about quality control and quality assurance in production. Hey, this wasn't a prototype jet, right? They've been making these for literally 30 years at this point. So if they muddled something up, then well, it's genuinely their fault.
Yeah, I think you're not looking at a broken production line. I think you're looking at a broken pilot brain right there. I think if it is what, and I was just starting out my walk when I heard the kind of before, just hot off the press, first moment hot take of an outside roll. If you're doing an outside loop, you are nuts. You don't train for that. The difference between, and if you guys just want to hear G-Wiz stuff, the difference between a fighter jet that pulls 9 Gs and the Red Bull Air Races airplanes that pull 11, 12, 13 Gs, people go, well, are fighter pilots really that strong if these guys in the Red Bull airplanes without a G suit can pull 11 Gs? Are they, have we been overestimating them? The difference is that your body has a 5-second reserve of oxygen in it. So if I yank back on the stick and pull 13 G for 3 seconds, it's going to feel terrible, but I'm going to survive it. It's when you get into a mature engagement and you're in a fighter jet that goes from 9 to 8. Let's talk about just a modern fighter, an F-18, 16, 22. You pull back on the stick and you go 9 Gs. It's going to become 8. It's going to become 7. It'll probably settle in around 6. Depends on where you're putting your nose, 6, 7 Gs. You're like, well, the Red Bull guys go to 11. What's the problem here? Yeah, because those 6 or 7 Gs can be a minute, 2 minutes, all the way until you burn all your gas out. Why am I saying all this? If you're doing an outside loop as a Sukhoi pilot, you're going to be redding out, what's called redding out, where the blood is, instead of going into your feet, it's going to your head, and it starts to affect your vision, but in a red way. Your 5-second loop is going to take you 35, 55 seconds, somewhere in there, depending on how hard you're pulling. And if you're pulling an outside loop, which is a low G loop, because you're going to literally blow all the capillaries in your brain and blood vessels, it's going to take you over a minute. If you're not training for that and you're not on the right aircraft, that is a suicide mission and just shows a massive, massive lack of discipline amongst their pilots. That is, if it is true. That is a hot take. I have no idea what they're doing. That's it.
I really don't think there was an outside loop. I can't imagine that. These guys train what? Anywhere between 80 and 100 hours? Nobody can be that stupid.
I'm flying 250 hours a year. If you told me to do an outside loop tomorrow, I would tell you you're insane. How about that?
That's my point. Exactly. We're in agreement. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. So if that's what he did, you know, he got what was coming towards him, I guess, which is there's rules for a reason. These jets have small margins of error. You have to respect the jet. And if you don't, you're either been doing this, you're either haven't been doing this long enough, aka pilot experience, or you are just in a fully unhinged Air Force that is just has a culture of not following rules. And considering we've seen SAMs shoot into buildings, throwing people on the front lines with 1 day of training, if you can even call it that, I can't speak for them, but I think you could see how it starts to lay down markers on the ground that could, if you followed them, would get you to the latter conclusion of just a culture of not professionalism. Let's say that.
100%.
All right. Any other questions? I'll stick around for maybe 5 more minutes. I'm coming back down. I'm runner's high. So now you got to hit me now. The endorphins are pumping.
All right. Well, then let's talk about those wonderful Ukrainian pilots who've actually upgraded all their fire control systems, who've now adapted to different missiles under their aircraft. How do you rate those guys who've been currently flying a lot more than 100 hours, but not per month, but definitely constantly in the air? When do you see them needing rest and recreation?
They're amazing, first of all. Amazing ability. This didn't happen overnight. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, they were training with California Air National Guard F-15s for the last few years. So you can't build a pilot overnight. And they made a conscious decision, as did really their military, as to align more with Western doctrine a while ago. And I think the tip of that spear, at least in the Air Force world, was their flanker pilots, the Su-27 pilots. So amazing that the MiG-29 pilots, who I think did less international stuff, if you consider the fact that they can't do what's called a pond crossing, which is getting across the ocean, they can't air refuel. So their ability to do training in the Americas effectively zero, unless they want to hop their jets all the way across the Azores and into Newfoundland, and I don't even think they can make that with multiple tanks. But so that's amazing that they've got these on there. I can only imagine. I can't speak for the government. I have no knowledge of this, but must have been an amazing time to teach those guys as whatever pilots were teaching those guys how to do that. And we're getting into their interface to figure that out. What amazing ingenuity that took and how they pulled it off. And were so quiet about it is just really astounding. As far as rest and relaxation, so to get them kind of back and on their feet, I think you got to look at the German World War II pilots. Those guys were flying, they would get 5 kills in a day, and be in dogfights with no G suits pulling, jumping into formations, attacking B-17s, drop tanks. So then they take on the P-51s. And they're doing that 3-4 times a day, taking physical wounds from their own flak, maybe own shrapnel from, hits into their own airplane, and they're still flying. I think the human spirit is not to be underestimated in this. And if you were fighting off of whatever country's soil you're listening to, and you knew that when you took off at your back, you were representing your entire country, I think you could really muster some. You'd have a deep reserve to pull from. And if you're flying a MiG-29 that can only keep airborne for an hour, even if you do it 3 times a day, and I say only, I mean, these guys are just absolute animals, and the sorties are crazy. But I think about the guys who are in, I don't want to butcher the pronunciation, Bakhmut, who are there and have been holding that front line down. I mean, those guys, I don't want to minimize what the Air Force is doing, but let's shine a light on those guys and their intestinal fortitude and keeping the fight going. And what's probably motivating them is that behind them is the babushkas and whoever else that are going to be pillaged and meet the same fate that has met the other people. Well, that's really motivating force. And I've got to imagine those pilots are that same exact force, motivating force in their gut every time they take off. And there's also, I'm not saying they are, but they also have approved pills that you can take that can keep you going as well, that are approved for Western Air Forces. I don't know if they have them. I don't know if they're taking them, but there also are means to get you going. So add all that together, I think they're going to be okay, and I think they're going to stand that fight for a while.
100%. Generations of pilots in combat, in existential combat, have done exactly the same thing. And people should worry less about them. But what you highlighted about Bakhmut is absolutely key. It is the whole Ukrainian armed forces who are doing an amazing job. The dedication and commitment and resilience, their willingness to sacrifice is outstanding.
Unbelievable. The Army War College, when you get to the 06 level, which is the colonel level in the Army, their school that they do, actually I think it's SAMS is what they call it, which is their school for majors. Sorry, that's Strategic Army Maneuver School maybe. In the Air Force it's SAS, and in the Army it's SAMS. I don't quote me on the acronym there. Someone smarter than me is probably having an aneurysm just listening to me butcher their acronym in the Army. Those guys go and visit all the Civil War battlefields, and they talk through the tactics and terrain and where the Army was at the time and firing positions and the back and forth of the battle and the movements, and they still study that to this day. There will be studies of what is happening right now on this Ukrainian front. They are writing history books right now, and it won't just be, in my opinion, this won't just be people saying, oh, well, I read it in a book when I was studying in the West. I think they're going to go out there and they're going to go study it, and they're going to go see it firsthand. And I think this is as a fulcrum in war studies. And if you were to ask me what technologies am I seeing in this war that's changing the fight, I'd say HARMS. It's a big one. That's just an Air Force guy. It's me being an egocentric Air Force pilot. You can't blame me. I'm a fighter pilot. It's my DNA. Second one, I would say drones. We all know that. That's a big one. And then I've got to guess is just the intel capabilities. I don't know what's going on in the intel, but it is robust, right? You can't put a HIMARS without intel. It's just a rocket. It's nothing. It's an air show. It's something cool to post, TikTok and videos where they've, it's happening, right? These people take selfies while they're firing off, and they're taking their little selfie clips of those. That's all it is. But when you combine that with high level intel, those things are lethal. And I got to imagine the signals intelligence is just really top notch right now. And I'm sure they're really honing that via multiple platforms. So I think those are the three things I'd probably say that are really kind of changing the war up right now. And it's a lot easier to be on the winning side, right? So you're on a winning side against an enemy that's committing atrocities. I mean, if you can't find the intestinal fortitude for that, and I'm not trying to minimize the guys in Bakhmut because those guys are heroes, but you will find it. Anybody with a pulse is going to be fired up for that, and is going to be fighting for the person to the left and then fighting for the person to the right, and fighting for mom and sister and daughter behind you. So yeah, heroes. And I think they're going to be studied, and they're going to go down in the history books for this. This is going to be like, you had wars and Grecian wars and Sparta and Athena or Athens, and then you had some of the Roman wars and Hannibal coming over. I think you're going to put this up there as well, as far as just moments in our modern history that kind of changed how we perceive Verdun. This is like the equivalent right there, but doing a Verdun, a modern Verdun with multiple assets in a technological paradigm. And I think that they're just heroes, and they're living history right now. And how can you not get fired up for that? And if there's a single person who's listening to this who needs to be told they're a hero, and I'm probably not, but if you are a hero, and you have all my self-respect, all of my respect, seriously.
And by the way, there's someone who may or may not have, but I think he doesn't have an aneurysm.
All right, guys, I'm getting on. I know when I need to stop. I'm getting on a soapbox. I've been married long enough to know that when I start getting spun up,
wait 1 second, because we have someone who's actually done that course.
So I'm going to stay in listening mode, but I'm going to hop in the shower, kind of wash this off, get those DMs running.
Blue Waves, I think Colonel Spencer might have a comment or a question for you.
Okay, sorry. Yep, let's go.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation. I wasn't having an aneurysm, but it's the School for Advanced Military Studies.
Boom.
That some of our majors go to, not all of them. Our major school is the Command and Staff, or the Command and General Staff College, and then some of them can elect for another year in SAMs. 100% agree with your point. I've already, visited Ukraine. I train cadets, so this should serve as the biggest historical examples for much of what we talk about in our professional military education. I love the conversation of the new technologies. I agree with you on the harms. I would add the man pads. The most advanced man pads on the earth really will put your ideas on suppression of enemy air defenses to the test.
100%. I would say this. I would, if you were to ask me as an Air Force guy, I would say most man pads have a maximum altitude that a modern jet fighter can handle. The problem is that two problems that the Russians have. One, I've never seen any of their targeting pod footage with them dropping. Imagine the first Gulf War in 1991. That was like the new hotness was we were dropping precision guided munitions, right? We were laser guiding bombs in, and you saw those black and white footage of the targeting pod, the little crosshairs and bombs exploding right underneath the crosshairs. Has anyone seen any of that from the Russians? I haven't. And I haven't seen any battlefield effects that are telling me that they're even capable of using these precision guided munitions. This is just a layman's perspective, no intel. So I think the fact that they don't know how to use those, and they don't really have a weather mapping, they don't have a mapping radar on the ground, which can derive coordinates, I don't think, based on the fact that they're flying under the clouds, plus the ever-growing number of surface-to-air missiles that the Ukrainians are getting, I think that's all pushing them into the ground. And so I think that technology has always been there. I think the one, maybe, and you can tell me you're an Army guy, I think the one that's kind of got my antennas raised is just all of these anti-tank weapons. Is the tank a relic? Is dismounted infantry the new thing? Where does that go? Because I can overfly most shoulder-mounted SAMs. I don't know why the Russians aren't. They're not, for multiple reasons. But a tank is a tank is a tank, and if someone can sit and just jump out and have three of them in their tank of anti-tank weapons, or just be in a hole and funnel you in with mines or whatever, is the tank dead?
Oh, we're gonna go there. No. So as the urban guy, and the tank's absolutely not dead, but like you're talking about with you have a capability like a man pad versus same thing for a tank. If you have an ATGM, tanks need active protective systems. Tanks need to be employed with infantry, where infantry supports tanks support infantry. But no, there's no replacement for the protective firepower of a tank on the modern battlefield. When the land forces have to move forward and take and hold terrain, you need a tank just as much as you need close air support.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and this is a technique I use with my wife, if I heard you correctly, what you're telling me is the misuse of the tank by the Russians could give the appearance that the tank is dead, but if it was actually used correctly with the correct doctrine, it would be anything but dead. And what I said was the same thing, is that the misuse of air assets has made just flying low altitude in a period where you just cannot do that these days is resulting in just mass destruction of the Russian Air Force. And thus it gives the sense that the shoulder mounted missiles, man pads, if you will, are a massive technology where I would rebut, not really. We kind of saw them in Afghanistan with helicopters, and that's why we adapted our tactics around them. And so I think we're kind of saying the same thing about two different technologies, looking at it from I'm looking from an Air Force side and Army technology, and you're looking at an Air Force technology with an Army eye, and we're both saying, no, not so fast there. Am I right?
Yes, and then Doman and Axel knows that my technique is just a yes and, which is what we do in academia.
Nice, very nice.
And you both have a common denominator: the Russian misuse, and therefore the Russian incompetency.
100%. It's brutal to watch. I trained my whole life on fighting certain types of airplanes, and you develop a respect for them because when you go to the simulator and you fight certain airplanes, if you're to die, you know, red screen of death is what we call in the simulator, where the red screen flashes and said, hey, you just got hit by a missile. When you get red screened of death enough times, you start to kind of get pretty pissed off. And when you see certain airplanes, it makes you upset, but you also develop a healthy respect for them. And to see these Russian airplanes just getting absolutely abused out there, it's jaw-dropping, jaw-dropping.
Yeah, and I think the yes and to what we've seen in the lessons, right? We want to make sure people get the right lessons for their professional military education. Is that the Russians showed a complete inability to do air-ground integration, to even fight joint, to combine Air Force with land forces, which is the superpower of the West.
Yeah, but in order to do that, you have to have a flexible, you have to train people to be independent. You have to accept feedback. You have to be able to accept subordinates learning lessons. You have to be able to accept that your slide or whatever you're pumping up the headquarters isn't green all the time, right? Because if you can never say that weakness, then you can never learn. And I think that's the real rigidity and weakness of some of these hierarchical forces of, if I tell them that my force isn't good, I'm not going to get killed per se, but I'm going to get replaced by the next person who's going to tell them exactly what they want to hear. And therein lies the weakness. And so you just have to have the intestinal fortitude to say, hey, look, we suck. We got to learn. And I think that's where Ukraine made its pivot in, you know, the 2014 timeframe and started really getting in with the joint training. And so good on them for doing that. That's the way forward. And it's hard. It's not easy. And it takes humility. I tell you what, I thought I was going to fly fighter jets and be the new hotness. I thought I was going to fly airplanes, first of all. And I thought I was going to be all the hotness. And the first time I rotated in the T6, which is the propeller plane, I was like, oh, dude, I suck. I was like, man, I was supposed to be good at this. I'm like an athlete. I'm good at video games. I'm good at like talking and you know, being coordinated simultaneously. This is supposed to be right up my alley, and I'm horrible at this. And it took a lot of humility to get better at that. And it doesn't end. It doesn't end. You know, it just, once you get your arms around your own airplane, you know how to fly your airplane, integrating that into a 2 or 4 ship, which is what we call them ships, is to say other aircraft, 2 or 4 ship formation packages, which then are the building blocks that go into 8 and 16 and larger force packages. It just never stops. You never stop learning. And it takes, we call it taking your rank off in the debrief and having, if you're a captain, to be able to look at a lieutenant colonel in the eye and say, hey, you got us all killed today. Well, some air forces or militaries won't accept a captain telling a lieutenant colonel that he was the person who killed all of them today. But that's how you get better.
Yeah, exactly. No, 100% agree. I'm going to jump back down to listening. Actually, my aneurysm has subsided.
Thank you. And you know, it's passed. It's like a kidney stone, you know, over time it passed. So I appreciate that. I knew there was someone out there literally turning red. So I appreciate you jumping in.
No, I wasn't. I'm joking. Thanks for coming on. And I'm listening. I'm learning. Like you said, that's a part of living.
What do you think? I think one other thing I'll say, I think you could almost 2-prong the drones. And one of them is very strong and it's robust and it's the future, which is just using them as like a forward observer. But when the 2 drones went up in the air and kind of clipped each other, and the Ukrainian one stayed airborne and the Russian one fell down, and they said this is a nominal moment in history and we just had drone warfare, and this is the beginning of it. I actually think they're right. I saw that and really had like a whoa, this is happening moment. Anybody else?
Yeah, for me, I mean, I think it's like those other categories we're talking about, is that I'm concerned about people taking the wrong lessons, just like they did from the second battle of Nagorno-Karabakh, you know, going too far with like the future of warfare is, you know, drone warfare, robotics. You know, the use of drones to call in artillery is a very powerful technique, but we were doing that in 2004. It's, you know, the commercial off-the-shelf drones, you know, one of the reasons they're so prominent on the Ukrainian battlefield is because the Russians are so bad at the countermeasures, right? So this is exactly like we're talking about with all the other systems. They are a force multiplier, can't be denied. Even as a, you know, as a old infantryman, we need more of them to see around the corner, see through a building, all of that. So they're definitely what I would call a force multiplier to all the warfighting function, intelligence gathering, all of that. I don't think they're like the airplane, the introduction of the airplane, a revolution in military affairs. They're just can't be denied, a force multiplier to all the warfighting functions that will evolve the character of warfare. But the drone on drone thing, we'll see where that goes.
It's really nascent. I mean, if we're talking about the two branches, drones being used as a force multiplier, robust, has got a ton of history to it. A commercial drone hitting a commercial drone and one falling. It's just the beginning. But it's looking 30 years in the future, we'll look back at that moment. But it's definitely not the thing that I would take out of this and to build my Air Force around, for sure. I agree.
There's a funny moment, by the way, in this regard. And this is when the Ukrainians had equipped one of their drones, which was not that video I think you were referring to, had equipped one of their drones with a, piercing kind of tungsten alloy coated ramming device. And that ramming device took down a Russian drone.
Yeah, it's super nerd stuff. This stuff's been on like channel, 690 of TV forever, right? The drone battles, the big nerds. It just happens to be they're flying now, and they're doing it for keeps. And if you lose, you're probably going to catch a, mortar round with some fins on it to the head. But same concepts. So super interesting. Keep an eye on it, guys. I got to run. I'm going to go into listening mode, kind of be passive here as I'm getting my life organized for the night. I appreciate you guys having me on. I'll look forward to the DM to jump in. And thanks, guys, for the conversation. And Malcolm Nance is awesome, so I look forward to listening to him. And
in literally 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Blue Waves. I just want to say, one of our listeners said he's like CJ of the air, so that's high praise. Hopefully, you'll come back.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much, and hopefully, we'll catch you next week. Take care. Cheers. Ciao.
Cheers.
I'm switching down to listening mode as well. Hopefully, I'm running an errand and sneaking my MriyaReport time without the wife knowing. Don't tell her. I'm anxious to hear Malcolm on the space again, and I agree with the listener. I mean, what MriyaReport has the ability to assemble far surpasses most of the Pentagon strategic thinking groups that I was a part of, to bring in so many experts in different fields to analyze moments in a war from that level of expertise and in humbleness and Socratic method. It's just very powerful. I'm switching to listen.
Thank you very much. That's high praise. We'll spread it across the whole realm of our community, because that is actually what this is for. Information awareness, connecting the dots, connecting people, trying to resolve it. And John, when you said it, the Socratic method, I'm a fierce believer. Gentlemen, 3 minutes. Where is this Malcolm we speak of?
Ukraine, I think.
What is he doing there?
Fighting, actually, is my understanding. Well, not right now. That would be kind of cutting it kind of close to his appearance in the space. But in general, he's fighting in Ukraine, and he's making sure that the Ukrainian soldiers he's surrounded by are, supplied with things they need to fight better and come back and fight another day. So various things, but basically whatever is needed where he can fit in best to kicking out Russians from Ukraine.
And it's all because he was done talking, right?
He was done talking. He took a break from talking, and now he's coming to talk to us instead.
Well. So, whilst that is happening, I can see that lunchtime is up and George is up. George, how are your preparations going?
I will be preparing in about 1 hour. In about an hour and a half, I will be headed over to the space and start getting things together. It won't take much.
How many people do you expect to come?
I have no idea, but I've gotten at least replies from about 60 people so far.
That's formal reply. So I have no idea.
Oh, well then, good people. If you're here listening to the Maria Report, or if you're listening and know someone who is in the Philadelphia area and who doesn't have fixed plans yet, or is very, very keen on meeting people who are actually helping the fight and who have been fighting in Ukraine and can talk about this in real detail, then please consider attending the event organized in Philadelphia by our friend George Satakis. It's number 2 in the list. There's a fundraiser attached. Yes, you have to go there and bring a couple of your dollars, but then at the same time, you'll get to see Reb Rawlings, former Marine Corps Colonel, or Lieutenant Colonel, and James Vasquez, who's been on site. And if you don't know who James Vasquez is, you can find a video on the Maria Report on the host account, a few bobs down, and it's absolutely worthwhile watching to get you warmed up, and then maybe, just maybe, go over to Jenkin and have a little look-see and a chit-chat. Off to Philadelphia.
Thank you, Axel.
All righty. Doman, still waiting on the dot.
Still waiting.
Where's our friend?
Waiting for Yehuda as well. I was promised Yehuda would be here.
Yep, that should be the case in just about a minute. In the meantime, Doman, you were asked to provide an update for the last 2 weeks, and shall we maybe just say what happened the last 48 hours? Whilst I'm trying to make sure that I can get back to the desk.
I'll put it this way: Ukraine is pushing in on the right bank of the Dnieper in Kherson. Russians are getting off of the right bank and onto the left bank instead because they finally realized what's best for them. What else is happening? Ukraine has liberated some settlements on the right bank of Kherson Oblast, which is good, obviously, most excellent an idea. And Russians are threatening all manner of things to do with the Novakhovka Dam, specifically to not have it there anymore. And they're trying to blame Ukrainians for it, which is ridiculous. So that's what's been going on. Ukrainians have also reportedly pushed Russians a little bit further away from Bakhmut into, from the suburbs out into the open fields. It seems that's at least what I've seen alleged strongly, which is obviously good. And they're also building a cope line with some cope tetrahedra. Several of them, including in Belgorod, because Belgorodskaya Narodная Respublika is obviously under great threat from Kursk Oblast.
There are no square pyramids?
No, they're all tetrahedra, apparently.
Now, why are these fixed fortifications a testament to the stupidity of man when there's no fire cover?
Because you could just move them out of the way with a bulldozer.
Or circumvent them. Or pass.
Indeed, you can just go around, because of the 200-kilometer line, they've built 1.3 kilometers. And someone will say, no, it's 1.6 kilometers, but actually somebody went and measured it again, it was only 1.3. And yes, I know it's not 200 kilometers, it's 173 kilometers, but nevertheless.
Isn't it funny, Doman, that in the meantime, the whole of European media has picked up on this talking point and everybody's going nuts about it. Oh God, the Wagner line. And this is serious newspapers in Europe. I'm not talking, second rate. No. First rate newspapers in Europe talking about, the Russians are creating a new fortification line. They are serious about defense in depth.
Somebody sent me,
what?
Somebody sent me a new name for the line, which I think is the best I've heard thus far. The Imaginot line.
Exactly. And we have our friend Charles coming up who can talk about the validity of these wonderful defenses if and when not fully actually built out, appropriately covered and the likes. No, Charles, we can see that you're connecting, but you're not there right yet.
No, he's still spinning. I've also been given, on the point of spinning, I've been given an excellent explanation for why that Russian Sukhoi 30 crashed in Irkutsk and why it was going so straight down. Apparently, there's speculation that they saw a particularly good washing machine
Oh, so they were on 1200 spin as opposed to just the regular Russian 600. There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Could you message Charles that he's showing us connecting and that we can't actually get him up? We
I
need to
shall
just.
I shall
Thank you.
attempt. Okay, I think he realized it.
Oh, it's
Okay, he's
requesting, yeah.
requesting again.
Where is this Malcolm Nance somebody spoke
Hello,
of?
can you hear me?
Where's that Yehuda
He's
chap?
probably very busy at the moment.
Probably
go.
is. He has excellent excuses, being in a war zone and all.
Can you hear me? Mic check?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. I love exactly what you're saying. All this about the Wagner line. Just real quick. I mean, an obstacle is not an obstacle if there's no overwatch, if there's no direct fire, if there's no fire plan from artillery. It's simply not an obstacle. It's just a thing. Yeah, I think we looked at it yesterday a bit. That this whole Wagner line that I think was published by Rybar or something, this map, that they had actually just completed about 2 kilometers of it, and it was just around one town. Yeah, no, it's not an obstacle if there's no overwatch.
And you know who I can see, Doman?
I think I do.
Malcolm, good evening. How are you doing?
Yeah, good evening. Glad to be here.
All right.
I love
We were
listening
just
to this banter.
we were just taking apart the Imagino line. How did you like that
I
one?
love that line. I'm mad I didn't come up with that.
So how are you doing at the moment? You're downrange or close to Kiev?
Yeah, no, I'm still forward in Kharkiv province, and we're still in operations, but we'll see. But yeah, we're still on the front, still being bombarded, and you know, nothing changes up here except for these new dragon teeth that people are installing everywhere.
And the whole Western media is aghast about it. Just as much.
These guys have no clue. We'll talk about that.
So what should we know about what's happening in the north? I mean, evidently, yes, restrictions, media blackout and the likes, but we understand that the cleanup, mop-up operation, shaping, mounting, all of this is ongoing. But the Ukrainian armed forces seem to have a good zip to them.
Well, it's not a question of zip so much, you know. It's a question. The morale is always high. I have never, even in the earliest days of the war, seen the morale of the Ukrainian army flag, really. And for those of you who recall that I was here a month before the war, I was studying the invasion routes that the Russians would take. We were doing analysis of the order of battle from Kyiv. And I had gone with the commanders of the Ukrainian forces to Donetsk, where I met General Pavlyuk, who's now commander of land warfare. He was commander of Joint Task Force down in Donetsk, in Avdiivka, their command center, Kramatorsk. I knew instantly that this war was not going to be about will. The Russians, were trying to impose a very weak will, and the Ukrainians just have the attitude that this was not going to happen. That if the Russians invaded, it just wouldn't be allowed to be successful. And for those of you who know me from MSNBC and NBC News, where I was working, I went on air several times and breathlessly said, most famously, that after I had met with General Sersky, who was commander of land warfare at the time, and General Pavlyuk, I said, "Wait, you guys are completely discounting that there's a Ukrainian army and they're going to fight and they want to fight." These guys were just boning for it. It has never flagged from the day that I met those two battle commanders on February 8th to this moment. This is a pack of wolves, and they have smelled blood, and they are out for it. So just because you don't see in the out west offensive actions taking place, I mean, we're in the field every day. And it's not trenches anymore up in the north. For those people who, they're mopping up operations. There's no mopping up going on. All right, there's no mopping up. There are offensive operations that have a pace that is set by the theater commander and the national command. But this is a highly calculated war. In fact, I've joked several times, even once on this report, that it almost appears that there's there are computer generated analysis at the Army War College in in Washington and Fort Leavenworth, where they're actually gaming this out, because everything that happens shows the Ukrainians have not just great morale. You called it zip. I called it ravenous vengeance, and that's how they operate out there. But in a very humane capacity as well. We when we go into these provinces, when we liberated Eastern Kharkiv province, we came and were treated by everyone as liberators, and it was very, very satisfying to have people come out and kiss us and bless us and bring us, potato soup. So what's happening now is a matter of shaping. The operations that you don't see are because, it's the same thing we saw into the kickoff of the counteroffensive. Continue the reconnaissance and force and liberation of areas in a systematic fashion. This is let me clear some things up on that point. I mean, I just finished the training and operational deployment of an entire special forces team, and you know, they're out there. Day one day off out in the field. There is, you know, and I'm as you guys may or may not recall, I'm you know, acting sergeant major of the 1st Battalion International Legion. Well, am I there? And
You're there.
And 3rd
But
Battalion
Malcolm,
yeah.
Malcolm, park it for a sec because I got to tell everyone what to do to help out. So
Oh,
just give me 1 second. Let me, yeah, like it's free. It's free. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, look, as I said, we're a group of people. We help each other out. We're kind of the amplifying voice. And Malcolm's here, and he's going to be here for the next little while. He's got permission from his commander. Things are looking good. If you can, find it in your hearts. You're capable. Only if you're able to. Please go to his page there, and if you can donate to help out, it goes a long way. The work is amazing work, and it's something that you can track as well. Malcolm will be here. Also, please do me a favor. If you're coming up to the speakers panel, raise your hand and mute your mic. It's impolite to do otherwise. Just if you're going to come up, raise your hand, and we'll get to you in order. Malcolm's going to speak to us. We're lucky, as you all know, again, MriyaReport, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're describing, explaining, bringing Ukrainian voices, sharing with the world, and speaking truth to power. In addition, we support MriyaAid, Malcolm, Ripley's Heroes, James Vasquez. We're a group of people all in it together with the same common cause and the same moral and same morals and integrity that guide us. So whenever you get a chance, if you hear Malcolm on here, you can go to his tapestry. Do check it out. Very transparent. Last time he was here, he raised, I don't know, a few $1,000s in a short period of time to buy some helmet mounts. And it's good news, but we need to be more on top of it. And that's why this is where we need your help. If you're not in a position to donate, that's fine. If you can retweet, but quote tweet the space, put hashtags, hashtag Malcolm Nance, hashtag Ripley's Heroes, hashtag MriyaAid, MriyaReport. The buzz gets out. You can help by just being here. So thank you very, very much. On that note, I'm going to hand it off to Malcolm. Malcolm's about to explain to us why exactly Ukraine's not losing. We do get some of it in here, Malcolm. I think they think that that the Ukrainians have to move on Russia's schedule. They're going to move when they're damn well good and ready. Isn't that so?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Just put the phrase "on Russia's schedule" out of your mind here. We don't do anything on Russia's schedule. Even when they counterattack, when they defend, they do these dug-in emplacements. Nothing. The initiative of this war has gone 100% over the Ukrainians. And a good example for those of you who are just watching on the day by day and the play by play, if you see their operations that are continuing down in Bakhmut, I'm not going to divulge any secrets here. I'm not, read into the program at the top secret levels of, the land warfare command. But it's pretty clear they've been ordered to get some sort of victory and take Bakhmut, no matter what's happening around them. So it's sort of like the bank robber that thinks he's going into a bank and he's actually at the front desk of a police station, but continues to think he's robbing a bank, right? They're just surrounded to a certain extent. There, we're in the good example is the attack on Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. As President Zelensky said, okay, now the Russians have expended several thousand dead, several hundred vehicles, tanks, and armored personnel carriers were destroyed for a city we're going to take back. And when you start doing the math, you start thinking, hey, wait a minute. The Russians have a template they're carrying out, not a combat operation that has a cogent command authority or strategy. The strategy that they're attacking on apparently was developed last July, and they're continuing to attack in the Soviet way as if the rest of the operations are not going on around them. Liman fell. I mean, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's your name? Oh, so Frank, that's not how we do it here. So Frank, you raise your hand and you put your mic on mute. Go ahead, Malcolm. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just saying, they're attacking in Bakhmut like Liman was still there. There is no longer that Severodonetsk Kramatorsk pocket. It doesn't exist. The salient's gone. There is like a reverse letter L, and Bakhmut is if you want to put it in strategic terms, the base leg of an L-shaped ambush for the rest of the Russian forces. There are a lot of horrible things that can still befall the Russians, on their front and in their rear, along that entire battle line. And I appreciate that the Russians continue to attack at Bakhmut and hold down the overwhelming majority of their forces on that line. And
Malcolm, we get this a lot, and then that's one of the next big questions.
What's
Bakhmut, what's happening in Bakhmut? And I always say nothing. Russians are dying in Bakhmut. That's all that's happening. It's literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen in the world. They have no idea that they're losing about 50, 60, 70 kilometers to their northern flank. I mean, they just like it's and furthermore, we say this here, Malcolm. We say if the Russians have it be in their bonnet that they need to take Bakhmut and there will do nothing will change their course of action. Let the Ukrainians fix them there. Let them tie up those resources. Let them attrit their enemy, and that's great for Ukraine. No different, right?
And this is where shaping comes in. All right, wars are never static. I mean, even if you look at situations like, strategic situations like the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, right? The Germans were always advancing. They just kept hitting hard rocks. They just kept hitting hard places. People were dug in. They just couldn't move things out. And some places you attack, some places you counterattack, some places you fall back and you let the enemy be drawn in, and other places you let them expend all their resources, like wave upon an immovable rock. The Russian strategy that someone has convinced themselves that Bakhmut is the end all be all, right? That's the new Severodonetsk, and it's going to put them on the road to Kramatorsk. And if you recall, there's that, northeast southwest road out of Bakhmut that the Russians are just dead set on cutting. Dude, we occupy it, man. These roads no longer have any meaning. But hey, you do you. My people will do what we do, which is, reconnaissance in force and direct action, clear sweep and holding, in places that you do not think we will come. And the Ukrainian Land Warfare Command, the theater commanders central and north are well aware. They coordinate, they cooperate, and they are well aware that the Russians must stick to this template. That brings us to the discussions of the Wagner line. If anybody has any questions about that, I have some very.
We've got some hands. We got some hands. So Malcolm,
I've been to a lot of Russian defenses, by the way, so it will be quite interesting to hear what other people.
One of the questions we do get a lot on, just to prep you for it, is what would you do? What should the Russians do? And without fail, we say leave the Bakhmut pocket and go to the other side because they're going to get smacked. Right? I mean, why does everyone know this except the 15,000 Russians hanging? There's 4 motorized rifle brigades, including PMC Wagner. There's also 2 artillery brigades, one in the center, one in the south. You would move. So to answer your question again, I just got a DM. You wouldn't be there because it's not a place. You're just wasting time, men, power, material. All right, let's go to Finance. Has a question for you. Go ahead, Finance.
Thank you, Malcolm. Lovely to see you here, boy. Are the Russians afraid of you? I have a quick question. I have a quick question. Seriously, we know the Russians have changed lead general for the 9th time. I think it is this war. We know this schmuck is busy firing lots of cruise missiles at civilian and infrastructure targets. But is it any different on the ground on the front, or new commander same as the old commander?
No, they get their asses kicked with new commanders just as well as they get their asses kicked by old commanders. And the new commander, if I'm not mistaken, he's from the Strategic Air Forces.
He's a flyboy.
Yeah, and this leads me back to a very interesting event that occurred last April, where I was taking. I love it because I was taking a lot of flack from a bunch of losers. That when I was in Lviv, I was brought back to Lviv for a strategic information campaign, where the International Legion was going to be announced, that it was real, it was stood up. There were all these Yahoo journalists. There was actually this one journalist, I can't remember his name, Steve Harbour or something, who said that it was a fake, that the International Legion was a psychological operation. It did not actually exist. It had no soldiers in it and had no chain of command, no bases. And I was like, I called the guy and I'm like, bro, you really want to take that back before tonight, right? But that night, I was brought on air on NBC and interviewed from Ukraine during an air raid, 2 a.m, you know, in the dark. And I was interviewed about why I had left news media and gone and had become a soldier in the International Legion. But that morning, I was on NBC News, and they were interviewing me in downtown Lviv. Near, we have a series of bases out here, and I was there, and right over our head, 3 Caliber cruise missiles came right over, and we completely forgot we were in an air raid, and they landed within 500 meters of the safe house we were in, and destroyed a car wash, which was also a tire repair shop, and that's why you saw this big black billowing cloud of smoke over the city, and it looked horrible from the area around the train station, that there was burning everywhere, right, from these cruise missile attacks. But I know that neighborhood, and I went over there and realized they hit a car wash. And they not only hit a car wash, they missed the rail yard by a solid 700-800 meters. I mean, a horrible miss for a missile that flew 600, 700 kilometers after being launched from a ship or an aircraft over Russia, or a ship in the Black Sea, to hit a car wash and tire repair, and the black smoke was the tires burning, nothing of material or military significance. So why do I tell you that story? Well, a couple of days before, I'd been driving from Kyiv, and I saw an oil facility at Vinnytsia was struck and burned. Then I went to Lviv, and the next day, the oil facility in Lviv was struck. It's just an oil storage tank was struck, and it was burning over the city, huge black pall over the city. And then the auto body car wash was struck. And I jokingly said, but it's no longer a joke, that when Putin gets up for his 0900 meeting in the morning, he asks everybody what they're doing. And the army's like, well, we lost 300 tanks. Well, he doesn't want to hear that. And you could almost tell by mid-July, he was so frustrated with ground warfare that the commander of air warfare in the strategic air forces was going, well, we launched these Kinzhal missiles, and we launched a barrage of cruise missiles. And here's the video on Russia Today of fuel facilities burning, huge black billowing clouds, which would be put out in a matter of hours. But to Putin is what success looks like, right? Large burning black clouds of stuff. He used the Kinzhal missile against a weapons storage facility that was near Ivano-Frankivsk, and and as one of the military commanders I knew joked, he goes, the Russians built that facility in 1945, right? Of course they knew where it was, but it's an ammo dump. It's empty, right? We dispersed. Nothing blew up. No secondary explosions. But the commander of strategic, air could say, my Tu-95s are flying every day. They're pumping off 16 missiles. My Tu-22M backfires, airborne every day. We're bringing it to the Ukrainians. And now we're going to do a, Bomber Harris, style, punish the civilian population. And Putin, by the way, I've written a book about Putin and his intelligence agencies having a strategic plan to destroy democracy. And part of that book took me to his office in Dresden when he was a baby spy. So the way he behaved there, he sort of behaves now, right? He's an East European authoritarian, loved the German Stasi, loved them, hated the Kremlin. Interesting, right? He wants to be a freaking reformed Nazi. So the idea of making people, as one commentator put it, having no water, having no toilets, making them live in shit, appeals to Putin and the head of the missile forces, or sorry, not missile forces, the head of the strategic air forces was giving him the visual representation of what he wanted and the promises of punishment. Now, of course, the war is not even going to be marginally affected by this. It won't. You could knock out 80% of the power plants in this country, and Bolt Foods are still going to deliver sushi, right? Out, in Judomir. So,
And you know what, Malcolm, you know what it does? All it does is pisses Ukrainians off more and
oh
makes them
my
more
God,
resolved to do
yeah.
that, to keep fighting.
Well,
And the secondary effect is
mm,
it's spurring, especially after that 175 missiles on Kyiv and other cities. What it
Missile
did
Monday.
was, Missile Monday, it basically made all of Europe, the countries that didn't want to give things that go boom, were now convinced, you know what? We need to give them air defense, more air defense. We need to keep doing this because they intended to kill tens of thousands of Ukrainians. Now, the only reason why they didn't is because Ukrainians were good at what they did, and that actually it spectacularly backfired. So no military value, and in fact, it increases the resolve of European countries who otherwise may not have given that air defense at that time, right?
Well, and air defense is one of those things. It's not a Leopard tank, right? So the Germans gave their 4D advanced air defense radar system, and it accelerated them to Ukraine now. And that will be able to give the Ukrainians an integrated air defense capability against these slow flying drones, by the way, which can be shot down by a PKM machine gun or like the cops in Kyiv, right? But they are a new vector in the war that have V1 buzz bomb value. Their sole function is to be a terror weapon against the civilian population, and they don't kill a lot of people. But when you kill a family of 3, every person feels it in this country. And it's a new item. And ballistic missiles, which I've seen throughout my time in the Middle East. So, but the Ukrainians are just more angry. I was in the central market today because we have stuff that we need for our guys, and the big thing now is generators. They're being sold everywhere. The Ukrainians are just preparing for it. We had a safe house here in Kharkiv that we thought was extremely safe about 2 months ago, or when was it? Mid-September-ish. I can't remember what month I'm in. And it was the pathway for 4 caliber cruise missiles to fly right over and blow up the power plant. But the targeteers of Russia, and I'm not here to help them, are awful. Okay, they tend to choose targets for, I don't know, inane reasons. They blew up very early in the war a Foxtrot electronics store. I mean, like direct hit, dead blast, leveled the building. And when you look at it, you go, why did they hit that? I mean, they actually aimed at it. They didn't miss it. It wasn't random. It was a missile attack. And it's like, did someone not get a 20% military discount from Foxtrot 5 years ago? When they were visiting Ukraine, and they were like, I'll show that store. Their targeteering here has been awful. And what they see as success is missile launch. And Putin has been frustrated because of the optics of, as they talk on Solovyev's show and Olga Skabeva's show, people in Kyiv are walking around eating ice cream. Well, Putin expects Berlin, April 1945, right? He expects rubble. He expects people cowering. One man said it yesterday on a Russian state TV. They should be cowering in their basements every minute of the day. Man, you don't know Ukrainians. Okay? There will not be any cowering. Ukrainians come in 2 flavors. Those people that have work to do, and those people who have work to do who pick up their knives and scythes and axes and are going to come slit your throat in the night. And right now, you are pushing a lot of people to the other side of that equation while the professional Ukrainian army routes the Russians wherever we find them.
100%. All right, let's grab a couple other hands. John, John's up. John Spencer's here, Malcolm.
Hey, John.
Hey, Malcolm. I came up because I was told to. Yehuda yelled at me. No, it's an honor to see you in the space and to hear from you, friend. It's been too long.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
Fair
You're
enough.
gonna
All right, let's
come out to Montpils.
big party.
I'll
Let's
be
go to
back soon.
Viking. Well, yeah. All right. Did you have a question, John, or do you want me to take some from the audience here?
No, I see Caleb's there. My wifey catches me on, and household 6 will have some issues. I just couldn't miss the chance to say hello to Malcolm.
Fair enough. Well, thank you. Let's go to Viking and then Caleb. Go ahead, Viking.
Hi, Malcolm. Thank you for your service to America and Ukraine. My question is, what do you think the significance of the 101st Airborne Division in Romania is?
Oh, well, it one of the things that the United States promised NATO countries was that, and as this threat increased, that the United States would supply more task groups for defensive purposes and offensive purposes. Now, the 101st is an airborne division, even though they're that the United States would supply more task groups for defensive purposes. All right. Wait,
I just had to mute Viking's mic because there was feedback. Please put your phones on mute when you're not talking. Thanks. Go ahead, Malcolm.
Yeah. So these battalion task groups or these task groups that NATO is sending out are being placed in strategic locations in order to give defensive capabilities for NATO, and also springboard offensive capabilities if something horrible goes wrong. So what you're seeing is now, this is all abnormal, these deployments, because NATO hasn't moved like this in decades. I mean, we're doing a very slow version of the old reforger operations, right? Reinforcing U.S. forces in Europe. And in light of the Russians, and we have to send messages to the Russians. And if they think, oh, well, we've got a token force in Moldova, and we'll just sweep in there and topple that government. Romania is not going to allow that. And we are going to have forces at their back, and we are showing commitment with these forces. Just as we do, our forces in Poland, they're all over Poland now. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, U.S. forces and personnel are all around there. So that's to show that, one, we have the back of our allies, and two, we put into place the infrastructure, manpower, communications, and forward staging in case something bad happens. And bad in this part of the theater could come in many different flavors, like chemical warfare and nuclear warfare. So, those sort of resources, anyone who has any common sense would put forces into these locations and would be asking for NATO and U.S. commitments at this level.
Thank you for that. All right, let's go to Caleb. Again, go check out tapestry.org. Check out Malcolm's site there. We're going to still get it up. I don't see it in the nest. Maybe Axel or Doman or Finance can throw that up in there, please. Okay, and thanks very much. Please do mute your mic, Viking. And if there are any questions for Malcolm with regards to Tapestry, we'll get to that later. Malcolm's in the past has actually provided his Amazon or eBay shopping cart, and people have been able to purchase Amazon. Yeah, Amazon shopping cart has been able to purchase some of the stuff that they need for the troops there. So do get a chance if you are able to, and you have the capability to do so comfortably. Please do consider contributing to Malcolm's group there. We're going to go to Caleb and then Auntie. Go ahead, Caleb.
Thanks, Yehuda. Yeah, Malcolm, my name's Caleb. I met you actually a couple times a few weeks ago in and around Protagonist with Sarah a few times, but nice to see you in the space as well as in real life.
Sarah's in the
yeah, she's signed up. She's putting her money where her mouth is. That's great. My question to you is, I'm in Mykolaiv right now, and I was near Bashtanka a couple days ago. We were talking to some soldiers in the area. We're about 2 kilometers from the front, And we were talking about Germany and, you know, Germany's help to Ukraine, which has been pretty tepid so far. But one point of high praise was the Gepard, the anti-air platform. You know, it shoots these 35 millimeter rounds airburst, I think a engagement range of 5 or 6 kilometers. They had nothing but praise for that, vis-a-vis, you know, these smaller, slow and low flying Iranian rather, kind of kamikaze drones. That being said, the Gepard, you know, it's a platform from, I think, the 50s or the 60s. It's no longer in production, but, you know, it's kind of seen, at least now, a sort of second life, you know, against non-jet targets. I was wondering how, maybe this question is not necessarily your area of expertise, but how do you see kind of the future of Ukrainian defense against these Iranian drones, maybe considering these older platforms from Germany and elsewhere?
Well, I've been studying Iranian drones for like 2 decades now. So, you know, way, way back in the oldie days of the 1980s. You know, full disclosure here, I'm one of the few people that's ever been in direct combat with the Iranians. And I was in a naval battle, the Battle of Siri Island in 1988. And one of the problems that they had was we slaughtered them because we.
That's kind of a big problem, Malcolm.
It was actually. It did not help that we could just savage the Iranians at will. And one of the things that came out of that was the Iranian change of strategy to large quantities of Chinese-made anti-ship guided missiles, which is why we did slaughter them. In fact, the missile engagement that I survived was the last remaining Iranian Harpoon missile, which missed our warship by 150 feet. You know, and the Iranians said there's something in there, even though we lost that ship and all hands on board. And the Americans blew up all our oil platforms and then destroyed a frigate and shot down airplanes. Maybe we should learn that low cost, high speed missile systems in massive quantities by the hundreds are what we should be buying from China. And that's exactly what they did. They started off with, you know, the Silkworm missile and and moved on to Seersucker and then the C-801 and other advanced missiles. At the same time, the Iranians are, you know, they're very bright people. I mean, they're very well educated population, and you know, we lost a drone over Iran that they recreated. That's one of their reconnaissance drones is based on. So they have managed to understand also that drones were the future, and they've used them extensively by transshipping them secretly to Yemen. The Yemenis bombed Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates with a drone from Yemen across the entire Rub Khali. So, you know, the empty quarter, which was quite a feat, even though they just hit a storage truck. To just do that, to hit the capital of the United Arab Emirates, was amazing. So the Iranians have been fine-tuning this. When they saw the Azeri-Armenian war a couple of years ago, they also realized that that is where they wanted to be on the market, and that the marketplace would always be ready for, you know, naughty nations to buy systems from a country like Iran if they could get these drones up there and, you know, and sold. And voila, here we are. The Russians have purchased, as I understand it, from news media reports, 300 of these Shahed drones, which comes in, I think it is in an 8-pack launcher, 45-degree 8-pack launcher, which just angles up and you just
five,
off.
I think.
Is it 5-pack? Okay.
Yeah, I think 5 or 6. I know it's around there.
And they're just these little, you know, moped propeller-driven engines that, you know, deliver this. I think it's a 100-kilogram warhead. I you know, correct me if I'm wrong.
40. The Shaheds? Yeah,
Shaheds.
sorry. Yeah, I'm a fan of the Shaheds from
Give me
previous
that
experiences. But yeah, I think they have a rocket. I think they have a rocket. It's where the back curves up. It goes up on an angle, and then it's like a trade. The trays that pop out.
Yeah, it's actually flat launcher, and it and it creates a launch platform for them, and they're popped out by rockets, and then the little moped motor kicks in. As a matter of fact, it was a little concerning because I was on a base recently, and for some damn strange reason, some moron with a like 2-stroke tractor kept driving by, and it sounds just like that engine. And someone finally told him, "Don't move this tractor during an air raid." And we were actually expecting to be hit. So, it's got a very distinct engine. And, but it's slow flying. So you don't know it until, it can fly at relatively low altitudes. And another thing is you don't really, when we shoot down Orlan 10s, which is the reconnaissance drone that the Russians use for artillery, the reason we use air defense systems like, the SA-8 or other systems, Pantsir, that have been captured, is because those things generally have 5, 6, 10, 15 artillery tubes at the other end, right? They're lethal. And those drones we have to use missile systems on. And they fly relatively medium, low to high altitude. These Shaheeds are bombs in themselves. So people don't know where they're coming from. And they're coming, these ones that are being launched on Kyiv are coming from Belarus. Which to me is a casus belli if I've ever seen anything. I can't understand Ukraine's great restraint. And if it was me, that's a 10-man direct attack mission if I ever saw one. The commando mission into Belarus to destroy the Shaheeds would just be a great movie. But these systems require a lot of air defense to guard against these little small drones. And this is where Jeopard comes in. That system is actually a 1970s, 1980s technology. The U.S. had an equivalent system that didn't get fielded called the Sergeant York, which was supposed to be an advanced radar-guided, short burst, high shell count, high explosive against low-flying air defense, right? Low altitude air defense, LAD. And the United States opted to go even lower air defense with a Gatling gun and Stinger missiles mounted on a Piranha chassis, on a Stryker chassis and a Humvee chassis. So this system is actually very good at low, medium altitude air defense. And what it doesn't do, you see a lot of discussion about why aren't we putting out the CRAM, right? Which is the Gatling gun, the anti-mortar systems that we had deployed in Afghanistan and in Iraq, which put out thousands of rounds to hit one rocket or one mortar, right? Jeopard is not like that. Jeopard is a thinking man's anti-air platform, and it will track you. It's an advanced system. Its electronics are not easily jammable. There's no jamming now. I mean, the Russians are on the run, right? So there's nothing they can do about that radar. And their anti-radar system sucks so bad, as we've seen throughout the early parts of the war. You literally have to stand there with a giant Bugs Bunny sign saying, put an anti-radiation missile here, and they'll still miss by freaking 100 meters. So that system is mobile. It can move from as the threat comes in. It can actually reposition itself. Air Defense Command can actually reposition it to the pathways of where these missiles are coming from. And I'm certain any of you guys that have played computer games and have seen that that sometimes computer software programmers are lazy and they'll put like 8 missiles in a row down the same axis and you can shoot them down. Well, that's how the Russians launch their cruise missiles, and these Shaheeds are not thinking as smartly as their access ways. From what I'm seeing and from the videos that I'm watching and the open source news media that are watching these things fly, they're not particularly evasive. So an anti-aircraft system like Jeopard would be a lot more effective than something like CRAM, because CRAM you'd have to fill that drum up, all the time, with that 20 millimeter Gatling, whereas Jeopard would shoot one quick burst, right? And it's high explosive shells are designed to burst right on your ass or in front of you. So on a slow-moving moped engine Shaheed, that thing would just provide fireworks. you wouldn't even have to reload half the time. And I'm interested to seeing whether those assets have been redeployed. Clearly, some surface-to-air missile assets have been redeployed based on videos that I'm seeing on the internet, where I've seen Caliber cruise missiles getting shot down by SHORAD, which is short-range air defense assets. But can they use more? Yes. I know we have NASAMS are now in action. We've seen a NASAMS body. I think it was Rob Lee, or no, Tyler Rogaway from the Drive, from the War Zone on the Drive, had a photo of the body, and they were like, "Yeah, the only thing that was missing was the stencil NASAMS, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, that missile's in action now." So as Ukraine creates this overlapping air defense system that goes from old Soviet systems like the AK-47 rifle fired by cops to low altitude air defense systems like the Shilka ZSU-23-2, I'm seeing ZSU-23-4. I'm now seeing individual ZSU-23-2s on the back of trucks. And very early in this war, I've actually said this on air, I expected Kyiv to look more like Baghdad 2002, where there was AAA anti-aircraft guns on top of every roof. And they chose not to do that because their air defense was adequate for the threat. They didn't need 10,000 bullets falling back down to the ground and killing 20, 30 people a night, right? And trust me, I have seen that before. I've been in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria. In fact, in Iraq, one of the people I worked with, an Iraqi, was wounded by a bullet that was fired on the night that Uday and Qusay were killed. And the first thing I did was got people indoors. Bullets come back down. Air defense rounds that do not explode in the air or malfunction will come back down. So that said, Japard will really change that equation. It is going to be unhealthy for those. I wouldn't be surprised if they just, to neutralize that threat, they understand now the pattern of launch, the pattern of flight, and there are people on the internet that are analyzing these things, open source, that are providing what I think is good information. And I think other systems can be bought in as well. So NATO needs to, NATO allies, or let's rephrase that, European Union allies need to just, need to get rid of systems that they're not using, like Japard, if they have one, and help the Ukrainians shore up this air defense.
Perfect. Thanks, Malcolm. All right, I'm not sure who was. I think it was. I think I said let's go to Frank and then Auntie, because Frank was waiting first. So Frank and then Auntie.
Well, before we start, can I just right?
Yeah.
Before we start, can I just make a quick appeal for Tapestry and
sure,
that I'm dealing with? I'm the foreign, and we always say acting sergeant major, because there is a Ukrainian chain of command and there's a foreign chain of command, and I'm the senior sergeant in the 3rd Battalion International Legion, which is the Special Operations Forces Battalion of the Legion. And there are other units. There's the 1st Battalion Legion, which is our infantry force, which I served with them. Love those people. Recently taken several casualties on combat operations out east. And 3rd Battalion led the offensive operations for the counteroffensive, along with the Joint Special Operations Task Force. But we are a dedicated special forces. I say special operations forces. Our missions are really special, near, on, or behind enemy lines, and that's as much as I'm allowed to say. But this is a come-as-you-are war, and it's also a POV war. It's a bring your own vehicle war. So people say, why are you guys doing these appeals? Well, I've been at this. I have been in Ukraine for 10 months. I don't know if people know that. I have been here since January 25th. And I went home for 4 days to pick up all of my battle rattle. and returned to Ukraine and joined the Legion. And then I was forced to go home for 10 days for a book tour in July. And I have been in Ukraine ever since. That being said, I believe in the cause. I love the people here. And, we fight, we fight the Russians not because of the people in front of us whom, we hate the people in front of us, as the old saying goes. We fight because we love the people behind us. There is no one here in the Legion, the International Legion, that is here for money. The base salary is $630 a month. And yes, you do get a forward combat differential. I challenge you to get paid. I haven't been paid. I wasn't paid my first 5 months in the Legion. Now that I'm with 3rd Battalion, it's all smoothed out. We have a great finance officer. But that being said, we do need materials, vehicles, and equipment. And working with MriyaAid and especially Ripley's Heroes. Ripley's Heroes is the biggest donor of vehicles to the Legion. And granted, we help get them raise money, but I think the count is 10. I think they've donated 10 vehicles to the Legion, including the new one that we're using right now on offensive operations. We also received one from I think it was Ukraine ADOPS, the Estonians, who understand that a pickup truck here is not a technical. It is a battlefield fluidity mechanism. It allows us to flow into areas that we will not commit BTR force or BMPs or T-72s or any other mechanized vehicle like, MRAPs and Humvees. We can go faster, further, quicker in a Toyota Hilux. We have our 20-man special operations teams broken down into these elements. We can maneuver and move rapidly on the battlefield. We're now upgrading them to technicals, where we have machine gun mounts on them, but we need these vehicles. Right now, early on in the war we need IFACs. We don't need IFACs anymore. We have IFACs. Then it was tourniquets and body armor and helmets. Ripley's Heroes just gave 3rd Battalion 20 Polish combat helmets that we are grateful for. Just last week, they do great work. Not to mention, the trucks that they donate to us. But there are a lot of groups doing this as well. And I want to say this before I answer the next question. If you are donating to Ukraine, I know the last time we did this forum, I think we earned like $3,000 in an hour, which is amazing. I only had an hour. But we spend every penny of that immediately. There is no fluff. The way that 50 caliber belt-fed ammunition is not sitting in an Indiana Jones warehouse somewhere waiting for a pallet loader to bring it. It goes to the battlefield and it's fired nearly immediately or kept in battle reserve. Same thing with our bull spike rockets or our AT-4s. No one's hoarding this stuff. The things that we get from you, the donors, we have to buy gas when or diesel when we're in between refueling points. And if you see a refueling point that's got 10, BTR-4 armored personnel carriers with their awesome ass 30 millimeter chain gun, hey, it's easier to go over to the SOCAR and just fill that up. A tank of gas is $125 a diesel here. So, for every person who donated that, you've got that. We had a donor a month or so ago that gave $5,000. And if that person's listening, I want to thank you because we need to name some drones after you. We have new Altel drones. We received 4 from one donor alone, a friend of mine named Cameron, and they're all named Killer Cam 1, Killer Cam 2, Killer Cam 3, and Killer Cam 4. Unfortunately, Killer Cam 1 was lost in combat. A drone with a thermal, $7,000 thermal imaging camera at nighttime was lost. I think it hit an obstacle at altitude. So these things happen, but there is no hoarding here in Ukraine. When you donate to Ripley's Heroes, you donate to Tapestry. That's tapstri.org, which is my group. Every penny of that's getting spent right on the right now. 3rd Battalion Special Forces is the organization that needs the most help. We're a new Special Forces battalion, just stood up in July, and when we did this last time, we asked for ear protection, right? And boom, we got 20 out of 40 sets of ear protection off of our Amazon wish list. 15, we got 15 out of 15 red dots that we needed to upgun our M4s because we like to be common. And by the way, for those of you gun gurus out there who got questions, we use the Sig Sauer red dot, and we only use a few of them with multipliers because in this battlefield, going from 3 power to 1 power, you need to really have your eyes open, and you're going to be fighting at 1 power. Believe me, we had a 25-meter close contact off of a vehicle. Okay, that's shooting range. That's where you're zeroing your M4 at, right? And it turned into a raging 8-hour gun battle. So, we don't have to go fancy. We don't need Night Force 8-power scopes except for our M14s. And, this is a Sig Sauer Vortex war right now, which are the most popular type of red dots. We got all those. We got all of that stuff. We got it bought, and it all got couriered over here last week. The courier literally landed in Rzeszów, Poland. It was put in a car, and it was at our training facility in Western Ukraine in 2.5 hours. And I mean, the guy, had a green pass to go through the border. 2.5 hours. We were distributing all this stuff out to this new Special Forces group that is now in combat with everything that we earned from that. So people ask me all the time, Malcolm, what can I do for Ukraine? What charities can I donate to? Well, there's a whole bunch of them right here. MriyaAid, Ripley's Heroes, and Tapestry, which I control. I control all the allocations of Tapestries. And believe me, you guys have no idea how much rippets a 20-man Special Forces team can drink on operations. They'll drink 3 cases of that before they'll touch the sausage we give them there, right? Energy drinks. It's, we don't have rippets, the originals. They're drinking Hell and Energy, these by the caseload. And really quick, we had to buy those. The Ukrainian army does not distribute those. They don't distribute a lot of the food that we need on the move, and for the calorie expenditures we have, we don't have ships bringing in pallets of MREs. We use Ukrainian MREs, or we eat Russian rations, which are nasty ass things, except the Special Forces rations. The Spetsnaz rations are good. But your money goes to this. We spend that money right away, and you are literally sustaining a Special Forces battalion. We have 3 groups. We're going to be plussing up to a 4th group, and these people are not guarding ammo dumps in the rear. Well, we are not. I certainly did not. I'm really coy about what I say. When I come back to the States, I'll talk more about it in detail because people's lives are at risk. But when we, like I said, you put a 6-hour red dot on an M4. We had 2 FAL rifles, FAL rifles, that we decided to use as designated marksman rifles. Because we have Barrett MRADs for sniper rifles, and we have M14s for our thermal night shooting rifles. But we wanted to use FALs as with daylight optics on them. And boom, we had to go to DSA in the United States and buy their rail modification kit. $200, a PSR stock, $250, a forward rail kit, $300. A bipod, $100. And when you go, okay, that's, about $800 a rifle. No, that is a lethal Vatnik neutralization device now. So that's where your money's going, bros. Donate to somebody, and then we'll go to your question.
Go listen, for those who are, and while you were talking, Malcolm, I got a slew of messages the first link in the nest has MriyaReport page, and MriyaReport updates is live now, Malcolm. They both say it. I think I'm just going to take one out of there. I'm going to take the non-one out. And at the bottom of the tweet says support here. That's the one. So there's only one. There's only, for ease of use, there's one link in the nest. It's the MriyaReport link. Shows Malcolm's picture, and right above it, it says support at Malcolm Nance via tapestry.org. I got good news for you, Malcolm. Some people said, I'm feeling generous this morning. Where's the link? And I couldn't find it. So there it is.
That's great, because tapestry.org, that's tapstri.org, has one button, and that button goes right to our donors' bank account. And and
that goes straight to Malcolm's. Yeah. No, like so yeah, we do Maria Aid, we do Ripley's Heroes, but today let's focus on Malcolm for the tapestry.org. They're really trying to do some really good work up front and fast. They, as you've heard, the stuff you could donate to big organizations and kind of gets lost in the mix and hopefully gets to where it needs to get to. But here's your opportunity to donate directly to a small unit of people that are fighting the good fight as we speak. They're using the money to fill up with fuel at local gas stations. That's how they actually operate. It's not free gas. It's not, hey, everyone has to, those owners of those gas stations have to pay for the gas. So what they're doing is they're fighting the battle. They're feeding themselves when they need to. They're getting gas when they need to. They're buying the things that will increase their survivability by having the weapon systems and the different things that they need to survive and fight another day to save Ukraine and stop a genocide. That's what Malcolm's telling you today. So if we can focus on Malcolm for today, for this gig, I would really appreciate it, and show him some love if you're able to. Again, the link is in the nest. It's you just click it there, tapestry.org. And thanks so much again, Malcolm. I just wanted to sum up what you said there for the people who just came in. Okay.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And you're right. You are now, anyone who clicks on the tapestry.org and donates, you can go to your friends and go, I just donated to a Special Forces, the International Legion Special Forces Battalion. And to give you an idea of how international this Legion is, I just finished a 2-week training evolution where I trained this Special Forces team. I taught in 3 languages: French, Spanish, English, and sometimes Italian. So, I mean, literally everything I said, I translated or gave commands or cursed and screamed and kicked people. When I return to the United States, I will be posting a video of this. I'm gonna, of the operations. I'm not James Vasquez, right? I don't, unfortunately, because I'm in the International Legion, I didn't have the fluidity or the authorization to put battle videos up. But 3rd Battalion will be coming up with a Twitter page soon, and we do have authorization to put up operations that occurred in August and during the war in September. And for those of you who remember, I put up a video September 6th that was taken September 6th, the first hours of the counteroffensive. And the counteroffensive moved so fast, artillery moved up to the positions where the special operations had been 5 hours before. That's how fast that line collapsed, that they had to move way to where it was considered the front line. And that video where I said, "What now, bitches? Shit's coming down," has been playing nonstop on Russian state TV. I mean, every day some channel plays that video of me saying that as representative of foreign mercenaries or NATO officers. So you can become part of that history of 3rd Battalion Special Forces. And later on, we're going to talk about that what now, bitches video, because it apparently is becoming an official Ukrainian postage stamp.
That's hilarious. Well, you know who really doesn't like you? I don't know if you know that racist clown in Moscow who babbles in front of that TV there, Soloviev.
Right?
He hates you.
I
hope
yeah. I love that
he
guy.
does not like you, man.
We actually thought about doing a psychological operations video, and I still might do it. I have to get it cleared by high command, where, at one point somebody had said during a show, Well, the reason you Russian forces retreated is because there were NATO forces, and they didn't want to get into a fight with NATO. And the one guy goes, well, yeah, of course, they're made up of English-speaking African-American Negroes, and it's okay to retreat if they're African-American. And that became a raging joke out here that, hey, I'm the official, somebody actually put this on Twitter, the official liberation Negro of Ukraine. And my motto is, it's okay to retreat, I'm African-American. So they thought about doing a 30-second spot for the Russians where I say, hi, I'm Malcolm Nance, and I'm the African-American on the Northern Front. I've been told by Moscow it's okay for you to retreat. Here's the video, and we'll play the video from that guy's show saying it's okay to retreat.
Horrible.
Feel free to go back to the Russian border.
Well, you could do a video clip of Soloviev and like him beside a person that could be his daughter, and then we'll put the title will be "Look Who's Coming for Dinner," and it'll be Malcolm Poitier, and then just the shock on his face, because I'm pretty sure he's not your friendliest guy there, that guy Soloviev.
Listen, I swear to God, when I go on vacation here, I'm going to absolutely make those videos for Twitter, and I'm going to get Julia Davis to translate them into Russian for me, and we're going to put it out, to Soloviev or whatever his name is, and I'll say, I'm speaking to the big fat Russian guy who talks like Glenn Beck. I am.
Say, you know what? No, Malcolm. Say you'd rather me. You could have me as your opponent or as your son-in-law. What would you prefer? So,
yeah,
we all know this man is a flaming racist. Right?
Could be both, because you know what they say. Once you go Legion.
Yeah, Victory Day 2023 in Moscow, but it's not the Victory Day they might think. Malcolm, we're getting in trouble here, so let's go to some hands. I think it was Auntie, the George, and End, and Ada. Oh no, Frank. I think Frank was next. Frank, sorry, Frank. You keep forgetting.
Hey,
Go ahead.
yeah, thanks, guys. I just want to say thank you, Malcolm, for your service. I really appreciate your perspective, and your book, The Plot to Destroy Democracy, was definitely eye-opening. This question is related to what's that? You're very accurate, very prescient. Exactly. This question is, I mean, maybe considered off topic, but I think it has national security or security implications. Ukrainians put out a report on the anomalous phenomena in August, and reporting high activity of unidentified aerial phenomena over the battlefield. And in anticipation of the congressional report, which I think is due any day now, I'm wondering what your thoughts are, if you have any experience of seeing unidentified aerial phenomenon in the battle space, and what you think the security implications are. Thank you.
Okay. You guys know that I'm pushing 40 years of military and intelligence experience now. And I joke around a lot. I'm a hard realist. I'm an intelligence professional. I have 37 years in U.S. intelligence, or activities thereof. So, I tend to couch things in hard realism. But let's take the premise of your question, and I'm going to give you my version of it as opposed to the spirit you may have asked it.
And Malcolm, before you answer the question, Malcolm, we've got James Vasquez up here. He wants to say hi. Everyone, welcome James.
Hey, what's up, Malcolm? I'm sitting here with Rip. We're heading to Philly for a fundraiser today.
Go to Philly.
How you doing, Malcolm? Good to hear from you.
Hey, I'm from Philly. Where you guys going?
Right in Philly. We're about to go look at Liberty Bell.
Oh, I hate you guys. Is it night or daytime?
Yeah, well, Malcolm, since you're from Philly, what's the best place to get a steak and cheese? We're wondering.
Jesus freaking Pats, man. That isn't even a joke. So, all right. So, just no freaking cheese whiz, for God's sakes.
Yeah, don't do the cheese whiz. Don't do the cheese whiz.
Price for Christmas. Yeah, well, hey, James, I'm glad to see you. And let me tell you something. I appreciate you giving me your Ford truck that you got there in Kyiv out in front of your house. Hey, I thank you.
I heard
You
you were
got
trying
a
to
street
shake.
pride,
I heard
bro.
you were trying to shake the guys down from my truck. That ain't happening, Malcolm.
It
I love you,
wasn't
but that ain't happening.
Yeah, I wasn't shaking it down. I was looking for a donation, bro.
And Malcolm, retweet your tapestry link. I'm getting a lot of questions that people can't find our nest. So from your own Twitter, can you take 30 seconds, 10 seconds, and go retweet anything that's got tapestry in it and say this is our tapestry link, so people can.
Oh
We
yeah.
got to make it simple. Please do that now, so
Oh,
we can get those donors over your. Yeah, if you want our tweet in the nest, if you see that it has your tapestry link in there, you can retweet that or quote tweet it. Say this is my tapestry link. It's important. Twitter's a bit of a weird machine, and I like stuff like that. So that's awesome. Sorry about that. James and Rip, why don't you go on? Malcolm's going to go ahead and do that. Thanks for showing up.
Hey, I'm still waiting for my answer. Actually, if you answer response, I'd appreciate that, and then I'll check out.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're going to get to your answer in a second. We just
I-
had James is on the road, and they don't have much time, Frank. So please, if you don't mind, be a little more patient. Continue more patience, and we'll answer the question very shortly. James and Rip are great friends of Malcolm, and they're going to a fundraiser that Rip and James have set up in Philadelphia. And we just wanted to let the audience know. Unfortunately, just to do some housekeeping, when people jump on, kind of sometimes we bump the queue and we have to stop a question. It's nothing personal. It's just because we are having a confluence of great factors and actors that are joining up at the same time. It's nothing personal. Malcolm will answer that. Thank you so much, Frank. And he was just retweeting a space for some donors. So please don't take it personal if we don't get to your answer right away, my friend. Thanks, Malcolm. If you want to, did you get a chance to retweet that, Malcolm?
Yeah, it's hold on, I'm doing it this very second. And tweet out.
Thank you. All right, there you go, everyone. If you can't find it in the nest, click on Malcolm's avatar. It's where the microphone is. You can see it's talking. You click on it. You go to view profile. You can see it. It'll be the first link that he's got there, and you can go and help him that way. Thanks so much. Sorry about that, Malcolm. It's just let's get that housekeeping out of the way. Awesome.
Yeah, great. And Rip and James will love listening to this question and answer. The question was, did I see any unidentified aerial phenomena of the battlefield? The answer to that is unequivocally yes, because it's a battlefield. Crazy things fly around that battlefield. All right. I've got a squadron of drones. The Russians have squadrons of, or let me put it, lots of individual drones. There are a myriad of aerial aircraft, and flying objects. There are weapon systems flying there. Until you've seen an Excalibur artillery round explode, or one of these hovering rounds, the German rounds, explode and detonate, it looks unlike anything you've ever seen before, right? It's like a firework going off in the middle of the sky and then pointing a laser down into a tank and making its turret fly into the air, right? I mean, these are things that are not normal. Nothing in the battle space is normal. Now, in the spirit of your question, you were probably referring to things that are outside of the normal earthly realms. No, humans are more than capable of creating an enormous quantity of lethal flying activities. Look, the things that some people might see as unidentified flying objects could be advanced reconnaissance systems we just don't know about. And there are things that I do know about. I've spent 37 years in U.S. intelligence. And, things that I'm not cleared to know, I don't care to know, to be quite honest. But I know capability when I see it. So there are videos out there, that people see that are just simple things that you might not notice. I mean, a 120 millimeter smoothbore flechette captured in still motion would look like an unidentified flying object if you've never seen a flechette round shed its sabot and fly, right? You were like, oh, there's a giant dart out in space, or no, it's something that's about to make someone very unhappy. So, the our battle space is not a place that people from other dimensions would come down, or other worlds would come down to observe, when they could just observe it on high, or just catch the news reports 25 light years from now, which is true, right? Vietnam Wars, video and transmissions, television transmissions are just reaching some parts of the universe. That's just the way space and time is. Another thing is there's smart life out there. You're not going to bend space, time, and warp travel to come look at guys shooting Dishka machine guns and AK-74s in eastern Ukraine. You're not. It's just that simple. Next question.
Fair enough. All right, thanks for that. Let's go to the next question. Let's go to Auntie, and then George and Constantine and Ada. Go ahead, Auntie.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Malcolm, for coming here to the space again. So the lack of modern Western MBTs and IFVs, you are probably more acutely aware of it than any of us, and there's been a long-standing lack of political will to supply these. And I was wondering, what is your take on their value on the battlefield from your own personal experience, and what you've talked to people on the ground? Thank you.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of information that I'm privy to that I won't discuss until I'm out of Ukraine, either on vacation or on temporary separation, because I do intend to stay around till victory in Russia Day, right? Victory in Ukraine Day, VR Day, which is not far off as far as I'm concerned. So the introduction of modern battle tanks. I know a little something about this. I was around the training facilities when the first Polish T-72s arrived, and I think we talked about this the last time I was in this forum. The Ukrainians know how to use the T-72 platform. They know how to use captured Russian T-80s, right? Because they're just essentially upgunned, upgraded. They even captured T-90s now, and have destroyed them in combat. They needed armor thrust capability quickly. They were going to rely on tactics, techniques, procedures, artillery fire support, and the neutralization of Russian anti-tank guided missile systems through the use of speed, lightning fast infantry assaults, and essentially just Hutsuli aggression, right? Cossack level aggression to neutralize any advantage Russian armor would have. And of course, the Javelin. The Javelin is just a murderous weapon system. And now that you have all these other level capabilities too, Panzerfaust 3, N-Law, Bull Spike anti-tank, even though it's a tiny little rocket, hey, we carry like 12 of those things. These capabilities neutralized Russia's armor advantage, but Ukraine needed an armored fist. So early on in the war, I mean, right after Poland dedicated 250 T-72s, those things started showing up by the dozens, and those Ukrainian gunners were on the guns all the time. Air raid, they don't stop gunning, right? Snow, gunning. Rain, gunning. Summer, gunning. And all of that was to give them the capability to actually consolidate a mass of armor as designated. So that armor may belong to a military force or an armor division or a special purpose task force, but it's designed, to literally do what it did in September, for example, in the north, which is shatter the Russian lines. And it's one thing to say, oh, the Ukrainians are coming and they're in some BMPs. And it's another thing to say there are 25 BTR 40s with 30 millimeter cannon, chain guns on them or Gatling guns on them, whatever the cannon that they use on them. There's 100 BMPs following them, and they're being spear tipped by 100 T-72s. Well, what's going to happen is what happens. You're going to drop your uniform. You're going to jump into someone's stolen car. You're going to throw the washing machine on the back, and you're going to haul ass because they are not used to that. The Ukrainians had not presented this level of iron spiked fists to the face of the Russians. And the thing about the way that the Ukrainians' modern war You know, these top two commanders who I met in the pre-war, Pavliuk and Sersky. These are the kind of guys. I remember Pavliuk was asked, "What if the Russians ever surround you?" And he's the kind of guy who's like, "Great, we can attack in every direction." There's no quitting these guys. They are battle commanders we should all envy. Yes, they have a system that at the base level is still a little Soviet, but the willpower, the fight in this dog is just absolutely phenomenal. And bringing that armor up and watching it just literally shatter the teeth of the Russians on the first day of the offensive. One of these days, I'm going to play a video where we're sitting outside. I'll describe it a little, and we're in our our special forces ranger panties, and it's like D-Day assembly. Dozens upon dozens upon dozens of armor moving nonstop over 24 hours. It was amazing. And Russia's ass had better get used to that, because, you can put up dragon's teeth in trenches all you want. These are thinking fighters, and they are adaptive, and they have domination of battlefield intelligence. I will tell you right now, they exceed the Russians in intelligence at every level. I used to think the Russians were this massive electronic warfare force, intelligence collection force. They can't keep those systems alive. All right, I got drones dropping mortars on anti-drone systems and laughing about it, right? To the point where we don't even want them. We capture these things. We're like, screw that, man. Just send it off for study somewhere. We're not going to truck that into operation.
Junkyard.
Yeah, I could do better with a freaking shotgun, with a 28 gauge shotgun with birdshot. Not joking. 28-inch barrel. You're getting yourself some Russian drone. So, I hope that gives you an idea based on what you asked.
All right. I think it did. All right. I think we just lost George. Come back up, George. In the meantime, we have Ada just has been up. Ada, then Constantine. Go ahead, Ada.
Hi. Good morning. Bonjour, Monsieur Malcolm. Comment allez-vous?
Bonjour. Oh, très bien ici.
Buenos dias. Yes, I speak English. I'm in Los Angeles, California, and I work for Doctors Without Borders in 22 countries in war zone, from 94 to 2005. As a humanitarian in Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Mali, and Mali has trouble, right? You know what I am coming to.
Yeah.
I'm African. I'm from Senegal.
Oh.
Yes, and yeah, I'm Senegalese.
All right. Do you have a question for Malcolm? Welcome, Ada.
Yes, I'm coming to that, because we know what is happening in Africa now with Wagner, who is here. Wagner, yeah, they are in Mali, say they're helping, and they are Russian. And Malians are buying that. And what we know, and what I know, because I'm also almost like you, without people knowing, I do intelligence a certain way. Mali is giving gold to Russia. We have 4 coups in Africa, in West African country, French-speaking country, that is Guinea, Mali, Niger, and now Burkina Faso. And in Chad, they are shooting people. Right now, because French didn't help African country, they are turning into Russia. And right now, all the gold and currency that we have in Africa are going into the hand of Russia, who want to exchange gold with weapons. And with Wagner being there, we have now resources and sources of income for Russia to continue the war. Meaning why I'm talking about that is for you to continue to donate. Yes, Malcolm, they have to donate to you, to your cause, because we have now these same people in Africa. If you look what's happening in the United Nations, who vote for Russia, or the abstention was more African countries, right? Who are supporting Russia. And now we have a situation with European country against Russia, against Asian country, against African country. Meaning, what do you think about that? Yes.
Let me make a comment about that, because what you brought up is very important.
And I speak 7 minutes.
Russia's buy-in to Africa is really surprising. Now, how they supplanted the French to be kicked out of Mali by bringing in PMC Wagner was just pure corruption. right? The French want to live by a set of rules. The Russians will pay you off. The first, when was it? In April, I believe, we discovered in southern Ukraine on two dead bodies the passports of two Malian citizens that were fighting with PMC Wagner. Wagner is actively recruiting Malians, and there's a video of a force of about 25 men all committing themselves to come to Ukraine from Mali to fight with Wagner, which is, it doesn't complicate my situation. I think, I'm one of two or three African Americans in the entire Legion. We haven't seen that manifest yet because, as you know, a lot of people say things, they come to Europe, they're economic refugees, they jump into a taxi and they disappear, right? And but we're also seeing Russia over this last decade follow the Chinese in the model of, let's go back to 1960 and start getting large industry to work in our interest by paying them off. Some of my biggest critics on the internet are paid internet influencers from Africa and Brazil, who the Russians have on their payroll. And you go on their Twitter feeds, and they'll have modest followings, like 25,000 people. 25,000 people in Bamako is a lot for Mali. 25,000 people in Ouagadougou is a lot for Burkina Faso. 25,000 in Nigeria, not so much, but you have these guys who are like, they do music channels or Afropop, and then they come up and they go, "You're fake. You're in Poland living in a 5-star hotel, right? You're not even in Ukraine. The Ukrainians are Nazis." And all the rest of their posts are about, boy bands from Igbo villages. It just shows the influence of Russia. They're buying opinions across Africa. And I'm surprised at the number of Africans that view that siding with Russia may have better benefits than siding with the entirety of Europe. But then again, they just put money under the table, FSB money under the table, and they buy corrupt African politicians. And to tell you the truth, they've been successful. The first really good offensive information operation I saw Russia carry out that was successful, probably the only one, was the expansion of the truism that some African students leaving Ukraine were being discriminated against at the train stations. And that was true. They took a fact. But when you take a truth and you turn it into a half truth and expand it into a lie, and then you put it across Russia today that all Ukrainians are being racist to every African that's coming to the border, and you get 2 or 3 videos over in Poland, and you get a pro-Moscow Nigerian billionaire talking about how horrible this is, but won't lift a finger or drop a euro to help those people once they cross the Polish border. The Russians did very well with that narrative. For almost a week, I spent talking to the American public, African Americans, and saying, there's a women and children's first policy. These guys were at trade school. They're all military age. They live in this country, and men aren't being allowed across the borders, but but African and foreign people are. Well, that horse had already left the barn. Russia had drawn that horse and whipped it and got it out the barn before we even knew that there was a horse in there. That's the danger of Russia working with sub-Saharan Africa and, BRIC nations, and influencing minds that, people that don't have a lot of money, and they're doing it.
And you follow up, Ada. Follow up to you.
Thank you. Malcolm. Merci. Au revoir.
Thank you. Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit pour moi. Bonne journée.
Excellent. Yeah. So echoing Ada's comments, please, it's true, actually, helping Ukraine win helps limit the danger and the damage that the Russians do in Africa. To them, Africa is a playground. They don't care. They have their terrorist forces that kill people in Africa. And that's destroying them in place in Bakhmut, because apparently Wagner has a thing with Bakhmut, means it's less Wagner people to terrorize people in Mali. I think that's a good angle, don't you?
Yeah, I am all for Wagner in being in a place where it's HIMARS o'clock. Okay, let me tell you something. There is a very strict fire chain that authorizes the use of HIMARS in Ukraine. And it doesn't, it's not local commander level. It's got to go to the national command level. And it will be checked out through multiple sensors, systems, resources, and intelligence. But boy, you put the name Wagner on there, there could be 4 HIMARS in the entire theater, and you're getting them all. Right? At least for that pod, right? You're getting 24 rockets as you please, but you had better be killing Wagner, because those guys have here's why. Wagner PMC has the better equipment. They have motivated men because they're getting paid 5,000 to 6,000, maybe more per month, which in Russia is an insane amount of money, right? I mean, $70,000 a year salary just doesn't exist for a guy who is going out there, who sits around and watches the movie The Expendables over and over again and thinks that they're all Rutger Hauer. So, or not Rutger Hauer, who's that other guy? Dolph Lundgren, right? The traitor. So these guys are getting paid. And the Vatniks and the other Russian, Mobiliks and conscripts are just getting shot. But when Wagner comes, they come with motivation, right? When you've got a boatload of money and you go on the counterattack and you think you're the A team, better than Spetsnaz. A lot of ex-Spetsnaz now with these hardened cons who have, who are brutal, and they're there for plunder. Okay, I'll tell you, we plunder a little too. All we're in it for is Z patches, your name tag, and whatever weapon you're carrying. Because if you're in Ukraine and you're Ukrainian, you get to keep that weapon, right? And as long as you're in the Legion, you can carry that captured weapon. That's what we're in it for. But to get that, we have to liberate towns. The Russians are here for rape, murder, and theft. And I said this before, I'll say it again. I have defeated every war that I've fought in since 1983. The 83 doesn't count because that was the Lebanese, a civil war. We sort of intervened. But every war we fought, Syrians, Iranians, Libyans, Russians, not Russians, but, Iraqis, every time I've gone into their pits of their soldiers, they were always disgusting, filthy holes. I mean, just didn't take care of them. No cleanliness. No, most of the Arab forces, the people are clean because they have to do ablutions 5 times a day. But their sites, their pits, right? Their fighting holes, disgusting. These Russians are pigs. Oh my God, they're disgusting. And the Ukrainians are like, I'm not going in there. Send the legionnaires. And we're like, yeah, we're going to go plunder. We want those Z patches. And we're like, holy cow. They live in abject filth because they don't know any better. And I'm famously the guy that got criticized by Russia Today for saying that Russia is nothing more than a trailer park with atomic bombs. I take that back. Trailer parks have trailers. Okay, I don't know how these guys live, but they will literally sit with rotting MRE, half-eaten MRE packages all around them. They'll, defecate in a corner where they'll put their boots. They'll leave dead bodies around, which I've seen, and you're just like, we're gonna beat the hell out of these guys because we're better than them. The Ukrainians are a order of magnitude finer soldier at every level and better human beings than these Russians. Period. Point. We will prevail. That's why. It's like what I like about the Ukrainian army is like they're slowly becoming the United States Army by force, right? And they're maneuvering and firing and bringing down firepower. If these guys had air power, they would be the most unstoppable army in Europe if they had real capability. But you know what they have? Common decency, clean capability, and heart. The Russians have none of that. It gives the Ukrainians this, as I call it, right, the Cossack mentality of twirl their mustache and swirl the sword around over their head and lop off heads. But when they step into a Russian fighting pit, they are disgusted by Russians. And they go, oh, we got to get rid of these guys. Look what they're doing to these houses and stuff. Quick aside for that, because this is a critical factor in this fight, in how the Russians view themselves as soldiers, if you want to even use that word, and why PMC Wagner gets over, because they get those Russian Spetsnaz rations that I keep talking about. I'm going to bring one back to the States. Really, relatively good stuff. The beef and vegetables is really good.
Do they have beef stroganoff? What do they eat?
No, I haven't seen a beef stroganoff, but they have a whole series of these 24-hour rations that are double the size of the regular Russian green paper cardboard box rations. And, but Wagner gets the best weapons, the best rifles, the best sniper rifles, the best armor equipment. They get the best of everything because Prigozhin has promised he will give them capability and be the teeth that they have. Well, these guys are essentially, the Totenkopf. They're the death's head SS of this war. And they like it. They like that attitude, which is why that's why I say, if a Wagner target comes up, people will fight to get down there to kill them. All right. I think they got a special PMC Wagner patch that they wear. That's not just the Z. It's got some other stuff on it. And I'm telling you, there's guys out there like, oh, just point them like another famous Vasquez, right? Corporal Linda Vasquez from Alien says, just point me in the right direction.
Bring it on.
Where they are. And that's what the Ukrainians are. They're out for blood with these Wagner guys.
Fair enough. All right. Thanks for that. Let's go to Constantine George on finance. Constantine.
Thank you. And you're doing a great job. Just wanted to say that what you do in fundraising is really great. And I have a question. How much freedom compared to other units do you have, like let's say special forces, other Ukrainian special forces units? Is it the same for Foreign Legion, or you operate more freely, in Ukraine, or you still have the same rules as regular special operation forces in Ukraine, like third? Go ahead.
I'm so glad you asked that question, because we get a lot of people here, and let me dispel some myths for these people who think that. I've actually heard people ask this, guys who want to quit the Legion, go over to other units, and they get told by recruiters, because you can join other Army units. You don't have to be in the International Legion. It's just the International Legion, the three branches of the International Legion, one of which works for another government agency, Ukrainian agency. Then there's the 1st Battalion International Legion, which is the infantry battalion, and then there's 3rd Battalion Special Operations Forces of the International Legion, which is the SOF unit. We always get these people that come up to us and go, I want to form my own team and go out and do things the way I want, the way NATO would do it. Hey, record scratch. You're in the Ukrainian army. I got some news for you, bro. It's an army, and it has a chain of command, and it has regulations and uniforms. And the most that you're going to get away with is putting your hands in your pockets and not saluting officers. There are no commissioned officers who are foreign in Ukraine. The law is very clear until the International Legion is plussed up into a regiment. And there is a proposal that I helped write 5 months ago that it would become a special regiment like the French Foreign Legion and the Spanish Legion, which is the model we based it on. There will be no commissioned officers. Every officer will be a Ukrainian. And so The chain of command is oriented for you to follow orders of Ukrainian officers who are following orders at the battalion level of Ukrainian commanders at the brigade level who are following orders of the regional commander at the divisional or corps level who are following orders from Land Warfare Command, who are following orders from the commander of armed forces, from the Minister of Defense, and from President Zelensky himself. That's the chain of command. Should sound familiar if you've ever spent any time in the military. But these guys who come in and like, I want to do it my way, go out there. Hey, you are authorized to operate at the tactical level, right? Which is the squad level, in a manner that is safe, effective, and lethal. And anyone who is not doing that with discipline, planning, and forethought, even if it's just the fundamental, I teach my guys MET-C, right? Mission, enemy, terrain, tactics, time, coordination, civilians. Those are the things that we do in there before we generate a warning order. Hey, if you're not operating at that level and you just want to go out and pretend that you're the expendables, and you're going to go, this one idiot that I had in another squad, who we terminated immediately, refused to wear a helmet because he wanted to be a cool guy and wear a baseball cap, a contractor's cap, or a bandana. And we were like, moron, bye. We don't have time for that. This war will eat you alive. And we tell people that all the time. The artillery here is the only ace the Russians have. It's all they have now. They're fighting for their lives, and it's an extremely slow, grinding fighting withdrawal, but they have capability. And, you will get wounded, killed, or injured. I'd say 90% of all the 1st Battalion, which has been taking some serious losses here recently, 5, I think in the last month, dead and over 20 wounded, have all been, with exception of 1, have all been artillery. Artillery will find you, fix you, and F you, right? So these guys who want that flexibility, no special forces organization in the world has the flexibility that people are talking about. They don't. No one says, go out there on your own, do it the way you want it, and come back with results. No. There are communications, whim stances, be vehicle mobile, and establish a Starlink. We don't have the lovely capability that U.S. forces have in communication. You might be operating on Baofeng radios using, short code words, short bursts. It's not what you think it might be. That's the movies. Okay. Reality is that there has got to be a lot of control. There has to be. There has to be good up and down communications. There has to be a planning cell, an intelligence cell, as much information as you can get. We do often do reconnaissance where we don't know what the enemy's strength is, and that's what reconnaissance is about. And I often get these guys, how come there's no gun battle video footage? It's like, you're aware sometimes, and a lot of times, we don't want to shoot. There are missions where we need to tell you what's out there and let the HEMARS shoot or the M777s do their thing, right? We are far more lethal with an 80 power spotting scope. Force multiplier is your presence behind enemy lines with artillery and HEMARS, right? If it's HEMARS o'clock, you're going to kill hundreds. It's just that simple.
And you need to let people know as well, like as we've talked about here, that no one's operating in a silo there. A force of
Hey guys,
people.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Me and Rip, we have to take off. Good to talk to Malcolm. Good to talk to you guys, but we have to boogie right now.
James,
y'all.
James, I'll see you in a half an hour or an hour.
All right, sir.
All right.
Sir.
Good luck in your fundraising.
Hey, if you're in the Philadelphia area, East Philadelphia, maybe. I knew a guy who was a prince who was born and raised there, and the
that's
playground.
West Philly.
Oh shoot, I'm Canadian. What do you want from me?
He's from Vancouver.
All right,
got
boys.
that much out of me.
We'll be calling back in soon. Malcolm, stay frosty.
I will. You enjoy Philly there, James.
Yes, sir. All right.
Texas a good place for Philly steak and cheese.
Yeah, send us a text.
That's
I got that. I got
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
right.
right.
Love
Everyone
okay.
take care. Rip and James, thanks so much. We'll see them later on as well. They have fundraisers across the states. Today we're focusing on Malcolm Nance, tapestry.org, tapstri.org. I've posted it as many places as I can. I'm sorry. You could send me a link. I could send you it back, or send me a message. I'll try to send it back. Please do, if you can, help out Malcolm today. We need to get stuff to him. It's important. We usually don't say that, but time is of the essence. It's customized support for units on the ground in Ukraine. They're doing the needful. You're helping them out, and they'll live another day to fight the Russians, get them out of Ukraine, and put them back where they belong, which is Russia. Thanks so much again for that, and thanks to our guests. We touch base about the operating in silos. We don't have, Malcolm and his team, they're not driving around willy-nilly. Hey, we feel like going here. Why? Because other units would destroy them as they drove by. So there are control measures. There are things that people do in order to protect themselves. So it is a real army. It is a real functioning army. It's a big question we get, Malcolm. We get a lot. Oh, they're just going. No, they're not just going on their own. Right? It's not a clown show.
No.
All right?
On your own. Even drone launches, for example. We have to have drone corridors. We have air defense. We have, capability. We have anti-jamming. We have jamming capabilities. I carry jammers. So if you're running your effing little DJI drone around without authorization, I will neutralize it, because the other one that's 150 meters from you is Russian and is bombarding me. So these things, it's not the Wild West that you think it is. A lot of stuff that you see, that happened early on in the war was expediency. The battlefield was fluid. This battlefield is a highly controlled machine. Somebody must have bought a Cray computer into the land warfare headquarters, because the things I see here, I can see the calculation to the nth degree. Just because water doesn't get out to me or food doesn't get out to me, hey, our battle, we build our own battle rations. So
thanks so much. All right, listen, we're dropping some people down from the speakers. We've got a lot of people coming up.
Go on, I'll answer my question shorter too.
Yeah. Oh, no worries. Yeah. People love them anyway. But yes, we've dropped some people down. We brought some people up. I'm not sure. Let's see. I mean, Malcolm's. You're good with whoever comes up. We've got. It looks like we'd sometimes bring up people where there's a question mark on. So forgive me if it goes sideways. We'll take care of it. And we got Rosalie. She's great. Constantine, thanks for the question and answer. We're gonna go to George. George has been waiting a while. George has got to go because he's got to get ready. He's going to say hi to James and Rip in Philadelphia. They're going to have a cheesesteak or something. Go ahead, George.
Malcolm, you're next. You need to come to Philadelphia when you get that leave notice.
I'm from Philly.
I know that. We spoke before. So, and listen, right now, really quick, what we need to do is organize a gala between your organization and Rip's organization here in Philly. Okay?
That we'll do. We'll do that.
Yes. All right.
All
I
right.
got to run. But,
what's your question?
Stay cool.
All right. Thanks, George. That was just a comment. We'll take it from George for $1. Thanks, George. As citizen, I noticed you're up. If you're coming up, you got to put your hand up to the panel. That's how we know you got a question. We got a lot of people. It's a full house. Not only that, when Malcolm talks, I mean, everyone just wants to come up and speak, and it makes me feel bad as a Canadian that I'm going to have to say no to some of you. No, you're there. Malcolm,
lost
can
the
you hear
link.
me? No, Malcolm, we can hear you. Can someone text Malcolm?
I'm on it.
Thanks, Axel. All right, Malcolm will sort out that microphone, and we're gonna go. I think we had. I think finance was next, and then Caleb, then Rosalie, then Citizen. Go ahead, finance.
I'm going to defer to Rosalie. I want to hear what she has to say.
Oh, okay. Hall monitor. All right, let's go to. I'm just kidding. Let's go to Rosalie. Did I say Rosalie? No. Caleb was next, and then Rosalie. Caleb.
Hey, thanks so much. Just to 2 points that Malcolm brought up earlier, the dirtiness of Russian positions. He certainly has more experience fighting more than years I've been alive, but I can confirm what he said, that they're the absolutely most disgusting things I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's, yeah, absolutely abhorrent how someone can live in the kind of filth that the Russians do. Absolutely disgusting. My question, I think I'm going to bring up the elephant in the room, which is the Kherson area and the looming fall of the city. Of course, you know,
Liberation, you mean?
Well, sure, the fall from the Russian side of view, the, you know, return to the good side, to the side of light, from our perspective. Comments?
Sorry, break room. It looks like we might have a host crash. I got a message. If that's the case, we will restart the room, and please do look for us. Go to the Maria Report page, Maria Report Twitter handle, and you can click on join space. It looks like we might go down. Sorry to interrupt you, Caleb, there, but it looks like we got a message that the Twitter space is unstable. It happens occasionally, so I just wanted to let everyone know. Please do follow us if we break off. We will be back within seconds. Just wait for the Maria Report to go back online in the space. On that note, go ahead, Caleb, if you want to finish that. I think we're going to lose you, though, but go ahead. Or
Sure,
all of
I'll
us.
try and, yeah, no worries. I'll try and make it quick. The looming liberation of Kherson. I'm a journalist. I'm in Mykolaiv. Malcolm, if you were a journalist, if you were in Mykolaiv in my shoes, would you stay here? Would you go elsewhere? What would be your game plan? Thanks.
Malcolm, over to you. He wants inside information. Where's his next big scoop? Kherson? Malcolm, can
Malcolm just came back up. Malcolm, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you go. I was saying that I know Caleb. He's a journalist that I've met here in Kharkiv several times. Good guy. I would stay flexible. This story is unfolding across a 1,100 kilometer battlefield. Wait, I think it might be shorter now. It might be a lot shorter. And as we said earlier, the war has not stopped. Every day we're losing soldiers. Every day the Russians are losing, 100 or more soldiers across the battle space. What you have to do as a journalist is determine what's the story you're writing, not chase a story or allow a story. Everybody goes, "Oh, I'm waiting for the fall of Kherson." Well, I recall, actually, Caleb, last time you and I were in Protagonist, remember there were all those journalists there in their body armor and helmets, and they were like, "Oh, we're all here for Izium." Well, Izium fell 10 days earlier, and the journalists suddenly bumped up there just in time to get a story that was 10 days old. And, Kherson is going to be one of those stories. Either you get in there early or you're there at the cutting edge at the fall of the city, or, you're going to roll in there 10 days later. So who knows when that will happen? I would watch the information space, listen to this forum, find out, what the news reports are. When I heard yesterday I was watching Denis Davidov's YouTube channel, which is very good analysis for a civilian, right? He's very good.
He's great.
No,
He's a good guy.
Sometimes I have to go gap filling, so I'll watch. I'll be like on an operation, I'll come back and I'll go, Jesus, what happened yesterday? I can't read 5,000 reports. And I'll just go watch Denis Davidov and get boned up, right?
Yeah.
So,
and just for everyone who knows, he's a commercial airline pilot now in Ukraine. He used to fly, obviously not now. And he has a great YouTube channel. If anyone knows him, try to get him on the show. He's a really good guy.
Oh, he really is.
Yeah,
but
please reach out to him, someone.
He's in Kyiv, and he's suffering a lot of power outages these days. So, but he reported yesterday that they were removing all the fire trucks and municipal vehicles from the city of Kherson and getting them ferried back across. They're emptying the city of valuable assets. That is what we call an unambiguous intelligence indicator, that the city will not respond to fire, emergency, municipal. They're stealing it and they're getting it out, valuable assets out of there before they withdraw the rear guard of the Russians, or fight and lose, and everybody dies, and we all get to go have a cookout in Chernobylka.
100%, and also it's a war crime, stealing civilian infrastructure. It's or destroying or stealing.
Jack, I've checked that
Yeah.
a million times over.
Can you? Sorry, I'm interrupting. Can you drop that name one more time?
Denis Davidov is DENYS DAVYDOV.
Yeah, Denis Davidov. Yeah, DAVYDOV. Yeah, he's great. I'll put a link in there. He's a nice guy, and I'd love to have him on our show. If anyone does have comms with him, I'm sure he has an email on his YouTube or something. Do reach out, Malcolm. Maybe if you know him, you're kind of a.
Well, I don't know him personally, but I may crash his show next time I'm in Kyiv.
100%. Please do.
We'll do a dual show.
Yeah, get him on. You and him. That'd be fantastic. He's very nice. He's just a very nice guy the way he speaks. Okay, let's go over to Rosalie, then Citizen. Go ahead, Rosalie.
Hi, Malcolm. I am a disinformation researcher, and I look at the intersection of public health and national security. One of the questions, or one of the things you had mentioned earlier, was that you had seen Mali citizens fighting for Russia. And my question is I'm thinking about how we saw a massacre, attributed to Wagner earlier in 2022. And do you think that there is a potential that they are doing in African countries what they were doing in occupied regions in Ukraine, where these people may not have a choice? And I also wondered if you had any impression about the number of people that might be coming from there.
No, I have no idea what the numbers are that are coming out of Mali. We know that they're around. Again, we've seen they're dead, but they're not large numbers. Okay, I'm going to give you, there's those recruiters that were going around Syria that were getting paid like $10,000 a body, and they also steal half the salary. But somebody who's supposed to be earning $7,000 a month, excuse me, who gets 3,500, it's an enormous amount of money to a Syrian, right? I'm a specialist in the Middle East. I'm a black guy that speaks Arabic. I worked in the Middle East for over 30 years nonstop. I speak Syrian dialect Arabic, Levantine dialect Arabic. I've worked all throughout North Africa and the Sahel, and some parts of Central Africa. I'm not seeing any evidence of these guys. I don't know where they're at. I don't know if they're guarding bridges in Rostov-on-Don. But if they're like every other sub-Saharan African, Middle Eastern, Central Asian person who's ever gotten even the slightest whiff of the European continent, they've already deserted and are trying to make their way to, Dusseldorf so that they can buy a 25-year-old BMW and drive it back to Mali. So as funny as that sounds, that is an intelligence fact. I have personally witnessed it. I have seen people trying to drive BMWs across Sahara, and I've seen those truck convoys with 10,000 young kids who are all leaving the Sahel to try to get to Libya to get on a boat and risk drowning to step one foot in Lampedusa or Malta or any part of Europe so that they can try to get a bus or hide in a truck and cross over to England or go up to Germany. That economic refugee stream is real. And for someone to say, hey, you're here with us in Mali, you're with these hard Russians, we're going to take you to Ukraine and you're going to fight there. And if you kill, you're going to get paid $6,000 US a month. That guy just sees an express ticket to that that 25-year-old BMW. And, I've talked to these guys, not here in Ukraine, but I'm not seeing any evidence. I don't see where the Syrians are. These guys are not fighting. Okay. I am the forward-most deployed African in this country. I will tell you that right now. I shouldn't say that. There's a big Afro-Ukrainian population here, so there's probably guys on the Kherson front line. But I'm not seeing these foreign fighters. I'm not seeing the Syrians, the Libyans. They also said Libyans were being recruited from, Gerdabia, Benghazi area where Wagner had great influence. I'm not seeing those guys. If they're showing up on the battlefield, they're showing up, taking off their uniforms and walking to Romania or something, or to Georgia, but they're not here.
Maybe it's better.
I'll be proven wrong tomorrow, right? My team will stumble into freaking like 25 Malians, and we'll take them all with one Chili Mac MRE. You laugh. I show up. They'll be on my side fighting on my squad.
That's it. Hey, any way, by hook or by crook. All right, let's go to Citizen Dawn, and then we're gonna Abdullah. You dropped off. Get up here, brother. Let's go to Citizen. Citizen, unmute your mic.
Hello.
Citizens
Hello.
Dawn.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
All right. So I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate people trying to find out what's going on, like with our tax dollars, with our lives going on overseas. My point of this conflict is, what's the point? Right. Ultimately, what's the point? Like, here's what what's the point? Like you were talking about chain of command.
Yeah. No, can you explain what the point? What do you mean? What point? Explain that to me.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get into. Is like, what is our objective? What is, what are we trying to accomplish? What is America?
Yeah, you know where it's going. But yeah, all right. So yeah. Well, Malcolm, let me wrap this present and hand it over to you. When you say what's the point, what are we doing? I'm not sure you're doing anything. And I think if you're talking about U.S. government tax dollars, the minute you said tax dollars, obviously I knew where this was going. Well, so many things I can start with. You do know Russia doesn't like you, right? Doesn't like you personally. You do know that Russia is a threat to the United States. In fact, it's been a threat ever since, end of World War II. So Ukraine's not asking for any of your children or you. They're saying, hey, this is the fight you were planning for. We need the help now. If you can give us those weapons, we'll do the fighting. And guys like Malcolm, he's not there for the United States government. He's doing it because he's a decent human being. And what are we doing and what's the point? It's the same reason why I don't go to your house and steal your house and kill your family, because I'm not a monster. So the point is to stop people who are. That's my answer. And Malcolm, maybe you could elucidate.
Yeah. I appreciate the question, because this is obviously a person who doesn't quite understand the dynamic of what's happening here. What's happened here is quite simple. A totalitarian nation, a nation with an ultra right conservative nation that is set out on a task over 12, did I say 12? Gosh, more than that, 15 years ago, where Vladimir Putin had just come to the point where he concluded that liberal democracies in Europe, based on an old Soviet belief, needed to be toppled. But they couldn't be toppled through invasion. So he decided to take the easier route, which is he's toppling them through money. And the way that you topple them through money is to buy political power using your riches of your oligarchs. And you buy that power by buying into their societies, buying into their laws, buying into their banks. A few years ago, when I wrote my book, Plot to Destroy Democracy, the subtitle is How Putin and His Spies Are Undermining America and Dismantling the West. And I should have just changed it to Are Dismantling America and the West, because that's precisely what's been happening since 2016. But Vladimir Putin is a long ball player, okay? He is not coming after, he did not come after America with, intercontinental ballistic missiles. He just saw that there were people in this country who were corrupt and believed in what he believed, who were racist and ideologues, and who would sell America down the river for $1. And interestingly enough, he had been doing that in Europe ever since the year 2000, when he became prime minister, not even president, when he was the number 2 to Boris Yeltsin. This is a man, as I said, I sat in his office in Dresden when he was a baby KGB officer. He loved turning people into spies. He saw the West as a weak place, and he still does. He has a Russo-centric or neo-Eurasian attitude towards the West, and he believes that Russia should be the central pillar of power in the European Eastern Hemisphere, Western Hemisphere world, not Washington going to the European capitals through the Northern Alliance, but Moscow going to the European capitals through an alliance of what I called the axis of autocrats. Donald Trump was supposed to be, for lack of a better word, his trump card to dismantle Western democracy. Marine Le Pen, he gave her 38 million euros to win an election. All of these things, they attempted coup d'etat in Montenegro, which would have given Russia, by Serbs and Serbian and Russian intelligence officers, funding a Serb majority in Montenegro, would have given Russia a warm water port in the Adriatic in the heart of NATO. The election of the government of Austria in September of or October of 2016. No, I think I was November, same week Trump won. All of these things were supposed to happen in late 2016, early 2017. And had they happened, Marine Le Pen winning France, Donald Trump winning America, the Serbian coup d'etat happening in Montenegro, and then the entire Western order would have been turned on its head. NATO would probably cease to exist this year. Donald Trump himself told the Prime Minister of Sweden he wanted the United States out of it and he wanted to dismantle NATO. So what we've seen is an antagonist who saw all of his plans thwarted, as he called it, by small L liberal democracy. So when he saw Ukraine in 2014 shift to a European-centric world and not a Russian satellite state, where through people power, after 108 people were massacred by the secret police here, overthrow his man who left with his Gucci bags and flew to Moscow, Putin set on a path to make sure that this would not go. He took Crimea, he took Luhansk, he took Donetsk, of people who had been leasing Crimea to Russia, right? Sees them as Russia, now views them as inviolable. He started an 8-year war that killed 14,000 people. Then he decided to just take the whole damn country. Now, let me point something out to you about Ukraine, because I've driven every inch of this country except Mariupol and Odessa, but I've been everywhere else. He wants control of 25% of the world's food production. This country produces 25% of the world's grain. It controlled virtually all grain exports for flour to the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Africa until January of this year. That is a powerful thing. If you come to Ukraine and you look at the dirt after it rains, it's black as the ace of spades. Okay, I'm lighter than the dirt here, and I'm African American. This place is rich in its land. I just look at it and you go, oh, I see why they're here. I see why the Nazis came here. I see why the Soviets came here. They want this land. Putin wanted control of that. He wanted control of the culture, and he expected everyone to run at the first sight of a Russian tank. And he completely discounted the fact there are 42 million people here who now will slit the throats of any Russian that they see. And what is it for you? What's in it for America? You notice that Russia invaded a peaceful nation that had nothing to do with it out of the blue, just like Adolf Hitler, using the exact same lame-ass excuse of there are ethnic Russians here that need our rescuing. That's bullshit. I'm going to tell you that publicly. I am in the Russian-speaking area of Ukraine. I speak some Russian. These people hate Russia with a white-hot passion now. They destroyed their homes. They killed their children. These are hardcore Ukrainians now. They wave this flag harder than anybody out in Kyiv or Dnipro or Zhytomyr, Mykolaiv, all these other parts. They had their houses bombed. They know which side of the fence they're on. They had their children raped. They've seen their neighbors dead in the streets. If this country were to have collapsed to Russia, he would have been emboldened to create, what he was already creating, which was a new Iron Curtain. Belarus, Russia, Next, it would have been Transnistria, Moldova. He would have taken that, and then he'd be bumping right up against NATO nations. He was already bordered by NATO. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, Romania were already bumping up against that. So this is about democracy being destroyed by a dictator, autocrat who wanted to export that everywhere. And he expected people who were weak-willed, who don't believe democracy works, who thinks Joe Biden was not the man to stand up to him, and that Donald Trump, once he gets back into office, would have eliminated all aid to Ukraine, and this country would become a slave state, where they have said it themselves. They will eliminate the Ukrainian language. They will eliminate Ukrainian culture. Look, the city of Kyiv was here 1,000 years when Moscow was a goddamn forested area on water, on a river. So
Swamp.
what's in it for you? You don't have to fight here. I'm doing that for you. And these people here deserve our defense. And you know what? I encourage anybody out there who wants to come help, whether it's doing NGO work, helping these orphan children. Look, they took out 100,000 orphan children and have redistributed them throughout Russia in foster homes. There's 1 million Ukrainians missing from this country. They don't know where they are. This is as Nazi as they get. And trust me, I've spoken twice at Auschwitz for the Auschwitz Foundation. It's like someone flipped it on its head and made it all come from the East instead of the West. I mean, your tax dollars are saving you from having to have the U.S. Army do this job. And the Ukrainians are more than happy to do it without you. Just send more HEMARs.
That's it. And Malcolm, I'm not sure the Jewish angle would make a big difference with our friend there, citizen Don. Your profile is pretty. I'm not going to lie, it's pretty gross, and you should be ashamed. Jewish conspiracies and media. Yeah, that's what he's got in there. So I'm not sure he really cares. I did want to give him the chance to speak. Citizen, did you want to follow up? Did you change your opinion? Are you a normal human being? Can you care what happened to him? Axel, I hope you didn't bump him down. Did he leave?
No, I'm just trying to actually. He dropped off, and I'm just inviting him back up.
Oh, I guess I called him out on it. So, Malcolm, I was playing it cool, but I checked him out beforehand. Julian Assange dressed like a Viking, and then a bunch of anti-Semitic quotes he was
Citizen is back up.
Okay, let's hear him. Let's hear what he has to say. I like to not take things personal. I'm not sure he's a fan of your color of persuasion as well, Malcolm, but I thought, you know what? It's freedom of expression. It's what Ukraine's standing for. And less, God forbid, someone think that we don't let other people speak. I personally, like you, Malcolm, I'm not afraid of these dissenting opinions. I think we need to expose them for the silliness that they are. So, citizen, I'm not sorry for calling you out, but gosh, I really hope you give your head a shake. Did you want to respond to the wise words from Malcolm, or do you still think that this was a NATO, Illuminati, Jewish conspiracy to piss off Russia? I'm just curious. Just asking questions.
Quite the preface, I have to say.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the lead up. Well, I was more or less asking the question initially as somebody who is an American and a citizen, and somebody who very much considers democracy and Western values something to be championed. So I'm very much like that. But
what about those other comments?
I'm sorry?
What about your history there?
My history pointing out the fact that Israel dominates U.S. foreign policy?
No, your Jewish comments about Jews controlling the media. What about that? Do you think that's funny? Do you think that's appropriate?
When did I say that? And when in my timeline? But and also is it not true?
You've got so much anti-Semitism. You don't know which post I'm referring to. That's kind of embarrassing.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. I don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, honestly, is it anti-Semitic to criticize foreign policy and the fact that we're entrenched in all these conflicts?
Entrenched in all these conflicts. All right, listen, I don't want to, I think you've made your comment. I really hope you get better and maybe not be so hateful towards other people and respect people like Malcolm who are doing the good deed, fighting for freedom and democracy, and fighting for your freedom to be an idiot, really, frankly. I'm sorry, I know it sounds mean, but it's true.
Hey, Yehuda,
Yeah, go ahead.
break. I have an emergency. I got to contact. I'll be back in about 30 minutes.
Malcolm, we'll be back. Stay safe, brother. All right.
All right. That gives us one opportunity because our friends John Culp and people are already with us, and they have a fantastic operation to talk about as well.
Right. Okay. So we'll do that in a second. Everyone, please do take a look at Malcolm's Twitter there, tapstreet.org. Look, I actually am not going to lie. I like when we get dissenting views up. I just like them to be honest about them and call it out for their positions. If you're bold enough to tweet about it and embarrass yourself in writing, you should be able to embarrass yourself verbally. I don't limit who we let up just because they might appear to be a certain thing or another. But the reality is, we're one race of people. We're one people that are dedicated here to freedom and democracy. At least let people have the right to choose what they want. And that's why we support Ukraine. The Ukrainians are being invaded. As you heard from Malcolm, it's not filled with neo-Nazis. This isn't a NATO scam. Certainly not run by Illuminati or Jewish people. You're welcome. Please, if you're that type of person and you want to come up and have a talk, I'm more than happy to give you the opportunity. But don't think you won't get called out on it, because as Canadian as I am, I'm not shy, and none of us here are shy to talk to you straight in return.
Yehuda.
And don't forget, otherwise we would have space lasers in the theater already.
Yehuda.
Finance, yes.
I need to correct you on the technicalities. Ukraine is run by a Jewish person. It has a Jewish president, freely elected by his non-Jewish countrymen, and defended in part of his country and defending freedom and democracy. So, in fairness, that part is kind of true, because it's the only country that isn't Jewish to elect a non-Jew in the world.
I know there are two other countries with Jewish presidents at the current moment. But anyways, it's fine.
Two?
Yeah, two others.
Wait, who besides Israel?
I think one of the Central American countries.
Really?
And, yeah, I forget which one, if it's Nicaragua or Panama.
Huh.
And then there is another country, and it just escapes me. And you know how I know? Because the anti-Semites on Twitter told me. I had to look it up. Thank you. You are good for something.
Shall we go to BombText Without Borders?
Let's go to BombText Without Borders. John, welcome, friends with Olena. She told us great things about you. She said this interview would prove to be explosive. Is that true, John? And you see what I did there?
I suppose you could say that.
Welcome.
It's been really interesting listening to Malcolm for the last few minutes. And what's particularly interesting is that he chose to mention Auschwitz and of course the performance of the Nazis during World War II, because my wife and I both went there. Donna's here too, and my wife and I both went there before she joined me in Ukraine, and we noticed that there was a bookstore there, and there was a little quote from one of the Holocaust survivors that said, "The 11th commandment should be never be a bystander." So I think it was very appropriate that in Donna's first trip to Ukraine, I was going back inside, that we should have prefaced it with an experience at Auschwitz and Birkenau.
No, it's 100%. We're not usually as feisty here. Most of the trolls dropped off a few months ago. So when the person initially came to speak and I saw the vitriol, I asked Malcolm, do you mind? And he said not at all. So we let it up, because we do have some of these people hang around with the guise of America firsters, right? We're just here for America. And I don't understand. I don't want to get political. I'm a Canadian, John. And I remember growing up looking south of the border to the Ronald Reagan Republicans, the people who said, God bless America, axis of evil, evil empire. And I kind of wonder what happened to those folks. I mean, Russia's not our friend. It's not your friend.
Kidding. No kidding.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I checked out John and his it's Colonel Sir Culp there. We're in the military. A lot of us here too, John. So just don't be shocked if we mind our P's and Q's around you. But we're very happy to have you here. I did a bit of research on Colonel Culp and great service and dedication to his country. A person who could be playing golf or fishing or doing all sorts of cool stuff. He's off somewhere else doing something for other people, and that always gets an A+ in my books for what it's worth, John. Thank you very much for your help and service.
Well, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say to our audience, please do follow John's Twitter handle. Give him some love and check him out. Just Google his name. I saw you on a few, on your local newspapers, on CNN, of the great work you're doing. It's super important. One of the founders, actually the founder of MriyaAid, who's a colleague of mine, Colonel Lake. She's an engineer. She's a sapper. Very dialed into what the Ukrainians are doing on the ground. I'd actually like to talk to you offline, John, about some of the stuff, hook and line stuff, kits that they're specializing for the Ukrainian units that she worked with. She was a former task force commander of Operation Unifier, which is the Canadian military training mission in Ukraine. Obviously, it's been suspended due to, obvious reasons. But perhaps there are some supporting fires that you and her can help one another with.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'd love to be connected with her. I want to tell you a little bit about sort of how we got started, how Donna and I particularly got started in this organization. Bomb Techs Without Borders is an NGO that was formed in 2018 by two former U.S. Army bomb technicians. We say bomb technicians is kind of a slang term. They're explosive ordnance disposal. So you'll hear me use the term EOD, and you'll hear me use the term bomb tech, and you'll sometimes hear me say BTWOB, which is BTWOB. I've had people ask me, well, what are you saying? Is that B12? No, that's just shorthand for Bomb Techs Without Borders. So if I use any of those terms sort of interchangeably, that you may sort of understand what those are. I was an EOD tech years ago as an enlisted soldier, and then I spent most of my officer time as a special forces guy. But the Army sent me back to EOD school in the late 90s so I could become an arms inspector for Iraq. Then after I retired from the Army, I went to work for the U.S. government doing explosives, basically EOD type stuff. And I retired from that. That would have been my second or third retirement. I did contract work for years after that. And then I finally thought I was done and relaxing here in Waynesville, North Carolina. And then, of course, the Russians did their thing. And of course, the Russians did their thing years ago. They've been doing it for years. And of course, not only in Ukraine, but in Georgia and Moldova and places like that. And this is just sort of the latest and most obvious kind of aggressive behavior, because frankly, they've been let get away with it all these years. And now I think maybe the West is kind of woken up to say that, we can't let them get away with this again. At least I hope that's what's going on. But I kind of want to introduce my wife too, so we could give you both sides of our experience, and I won't take too long, but my wife is a former Air Force captain, and she happens to be the president of the Western North Carolina chapter of the Military Officers Association of America. That's a lot of letters, but it comes up to WNCMOAA.
John, before you go on, I just want to get your link up in the nest. Can we get John's link up for his site as well? We want to send some love your way, John, but they can't do it if they don't know where to donate and send some stuff. So let's get John's link up there right after Malcolm's. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I know as you're doing this, people are checking you out just as you speak. So I'd love to have them have your resources right there. So we're going to add that to the nest. Thanks, Axel. John, sorry, please do go ahead and sorry for interrupting.
No worries.
Your better half. Go ahead.
No worries. And I also wanted to mention that also on the chat today is Tony Salvis. So Tony is our senior EOD technical advisor. He's got more than 10 years of experience as a Army EOD technician, and then many years of experience civilian deminer after he left the Army. And I know he'll interject here in a minute, but that's kind of just to let you know who's on the chat. But to kind of get us started again, so we had a woman wrote an article on my plan to go to Ukraine here in our local newspaper, and that got picked up by several different agencies, including CNN and so forth. And one of the agencies that saw it was the Military Officers Association National, and did an article, and that caused a gentleman who is with the Veterans of Foreign Wars up in the Washington, D.C. area to contact her and say, could you get something to John in Ukraine? And what he had created was
he submitted
a request for a VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars award, a working dog award for Patron. Now, for those of you that don't know who Patron is, Patron has his own website. Patron is a little terrier. He is a bomb sniffing dog for the state emergency services of Ukraine. So SESU, or as they say DSNS in Ukrainian, is like the National Rescue Service of Ukraine. They have fire responsibilities, rescue responsibilities, and they also have EOD, or bomb disposal responsibilities, alongside the military and the police. And so anyhow, that was sort of the beginning of her story. And we traveled together, or she traveled to Krakow to meet me. I came out of Ukraine to go to a conference and to go to a couple of meetings in Switzerland and Germany, and then met her in Krakow. And we were going to spend a few days together. And if it seemed appropriate for her to come into Ukraine, then she was going to go back with me into Ukraine and be able to present this award herself. Otherwise, if we didn't feel like it was safe, I was going to take it and present it. And to make a long story short, she traveled into Ukraine. We stopped and met with our colleagues in Lviv, in the National Police EOD of Lviv, and spent a couple of days there. And then we went to Ukraine, and Donna was able to present the award to Patron. But after that, we had developed a good relationship with the National Police in Kyiv. And they offered her an opportunity to go see a little bit of what I had been seeing in the Hostomel area, Bucha and Irpin. Now, Bucha is an obscure little suburb of Kyiv, which is, of course, world famous now because of what went on there. And so I'm going to turn it over to Donna for a couple of minutes and let her tell you a little bit about her experience. And then we'll talk more about Bomb Techs Without Borders and what we're specifically doing.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. Yeah, when I went to Poland, I met John in Krakow, and the last day we were there, like he mentioned, we did go visit Auschwitz and Birkenau. And I'll tell you, I didn't realize it at the time, but that experience was really preparing me for what I was going to see and experience and learn about in Ukraine. And let me back up for just a little bit. When I was in the military, I was in the Air Force and stationed in Germany. I was there from 1989 to 1992. During that period of time, that was when we had Desert Shield, Desert Storm, the fall of the Iron Curtain, subsequently the fall of the Soviet Union, the reunification of Germany, and then they began the drawdown of a lot of the military in Germany and elsewhere in the West. And I remember very clearly that when we were on standby for possible evacuation of American families, and one of my additional duties as assigned, because I'm an occupational therapist, one of my additional duties as assigned was that I was chief of patient retrieval. So that meant that what I had to my disposal was staff and motor pool to assist with all of that. Well, as you know, things turned out very well. And the one thing that I saw going on was that initially there was jubilation when all of the East Germans started coming into the West. But that quickly faded into resentment, because as they began to go deeper and deeper into the West, they began to realize that they had been left behind. And there was this question of, did you forget about us? You know, how could the world just forget about people and leave us there and in living in those conditions? And to Malcolm's point, the Soviets really butchered the economy, the land, everything. And I don't expect them to do any better with anything else that they take possession of. They just destroy and keep moving forward. So that being an experience I had, and when all of this invasion to Ukraine first occurred, that came back to me, and I said, these people cannot be forgotten, and they cannot be dropped off the radar. We have to not let that happen again. So I got to Ukraine, and after delivering the VFW award on behalf of the Alexandria, Virginia VFW, then I began to follow the guys around, just going wherever they went, experiencing what they were experiencing. And we finally got to go into Hostomel first, and that was where there was a terrible battle, and there was still lots and lots of cleanup that had to be done. It had been initiated, but there was so much more to do. The place had just absolutely been brutalized by intense battle. Then we went out into a forest area where the Russians had been encamped, and let alone the fact that it was a battlefield, there was evidence of looting. There was actually a blown up flatbed truck with what remained of a washing machine. So there was all kinds of that evidence that was going on, and it was just a filthy place. Then we went into Bucha, and this is where things really began to sink in what these people had experienced. The people of Hostomel, Bucha, Irpin, any place that the Russians have a footprint, they have brutalized. And everywhere you look, there was carnage. And when I was there, they were beginning the cleanup. And I think the thing that impressed me the most about the Ukrainians is that, you know, we could see people coming back every day. More and more people were coming back, and businesses were opening up. And to me, that was probably the best act of defiance against Putin, was that, you know, we are taking our homes back, our communities, even if they didn't have a home or a bombed out community to really return to. They were willing to do whatever needed to be done. And so there was this big open field where they had been moving all the vehicles and clothing items, anything, you know, that was they know what to do with. It was just it needed to go somewhere and centralize. And they had these Ukrainian soldiers guarding the area. Over in one part, there were all these Russian vehicles and heavy equipment, and on the other part, there were civilian vehicles that were scattered about, and of course, like I said, personal belongings. And what I learned was these were people who were simply just trying to get away. They wanted to go someplace safe, and they were mowed down, literally. There was one car that, if you looked at the back, it was this tiny little compact car, and my understanding was that there were two children, a woman was driving, and a man was in the front passenger seat. And if you looked at the back of this vehicle, it looked like 250 cal, bullets had just sliced right through. This is not an armored vehicle. This is a thin-skinned civilian vehicle with a family in it. And all they were trying to do was get to safety. And they were literally just murdered right in their car. And then there was this other vehicle, and you could see other evidence of this, but this man really was trying to convey how brutal this invasion was in their community. There was another vehicle that was a convertible Mini Cooper, and it was a pregnant woman and her two children. and they literally ran over the vehicle, murdering them in their car with an armored vehicle. And it was just breaking my heart. And I thought, what kind of animal does this sort of thing? And anyway, I just wanted to reach out and give this guy just a hug, let him know, thank you so much for just, letting me into this world, and thank you for what you're doing. And I wanted to comfort him. And when I reached out to hug him, I just broke down in tears. I just sobbed. And the only way I can describe that is that it was one mother's tears for another mother, or some other mothers. And the horrible part about all of that was that because there was so much devastation, there was so much carnage, so much death, that because of the Russian occupation, it was 3 months before they could ever get the remains of these people out of these vehicles. And this is what these people are traumatized. They've lived through a very traumatizing experience that we cannot even begin to get our heads around. And these are just people going about their daily lives. Then we went into Irpin, and there was a big parking lot. It looked like a community parking lot. And they had piled all these vehicles that had been shot up and burned out. And one of the EOD police who we were with, he looked at that and he said, "What did these people do to deserve this?" There's no answer for that. There is no logical answer for that. And I mean, I just really had a heavy heart. But I will tell you this, the one thing that, people can choose to be victims, or they can be victorious. And I can clearly see that the Ukrainians have chosen the latter. But they're not only choosing to be victorious, but where they have been victimized, now they are galvanized. And they are a force to be reckoned with. I have no doubt in my mind that they are going to win. And let it be heard around the world. They deserve and need all of the support they can get. Religious beliefs, political beliefs aside, let's just talk about humanitarian, ways of thinking, humanitarian ways of living. And so with that, I'm going to close my part of this. And thank you so much for having me. Is that with Bomb Techs Without Borders, when John discovered Bomb Techs Without Borders, and he really was convicted. There's so much more to that story, but I won't bore you with it. But when he mentioned to me, he said, "I have something to offer." And I said, "Yes, you do. You certainly do, because there's going to be a lot of cleanup that's going to be required." And when you think about 1 year of war, how much unexploded ordnance is that going to leave behind? And how much time does it take to clean this stuff up? Because bomb tech work it's an art and it's a science. And you don't just go in with bulldozers. You really have to know what you're doing. And that's why I believe that bomb tech work is absolutely humanitarian to the core. So all the bomb techs out there in the world, you're wonderful. You're doing good work. And I'm gonna now turn it over to John and Tony. Thank you.
So, to kind of continue the thought that she had, when the invasion occurred, of course, like many Americans, I was just absolutely shocked. And like many Americans, I wanted to know, what can I do? And like I said, I was a special forces officer. So, immediately thought, well, yeah, I can get my body armor and my rifle and join the front. And I said, well, maybe that's not the best place for me for a couple of different reasons, but on the front lines. So I wanted to see what I could do. And I said, well, something I do have that I think I could offer and that I know they will need, because I saw social media posts of the guys doing bomb disposal work, is this assistance with EOD. And so I found I found Bomb Techs Without Borders, and that was kind of like a perfect match because, our founder, the founder of Bomb Techs Without Borders, Matt Howard, says that for every year of war, you're looking at least 10 years of cleanup. And that's actually kind of at the low end because, frankly, they're still working in Africa, they're still working in Cambodia, they're still working around the world in places where there have been wars before. I mentioned that the State Emergency Services of Ukraine, they had an EOD responsibility. Well, prior to 2014, when the Russians took Donbass, their principal EOD responsibility was dealing with World War II ordnance. So they were still dealing with World War II unexploded munitions and mines. And to further add to that, while we were in Ukraine earlier this year, the news reports were carrying how there was a big fire on the border between Romania and Italy, and it was a very dangerous place to be because the fire was exploding World War I ordnance that was still there. So this stuff stays around forever, and you have to deal with it. You can't just ignore it because it'll kill your kids. It'll kill kill the women going back. It'll kill people that are completely innocent, farmers trying to plow their fields and so forth. So it's something that's got to be dealt with, and that's what Bomb Techs Without Borders is trying to do. Now, Ukraine has a fairly large and generally effective EOD organization already in existence. They have several different EOD organizations. I've already mentioned several of them. The military obviously has bomb squads, bomb techs, EOD. The police have a robust EOD organization, and so does the State Emergency Services of Ukraine, and there are several others. What we felt like that we could do is we're not expecting to go in there and tell them how to do their business. What we're trying to do is look at, the United States has experience going back to 1942 with explosive ordnance disposal. But for the last 20 years, as most Americans know, we've been at war. And we've got EOD guys that have had a lot of experience dealing with explosives in various kinds of environments and various kinds of threats for the last 20 years. So we really feel like that there are things that we've learned. Frankly, we've learned a lot of them through loss of life. And we're hoping that we can share some of these lessons that we've learned with the Ukrainians. And some of those lessons have to do with organization. They have to do with the reference material. They have to do with sharing information across bureaucratic lines. And that's kind of where we're going with this. Obviously, we are prepared to actually help with direct demining assistance, but we're more in the business of trying to stand back and look at the overall program that Ukraine's running and try to find places where we might be able to share some expertise or share some experience and improve their capability. Tony, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay? I'm coming from Kyiv.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Yeah, just to piggyback off of what John's saying, particularly in the last couple months, we're an NGO. We're not here to fight. We're here to support people and save lives. Having said that, we do offer training to anyone who's either in demining or EOD, so that can extend to beyond just pure EOD techs. And the lines definitely blur in this war, in this environment. People are being asked to do a lot of things that normally would be left up to specialized units, for example. Since we got here and as we kind of established ourselves, we built up a small group of Ukrainian volunteers who donate their time mostly for translating and interpreting when we do our training, and that extends into technical references and technical advice and things like that. So like John's saying, we're not here to preach, and we're not here to tell people they're doing things wrong or they should be doing them a certain way. We're just trying to augment and support wherever we can. And with the help of our Ukrainian friends and volunteers, we've been able to fill those gaps as we go along here. And that's kind of what we're gonna keep doing. up until victory, and then probably into the peacetime, because that will be the most critical time. Yeah, so back over to you, Joe.
Yeah, just to add on to that, exactly. This is not a battle that will be won even when the Russian army goes home. That's when the battle really starts. Obviously, there's a great need to clear a lot of areas that have been recovered and liberated by the Ukrainian military thus far. And I was just reading an article today about the many thousands of refugees that either left Ukraine entirely or left the combat areas that are wanting to return. The buses are packed, the trains are packed. We saw a bunch of them when we were coming in back in at the end of June. People returning to Ukraine, and so the good thing about that is, of course, the enthusiasm and the desire to be back. The bad thing about that is a lot of those people are returning to areas that are contaminated with unexploded ordnance, and so we want to be in a position to assist to the best that we can those Ukrainian EOD forces that are out there doing the work. There will be some civilian deminers coming in from some of the big NGOs and so forth, and they have sort of their place, but that's not what we do. We're basically working directly with Ukrainian EOD organizations. We're not trying to replace them. We're trying to assist them in doing the work more efficiently and, most importantly, more safely. One of the things that, as I said, Matt says 10 years, there'll be 10 years of work for every 1 year of conflict. And he also says that in 10 years, Ukraine will have the finest EOD, the most experienced and professional EOD people in the world. And I usually add the ones that are left. And that's the problem right now. We're losing EOD guys on the front lines. And so our efforts are devoted towards giving them better reference material, giving them better training when we can, trying to sort out equipment issues and demining, I should say, explosive ordnance disposal tools and equipment that they can use. And that's kind of what we're working on.
Yeah, one of our huge concerns is as any war drags on, support for it is going to start to taper off. People get fatigued, and that's the thing. For this war, there's a huge mess to clean up, and that enthusiasm for support is gonna drop off as well. So again, another thing we're going to be doing here, hopefully over the next year, is just trying to keep up visibility on the cleanup, because Ukrainians are beautiful people, and just like Donna was talking about with the areas that were affected by the initial invasion in February, they are not going to sit around and wait to clean up their country. It's going to happen. People are going to come back. Ukrainians are not the kind of people that we've seen that will just sit around in a refugee camp. And so the more support we can give, for this next year, everything we're doing right now is driven towards the spring in particular, because that will be the critical time. And if people are squabbling and fighting over whether or not to keep supporting Ukraine at that point, even if the Russians have been defeated at that time, there's going to be a lot of lives lost. And we say in some of the classes we give, and to some of our Ukrainian EOD friends, like, don't be someone who dies after the war. You don't want to be killed by the Russians after the war is over. And that's kind of us trying to emphasize safety, but it is the sad reality that there will be people that lose their lives after this is quote unquote over. So that's what we're doing here, and that's what we're going to keep doing here.
Sincerely appreciate it, and it's a great effort, and a lot of engagement still to come.
Actually, Axel, I just want to ask our team. You mentioned, for those who ask why you're supporting, we do have a couple that are trying to come up. I don't want to bring them up if you don't want to deal with it. I know John and Tony and Don, I'm sure you could handle it with your eyes closed. But for the sake of diversity of opinion, they are there. If you want to pass, because we need to talk about the good work you're doing, I completely understand. But it's funny that I found it apropos, Tony, when you said that, and we have our conspiracy theorists on. John, what do you think? Donna?
Oh, I'm happy to field any questions.
You sure? Okay.
I would preface with whoever is going to ask questions and stuff like that. Particularly, we're very hands-on and we're very in Ukraine. To the people on the ground, to Ukrainians, I've worked and fought and everything in a lot of different conflicts and areas, and I've heard every conspiracy theory, and I've seen quite a few of them to be true. Maybe not the ones from some previous questioners, but sometimes things just are what they are. To some extent, particularly for bomb techs and deminers, it doesn't matter what conspiracy is true or not true and all that kind of stuff. Our job can sometimes be boiled down very simplistically. There are bad things left over from people not getting along with each other, and we're gonna clear them away and make them safer. So just keep that in mind when you have questions.
Listen, I'm not an American, but I really take it personal when I see Americans slag their own country, because I figure you obviously don't know how good you've got it, because it could be a lot worse, and we have a bunch of people here living in it. So we've got apparently someone called the coinologist, doesn't like Marxists and Democrats and Bolsheviks, so that says a lot. And then Citizen of the Dawn. Did you have any questions for John? I'm not trying to, hurt anyone's brain cells here, but you were eager to talk before. Do you have any more questions? Let's go to one from Citizen. Then we're going to go to our resident Ranger artillery officer. You might have heard of them, John. They're a group of people in the States or something. They're not park rangers. I made that mistake. So I'd asked him for some help with the fire, and he didn't like that. But we got CJ, John. CJ is a great guy and a regular on the space. And we've got Charles, who is not in charge because I asked his wife. So we'll go to Charles and CJ in a minute. But first, Citizen, for the dissenting contrarian point of view, please go ahead. A question for Colonel Culp and his lovely wife, Captain Culp. Let's go.
Thank you very much. I perfectly, I hope you don't take me as an affront, my mode of being here. I really am not anti-Semitic, as you may have thought. I have Jewish friends, and we criticize Israel together. Okay, so it's not my question would be for the agenda here is we're trying the ultimate goal, and I appreciate taking a deep step back was what I believe it was one of the speakers, I forget if it was John or one other person, I forget who it was, but taking a step back to look at the overall goal, which is ultimately to try to create a society where we can coexist. And we, as Westerners, believe that the best way to do that is through democracy, through communications, through journalism and sharing ideas and thoughts. Those are important for Western values. I see personally, as an American, our country not in the best situation socially. Now you can argue for whatever reason with regard to the media, the different social things. I more or less don't deny the savagery of Russians. I don't necessarily deny either the savagery of Ukrainians either. I'm more or less just trying
Let's answer
to.
the question, Citizen. Let's answer the
Okay,
like,
the question is, do you think it's a
let me preface this again. I didn't bring you up so you can tell us that you think Ukrainians and Russians are equal. I didn't bring you up for you to pussyfoot around the media and the conspiracy stuff. Do you have a question directly for John and Donna, please? Let's go ahead. I'm going to give you that opportunity. I don't agree with you. I think you are an anti-Semite. The fact you have a friend that is Jewish means nothing to me. Let's go on. It's an open forum. Ask your question, John and Donna. Go ahead.
Okay, do you think, looking strategically into the future, that this conflict would be best served fighting the way that we are fighting it, and we're fighting it for Americans, for the promotion of the said ideals, Do you think we are best accomplishing that with this conflict?
There you go. There's a question for John. So, John, I think he makes a bunch of assumptions. He says we, and fighting. I don't think Americans are fighting as a country, but you might know better than me, John. Please, there's your question from the dissenting view on the panel.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the meat of the question through all the verbiage. I guess the question is, and if I'm wrong, correct me, because I really didn't follow you very well. I guess the question is the fight that we're having, and we're having it in the sense that the U.S. is supporting with weapons and money for sure. I'm not aware of active duty soldiers, with the exception of the Marine Guards at the embassy, being in Ukraine right now, and those are Marines, not soldiers. But at any rate,
oh hush.
But
I
guess the point is, your question is, are we doing this the right way? And I guess my answer is, we're doing it the best way we can right now. I think my personal opinion is, and every time I say this, it becomes the headline, but my personal opinion is this is already a fight between NATO and Russia. But that's my personal opinion. At the current time, the Ukrainians seem to be doing a good job of fighting their own war. They just need ammunition, kind of like the president said, I just need ammunition, not a ride. They don't need us to come in. They need ammunition. They need support. So there are people who say we're fighting the war that we expected to fight against the Russians or the Soviet Union back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Well, not so much the 90s, but at any rate, that we're fighting that same war. We're fighting it to the last Ukrainian. And that's not my point at all. That is basically that Ukraine's not a NATO state. We all know that. And so NATO is staying out of it, with the exception of arms, ammunition, and money. So are we doing the best job we possibly can under the constraints? I think we are. I think the Ukrainians are doing the right thing. I think we are doing the right thing, supporting them wholeheartedly. I think the ultimate goal of Vladimir Putin is to, as Malcolm Nance was saying much more eloquently than I could, to recreate the Soviet Union to a large extent. Ukraine was a great source of food and minerals. In fact, many of the electronics that have been used in Russian weapons came from Ukraine, so they're not obviously being replaced. I found gas mask bags at Hostomel that were the Russian gas mask bags that said produced in the Ukrainian SSR. And one of the reasons that you haven't seen a lot of great infantry operations on the part of the Russians is because Ukrainians were some of the best infantry the Soviet Union ever had. So going back to the point, I think, is that, are we doing the right thing? And I think the answer is an unequivocal yes.
The other thing I'd like to add to that is it's been surprising to me. John and I, we've been guest speakers at several events now across the country, and it continually surprises me when people will ask me. They'll say, "Is it really as bad as they say it is?" And I'm it just floors me. And I say, well, the short answer is yes, and the long answer is, oh my God, yes. And yeah, I can't make it any more plain than that. I don't know where some people are getting their news. We won't go there, but it makes me. It really makes me. As an American, as a mom, as a grandmother, it scares me to think where people think this world really does need to go. And I can tell you that when I was in Germany, before the wall came down, and we thought this through. What do we have to be prepared for? The 25-meter target was get all Americans out of the way. Evacuate. And then we were just bracing for what would come thereafter. And like John said, the Ukrainians are fighting the war that we literally thought we were going to have to fight, and that was a very scary proposition. So here they are, and here we are, and as human beings, all on this planet, instead of trying to tear each other apart and see who can dominate who and who can one up the other, and try to declare superiority over the other, just for the sake of saying that they think they're superior, or they should be in charge of the world. I think that that's the wrong trajectory we need to be on. It's very scary to me. I think the trajectory that we need to be on is, how about let's just go back to some basics here and treat each other the way we want to be treated, and then move forward with that. Let's see how good we can be to each other instead of how we can tear each other down or tear each other apart. And I truly believe that we've got to, we've got to get the upper hand on all of this crap.
Okay. I don't know. Did we address that question?
I think you gave it more than it's deserved or it's due, and that's very kind of you. I think I will forever scratch my head and wonder why a red-blooded American of any type of color, background, or creed would ever think that Russia is somehow at par with anyone at the West, or why they want to hold water for such a strange group of people. Don't get it. Don't want to get it. But I just wanted, for the sake of the audience, to show that this is actually what everyone is fighting for. You can have differences of opinion. You can have horrible ideas as well. We're not going to shut you down. We'll just expose it to the sunlight, which I think is the best thing to do on balance. What do you think, John and Donna?
Oh, I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. Absolutely. That's what we're fighting for.
Absolutely.
Because you certainly don't have that in Russia. You don't have the freedom to say what you want to say in Russia.
No. Yeah. And you can't start a conversation with saying, I don't necessarily disagree that the Russians are bad or the Ukrainian. I mean, come on. It's not even comparable. It's silly. We've got CJ. CJ is a fixture here. He is, if I ever met, he's the first artillery officer I ever liked, first of all. And he's a great guy. So CJ, do step up. Say hello.
Oh, thanks, Yehuda. I really appreciate it. This is such a great opportunity for us here. So as we know, we can't control what the Russians do, in terms of how they use their army. The best way to get them to stop making such horrible decisions, such as using mines in this way, is, of course, to have Ukraine beat them back, which they're certainly doing. My question is sort of from the other side of the point of view about Ukrainian mine usage. It's something that they have the capability through artillery-laid Rams mines and some other avenues. And I wonder, now that you all are doing such incredible work in making Ukraine safe for Ukrainians, Europe, and the world, does it make you sort of rethink the use of mines in a military sense at all? I guess, how have your thoughts changed from this work in particular, in terms of if you were to give recommendations to either Ukrainians or other armies in the future in landmine usage?
Well, it's interesting that you should say that, because really the focus of Bomb Techs Without Borders, one of our goals is to eliminate the use of anti-personnel landmines. We actually have a coffee mug and a sweatshirt and a saying that has F asterisk ampersand K landmines. Landmines, anti-vehicular landmines, have a legitimate use in war. One could argue that anti-personnel landmines have a legitimate use in war too, but certainly anti-tank, anti-vehicular landmines have been used successfully by the Ukrainians to block movements of Russian forces, and probably in the early days they were able to get those things out there and slow down the advance of Russian forces right at first. The problem with anti-personnel landmines, and particularly scatterable landmines, most scatterable landmines nowadays, the kind that are dropped from canisters or bombs, are designed with a self-destruct mechanism. But like all ordnance, stuff doesn't always work. So when you scatter a bunch of anti-personnel landmines over an area, there's a very good chance, even though they may have a self-destruct after so many hours or so many days, there's a very good chance that some of those self-destructs won't work. After a period of time, some of those landmines will deteriorate and not be as much of a hazard, but some of them will deteriorate the other way. One of the messages that we have spoken to whenever we conduct a class with any of our military colleagues on the Ukrainian side that are in some cases developing improvised mines or improvised devices of any kind, is we say, just remember, don't make them victim operated, because you may not be there to disarm it. You know, if you're making an IED and you make it command detonated where you actually have control of it until you see it explode, that's one thing. But if you make a homemade device like we saw so many in Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria, then you may not be the guy that sets that off. You may not be the guy watching it when the little old lady or the child discovers it later. And so keep in mind when you're building improvised munitions, which a lot of these drone munitions are that way, that you're actually creating a hazard for somebody, maybe you, maybe your team, but maybe, unfortunately, maybe a child or a civilian to discover later. So that's kind of my opinion on landmines. I would like to see anti-personnel landmines go away. Anti-vehicular landmines are generally fused so that they will not destroy something smaller than a heavy vehicle. But yes, they're dangerous against tractors and farm trucks too. So, you know, there's a real risk with using anti-vehicular landmines of any kind. And Tony, if you have things to add, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I guess I could speak to a little bit more nerdy on that side. So some of the anti-tank landmines that are being used in this current conflict that have kind of popped up that are from Western or NATO origins, like John was saying, in modern systems, some kind of self-destruct or self-neutralization is getting pretty common. There are drawbacks even with a self-destruct, though. So that's something that countries have kind of agreed to do in a lot of cases, whether they're signatories of this or that treaty or this or that ban. But even that can have consequences on the civilian population. An example is the German AT2 scatterable anti-vehicular mines that have popped up in different areas around Ukraine. We've seen videos, obviously hyped up on the Russian side for propaganda, if it comes from that side, but they have a self-destruct and they have some anti-tamper features to them. So that can have unintended consequences, like every use of weapons and munitions in this conflict. So although we are seeing a lot of, like John said, good examples of how anti-vehicular landmines have been used to a tactical advantage, if this conflict continues to go on for a longer period of time, my personal concern and one thing we plan for here is that it will start to evolve, and some of the more dangerous and more nasty ways of functioning these different mines, be they improvised or conventional, is going to come to the surface just like it did in the Middle East, in Afghanistan and Iraq. So I don't know if that answers all of your question.
Yeah, I guess if I may, Axel, just real quick, I apologize for bogarting the space. I guess, and I bet Charles will have more to ask because Charles is our resident sapper here. Is there any way, just as like a system in terms of the process of the Ukrainian army that you would recommend, or maybe some lessons learned for other armies in terms of how this could be done even better in the future? It seems like the Ukrainians are doing their absolute best and they're being very deliberate with how they're using these, very dangerous things. But what is like the main takeaway, would you say, in terms of how, a large army can move forward knowing that these are so dangerous?
keeping better track of their utilization, closing that loop between, say, a National Mine Action Center, which is more long term. That's more, prepping for the end of the conflict, but just keeping track of your minefields to some extent. We've encountered different sapper units that we've assisted with, demining or EOD type of training, and one in particular, I'm not going to, for security, I'm not going to name names, but they had implanted anti-vehicular landmines very early in the conflict in response to the initial invasion, and then they later were tasked to remove those minefields. And it wasn't a big issue. It was just straight up, TM62s, nothing exotic. But they were very self-aware, and we had some good conversations about it. They're like, yeah, we know we can't go crazy with these things. We know we need to keep track of where we put them, because we're very likely going to be the ones that have to take them out again. And so that was an example of, they had a pretty squared away commander who had drawn maps. They pretty switched on guys. But we've also heard and encountered some people that maybe, what's the best way to put it, because of the desperation of the current conflict, things like that can seem not as important as just getting in the minefields to stop the hordes from coming, which is completely understandable. So just as things go along, and for future generations or lessons learned, keeping better track of where you actually use these munitions, even if it's just garden variety anti-vehicular landmines with very simple fusing systems.
All right, and sorry, ZJ, for interrupting before. I just wanted to lead on to our colleague and friend Charles, given the fact that he's actually been dealing with these mines just as well, if not outright even laying them.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks a lot. And John, Donna, Tony, thank you so much. Yeah, I was a sapper for many years and did a lot of EOD work, or not EOD work, IED work, worked with you guys in the ordnance branch. Thank you very, very much. I have about 10,000 questions for you, but I'll just keep it to one. I read the reports nearly daily about sappers and EOD techs dying in Ukraine. And I know you guys are there to help that and to make sure, to minimize that. I guess my question then is where do you guys see the most need to help retain this capability, keep these guys alive? Is it on the equipment side? Is it something as simple as PPE or hook and line kits, or up to even robots? Or is it on the knowledge side, ordnance, fuse knowledge, or techniques? What do you think needs to be done quickly to increase survivability of sappers and EOD in Ukraine?
Well, one thing, and kind of circle back around to some stuff that's been talked about tonight, is Western support adequate, or are we doing the best we can right now? When it comes to the introduction of NATO munitions into this theater, I think, and this isn't pointing fingers at any particular country, this is kind of a broad brush. The weapons come and the munitions come, but the technical knowledge of how to deal with them is either not coming or not going to the right place, or it's not being presented in a way that's useful to the Ukrainians, i.e., for example, translated. So I'd say that's one very important thing that's being left by the wayside. Again, it's very desperate conflicts. There's priorities and everything like that. But so that's one thing. As far as equipment and training and everything like that, they all kind of, to my mind, they're kind of the same priority at this point. People get hurt, they get wounded, they get killed, or they just burn out. Which again, the longer this conflict goes, the more burnouts we're going to see amongst EOD and sappers, which is something we ran into quite a bit during our wars with America. So those all kind of have the same amount of priority. And because there is a lot of different EOD players and a lot of different sappers and engineers and just demining efforts in general, it's one of those things, like if donations for metal detectors show up in Ukraine, we will find someone that can use them in the short term. So when it comes to donations or support for equipment, clothing, PPE, all those things, it's going to be a while before there's so much here that we don't, people don't need it anymore. So I would say that's just kind of the same general priority. When it comes to training, one thing that we've seen is the difficulties with actually getting the training in country. We've heard of and know that there are different training efforts for sappers and EOD outside of Ukraine, and unfortunately, the problem with that is you got to take people out of the fight. And with EOD is almost always a small group of people in every country that I've ever seen. So now that things are just getting more and more intense, and the op tempo for them is increasing, the prospect of that happening is a lot slimmer. So when it comes to training, huge priority, but it only really matters if people can come into Ukraine and are flexible and can work around the realities of the conflict right now. I don't know if you want to, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add was that one of the other valuable things, and that's already occurred some in this broadcast, is connections, because knowing who to talk to and who to make connections with has been essential to our operations in Ukraine. That's been something that we're trying to do. Our overall goal would be to establish some kind of clearance center in Ukraine at a Ukraine government level that would be able to securely share information about experiences across different kinds of EOD units, because people in one part of the country may see a new mine or a new device, and they may have some experience with it or develop a technique to deal with it, and we'd like to be able to share that with the other organizations that are facing those same problems in Ukraine. And also when somebody gets hurt or gets injured or gets killed, we'd like to know, we want to know why, not to assign blame, but simply to try to learn a lesson from that event that we may be able to share with another unit elsewhere in the country. So those are the kinds of connections we're also trying to make. So, you mentioned a connection you were going to make with us early on in the broadcast. Those are essential. Being able to talk to all the people that are doing this work and being able to share information. And we understand there's a security requirement. Obviously, there always is, about the kind of ordnance you're seeing and the kind of experiences you're having. But that information sharing is going to become increasingly important for Ukraine.
John, I'm going to have to step off and do some other work for this space. It was really a pleasure. And I'd love for if you could reach out to me by maybe a signal with from Olena, and we'll see what we can do to line you up with Colonel Lake. What do you think?
That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, just as I was told, this was a bombastic interview so far. Just kidding. I'm going to do this all day. I have a very low threshold for funny, John and Donna. So keeps my kids happy.
Yehuda, at least we can introduce them to Malcolm now.
Right. We'll introduce him to Malcolm. Malcolm, do come up, please. Also, Malcolm, I need to talk to you about a message I received. I'll just say this, John and Donna, do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
A dad joke?
A dad joke. That's a good question. I think you'd have to ask Tony that, because he's accused me of using dad jokes a couple of times.
Well, so the question is, when does a joke become a dad joke? And does anyone know? No. John,
When the baby
Don,
laughs.
it's when it becomes a parent.
Ah, I love it. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And on that note, I gotta leave on a high note. We'll talk soon.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And I think Malcolm just dropped off to get in touch with you anyway. So, all right, John. Oh, no, here we go again. Let's try one more time. Okay, Malcolm, can you hear us? Malcolm, can you hear us?
Hi there. Hey, sorry. I have troops in contact. right now. So, I ain't playing games, and none of us are playing games out here. This is
Amen.
this is a people that are being defended by people from all around the world. Everyone in the International Legion is a volunteer here. There's no mercenaries. There's no money in this for us. But my team, which I just literally trained and deployed, are here because they want to defend the people of Ukraine. They want to defend democracy in itself, and they are willing to risk their lives. 1st Battalion Legion has taken 5 dead this month, 5 dead,
Mm.
and over 20 wounded. 3rd Battalion Special Forces has a lot more lucky, but it's not about luck. It's about the trajectory algorithm of their artillery. Unfortunately for us, it wasn't direct contact right now, but the situation reports are coming in. So, I am now begging you, if you want to support something in Ukraine, support us. All right. Support Rip Rawlings. But, we've had a boatload of people already give. I don't want to do a Jerry Lewis combat telethon here. That's not what this is about. I thought I was having an evening off, and and the war does not wait for us. So, and all of you are involved, whether you want to be or not. Your tax dollars are coming over here to support the fight for democracy, to defend the people that are here. If when we take wounded, our people are taken to Ukrainian hospitals. When we lose people, we have to take care of the families who fly over here. Every dang one of you is involved here. Listening to me means you're involved here. When I come home, I'm going on leave. That was my big announcement. I'm taking a period of leave. I've been here 10 months, and I've been in combat for what month is this? October, since May. So full time, for the most part, in the combat zone. So, we're not playing games here, and I'm not here, I'm not here for my own self-aggrandizement at all. This is not about me. It's about my men and my women in the International Legion, 1st Battalion, 3rd Battalion, working with the Secret Legion in Gur. Hey, we need your help. And it's time for you to participate in this if you haven't. I get people every day come on my Twitter feed. How can I help Ukraine? Can I buy a yellow ribbon? No, go right out and support a unit. You want to support a unit? 3rd Battalion is begging you right now to help us get vehicles, help us get bandages and other whatever we need out here. Right now, I stupidly need 3 med packs, and because of you tonight, I can go to Safari in downtown Kharkiv, and which is the big gun store, the 511 shop, and buy these ridiculously expensive packs that will be medical packs. And guess what? I need them. I needed them yesterday, and someone's out with one of my Gulf War era patrol packs, using it as a med bag now. And guess what? He's using it right now. So, this is real, people. And I know I'm a little upset because I'm Sergeant Major, right? My job is to care, feeding, troop care, training, resources, and I'm a member of the patrol. I was pulled off a patrol today because I'm going on leave. And now I feel guilty. I'm not on patrol. I'm not with my men. But you have an obligation. If you want to help save Ukraine, you can help us. Help the International Legion. Do whatever you can. Someone out there, I think tonight, is getting the truck named after him. I think there's a big donor out there. And if you want to buy a truck for it, help us buy a truck. $7,000 each. We've got a group out there that's willing to put an up arm, not up armor, but a gun mount and a gun shield onto a Toyota Hilux. That's how much it costs out here to get road mobility. Fortunately, I'm finding out we were not in one of our light vehicles, but an up armored Humvee and a BTR 4. But those things attract a lot of fire, and things go bangy bangy. And if you get hit something, you get shaken up. Anybody who's been inside of Bradley, knows just hitting dirt potholes in some instances will scratch you and hurt your ankles, whatever. And I don't know what that's going on, but all I know is now I have troops in contact, and now I'm going forward to make sure that they're safe and that everybody comes out all right. And my little hour got interrupted. One last thing, I will make a plea for Bomb Techs Without Borders. I was with EOD Mobile Group 16 at the end of the Gulf War in Desert Storm when I was assigned to the American Embassy. I stepped on a Val Maria Type 69 bounding mine. And while we were clearing a 250-pound LGM-45C mine that had floated ashore, we were in the middle of an anti-personnel minefield. Fortunately, my foot was on the rim and nowhere in about an inch and a half from the detonator. And an E5 Navy EOD bomb tech crab, we call them bomb crabs, came out, cleared the mine, left me to my own, and then made me walk down his footprints back to the safe trench. So I love bomb techs. I have that mine inerted and on my desk to remind me that I love bomb techs. So
Well done.
bomb techs are going to save this country and save a lot of children's lives here. So they're going to come here and do God's work, and the stuff they're already doing is great. So you love bomb techs too, but now you can love a special operations battalion. And let me sign off, and I'll come back. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow for an hour and answer the questions I missed tonight. But that depends on the health and welfare of my men. All right.
Hey, Malcolm, before you sign off, I just want to say I appreciate everything you were saying before you had to sign off. And thank you so much for the Helen Redden's bedridden history lesson on, why, how Putin has gotten to where he is and so forth. So, yes, that was well done. And thank you for that.
Well, you're all very, very welcome. Hey, listen, you guys out there who have been to Ukraine, by the way, and may have served in the Legion or other units, we're recruiting. So take your vacation like I'm going to take and come back and help liberate this country. Victory over Russia Day is coming. I'm going to tell you that now.
Do peremohi. Until victory.
That's right, until victory. But then again, remember this phrase, borite sa no poborite. If you will fight, you will win. And that's what we're here to do.
Absolutely.
100%. Malcolm, thank you very much for dropping by again.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
And
Please take care of your boys.
All of you for these donations you're giving us. Med bags are going to get in the morning. I may not get them out to the guys, but I'll get them there tomorrow night.
Yeah, and if you want to drop by tomorrow evening, whenever you have time, just to, give us a ding. We're here.
Okay, great. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you. Love you all.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck. Godspeed. All right. That was nice from our friend Malcolm Nance. John, as he just said, he has it ingrained in his desk. That was, what, half an inch? Pretty much, right? Which saved him. And how does one feel? I was just about to ask, how does one feel to walk away from that mine after being saved?
Grateful, I would think.
Yeah, you feel a sense
shaky
of
knees.
Yeah. You think, shaky knees. Yeah, if you've been in a situation like that where you almost had a mistake, or you almost, got something like that, it definitely awakens your senses. Tony can probably speak to that pretty well as well. I know he's had some near misses.
Yeah.
Generally, I just feel joy or self-critique. Sometimes there's irrational shame because you maybe you were a little bit sloppy that day. You got a little bit closer to the edge than you wish you had been. So ideally, when we're working before and after, I feel nothing. That's the ideal end state for us. But yeah, I can completely sympathize with Malcolm. It's that kind of thing will stick with you for a while.
So what's next? What are the next steps for Bomb Tags Without Borders in Ukraine? You're going to train more of the now being upstarted and constituted troops. You're going to be working with the various departments and having them train troops. What are the next steps?
Well, one of the things that we've recently accomplished is that we have registered as a Ukrainian branch of our non-governmental organization. So obviously we were registered as a 501c3 in the United States. We've been operating kind of informally in Ukraine up until this time. And by that, I mean, we've been working with people, training and operating with people. But you know, there's been a sense that some of the organizations that we've worked with kind of kept us a little bit at arm's length because we had not yet established ourselves officially in Ukraine. You know, I love the Ukrainian people, but they are suffering under a government structure that's a legacy of Soviet times. And so there's a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of, you know, very complicated stuff to get by. And so we just recently were able to get ourselves approved as a Ukrainian branch of our NGO in Ukraine. That literally happened within the last 2 weeks. And so now that we have that status, that allows us now to reach out officially to some organizations that we have made informal contacts with before. And I'm hoping that's going to bear some real fruit in the near future. And Tony, I defer to you as the man on the ground. He is actually the branch chief of our Ukrainian branch. So I'll let him chat a little bit about what he thinks the next steps are.
Yeah, well, thanks, John, and a big shout out to particularly one of our volunteers, a young man named Dennis, who is a law student and volunteered his time through the long process of getting registered officially. God bless him. So now that's been accomplished. We're registered with the Ministry of Justice. Like John was saying, things that we were doing informally or connections that we had informally can now be formalized. You know, we are a small organization, but this should allow us to. This should allow us to funnel equipment and potentially bring in more technical experts to different organizations that we haven't been able to before. So we're formalizing some relationships, and like John said, we're going to continue to do what we've been doing. The main focus is for the spring, but things are still going on, and we're still going to be.
Tony, we lost you there. Abdullah, 1 second, please.
Oh,
Sorry,
I'm
my
back.
colleague Abdullah had his mic on. I apologize. Please go on, Tony.
No worries, man. Yeah, so again, we try to stay flexible here. So when it comes to training units or organizations or just individuals, you know, a lot of times people will lay on training with us and they'll have to cancel because of the fighting and particularly because of the current counteroffensive. So, you know, we're based in Kyiv at the moment. Through you guys, through Delana, through any, you know, if people reach out to us, you know, we'll do the best we can to support you. If we can't, or if we're not the best ones to do it, we'll try to put you in connection with someone that can, you know, be they sappers, EOD, you know, government agency or military.
All right. If you don't mind, we have more questions from some of our regulars, and I would like to cycle through them. Rusty, please.
Hey. So I'm very, very grateful to hear about the work you're doing clearing mines. And I've actually volunteered for the Norwegian People's Aid as a money gatherer before. And I'm just wondering, before I ask my question, have you met them in Ukraine?
No.
Oh, no, I don't believe so.
So my first question would actually be who's on the ground and who's not on the ground situational awareness, because some organizations consider it too dangerous to be on the front line in a conflict, and I'm just wondering what's your take on that, and has some organizations become too stuck in being safe?
Well, you're going to have that with particular, how do I say it? So we don't put ourselves in the front line into the fighting because generally we're just a distraction at that point, and not all the UXO has been created yet. So and all the landmines aren't in place. So particularly in this conflict, you know, we stay back and try to do more of the advisements when allowed, especially in the earlier times when we were here. We were allowed to take part in operational clearance, but we try to, you know, most recently we try to stay within the lines of Ukrainian law. So having said that, I do know that there's a bunch of, you know, different NGOs that even with the way things are in places like here or Lviv, because of the high frequency of air raids, they are reluctant to put people on the ground, you know, and by people I mean internationals. You know, I've had some experience with international NGOs in other countries. The reluctance to put expats at risk because of perceived risk or visibility is quite high normally. So as to who's physically here on the ground right now, when it comes to international NGOs, I couldn't even tell you because I haven't seen any in a while. It doesn't mean they're not here. They just might be in different circles right now or out someplace else. But that's been our experience when encountering this kind of thing, is that there's a lot of reluctance to assume risk because no donor wants to find out that a bunch of international staff have been killed in a conflict like this. We're all volunteers. You know, so that maybe that's a little bit of a difference between us and the bigger NGOs. You want to throw in anything, Don or John?
Yeah, I wanted to add that you know it's important to recognize too that all of us that have I want to use the word deploy, but all of us that have traveled to Ukraine as part of Bomb Techs Without Borders so far are former military personnel. So we've kind of like been there. We're not afraid to do what we need to do, and we are aware of the dangers of what we do. To add on to what Tony said, though, in many cases, we've certainly not been given free range to run around on the front lines, and that's not really an appropriate place for us anyway. But we are willing to go wherever we're needed, and we have in fact traveled to more or less frontline areas at various times when somebody needed us or when somebody allowed us to travel. Travel into the frontline areas is also pretty tightly controlled. And so it's not something that you just, decide one afternoon you're going to drive down to Kherson or something like that. So we have the capability to go to the front lines if needed. We're certainly willing to work with people out there if they need us. But a lot of the work we're doing is centralized, is trying to work with the central organs of control. And most of those are located in Kyiv. And so our headquarters is in Kyiv, and that's where we spend the majority of our time.
So thank you for the clarification. Yeah, I was wondering because I've been previously a volunteer for Norwegian People's Aid, and they clear a lot of mines. And the fact that they haven't really taken part in this, as far as I know, on a big scale on ground, is disappointing to me personally. But I was looking at your webpage, BTWOB, Borders Without. I'm not gonna translate it, but yeah, I was looking at the fact you have there, and there you have a graphics that shows that Russia has 27 million anti-personnel mines. Is that how many millions of anti-personnel mines will they be using in Ukraine, do you think? What's the figures?
Tony, I'll let you try to answer that if you can.
Well, I've seen a lot of different numbers thrown around too. Particularly if you start factoring in all the different submunitions like the PFM1s and the PTMs that they're using willy-nilly everywhere. I'm one thing I am 100% positive of: the Russians won't even know by the time it's over. It's going to be incalculable. As far as, I think the better way might be to start to quantify it as this continues to go on, is how much area is affected, because the amount of contamination, and you probably know this, if there's one landmine in a given square kilometer or a given village, that kind of creates a hazardous area for the whole region, which at the very least has to be surveyed. It might discover that there is just one submunition or one landmine, but it creates an environment of fear. It creates a hazard, and that has to be dealt with. So yeah, sorry, I don't think anyone really knows how many landmines are going to be in here by the time everything's over with.
Yeah, I really wanted to point it out because I couldn't imagine the fact that Russia might have as high a number as 27 million anti-personnel mines. Being a Norwegian in a population with close to 6 million, that's like several times our population. If we had ended up in war with them, they could have planted a mine for every person in our country. It's wild. I would just like to ask, you support the ban on landmines, and I'll just ask, how do you see that going in the future after or with the Ukraine conflict and after it?
I don't think anyone's gonna, I don't think the world is just gonna give up landmines anytime soon, unfortunately. Even at various points, even ISIS, their caliphate was trying to repackage their IED minefields as IEDs instead of, so I mean, like, even if people quote unquote give up landmines, within the next 10, 20 years or whatever, I think they will probably just find a way to repackage it. And it won't be landmines, it'll be something else. Just like submunitions, the threshold according to one of the treaties is 4 within a munition. So if you only have 3 submunitions within a munition, they're not technically submunitions under the treaty, yada yada. That doesn't necessarily make a difference to the civilians on the ground. So I don't know. And maybe John and Donna may be a little more hopeful than I am, though.
Well, not really. I mean, I think particularly, as I said in the beginning, that anti-vehicular landmines have a legitimate military use. And if the Ukrainians had not had any anti-vehicular landmines in the very beginning, things might have gone a different way. So anti-vehicular landmines, or what commonly called anti-tank landmines, I think are here to stay. That's the infantryman's defense against tanks, along with, of course, appropriate anti-tank weapons. But that's something that can be used to slow down and canalize armored forces that otherwise could just range quite quickly into your rear and so forth. And I don't see anti-vehicular landmines going away. And frankly, we can sign all the treaties we want to about anti-personnel landmines, and there are going to be people out there that are going to either ignore it or not sign or make them anyway. So I don't see landmines going away. I think what we may see is the larger countries, Western countries in particular, may try to begin to limit the sort of certainly anti-personnel landmines that they use in their conflicts. I know the U.S. has done some of that within our own inventories, but yeah, in terms of getting rid of landmines altogether, that's not ever going to happen.
All right. Let's. We have more questions on the side, and I would.
Could I just say thank you, Axel?
Oh, sure, of course, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the great effort you're doing in helping, especially children throughout this world who way often are victims to mines. And I would just say that every year there's I don't know the English word right now. Norway goes together and funds organizations, and we have a thing called the TV Action. And to me, you're a clear candidate for our TV Action. And normally they gather around several $1 million every year. And you might look into it, and you might even be a volunteer for that next year with, for example, Norwegian People's Aid and other organizations.
Well, thank you for that.
Thanks,
yeah, we'll
man.
look into that.
Appreciate it.
All righty. So next one is Dan. Then we have Lena, and then we have Patty. Dan, please.
Yeah, start with the one that's most purely a question. Given that how much of the war has been fought in Ukrainian farm fields, and the fact that they are farm fields, I mean, in terms of being relatively flat and clear, and I came outside for quiet, and something rattled by that was making an amount of noise. given that they are farm fields, has anybody gotten on with John Deere or the other big combine manufacturers and started talking about some sort of mine clearing device to put on the front of a tractor, that so at least the actual productive part of the land can be cleared on some truly industrial basis?
Not to my knowledge. I know, or I shouldn't say no, but I've heard that a couple of the international NGOs, the bigger ones, have been importing mechanical clearance assets. Big machines that are designed for this kind of thing. So the short answer is no. I don't believe anyone's gone that route. But I believe there are people trying to do the same, from a more traditional mine clearing perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
one of
need the discussion. Sorry, before I just get in there, Dan, if you want to DM me in that regard, and if that's your interest, there have been discussions with Fendt, which is now owned by the Americans, but still is a German entity, and Class of Germany, and they've all said that it is significantly cheaper, better, and more effective to have the proper armored vehicles which do that on a regular basis. But I think John can talk to that.
Yeah, I was going to say that I wasn't really going to address that issue, but I do agree with that. Is there are armored vehicles that are made for that, and of course, there's always the possibility when you're trying to scoop up landmines that you get a detonation, and that's one reason why you want a properly armored vehicle for that. It's not really something that you want to have the farmer do himself. And what I was going to add was that among the other things that we're looking into, I mean, there's all sorts of traditional efforts that we are supporting and that are currently ongoing, using mine detectors and things of that nature. But we are also partnering with a number of other firms and research organizations to try to further develop the capability of drone surveillance, to be able to do surveys to identify the locations of not only mines. We've talked a lot about mines in this, but I just want to emphasize that mines are not the only hazard by far. All sorts of unexploded ordnances out there too. Grenades, rockets, artillery shells, just everything that you can imagine that's being fired in this conflict. There's a certain percentage of them that don't explode for one reason or another. Or in some cases, they're blown out of an exploding vehicle. You've seen all these pictures of Russian tanks with the turrets blowing up in the sky. Well, those tanks are blowing up because they're full of ammunition. And not all of that ammunition explodes. A lot of it is blown out into the fields in various stages, various conditions. Most of the time, we find that ammunition is not armed, that is not, ready to explode if it's touched or something like that. But there's always the exception. And so therefore you need somebody that knows what they're doing to take a look at it.
Well, then there's always the issue of booby traps.
Yeah, and booby traps. We haven't really touched on booby traps very much, and I don't want to get too far off of Dan's point about the mine clearing.
Mm-hmm.
But what we are trying to do is develop some innovative ideas for identifying where there are mines and unexploded ordnance on the ground or in the ground, so that we can go right to those areas more efficiently than is currently done. So that's one of the other things that we're developing outside, sort of outside the actual contact points in Ukraine. We're working with scientific entities to try to develop advanced surveillance or surveying tools to find these mines and other unexploded ordnance before somebody finds them with a farm tractor.
So like one more just sort of question on that theme. My understanding is that the anti-tank mines take a fairly heavy vehicle to set them off. I mean, so if you could do a low ground pressure robot, it might be able to at least survey a whole field and say, these are the 8 spots you want to go poke at harder. That's what you're talking about?
That could be one of the things. What we're actually talking about, or the project we're actually working on, is using. We've taken, I don't know, Tony. We took all those pictures in the ordnance storage area, but we took video, which is then separated into individual frames. So we took thousands upon thousands of pictures of ordnance, which is then being fed into an AI, which helps look at just drone footage as it flies over the ground, and the AI then processes that footage and looks for evidence that is disturbed earth. It looks for, you know, a rocket tail fin sticking out of the ground and tries to identify what's there. So that's one of the things that we're talking about. There are actually in existence, you know, mine clearing robots and mine clearing probes of various kinds. So that kind of stuff does exist. And yes, you're right. There is a pressure limit for most landmines. I think 50 kilograms for the TM62, and the others all vary a little bit. But generally speaking, a person stepping on an anti-tank or an anti-vehicular landmine will not detonate it ordinarily.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to get into too detailed of techniques and tactics that are being seen when it comes to booby traps on this forum, but an abbreviated version of that is there are ways to make anything more sensitive, and particularly with age, anti-tank landmines will get more sensitive. And we've seen this in all around the world. As time goes by, weather breaks down the fuses, and you do not need as much pressure anymore. But when it comes to us, you know, whether we or some of our partners that we're working on different solutions with, survey is one of the main things at the moment, because, as you say, there's a lot of farmland in Ukraine that has been contaminated with landmines or potentially contaminated with landmines. So there's two different avenues we're working on when it comes to drones and using sensors to surveil and different kinds of sensing.
All right, it just seems to me that Ukraine is a different environment than most of the other heavily mined areas of the world I'm familiar with, in terms of there being large areas of pre-developed agricultural land that have been subjected to this, and that there may be different techniques that can be applied, but you guys are obviously thinking about it, and I'll step back down. One other thing I did want to mention, Yehuda a while ago said something about where are these people getting their information when he was talking to that Russian that troll. They're getting their information from the only successful things the Russians have done in the last 30 years, which is undermine the Western information space in every way humanly imaginable. And it's that.
Yeah.
All righty. Let's go to Lena. You know them.
Yes, I do. Hi, Axel. Thank you. And
Hi.
thank you for the great talk. Hi. I actually wanted to ask a question about something that, John, you touched lightly, and Tony, the booby traps, the pedal mines, plastic mines, wooden mines, all this kinds of dangerous stuff that is harder to identify and that is more likely to affect civilians. How much of that do you see in Ukraine, and how does that compare, just the level of it, with places that you've seen before? And it looks like it calls for a serious awareness campaign to save civilian lives. Could you please talk about that?
Yeah, so what we're being told by our colleagues and friends, particularly in the areas out east that have been recently retaken, the frequency of plastic mines, anti-personnel landmines, wooden landmines, all of these are much higher than north of Kyiv, for example, where the Russians, were kicked out pretty quickly, and they didn't have time to start implementing all these other munitions. They had a long time out east and down south, so they had plenty of opportunity to get creative or just put a lot into the ground. It is definitely more dangerous and is both to the civilian population and anyone who starts to clear this stuff. Having said that, well, okay, so I wouldn't say that the work that ISIS did during that conflict was more dangerous per se, but it was different, and there's a lot of parallels, which is, what's the best way to put it? Quantity versus quality. All right, so it doesn't necessarily mean that these are going to be extremely ingenuitive booby traps and more difficult to detect landmines, but the Russians do seem to like making up for it in volume, which creates its own problems. So yeah, the more awareness for the civilians population that's returning to these areas is going to be extremely important, and that will be important too when people start going back during the winter, because once the ground thaws, some areas which may have appeared to be safe underneath all the ice and snow will then become, very quickly become apparent that they are dangerous and they are mined. So, that's just another thing we're working with Ukrainians and whoever else to raise awareness. That's not our main thing with Bomb Techs Without Borders, but anyone who's in that business and would like some help from us, we're more than happy to help.
Yeah, and that's where the technology of surveying and at least marking of the territory until it thaws and it's possible to start clearing it again becomes so important, because you can at least put warning signs for people not to wander off into snow-covered areas where they can be endangered by existing minefields.
Yeah, and that particularly with again, the counteroffensive has been amazing. The way that Ukraine has retaken this huge amount of territory. The unfortunate side effect of that is, whereas maybe units, be they engineering units or just general commands, would have been able to mark these hazard areas as they went through. From what we're hearing, some of that is being lost just because of the sheer pace as the Russians are fleeing and they're blowing through these different towns and agricultural areas. So kind of filling in those gaps and connecting those dots will be important. Again, we're officially registered now, so there is a National Mine Action Authority and offices here in Ukraine. So one of the things we're hoping to do is plug more in depth with them now that we're bona fide.
All right, here. Let's go to Patty, then Jens, and then Daryl. Patty.
Thank you, Axel. Actually, Tony just touched on one of the questions that I had. We all understand that Ukraine has a pretty bad winter, and you were speaking in regards to at the thaw that going in and going ahead and having people coming in and possibly. But I was going to ask, is there still a possibility of demining during the winter? I'm not really, very savvy on the techniques of it. If areas are marked, is there still a possibility of going in and demining during the winter?
So everywhere I've worked and everything I've encountered from people who've worked in similar areas, like the Balkans is a good example. You have, I was in Kosovo for a year, and you have particularly long, brutal winters with a lot of snow cover. What's the best way to put it? It's not impossible to demine once the ground's frozen and snow cover's there. It's just that the risks go up, and the cost benefit analysis is no longer worth it. You can't dig easily because of the ground being frozen and everything like that. It's harder to use metal detectors. It's much harder for the deminers themselves to work if you're doing manual demining. So basically, once the ground is frozen and you have that solid snow cover, it is much better to mark safer rather than sorry, and wait for the spring. Even when I was working in Iraq back in, it was 2017, we trained up and started working before the ground had completely unfrozen. And we're looking for ISIS IED landmines, and they were. It quickly became apparent that